Atop the sky, in the depths of the darkness, a beam of light descended and slammed into the sacrificial altar, ripping a large fissure into the chaotic metal alloy structure before viciously penetrating into it. Amid this light was none other than the heaven-crushing sword, the sword in which the Purple Star civilization had placed their boundless hopes. The heaven-crushing sword was still as pitch-black as always, with its razor-sharp edge radiating with a dangerous glint. It looked perfect and faultless, as if it were the most flawless piece of art. However, the Purple Star Emperor knew that the countless worlds that had been attached to the heaven-crushing sword had already been swallowed by the darkness. The powers of the Purple Star realm and universe were absent from the blade of the sword as well. At this moment, it was nothing more than a good-looking piece of art. We've failed. We've truly failed. The face of the Purple Star Emperor was as white as a sheet as he gazed at the scenes of destruction around him. Life, material, energy, structure, karma, everything was stripped and engulfed by the darkness. The once dazzling Purple Star civilization was about to be completely erased from the world. Everything is returning to darkness, and everything is returning to void. Heh, is this retribution? We initially wanted to return the heavenly Tao to a primitive state of void, yet who would have thought that it would be the Purple Star civilization being returned to a primitive state of void? The Purple Star Emperor's eyes were dull as he quietly mocked himself. Was I truly wrong? He murmured as he gazed up at the sky. Of course you were wrong. Purple Star Emperor, you conceited and self-righteous person. You didn't listen to Nuwa's warning, and you insisted on leading the Purple Star civilization down this deadly path. Now the entire civilization is going to be erased alongside you. Are you satisfied now? The crisp and furious voice of a woman suddenly traveled into his ears. There was an expression of agony on the Purple Star Emperor's face, yet he didn't regret his decisions. We humans wanted to break out of the cage that is heaven and earth, and we wanted to advance forward one more step. Is there anything wrong with that? The white spirit snake's voice was cold, and she said, No, there's nothing wrong with that. However, your method was wrong. The Purple Star Emperor shuddered upon hearing this. However, he immediately shook his head and said, No, we weren't wrong. This is the ultimate aspiration of the Purple Star civilization. It's just that we failed. Release her. The Purple Star Emperor said calmly. The chains on the white spirit snake's body were unraveled. However, she didn't leave. Instead, she sighed softly and said, What's the point of releasing me now? None of us can escape. The darkness will eventually erase everything related to the Purple Star realm. Even if I'm at the Tao integration pinnacle stage, there's still nowhere for me to flee. She was extremely powerful, yet it was also because of this that she understood just how terrifying the backlash of the heavenly Tao was. The Purple Star Emperor lifted the gigantic white egg before him and gazed at the pure and flawless woman inside. There was a look of deep sorrow and pain in his eyes. Bai Ling, I'm sorry. We failed to have you represent the humans and become the paragon. We're going to leave you forever now. However, you can't die. The Purple Star civilization can't die. Like surging waves, the power inside the Purple Star Emperor's body burst out and furiously fused into the white egg. Knowledge, information, power, cultivation. At the same time, the several million powerful beings around the sacrificial altar all raised their arms toward the gigantic white egg as if in tacit understanding. They then made a hugging motion, using the power of their divine sense to send their boundless energy and knowledge into the gigantic white egg. The surroundings were extremely silent. Yet, it was this soundless tranquility that carried the final hope of the civilization. This was the final push by the Purple Star civilization. Obstruct the detection of the heavenly Tao. Escape the clutches of karma. Erase all connections. Seal all memory. Seal all power. In the end, the gigantic white egg that carried the hope of the entire civilization transformed into a streak of light that flew into the distance. No darkness pursued it, nor did any energy. Just like that, the gigantic white egg transformed into the last wisp of light in the dark sky. Countless members of the Purple Star civilization gazed at that light, which was like a rapidly disappearing meteor. It had once existed, and it had once illuminated the night sky with its dazzling radiance. However, it was destined to vanish into the distance. If there's a chance, I hope you can apologize for the Purple Star civilization. I hope you can atone for our sins. A glistening tear rolled from the corner of the Purple Star Emperor's eye as he gazed at the rapidly vanishing egg. The white spirit snake looked on, observing everything that was occurring before her. Just a moment ago, the Purple Star Emperor had still said that he wasn't wrong. Now, however, he was asking someone else to apologize for them. Could he not change his mind so quickly? Although the white spirit snake was grumbling in her mind, she truly couldn't be bothered voicing her complaints out loud. She was also experiencing the last moments of her life, so how could she be in the mood to argue with the Purple Star Emperor over such trivial matters? Like a vast curtain, darkness slowly descended upon the land. It was just about to engulf the entire Purple Star state. Boom! 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 Deafening explosions rumbled across the land. At this moment, countless defensive cannons were activated. This was the final struggle of a civilization. One after another, countless devastating cannonballs transformed into streaks of dazzling light as they soared into the sky and erupted amid the darkness. However, they were unable to cause even a ripple among the darkness. The most advanced weapons of the Purple Star civilization were all activated at this moment, all of them wild as they attacked the darkness. They wanted to fight for even the smallest shred of survival. However, the darkness was like a black hole, swallowing every single attack that was thrown its way. Their counterattack was limp and ineffective. At this moment, the confident, haughty, or conceited members of the Purple Star civilization all became weaklings. Weaklings who were instilled with a sense of terror and remorse. One after another, the members of the Purple Star civilization were mercilessly engulfed by the darkness. Several million, hundreds of millions, tens of billions, as the wave of darkness passed, the land that had once been bustling and full of life was now a broken and twisted expanse of dark land. The miraculous structures, the magnificent research facilities, the picturesque divine mountains, before the darkness, everything was viewed as one, and everything was obliterated into lifeless and unremarkable dust. There were tears in the Purple Star Emperor's eyes as he gazed at the disappearing city and the disappearing humans. He stood upright and unwavering, quietly watching on. Eventually, the darkness constricted and arrived at the core of the sacrificial altar. Around the ultimate sacrificial altar, there were tears in the eyes of the several million powerful beings as they started to vanish one after another. They didn't resist, and they silently accepted the wrath of the heavens. Darkness descended like a tsunami, starting from the outer fringes as it engulfed the most elite humans of the Purple Star civilization. Before long, it finally surged toward the center of the sacrificial altar. The Purple Star Emperor spread his arms, saying, "Come, show me." However, he was engulfed by the darkness before he could even finish his sentence. The white spirit snake pursed her pink lips. Like the others, there were also tears glistening in her eyes. "Sorry, Your Majesty Nuwa. I couldn't stop them. However, just like the Purple Star Emperor, her slender and shapely body was engulfed by the darkness before she could even finish speaking. Everything descended into darkness. A great civilization, a civilization that was like the most dazzling star, was comprehensively engulfed by darkness. Amid the void of darkness, pitter-patter, pitter-patter, the sound of rain suddenly appeared. That was the sound of rain drumming onto the land. Why is it raining? Hang on. Something's wrong. Aren't I already dead? The white spirit snake opened her eyes with much difficulty. Through her blurry senses, she discovered that she was currently being carried by someone. Her slender and snow-white snake tail was coiled as it was held by a large hand, and her back was more so being lightly supported by a warm hand. Her vision gradually regained clarity. There was still a gaping hole in the sky. This looked like a deep blue and circular vortex, with its center a deep and profound black. The violent and broken nomological laws continued to expand. The chaotic currents of destruction continued to wreak havoc. Purple rain poured down on the land, drenching her white clothes and revealing her slender and graceful figure. At the same time, they drenched the black-haired and black-eyed man who was currently carrying her. Perhaps it was this strange man who had rescued her? The white spirit snake was slightly dazed, and she stammered, "Essinger?" Amid the desolate and ice-cold land of despair. A black-clothed man was silently carrying a white-clothed female. He blocked out the power of the nomological laws as well as the violent currents of chaos. The white spirit snake should have been extremely resistant to being carried by him. However, because of a peculiar sense of safety, she forgot that she had to keep her distance from him. Instead, she was dazed as she gazed at the man before her. "Senior, are you the one who saved me?" The white spirit snake blinked her bright and watery eyes as she asked this in curiosity. The man sighed softly and replied, "Sorry, I can't save you." Boom! A gaping black hole suddenly appeared in her chest. The white spirit snake widened her eyes in shock as the terror of death flooded into her mind once more. However, right at this moment, a warm and large hand pressed onto the black hole in her chest. "You shouldn't die. I only wanted to exterminate the citizens of the Purple Star State. Moreover, you tried to prevent the Purple Star civilization from crushing the heavens. You shouldn't die." There was an indescribable warmth in the man's eyes. The white spirit snake shuddered upon hearing this, and there was a look of astonishment on her face. You said that you exterminated the citizens of the Purple Star State?" "Are you? I am the heavens. More precisely, I'm the heavenly darkness god," the man replied with a smile. His expression was gentle, and this was in stark juxtaposition to the violent destruction that had taken place just then. "There's another way to save you. We can seal your power first and then allow you to reincarnate. However, allow me to apologize in advance. I must seal your memories as well." The man placed his hand onto the white spirit snake's forehead. The white spirit snake still wanted to say something, yet darkness had already flooded her vision. It wasn't long before she lost consciousness. The man then activated a divine technique and transformed the white spirit snake into an egg, allowing her to escape from the karma-induced backlash of the heavenly Tao. With this done, he placed the egg onto a black lotus and tossed it into the boundless currents of chaos. It was unclear where the egg would float toward. After completing this, the man retrieved the black sword from his back and started to examine it carefully. "This was the weapon that almost killed me? Interesting. Apart from a heaven-crushing power, this sword surprisingly possesses a heaven-mending power as well. So it turns out that the Purple Star civilization left a path of retreat. However, it is just too late for them to do anything with it. This is clearly a sword of destruction, yet it possesses the ability of salvation and the power to mend the heavens. Calling it the heaven-crushing sword is not entirely reflective of its abilities. Saints act according to their temperament, while the masses act according to their desires. Justice and evil are often just a thought apart. Why don't I call you evil slang? From now on, you're my sword." Their memories were finally unlocked. The memories that had been buried deep inside the evil-slaying sword's mind were finally awakened, allowing it to recall everything. Not only that, but the Dark Wing Emperor had also retrieved a black orb and projected the images that were recorded inside of it, allowing Enlin and Su Xiaolan to also witness the heaven-crushing actions of the Purple Star civilization. "This is what the heavenly darkness god handed us and told us to keep care of. He said that if we ever came across the heavenly darkness god in the future, we should show him the images that were recorded inside this black orb. At the same time, we should also allow him to inherit the evil-slaying sword as well as this black orb." Just like that, and Lin witnessed the entire process of the Purple Star civilization's destruction. In fact, he had even witnessed the appearance of the heavenly darkness god. The heavenly darkness god in the recordings was like a gentle and jade-like prince. He was also extremely handsome, and his appearance was more so 30% similar to that of Enlin's. The thing that shocked Enlin the most had still ended up happening. The man in the recordings clearly wasn't him. However, that man had referred to himself as the heavenly darkness god. What was going on? The Dark Wing Emperor looked at Enlin and said earnestly, "We think you're the reincarnation of the heavenly darkness god. You're a part of the heavenly Tao, and you're the heavenly master that we should serve." Reincarnation? In other words, I'm genuinely not a human? I was the heavenly darkness god who destroyed the entire Purple Star civilizations and killed hundreds of billions of people. Enlin murmured to himself. Su Xiaolan turned around to look at Enlin. Upon seeing his dazed and uneasy expression, she said in a gentle voice, "Enlin, I think you're still different from the heavenly darkness god. You're a genuine living being, while the heavenly darkness god has most likely used some kind of method to attach to your existence." Enlin forced a smile upon hearing Su Xiaolan's words of comfort. He knew that things weren't as simple as Su Xiaolan thought. Whenever he consumed 1/5 of his life force, the power of darkness in the heavens would increase by 1/5. This proved that his life force was indeed the heavenly Tao of darkness. In other words, he was darkness, not some human. However, Enlin had already been mentally prepared for this, so he was only slightly dazed upon learning that this was indeed his true identity. It wasn't long before he came to his senses. He sighed and said, "I'm clearly the reincarnation of the heavenly darkness god. So why I am becoming uglier as I reincarnate? How handsome had he been in his previous life?" The Dark Wing Emperor was stunned. He had never seen anyone complain about themselves in such a manner before. Su Xiaolan had still wanted to console Enlin, yet upon hearing this, her face instantly turned bright red. After a long while, she finally managed to say, "I don't think that's true. I think the present you is the most handsome." Why did it seem like her words of comfort had gone off in a peculiar direction? "Oh, that's right. There's still something else that I don't understand," Enlin suddenly said. "Please go ahead, Heavenly Master," the Dark Wing Emperor said respectfully. Enlin looked at the being, who had been extremely proud and haughty before but was extremely subservient now, and asked, "It wasn't darkness that created your tribe, so why do you recognize the heavenly darkness god as your master? Why not the heavenly light goddess or heavenly life goddess? What's your relationship with the heavenly darkness god?" The Dark Wing Emperor couldn't help but stand up straighter upon hearing this. There was a hint of pride in his voice as he replied, "Our tribe has always viewed itself as the messenger of the heavens. We believed that we were the noblest tribe that would carry out the will of the heavens. However, this belief was never reflected in reality. This was until one day a genuine heavenly god came to our land and handed us the evil-slaying sword and the black orb. Along with these, he left us with a mission. It was at that moment that we realized the firm belief that we had held onto for so long was all true. That's right, it was you, the heavenly darkness god, who came. It was you who recognized us, and it was you who said that you would become our master." We naturally agreed with joy and elation in our minds. And Lin sucked in a deep breath. Su Xiaolan's beautiful eyes also widened in astonishment. There were people who were so willing to bow down to others in this world. His explanation had sounded absurd, yet upon closer analysis, it appeared to be very logical. In the mind of the Dark Wing tribe, only the heavens were worthy of becoming their master. They were a tribe that was above all else but the heavens. Thus, they naturally had to seek out the heavens to become their master. Everything became clear. At this moment, all of the mysteries were finally unraveled. Why the evil-slaying sword was so freakishly powerful. Why the Dark Wing tribe had referred to him as master. Why the White Spirit Snake had such special feelings toward him. Why Bai Ling didn't have any memories. All of these questions were finally answered. For some reason, after learning of these, and Lin's state of mind started to become especially clear. He felt a little happy. He wasn't happy because he had confirmed his identity, but he was happy because the people beside him hadn't betrayed him. Instead, they still treated him with honesty and sincerity. This was already enough. And Lin couldn't help but hold on to little Xia's small and soft hand. He smiled and said, "Who would have thought that our karma had intertwined 10,000 years ago?" There was guilt and remorse on little Xia's face as she looked up at Enlin. You don't hate me? It was me who pierced a hole into the heavens. And it was me who wounded you." And Lin squeezed little Xia's round and soft cheeks and said, "This isn't your fault. When a butcher uses his knife to kill a pig, will the pig blame the knife for its death?" Su Xiaolin interrupted him, saying, "And Lin, don't refer to yourself as a pig. And Lin?" Effed. Little Xia couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. She gazed at Enlin, and in a rare turn of events, she didn't swat Enlin's hands away. The darkness that shielded them from the outside world vanished. What appeared before Enlin was the several million members of the Dark Wing tribe who were still half-kneeling on the ground. Enlin cleared his throat before saying, "I agree to officially become your heavenly master." The members of the Dark Wing tribe all shuddered upon hearing this. They were shaking in excitement, and they shouted in unison, "Welcome back, Heavenly Master. We swear allegiance to Heavenly Master until death. Heavenly Master is undying, invincible, and eternal. From today onward, you're all members of the 4-9 Immortal Sect's Dark Wing Pavilion." And Lin said calmly, "Understood." The several million powerful beings of the Dark Wing tribe shouted in unison. There wasn't a shred of hesitation in their voices. There was deep astonishment in everyone's mind as they gazed at the kneeling members of the Dark Wing tribe. Sun Wukong scratched his head while saying, "How many first-rate forces have pledged themselves to Brother and Lin now?" Yun Menjing extended her dark and slender fingers, counting as she said, "The Blood Tribe, the Snow Maidens, the Vermilion Bird Tribe, the powerful beings of the Divine Source Continent, and now the Dark Wing Tribe. The rise of the 4-9 Immortal Sect's combat capability is truly hard to fathom. It's only been a few years, yet it's already risen explosively to such a state," Michael said in emotion. "The most intriguing thing is that the 4-9 Immortal Sect didn't actively recruit these forces. Instead, it was these forces that had actively pledged themselves to the 4-9 Immortal Sect," Holy Angel Gabriel said with an emotional sigh. The force that she had spent so much effort raising for the past tens of thousands of years was still weaker than the force that was actively pledging itself to Enlin now. This was their difference in power. "Rise, everyone. We're all family in the future, so there's no need for such gestures," Enlin said with a beaming smile. The members of the Dark Wing tribe become even more touched upon hearing Enlin refer to them as family. In fact, they were so touched that they were almost about to shed tears of joy. Did everyone hear? The heavenly darkness god had acknowledged them. Not only that, but he was even going to treat them like family. Who would still dare to belittle them in the future? Just like that, the Dark Wing tribe joined the forces of Yutong City. The strength of the central front of the heaven-crushing United Army rose explosively once more. Everyone was grinding their weapons as they awaited the next earth-shattering battle. Inside a tranquil and elegant manner, Enlin held the black orb in one hand and the evil-slaying sword in the other as he carefully examined their hidden secrets. The heavenly darkness god had started to plan for the future from the moment that the Purple Star civilization was destroyed. Now it was finally time for him to reveal his trump cards. His reincarnation. Enlin had inherited the evil-slaying sword and black orb that he had passed down, and this was proof of his plan being born into fruition. Moreover, it was no wonder that the Dark Wing tribe had placed so much importance in the evil-slaying sword, even fighting with their lives in an attempt to obtain it. As it turned out, they had wanted to help the heavenly darkness god look after this sword. He had already obtained the evil-slaying sword due to the strings of karma, yet the Dark Wing tribe had still wanted to snatch it back from him and help him look after it. Many secrets had already been revealed, yet Enlin was still unsure of what he should do next. He had initiated this plan, yet he was unsure of how to follow through with it. Was this not strange? In any case, the biggest mystery was still yet to be unraveled. This was the secret of his system. What on earth is the system? What relationship does it have with my heavenly god power? Does Tao Lord Luya have any relationship with the heavenly darkness god? After learning of those secrets, even more questions formed in Enlin's mind. He had no choice but to spend his time pondering over them. Little Xie sat quietly beside Enlin. She was holding her head with a single hand, and there was a dazed look in her dead fish eyes as she appeared to be lost in thought. However, After a long while, little Xia suddenly said, "And Lin, my tummy suddenly feels a little uncomfortable." Within the cabin of life. In Qianxi City, the white spirit snake who had been unconscious just then slowly regained her consciousness. What appeared in her vision was Nuwa's concerned and caring face. "Little Bai, you suddenly passed out just then. What on earth happened? Also, why have you suddenly advanced to the Tao integration pinnacle stage? In fact, you're even nearing the barrier to the God of Creation stage." Nuwa's voice was especially gentle and pleasant. It was like a gentle breeze that was flowing across limpid springs and mountain streams. Tears involuntarily formed in the white spirit snake's eyes as she clasped her painfully aching head. "I remember now. I remember everything now," she said in a soft voice. "So that's how it is. No wonder I like Senior and Lin so much. No wonder I rely on Senior and Lin so much. In fact, I would even do whatever he requests of me." Nuwa couldn't help but feel anxious upon hearing that the pure and innocent little Bai had unraveled her greatest mystery. "Why? What did Lin do to you?" she asked nervously. At the 4-9 Immortal sect, Bai Ling, who was sprawled on a table full of drawings and blueprints, opened her blurry and misty eyes. "Ow, ow, ow!" She rubbed her aching head, and her eyes instantly regained clarity. Countless images surged into her mind, stimulating her brain. I remember now." Bai Ling recalled her time in the ruins of the Purple Star civilization. During that endless and boring time, an extremely handsome man who had profound black eyes and jet black hair had suddenly appeared before her. Without speaking a word, he had suddenly run a pitch-black sword through her heart. She had initially thought that she would die just like that. However, the man's hands had suddenly started to tremble. There was a conflict in the man's mind, and his expression had become twisted and pained. In the end, the man turned around and left. Bai Ling managed to survive, yet she lost a portion of her memories as a result. Was that the past in Lin? What kind of expression was that? No wonder I chose to leave the ruins with Lin. So it was actually him? Bai Ling sighed softly before saying, "In order to protect us, the heavenly Tao erected a barrier around our memories. Is the barrier finally lifting now? What's going to happen next? Time is far too important to me. I'm truly afraid of what might happen if there's not enough time." Yutong City. Lin wore an anxious expression as he gazed at little Xia, who was wearing a black dress. "Little Xia, where is your tummy feeling uncomfortable? Hurry up and tell me. Don't scare me like this. How would I know where my tummy is uncomfortable? Anyhow, it's just feeling uncomfortable." Little Xia pursed her lips, and her face was bright red. As if understanding something, Lin immediately shot a burst of divine weapon origin energy into little Xia's body. Little Xia's face was bright red as she softly humphed in satisfaction. Only then did she settle down. "Is it better now?" Lin asked. Little Xia squirmed but didn't answer his question. By the looks of it, she was probably feeling very comfortable now. "Lin, there's something that I still need to report to you," little Xia suddenly said. "What?" Lin asked. "I've become stronger," little Xia said quietly. "When you advanced to the Tao integration stage, I also advanced to become a weapon at the pinnacle of the divine rank." Lin nodded and said, "I know, you're incredibly powerful now. In order to help me escape at that time, you even unleashed all of your power at once. You used your own power to wound Xianyu." That's not what I actually wanted to tell you." Little Xia pursed her lips and said, "Then what did you want to tell me?" "What I wanted to tell you was that my advance this time is related to your divine Tao of darkness. When you successfully reached the Tao integration stage, a current of heavenly darkness power flowed into my body. It was this that allowed me to grow stronger. I feel like there's a deep and close relationship between us." Lin found her wordings to be quite strange. However, he still replied, "You're a divine weapon of the darkness element, and this is extremely well matched with my power. Thus, it's natural that there's a relationship between us." Little Xia shook her head before saying, "This isn't a relationship between elements. Rather, it's a relationship between Tao. I can't explain this clearly right now, but I still want you to know. Right now, I've already reached a state equivalent to my peak state back during the times of the Purple Star Civilization. In fact, I might have even surpassed that state. After all, I've developed a spirit, and I also have your power as support. In other words, as long as you provide me with enough power, perhaps I'll genuinely be able to crush the heavens. And Lin was stunned upon hearing this. The evil-slaying sword was indeed a heaven-crushing divine weapon, but it couldn't crush the heavens just because it said it could, right? One had to realize that the Purple Star Civilization had gathered the full power of their civilization and even harnessed the power of the entire universe. However, it had still been a struggle for them to push forward with their heaven-crushing aspirations. Yet, right now, the evil-slaying sword wanted to crush the heavens with just her and her master. Little Xie, you're not joking, are you? And Lin asked in astonishment. I never joke, Little Xie replied. She gazed at Lin solemnly and said, Master, I know what I've been fighting alongside you this entire time, so I know what you're afraid of. I also want to save you. My thoughts are the same as yours. We can only save you if we crush the heavens. After destroying the current heavenly Tao, you can transform from a component into the entirety. In other words, you can become the complete heavenly Tao while also maintaining the uniqueness of your existence. There was a serious expression on Little Xie's face as she said this. She also possessed the ability to mend the heavens, though using this ability would require her to sacrifice Lin. The price of mending the heavens was that Lin would have to return to the heavenly Tao as a being with no awareness. Thus, she hadn't considered this choice at all. Little Xie hadn't referred to Lin as master many times, but in her mind, Lin had already become the most important person to her. Thus, when she considered problems, Lin was always at the forefront of her mind. Sacrifice Lin to save the world? Sorry, but she couldn't do this. In any case, the other supreme heavenly gods were all hell-bent on exterminating the human tribe as well as the other intelligent beings of the Taichu continent. There was a huge question mark over whether sacrificing Lin to mend the heavens could soothe the rage of the heavenly Tao and prevent any further attacks from the supreme heavenly gods. Thus, the safest approach was to crush the heavens. This idea evidently appealed to Lin. I can crush the heavens by wielding you? What should I do? Firstly, it's definitely not enough with your power and my power alone. At that time, the Purple Star Civilization had harnessed the power of the entire Taichu continent as well as the entire universe. Even so, they were only just able to destroy the heavenly Tao of darkness. Right now, you definitely don't have the capability to harness so much power. Thus, we have to take an alternative path. Lin was intrigued by this, and he asked, What alternative path? Little Xie blinked her dead fish eyes, which had a glimmer of excitement in them, and said with a smile, We'll use the heavenly Tao to destroy the heavenly Tao. And Lin sucked in a deep breath. He suddenly thought of something, and he asked in astonishment, Could it be that you want me to emulate the actions of the Purple Star Civilization? Correct. Little Xie smiled and continued, Through analysis, the heaven-crushing method of the Purple Star Civilization actually had a very high chance of success. It was just that they hadn't expected the heavenly Tao to develop awareness and intelligence. It was because of this that their heaven-crushing attempt eventually failed. All of this was because the heavenly Tao of darkness had developed self-awareness. Moreover, this awareness was targeted at the Purple Star Civilization. However, the situation now is different. Master is the heavenly darkness god, and you can choose to engulf the remaining heavenly Tao. Moreover, you can do this even more comprehensively than if you didn't possess self-awareness. Using heavenly Tao to destroy heavenly Tao, and using heavenly Tao to form the new heavenly Tao. This is definitely the safest and most effective way to crush the heavens. Little Xie was full of confidence as she said this. At this moment, Lin finally understood why Cyril and Chen Chun both viewed him as the most suitable candidate to become a heavenly disciple as well as the most suitable candidate to crush the heavens. This is true in theory, but what should I actually do? Lin asked. That's simple. Use your heavenly darkness power to engulf all of the remaining heavenly Tao. Little Xie said. Lin, I don't even know where the remaining heavenly Tao are, so how should I engulf them? And Lin paused for a long moment before saying slowly, "You want me to engulf them? So you should at least tell me how to engulf them, no? Truth be told, the heavenly gods are all a part of the heavenly Tao. So you can start with engulfing them," little Xie said. And Lin opened his mouth and said, "I don't know how." There was a confident smile on little Xie's face, and she said, "No, you actually do know how. When a heavenly god dies, their Tao power should theoretically return to the heavenly Tao. However, do you still remember how you obtained the heavenly wind power, heavenly lightning power, and other heavenly powers? This?" And Lin faltered momentarily upon hearing this. "Didn't the system help me absorb those?" he asked in his mind. However, little Xie gave him an answer that was far beyond his expectations. "That was thanks to the engulfing ability of your heavenly darkness power. The heavenly darkness power can engulf and use all power of the heavenly Tao." And Lin was stunned. However, he maintained his composure and said in retort, "It can't be, right? If that's true, then why haven't I received the power of the heavenly Yin-Yang god, the heavenly earth god, and the other heavenly gods that I've killed? That's because there's another power in your body. This power is filtering out all of the heavenly god powers that it deems as useless. It only absorbs and keeps those that it needs," little Xie answered. And Lin's eyes widened in surprise. At the same time, there were tumultuous waves churning in his mind. "What do you mean useless? How are they useless? I super-duper want them. Okay?" When it came to heavenly god powers like the heavenly time power and heavenly earth power, it was naturally the more he obtained the better. Was there a fucking problem with the system? He initially thought that the system had been helping him absorb the heavenly god powers. Thus, he had been incredibly grateful toward the system. In reality, the system had actually been obstructing him and causing him to lose the other heavenly god powers. And Lin felt like vomiting blood upon learning of this. However, the actions of that power were actually correct. Little Xie's tone suddenly changed, and she said, "The heavenly darkness power can indeed absorb the remaining heavenly god powers. However, when you're using your heavenly god power, the remaining heavenly god powers will also be resisting you. In fact, they can even band together to target you. At best, your mental state will become confused. At worst, it's even possible that you might die." And Lin instantly felt much better. "The system still loves me. Then why are you telling me to engulf the other heavenly god powers now? Could it be that the situation you described won't occur anymore?" And Lin asked, "Of course it won't. You were far too weak before, and it was because of this that you were unable to possess too many heavenly god powers. However, the situation is different now. You're the complete heavenly darkness god now. So you possess the ability to absorb even supreme heavenly god powers," little Xie said with a smile. There were goosebumps on Lin's body, and he said, "Are you sure? Please have some confidence." Little Xie pursed her lips before saying, "From the many years of analysis using the data compiled by the heavenly Tao researchers of the Purple Star Civilization, the power that you can unleash is theoretically capable of engulfing all other heavenly Tao. Thus, why would it be impossible to engulf a supreme heavenly god power? Fine, let's assume that you're correct." And Lin massaged his brows before saying, "But we're back to the original problem again. I can't control the power inside my body. You also saw it. Even after killing the heavenly earth god, I was still unable to absorb the heavenly earth power." Little Xie puffed out her flat chest and said proudly, "I can help you." "How?" And Lin asked in curiosity. "Didn't I already say? I've grown stronger, so I've learned a new technique." Little Xie snatched the sword from Lin's hand and said, "In fact, I comprehended this technique from the Tao sword of your 6 strikes of the war god. The name of this technique is, Vanquish the Heavens and Slay All Evil, Ultimate Tao." And Lin was exhilarated upon hearing this. He clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Impressive! I can tell that this is a freakish technique from just its name alone. Be a little more serious." Little Xie glanced at Lin and continued, "This technique can unleash your heavenly darkness power to the greatest degree. It can also obstruct all external powers and seize for you the heavenly god powers of the other heavenly gods. Can it obstruct all external powers just because you say it can? The power inside my body isn't any ordinary power. And Lin said. Little Xia faltered for a moment before saying in retort, I said it can, so it can. What if it can't? And Lin asked. He still didn't dare to believe this. It wasn't because he didn't trust little Xia, but it was because the existence of the system was far too transcendent. Then why don't you kill a heavenly god to test it out? Fine, let's test it out. The two of them immediately reached an agreement, and they decided to test their newfound power on a heavenly god. Of course, this experiment would have to wait until later. Heavenly gods weren't cabbages, and they couldn't be harvested just because one wanted to do so. And Lin would only have the opportunity to test out little Xia's theory when the next battle erupted. In the meantime, he continued to discuss the theory of crushing the heavens with little Xia. According to what you've said, I can crush the heavens simply by engulfing all of the remaining heavenly gods? And Lin asked. No, doing so will only allow you to become stronger. Upon engulfing a portion of the heavenly Tao, the portion of heavenly Tao that you occupy will naturally grow larger. At that time, your heavenly darkness power will also become more powerful. In fact, you should also be aware of this. Although you've already become the complete heavenly darkness god, the heavenly darkness power that you can wield is on a completely different level compared to the power of the backlash of darkness during the destruction of the Purple Star civilization. And Lin nodded upon hearing this. At that time, the heavenly darkness god had destroyed an entire state with a single strike. With a single attack, he had also killed hundreds of billions of humans and obliterated countless small worlds. At the same time, he had also erased all traces of a top-notch civilization. And Lin didn't possess the power to unleash such a technique. This isn't because your heavenly darkness power isn't powerful enough. Rather, it's because the heavenly Tao is suppressing all of the self-aware beings who possess a heavenly god power. This suppression won't become weaker as long as you're still you. Of course, the destruction of the Purple Star civilization was a peculiar time. Even though the heavenly darkness god had possessed self-awareness at that time, the heavenly Tao still hadn't suppressed him. That was because his actions had been beneficial to the heavenly Tao. Right now, we're planning to crush the heavens. Thus, you need to become more powerful even under the suppression of the heavenly Tao. Moreover, you need to genuinely contend with the heavenly Tao. Only by doing so can you truly crush the heavens. And Lin grimaced slightly. Why does it seem even harder after listening to your explanation? Crushing the heavens was never meant to be easy, little Xia said as she rolled her eyes at Lin. To say nothing else, at least our method is safer than that of the heaven-crushing sect. Of course, this safety is built on the foundation of our incredible heaven-defying power. Incredible heaven-defying power? And Lin was feeling slightly uncomfortable. It seemed like little Xia had been complimenting him a lot recently. In fact, this kind of confidence seemed to give one an impression of cockiness. And Lin suddenly felt a little panicked. Little Xia, have you become cocky after learning that you're a weapon that can crush the heavens? And Lin hurriedly asked. Little Xia nodded very naturally, saying, If I'm not cocky, then how can I always be thinking of crushing the heavens? And Lin pondered over this for a second. It seemed to make a lot of sense. When you start to engulf more and more heavenly god powers and push your heavenly darkness power toward a new height, you'll then be able to genuinely challenge the heavenly Tao. I still remember where the fissure of the heavenly Tao is. At that time, I can lead you over to battle the heavenly Tao. Little Xia wore a serious expression as she said this, and Lin was moved by little Xia's commitment to crushing the heavens. He reached over to pinch her chubby cheeks again, saying, Little Xia, you're so adorable when you're diligently coming up with a plan for me. Oh! And Lin couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment at this feeling. So soft, so smooth. He could rub this face for 10 years. Whoosh! Little Xia pierced the sword into Lin's waist. Ow! There was a howl of pain. Idiot and fix your attitude. Treat this with a little more seriousness. An aloof yet childish voice traveled into Lin's ears. Little Xia, lighter please. It hurts. I know. Anyhow, our task at hand is to find a few heavenly gods to challenge. Some restrictions of the heavenly Tao were unraveled. At the same time, some changes were silently taking place and affecting the world. Within the cabin of life, there was a look of shock on Nuwa's face as she gazed at the white spirit snake. A long time had already passed, yet she had yet to come to her senses. I know that Enlin possesses the heavenly darkness power. However, you said that Enlin was the heavenly darkness god who destroyed the Purple Star civilization? Is this true? You can't make such claims lightly. The white spirit snake shook her head. There was a bitter expression on her face, and she said, I'm certain. Their appearances are incredibly similar, and the aura that they exude is also extremely unique. Your Majesty, you should be very clear about my immense sensory abilities. Enlin is the heavenly darkness god who destroyed the Purple Star civilization. To be more precise, he's a reincarnation of the heavenly darkness god. Nuwa looked up at the azure blue sky, not speaking for a long time. After a long while, she sighed softly and said, even after learning that Enlin was the heavenly darkness god, I still held onto a shred of hope. I convinced myself that he had obtained this heavenly god power through some special means. Sigh. After hearing your explanation, I have no option but to admit his identity. No wonder I felt like he was the best candidate to mend the heavens. So it turns out that it was him that we wanted to mend. Her Majesty, what will happen to Senior Enlin if we successfully mend the heavens? The white spirit snake asked anxiously. If Enlin is genuinely a part of the heavenly Tao, then he'll naturally return to the heavenly Tao. He'll be assimilated by the remaining heavenly Tao and return to a state of no awareness. In other words, his self-awareness and existence will be reduced to void. He'll suffer the same fate as the other heavenly gods, Nuwa said softly. The white spirit snake tugged at Nuwa's sleeve and said, No, we can't do this. There must be some way to save Senior Enlin. Am I right? I don't want Senior Enlin to die. Upon hearing Nuwa's answer, the rims of the white spirit snake's eyes instantly became red. She hoped to hear a different answer. However, all she heard was Nuwa's helpless sigh. Little Bai, this is not the time for your emotions to dictate your actions. Enlin is indeed a good person. However, we can't plunge the hundreds of billions of beings of the Taichu continent into perilous danger just for the sake of a single good person. Perhaps he can still be saved if the heavens are destroyed. However, both you and I are aware of the immense risks that are involved with crushing the heavens. By supporting Enlin in crushing the heavens, we'll essentially be pushing hundreds of billions of beings toward perilous danger. Nuwa explained this calmly. Yet the white spirit snake's lips were tightly pursed together. Her hands were clenched into fists, and there was a boundless conflict in her mind. That man's figure, his warm gaze, these had already been deeply imprinted in her mind and being. Nuwa's words continued to echo in her mind. The beings of the world were the most important. For their safety, some people could be sacrificed. However, were the people being sacrificed not important beings? The black spirit snake remained silent as she stood beside them and listened. However, her aloof expression was slightly adrift. She recalled many past events. Although Enlin had been very detestable and very infuriating in the past, he couldn't be regarded as a bad person. On the contrary, he was a very reasonable person. Moreover, Enlin had genuinely done a lot for the Taichu continent. He had risked his life several times for the sake of the human tribe, and when it came to the war of resistance against the heavenly human tribe, it wouldn't be a stretch to call him the supreme hero of the human tribe and even Taichu continent. However, in order to save the beings of the entire Taichu continent, were they going to push such a selfless hero toward death? The cabin of life descended into silence. The atmosphere was extremely heavy and grave. After a long while, Nuwa's voice finally shattered the silence. Let's go, we need to make some preparations. What preparations? The white spirit snake asked in a daze. Preparations on how to target Enlin, Nuwa replied. Embrace the sun. Shenyuanchang stood atop the full moon mountain and spread his arms toward the rising sun in the distance. His handsome face was illuminated by the warm sunlight, making him appear especially lively and vigorous. Big Brother Chang, you don't need to continue embracing the sun. I've already healed your wounds, Xiao Hong said in a sweet voice as she wobbled her cute red head from side to side. Elder Xiao Hong, it was you who inspired me, Shenyuan Chang said as he gazed at the rising sun with squinted eyes. I inspired you? Xiao Hong asked with a confused expression. That's right. You allowed me to feel light. By embracing the sun every day, I can feel the true meaning of light and heat, Shenyuan Chang said with a smile. This is extremely helpful to my 10,000 spirits explosion Dao. I can already feel a loosening of my cultivation base. I need to continue with this advance. Xiao Hong was stunned. You've found fortune out of misfortune. This is all thanks to Elder Xiao Hong, Shenyuan Chang said with an expression of gratitude. Haha, there's no need to thank me. Since you can understand the beauty of the sun and embrace the sun, you're my brother from now on, Xiao Hong said with a sweet smile. Shenyuan Chang and Xiao Hong happily conversed about the sun. Oh, that's right. Do you feel that the sun today is brighter than yesterday? Shenyuan Chang asked. Yes, that's the power of light. The heavenly light goddess is undergoing a qualitative transformation. Xiao Hong was extremely calm as she uttered these words that would shock countless beings. Shenyuan Chang was instantly stunned. Only after a short while did he retrieve his voice transmission talisman and make a call to Bai Ling, informing her of the transformation of the heavenly light goddess. At this moment within Yutong City, and Lin was currently investigating the black orb. Little Xie, do you really not know the use of this black orb? I don't have any memory of this black orb. And Lin sighed upon hearing this. He knew that there was definitely a reason behind the heavenly darkness god leaving the evil-slaying sword and black orb for him. Right now, he already understood the use of the evil-slaying sword. This was a freakish sword that could either crush the heavens or mend the heavens. Meanwhile, as an equally important item, it made no sense that there was only a small clip contained inside the black orb. However, regardless of what Lin did to the black orb, he was unable to determine what on earth it was. In fact, he had even used his heavenly darkness power on it. A white glow flashed across his eyes as he tightly held onto the black orb. Divine inspection technique. Information. This is a round and smooth black orb. Lin, do I need you to tell me this? I can see this with my own fucking eyes. However, there was nothing he could do about this, so he could only continue with his own investigation. Ever since his system had gone on strike, there was nothing he could do about his cultivation. Thus, he could only sit in the corner and play around with this black orb. He hoped that he could discover something important from this black orb. This was his only aspiration. Meanwhile, Su Xiaolan was very understanding as she helped him with the other matters. For example, if she had free time, she would cook him some meals and also feed him some spirit fruits and immortal fruits. If she felt like it, she would even give him a massage. And Lin couldn't have asked for a better wife. In any case, his days were carefree and fulfilling. This was until Bai Ling called him through his voice transmission talisman. And Lin, there's something that you need to inform the higher-ups of the army about. The heavenly light goddess is becoming more and more powerful. Bai Ling cut straight to the point, and Lin's heart shuddered, and he asked, Are you certain? Xiao Hong's sense of light and the purple star's sense of Dao have already confirmed this. The heavenly light goddess is most likely preparing some huge move. Bai Ling said with a serious expression. Women who have been pushed onto their back foot are truly terrifying. And Lin said with emotion. Right now, it could be said that the heavenly light goddess didn't even have a single supreme heavenly god as an ally. However, she was still going to face the powerful beings of the Taichu continent as well as the remaining 4 supreme heavenly gods. Thus, it was hard to predict what kind of crazy thing she might do. All right, I understand. I'll inform all of the higher-ups, and Lin said. By higher-ups, and Lin was referring to the supermighty beings at the Dao integration stage. After all, if one were too weak, it would be useless even if they knew about this matter. Moreover, it might even trigger unnecessary panic. Oh, that's right. Cyril and Chun Chun are both in the heaven-crushing glazed palace. What did they say about this? And Lin asked. They said that they can't deal with this, and that they're only responsible for guarding the heaven-crushing glazed palace, Bai Ling replied. And Lin blinked and said, TSK, the enemies are frenziedly growing in power, yet the members of the heaven-crushing sect have become cowards who only care about guarding their home. A new challenge was arising. Although he didn't know what the heavenly light goddess was preparing, it was abundantly clear that her actions would pose a tremendously great threat to them. That's not entirely the case, Bai Ling said. Cyril and Chunqin genuinely can't leave the heaven-crushing glazed palace. After all, there must be two God of Creation stage divine beings guarding the heaven-crushing glazed palace to ensure that the heaven-crushing plan isn't disturbed. In terms of strategy, their decision is correct. However, that means more pressure for those of us battling against the heavenly gods, Lin said with emotion. News of the heavenly light goddess becoming more powerful started to spread throughout the higher-ups of the heaven-crushing united army. In fact, some supermighty beings even deployed return to void stage suicide squads to scout the situation of the Eastern Heavenly Gate. However, without exception, all of these squads were exterminated by the heavenly gods that guarded the areas surrounding the Eastern Heavenly Gate. Everything happening inside the Eastern Heavenly Gate was shrouded in a sea of light. It was as mysterious as could be. The higher-ups of the 9 States United Army also came to a realization. Unless a large-scale battle broke out again, there was simply no way that they could find out what the heavenly light goddess was planning. However, this was an extremely awkward situation. If they wanted to obstruct the heavenly light goddess actions, they would have to attack the Eastern Heavenly Gate. However, was the 9 States United Army powerful enough to breach the defenses of the Eastern Heavenly Gate? Clearly not. During the previous battle, they had only been able to defeat the Heavenly Human Tribe United Army because the heaven-crushing glazed palace had kept the attention of a supreme heavenly god, as well as 4 other heavenly gods. Now that these heavenly gods were all at the Eastern Heavenly Gate, how could the 9 States United Army breach its defenses? Moreover, they no longer had the help of Cyril and Chunqin. As such, it would be useless even if they fought to the death. Thus, an awkward situation ensued. They were clearly aware that the heavenly light goddess was becoming more and more powerful, yet all they could do was sit by idly and watch. They didn't dare to charge over and interrupt her transformation. Inside the heaven-crushing glazed palace, a powerful column of energy soared into the clouds. Within a pristine hall, Chun was currently sitting cross-legged in the center of a vortex. He wore an anxious expression as he gazed through the transparent roof at the sky. "What are you worried about?" A soft and ethereal voice traveled into his ears. At the same time, Shuiyan, who was dressed in a stunning white and blue dress, slowly walked toward the lonely-looking youth. Her expression was gentle, and her voice was warm. "I'm worried about Lin." Chunqin never hid anything from Shuiyan. Shuiyan faltered for a moment before pouting and saying, "He's already become the heavenly darkness god, and his power is already far greater than before. What are you still worried about?" Chunqin shook his head and replied, "The more powerful one is, the more hostility they attract. In fact, I can't say for sure whether the supreme heavenly gods will use the trump cards they reserved for us on Lin instead." Shuiyan's expression changed slightly, and she said, "Lin's threat to the heavens is already this great. It's even greater than you think," Chunqin replied. Shuiyan pondered for a moment before saying, "But this should be good news for the heaven-crushing sect. If the enemies are focused on Lin, then won't it be easier for us to crush the heavens? What was our original intention when founding the heaven-crushing sect?" Chunqin asked. "So we're not oppressed by the heavenly Tao," Shuiyan replied without even thinking. "Exactly. Our intention is to destroy the heavenly Tao. Regarding which heavenly disciple achieves this isn't important. Thus, if our enemies are targeting the heavenly disciple with the highest chance of crushing the heavens, what have we, the heavenly disciples with a low chance of crushing the heavens, got to be happy about?" Chunqin asked. Shuiyan was stumped upon hearing this. Let's seize this opportunity to deal with the heavenly light goddess. This is a rare chance." The heavenly sea god exclaimed in excitement to the heavenly life goddess and heavenly heaven god. He was speaking to them through the heavenly sea mirror. Heavenly Sea God, don't forget that our primary target is Enlin. The heavenly heaven god said calmly. But the heavenly light goddess is at her weakest state right now. This is the best opportunity for us to defeat her. If we allow her to grow stronger, perhaps she might even become more powerful than us. The heavenly sea god said earnestly. Regardless of how powerful she becomes, can she become more powerful than our three forms reincarnation true heaven formation? The heavenly heaven god asked. He was unconvinced by the heavenly sea god's proposal. In any case, even though there's a conflict between the heavenly light goddess and us, the targets that she wants to destroy the most are the heaven-crushing sect and Enlin. This is a chance to kill two birds with one stone. So how can we pass it up? The heavenly life goddess smiled and continued. Once she draws the attention of the remaining forces, she'll create the best opportunity for us to deal with Enlin. There was an exasperated expression on the heavenly sea god's face, and he exclaimed, "Foolish! You two don't understand just how powerful the heavenly light goddess will become after her transformation. Moreover, she'll definitely find an opportunity to target us. Trust me, we need to kill the heavenly light goddess first. Otherwise, our situation will become extremely precarious." The heavenly sea god was doing his best to convince them. Yet the heavenly life goddess and the heavenly heaven god were completely unfazed by his words. The days slowly passed by. The sun in the sky became brighter and brighter. Meanwhile, Enlin's investigation of the black orb was still ongoing and fruitless. In the meantime, Xianxia had given him a call through his voice transmission talisman, telling him that the Heavenly Human Tribe United Army in the West Sea appeared to have secretly moved their camp. After taking a lengthy detour, they had headed toward the direction of the White Nectar Sea. She had initially wanted to lead an army to attack them, but she had suppressed this urge upon detecting a supreme and paramount aura. There had been a supreme heavenly god in the enemy army, and thus she hadn't dared to act rashly and attack them. Upon hearing this, Enlin knew that the heavenly sea god had definitely run away to join forces with the heavenly life goddess and the heavenly heaven god. The heavenly sea god had already turned on the heavenly light goddess anyway, so unless he didn't respect her IQ, there was no way he would actively visit her to resolve their conflict. After all, they were already mortal enemies. Enlin felt like the question that he needed to ponder over the most was his relationship with the heavenly sea god. Were they still brothers? After all, they hadn't betrayed each other yet. However, Enlin knew that the heavenly sea god hadn't been genuinely helping him during the previous battle. Instead, the heavenly sea god had wanted to screw him over and force him to unleash all of his trump cards at the same time that he was screwing the heavenly earth god over. It was evident that he had succeeded. Enlin was forced to sacrifice 1/5 of his life force. However, the heavenly sea god was also frightened upon seeing Enlin's trump card. After the battle, he immediately left to join forces with the heavenly life goddess and the heavenly heaven god. There hadn't been a shred of hesitation in his actions. Since the heavenly sea god had stabbed him in the back, Enlin naturally had to reciprocate as well. He had immediately called upon Xianxia to exact revenge. However, he hadn't imagined that she would be so powerful and impressive. Without saying a word, she had immediately gone over and obliterated the heavenly sea god's home. Enlin was stunned, yet he was also incredibly satisfied. They had both screwed each other over, and looking at it now, their match had been a draw. However, whether or not they would continue to cooperate as brothers was a pressing question. Should I contact the heavenly sea god? Enlin silently picked up the clone heart of the ocean that the heavenly sea god had given him. Originally, this item would only allow the heavenly sea god to contact him. The heavenly sea god could contact him, but he couldn't contact the heavenly sea god. However, he had already grasped the complete heavenly darkness power, so he could naturally understand the theory behind this item. Thus, he could naturally contact the heavenly sea god as well. The only problem was, if he contacted the heavenly sea god now, what if the heavenly life goddess and the heavenly heaven god were beside him? How would the heavenly sea god explain himself? Hang on. Why am I feeling so excited? Enlin suddenly felt a strong urge to contact the heavenly sea god. However, Just as he was about to give his brother a surprise call, the system suddenly lit up. Holy fuck! And Lin instantly became excited. What heavenly sea god! What surprise! He instantly pushed these to the back of his mind. He only needed the system. My dear system, you're finally giving me a response. Have you decided to teach me how to advance to the DAO integration intermediate stage? And Lin excitedly murmured to himself as he opened up the system interface. However, he was dumbfounded by what he saw. Detected that host is too popular. Now assigning the following special mission to decrease host's popularity. Special mission. Cause 1 million beings who like you to hate you within 3 days. Mission success. 1 raffle ticket for the God of War Dreamy prize wheel. Mission failure. Allow host to experience the pain of pregnancy and dystocia 666 times. Note: this mission cannot be rejected. And Lin froze upon reading the contents of the mission. The smile on his face vanished, and it was as if he had been struck by lightning. What kind of fucking mission is this? Is this a suicide mission? Either cause 1 million beings to hate me, or experience the pain of pregnancy and dystocia 666 times. Is the system a demon? A string of curses raced through Lin's mind. The happiness that had come from the system finally responding vanished into thin air. He had been all giddy and excited, yet the system had given him this inhumane mission? Am I, Lin, someone who will ruin my own image in order to accomplish a mission? However, that God of War Dreamy prize will sounds fairly attractive. Should I give it a go? And Lin had obtained raffle tickets before, but he had never obtained one for the God of War Dreamy prize wheel. What if there was an incredible item on this prize wheel? He definitely couldn't let this opportunity slip by. In any case, the pain of pregnancy and dystocia? Who the hell knew how painful that would be? It was probably more painful than normal pregnancy and normal childbirth. Right? If he failed this mission, he would have to suffer that pain 666 times. Even if he were an iron-willed person who wasn't afraid of pain, as a man, he still wouldn't want to experience the pain of pregnancy and dystocia so many hundreds of times. So be it. For the survival of the human race, and for the survival of the beings on the entire Taichu continent. So what if I ruin my own reputation once? And Lin straightened his back, and he had already come to a decision. He simply had to make 1 million of his fans hate him. Easy. Generally speaking, one action alone could turn one's fans against them. And Lin immediately issued a command and gathered the 6 million members of the Dark Wing tribe on a large arena. The Heavenly Master has issued a command. The Heavenly Master has issued a command. All members of the Dark Wing tribe immediately gather on the Divine Moon Dao Plaza. The Heavenly Knight Monarch excitedly announced this news. The members of the Dark Wing tribe all cheered in excitement upon hearing this. They didn't hesitate in the least as they spread their wings and flew toward the Divine Moon Dao Plaza. In fact, they all flew as quickly as they could, afraid that they would arrive even 1 second late. This was the first time that their Heavenly Master had gathered them, so they were naturally brimming with excitement. There were looks of joy and eager anticipation on their faces. And Lin was standing atop an elevated platform, and he couldn't help but smile upon seeing the expressions on the faces of the millions of beings before him. It was evident that the members of the Dark Wing tribe all revered him greatly. They were definitely fanatic fans of his. This was exactly what he wanted. All he needed to do was to cause 1/6 of them to hate him. This was going to be far too easy, and Lin felt that it was an easy task to get 1 million of his fans to hate him. Gazing at the fervent members of the Dark Wing tribe before him, he couldn't help but feel that they were slightly adorable. I'm sorry, brothers. For the sake of the Taichu continent, and for the sake of the human tribe, I've got to ruin my own reputation and also hurt you guys. And Lin took a deep breath. Do you know why I gathered all of you here? No. Regardless of what Heavenly Master wants us to do, we'll definitely wade through fire and water to complete it. We'll fight to the death for Heavenly Master. That's right. We'll wade through fire and water and fight to the death. The members of the Dark Wing tribe all started to loudly express their loyalty. As he gazed at these feverish fans, and Lin couldn't help but recall his past interaction with the Blood Tribe. At that time, they had also been this fervent and fanatic. In fact, the Dark Wing Tribe was fairly adorable when it was like it. And Lin was truly reluctant to hurt them like this. I gathered all of you here to make something clear. And Lin clasped his hands behind his back as an expression of disdain and scorn slowly emerged on his face. Gazing at their curious and anxious faces, and Lin continued, "To tell you the truth, I'm starting to regret that I accepted you people." The expressions of the members of the Dark Wing Tribe instantly changed. In fact, some of them had already become as white as a sheet. A smile tugged at the corners of Lin's lips. He peered down at the members of the Dark Wing Tribe before him and said slowly, "I'm not targeting anyone in particular, but I just want to say that you're all trash. None of you are worthy of standing here. You're all weak and cowardly. And you're all completely unfit to serve someone as powerful and perfect as me. That's right, I don't need any of you at all. Nor do I find any of you worthy." And Lin's arrogant and condescending words instantly sent waves of commotion through the Dao Plaza. Boom! The entire Dao Plaza erupted into chaos. Countless members of the Dark Wing Tribe were stunned by what they heard. Meanwhile, Lin was delighted as he gazed at the turmoil before him. This is the reaction that I want. What was the most taboo thing for an idol to do? It was naturally to insult their own fans. Fans also had their own dignity. Thus, when an idol disrespected their fans, would their fans not leave them? In fact, would these fans not turn against them? Just then, Lin had not only put on an air of haughtiness and arrogance, but he had even accused the Dark Wing Tribe of being completely useless and worthless. How could such utterances not trigger a negative backlash? Come on, all of you hate me. There are 6 million of you, so it should be extremely easy to get 1 million of you to hate me, right? And Lin was brimming with excitement as he looked toward the mission progress bar on the system interface. However, he was dumbfounded by what he saw. Mission progress. 0.1%. What? Only 0.1%? I've put so much effort into my performance, and I've tried my best to ruin my own reputation while offending my fans. Yet, almost none of them hate me. While Lin was lost in a daze, the members of the Dark Wing Tribe on the Dao Plaza had already started to wail in misery. Woo! I never realized that we are so worthless in the mind of the Heavenly Master. I don't want to live. Heavenly Master is taking things too far by speaking like that. I hate him. Stupid cunt. Everything that the Heavenly Master said is true. Are you not weak? Are you not cowardly? You're speechless now, aren't you? It's true that we're weak and cowardly, so the Heavenly Master wasn't wrong to say that at all. What reason do you have to hate him? Tell me, what reason? A member of the Dark Wing Tribe had still hated Lin just a moment ago. Yet after being rendered speechless by a fellow member of the Dark Wing Tribe beside him, he instantly lowered his head and shed tears of helplessness. Similar conversations occurred all over the large Dao Plaza. And Lin was stunned as he watched the mission progress bar fall from 0.1% to 0.09%, and then to 0.08%, 0.07%. His jaw dropped in shock. Woo! Being as weak as we are, we're indeed unworthy of serving the Heavenly Master. Perhaps we genuinely can't provide any help during battle? At this moment, a Dark Wing monarch suddenly said, "Have you guys noticed? Why didn't the Heavenly Master say these things on the day that we joined him? Why did he suddenly choose to say these things today?" Another Dark Wing monarch came to a sudden realization, saying, "Could it be? He thinks that the enemies are far too powerful and will suffer heavy casualties if we participate in the battles? As a result, he doesn't want us to face this danger." That's right. That's why he stressed that he doesn't need any of us just then. In reality, he's afraid that we'll die if we participate in the battle for him. Think about it. Although we're weak, any extra resistance against the Heavenly Human Tribe is welcomed. Thus, it wasn't necessary at all for him to say those things. However, he still chose to say them. Why? Because he's looking out for our safety and lives. Woo! Heavenly Master is far too kind. One dark-wing monarch was already crying tears of emotion. He'd rather ruin his own image than see us suffer casualties. I vow to follow such a master to death. He also said that we're weak and cowardly. However, aren't these the exact weaknesses of the Dark-Wing tribe? He's using a roundabout method to point out our weaknesses. He's truly put a lot of thought into this. There's no need to say anything else. From now on, the Heavenly Master is my only master, the Saber Knight monarch said. I'll definitely become stronger in the future. I'll also bravely charge forward without cowering. We swear allegiance to Heavenly Master until death. We swear allegiance to Heavenly Master until death. It wasn't long before the voices of the Dark-Wing tribe transformed into a wave that surged throughout the entire Dao Plaza. And Lin was baffled as he gazed at the fervent Dark-Wing tribe members before him. At the same time, he saw the mission progress bar directly drop to 0%. He couldn't help but clutch at his heart. Heavens! Have these Dark-Wing tribe members all gone crazy? I was clearly scolding you. Yet you're all somehow moved, and you've even become full of fighting spirit? What on earth? Of course, and Lin had naturally heard the conversations between the Dark-Wing tribe members. It could be said that they had completely overanalyzed the meanings of his words. Their understanding of his utterances was as far off as it could possibly be. As it turned out, if fans were fanatic enough, they could even twist words of abuse from their idol into words of encouragement. And Lin was unwilling to back down, and he said, "There's no need to overthink my words. It's true that I disdain you, and it's true that you're all trash. You're all weak and cowardly trash." To ordinary fans, such utterances would have definitely been a severe blow. Hurry up and hate me. I beg you. Hurry up and hate me. And Lin was practically begging to be hated as he uttered these words. However, the members of the Dark-Wing tribe weren't enraged at all. Instead, they became even more moved. They continued to nod in agreement. Some of them were even shouting in agreement as tears streaked down their faces. You're correct, Heavenly Master. We're nothing but trash. Your disdain will be my eternal motivation. Some beauties of the Dark-Wing tribe were blushing, and they clasped their cheeks as they said, I'm an adorable little trash that only the Heavenly Master can sort? And Lin? Crazy. These people have definitely gone crazy. They've definitely been struck by the IQ-lowering halo of the system. Definitely. And Lin almost blacked out upon seeing their response. Holy fuck. What can I do now? The gathering on the Dao Plaza ended just like that. Moreover, it seemed as if the Dark-Wing tribe's recognition and loyalty to Enlin had even risen to a new high. They were all extremely moved, and as if they were on drugs, they all started to cultivate earnestly. A sense of shame giving birth to courage was a good description of what was occurring with the Dark-Wing tribe right now. This was incredibly inspirational, and Lin was feeling dejected as he left. He couldn't pummel them, and scolding them was also useless. If he praised them, they might even soar into the sky in excitement and fervor. What could he do? He had severely underestimated his standing in the minds of others. His image was near indestructible. Upon realizing this, he finally felt the deep sense of malice oozing from the system. The system definitely wouldn't give him a freebie mission. This mission was tremendously difficult, and Lin felt extremely frustrated at this moment. As it turned out, he had such a great reputation in the minds of others. This should have been a good thing, yet he couldn't bring himself to feel happy at this moment. To experience the pain of pregnancy and dystocia 666 times, he couldn't help but feel panicked. I can't give up just like this. I have to pull myself together. And Lin took a deep breath before starting to mull over how he could ruin his own reputation. Generally speaking, there were several ways to ruin one's own reputation. The first method was to expose one's shortcomings. But I'm so perfect, so how can I have any shortcomings? The second method was to expose one's dirty history. For example, to expose some degenerate or sinister activities that one had been involved in before. Moreover, it would be best that these actions pertained to the abuse of morals. And Lin pondered over this second method. Although he had always been a little obnoxious, There was a bottom line in his mind that he had never crossed. He carefully scoured over his memories, yet he discovered that he had never done anything extremely degenerate or sinister on his journey from a weakling to a powerful being. Perhaps he had to defame himself? Did he need to fabricate some dirty history? However, he would definitely fail if he attempted this. The events on the Dao Plaza were proof of this. Thus, this method could also be disregarded. The third method was to offend his fans. However, this clearly wouldn't work, so it could also be disregarded. The fourth method was to make an incorrect decision or support the wrong people in regard to an extremely important matter. However, Enlin was already regarded as a hero of the Taichu continent, and he was also the leader in the resistance against the heavenly human tribe. Moreover, he possessed countless worshippers, and his will to oppose the heavenly human tribe was also unwavering. Thus, how could there exist any notion of supporting the wrong people? He couldn't announce that he was going to surrender to the heavenly human tribe now, could he? If he made such an announcement, the other powerful beings would most likely think that his mind had been controlled by some heavenly god. This would potentially lead to chaos and commotion. This is so challenging. And Lin sighed in his mind. And Lin, what are you thinking about? You're wearing such a deep frown. At this moment, a crisp and pleasant voice suddenly traveled into his ears. And Lin turned around, only to see that the gorgeous woman in jade was already standing beside him. There was a hint of concern in her voice. Xiaolan? And Lin gazed at Su Xiaolan, and he was just about to reveal the troubles that were weighing on his mind. However, his mind suddenly exploded in a flash of brilliance as an idea formed in his mind. Xiaolan, I need you to cooperate with me. And Lin said eagerly. High above you, Tong City, the deafening boom of thunder suddenly rolled across the sky. Arcs of blue lightning cut through the dark sky, astonishing the entire city. It was as if there were countless fearsome lightning dragons swimming through the sky. And Lin, you disloyal man, I'm going to kill you. The furious and aggrieved shout of a woman reverberated throughout the sky. Everyone walked out of their room and looked up at the sky. Huh? Isn't that the divine Phoenix Maiden? What's wrong? Why does she look so angry? Oh, haven't you heard? She said that Enlin is a disloyal man. Gasp! Don't tell me. The curiosity of the onlookers was instantly piqued at this moment. This was a significant matter that was capable of stunning the entire continent. They loved to gossip about these matters. The members of the Light Wing clan, True Demon Tribe, and even the Buddhist kingdom of the West all turned their gazes to the beautiful woman in the sky. Who was the courageous woman who had dared to steal the divine Phoenix Maiden's man? Huh? No, this wasn't the most important point. The most important point was that Enlin had cheated on her. The onlookers all came to a sudden realization. However, this realization only made the spectacle all the more exciting. At this moment, Enlin had already appeared from among the dark clouds. He wore a nervous and frightened expression as he gazed at Su Xiaolan, and he said in an aggrieved voice, Xiaolan, this is all a misunderstanding. I truly don't have any relationship with her. This is just a misunderstanding. You've got to let me explain. Tui, shameless cheater. Some female members of the Light Wing clan already couldn't help but spit in disdain. These words sound so familiar. Are they the catchphrases of cheating men? The number of people who hated Enlin started to rise explosively. In fact, the number exceeded 10,000 in just an instant. It's already at 1%. Enlin could barely contain his excited laughter as he glanced at the mission progress bar. Sure enough, someone as perfect as he could only ruin their reputation if they cheated on their partner. Indeed, regardless of how perfect one was, they would still suffer verbal and written condemnations if they were caught cheating. This was because cheating signified disloyalty and betrayal. It was only natural that countless beings would feel enraged at Xiaolan being cheated on. This emotion was especially evident among women, who all condemned Enlin as a shameless cheater before making heads or tails of the situation. Enlin was initially overjoyed, yet upon looking at the mission progress bar, he instantly became worried again. The progress had slowed to a crawl after exploding to 10%. Right now, The onlookers in Yutong City were already quietly discussing among themselves. And Lin cheated on Su Xiaolan? That's impossible. They loved each other so dearly before. In any case, what woman in the world can compare to the divine Phoenix Maiden? The beauty of the divine Phoenix Maiden is transcendent above even the barriers of different species. She's an otherworldly celestial maiden that most beings don't even dare to dream of. How can An Lin cheat on her with another woman? I agree. There's definitely some misunderstanding. Let's listen to An Lin's explanation before judging him. In the end, the number of rational onlookers in Yutong City still outnumbered those who were irrational. And Lin discovered that his mission progress bar was actually starting to drop. Holy fuck. No, I can't allow this to continue. I've got to drop a bombshell. Fine. I'll listen to your explanation, Su Xiaolan said as she pointed her dragon sparrow sword at An Lin's neck. Her voice was cold and aloof, and she continued, Tell me, what's your relationship with Her Majesty Nuwa? And Lin was stunned upon hearing this. You're actually dragging Nuwa into this. This is far too controversial, isn't it? He had initially wanted to drop a bombshell himself, yet Xiaolan had beat him to the punch. Moreover, her bombshell was an absolute nuke. This explosive claim instantly caused wild commotion to sweep throughout Yutong City. Good heavens! The other woman is actually Nuwa. That makes sense. If there's a woman in this world who can rival the divine Phoenix Maiden, then that would definitely be the paramount goddess, Nuwa. My god! Then doesn't that mean it's extremely likely that An Lin did indeed cheat on her? After all, the divine Phoenix Maiden mentioned Nuwa without any hesitation or fear. Tui! Shameless cheater! The male cultivators beat their chests and stomped their feet, while the female cultivators started to shout in furious condemnation. The number of people who hated An Lin instantly started to rise explosively. The number quickly soared past 30,000. It's at 30%. Keep going. Although the involvement of Nuwa caused An Lin to feel extremely nervous, he had no choice but to continue with this act now. He could already see some hope of completing this mission. My relationship with Nuwa is pure. I was only hugging her as a friend that day, and Lin explained. More commotion erupted as everyone heard this. They had actually hugged. The mission progress bar soared past 50%. Su Xiaolan's eyes were red, and she said in a tearful voice, Nonsense! I clearly saw you kissing her that day. Is that something that friends should do? And Lin was stunned upon hearing this. Was this story getting a little too dramatic? Xiaolan, don't let things get out of hand. Xiaolan, although I kissed her, the one that I truly love is still you. And Lin said with a look of grief. Boom! The entire Yutong City instantly burst into an uproar. At the same time, and Lin's mission progress bar instantly soared to 100%. And Lin almost wept in joy at this moment. I finally succeeded. Truly wasn't easy. Judging by the end result, all of his sacrifices had been worth it. However, just as he prepared to explain himself, he suddenly saw the dragon's sparrow sword flash before his eyes. The brilliant radiance of the sword almost blinded him. Shameless cheater! Eat my sword! The sword slash contained an overwhelming vermilion bird origin energy as it slashed down at An Lin. In fact, the might of this slash caused the onlookers within a radius of several thousand kilometers to feel an ice-cold and overwhelming killing intent. Before An Lin could even react, the dragon sparrow sword had already slashed into his chest. Rip! The blade left a massive gash in his chest. At the same time, the profound sword intent contained within the slash sent him flying high into the air. Oh! It hurts! And Lin yelled in pain. Xiaolan, stop! Our little act is already finished. Our little act is finished. This was a secret message that only An Lin and Su Xiaolan understood. This was a signal to stop their act. Afterward, they would be able to explain their actions to everyone and inform them that this had only been a little act. That way, An Lin could regain the reputation that he had lost. Could be said that they had already planned everything out. An Lin felt extremely aggrieved about suffering a wound because he had shouted the secret message a moment too late. Now that he had hurriedly called a stop to the act, however, he was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. However, what he saw was another slash whistling closer and closer to him. Shameless cheater! And Lin wore a stunned expression as the dragon sparrow sword slashed down again. The sword projection stretched for several thousand kilometers, so powerful that it even tore through the sky. A huge and bloody cross appeared across Lin's chest. At the same time, he howled in pain as he was sent flying countless kilometers into the distance. The onlookers couldn't help but shiver in apprehension upon seeing this. They've started to fight. Such terrifying domestic violence. Tui, this can't be considered domestic violence. This is the fate that all cheating men should suffer. These attacks are so powerful that they can most likely cause severe wounds to even heavenly gods. This is the first time that I've witnessed such fearsome domestic violence. The onlookers all exclaimed in astonishment. Compared to the astonishment of the others, and Lin was the most stunned of them all. Hadn't he signified for her to stop? Why wasn't Xiaolan stopping? Xiaolan, cut. The performance is over. And Lin thought that perhaps Xiaolan hadn't heard, so he immediately shouted for her to stop again. No, the performance isn't over. Su Xiaolan replied as she slashed at him again. And Lin? Just like that, countless bursts of formidable sword intent started to surge through the sky. What accompanied these attacks were the agonized wails of Lin, as well as the supportive cheers of the countless people in Yutong City. The next day, the fearsome domestic violence over Yutong City finally came to an end. Afterward, Su Xiaolan and the heavily bandaged Lin explained their actions to the heaven-crushing united army that was stationed in Yutong City. They explained that it had just been a small act. At the same time, it was also a warning to those disloyal partners that the fate of being disloyal was to be hacked to death and condemned by the masses. In the end, raucous applause rang out across Yutong City. The heaven-crushing united army indicated that this was an extremely riveting and realistic performance, and that they had all learned a lot from it. At the same time, they also expressed eager anticipation for Su Xiaolan and Lin's next performance. Inside a courtyard of chirping birds and fragrant flowers, a heavily bandaged man gazed at the sky with a melancholy expression. This man was none other than Lin. Why had Su Xiaolan chased after him with a sword? Why had she asked him such a question before attacking? He didn't dare to ask her. However, Su Xiaolan's explanation afterward was simply that she was too engrossed in the performance. Anyone with half a brain could tell that this was a lie. Su Xiaolan had definitely wanted to attack him. At this moment, he finally understood the reason behind this. Indeed, even though it had been for his mission, asking Su Xiaolan to publicly play the role of a woman who had been cheated on was taking things too far. No woman would be happy with such a role. However, this realization only caused Lin to feel more bitter and regretful. This realization had struck far too late. To think that he had been so overjoyed upon cooking up this plan before. In the end, he had only succeeded in digging himself another hole. This was the beginning of a new tragedy. It's all the system's fault. It's always assigning me these fucked up missions. And Lin clenched his jaws in anger upon thinking of the system. However, regardless of how angry he was, he still had to collect his prize. And Lin undid his bandages and cast his gaze toward the dazzling prize wheel in the system. This was none other than the God of War dreamy prize wheel. He had a single lottery ticket, and he was extremely excited to spin the wheel. This prize wheel was shrouded in a dreamy and mysterious glow, and it looked especially beautiful and profound. Just its appearance alone already made it seem several classes higher than the previous prize wheels that he had spun. No wonder it was called the God of War Dreamy Prize Wheel. Its name was impressive, and its appearance was even more impressive. Following this logic, the prizes that it contained should have also been incredibly impressive. If he could obtain a profound weapon, that would definitely be of immense help to him for his future battles. Thus, Lin had extremely high hopes for the prize wheel. With these enthusiastic thoughts in mind, Lin started to use his mind to spin the prize wheel. The prize wheel started to spin, and Lin's emotion also started to spin with it. Although he couldn't see the prizes listed on the prize wheel or where the pointer was pointing, he was still feeling incredibly nervous and excited. Finally, the prize will came to a gradual stop. A pleasant and heavenly voice sounded in his ears. "Congratulations, host! You've successfully obtained one dreamy present. The dreamy bubble wand." There was a flash of colors as an item suddenly appeared in Lin's hands. This was a large tube that glowed with a dim golden color. There was a rainbow-colored liquid inside, and the mouth of the tube was clogged with a guitar-shaped wand. There were two small ovals on the end of the wand. Dreamy bubble wand? And Lin's mind instantly went blank. He felt like he had misheard. Without any hesitation, and Lin used his divine sense to scan the item before him. However, he discovered that there genuinely wasn't any powerful aura contained within it. He was unwilling to give up, and he retrieved the bubble wand from the tube before taking a deep breath and blowing into the two transparent and shimmering ovals. Countless shimmering bubbles instantly started to rise from the two small ovals. These bubbles hovered in the air and shimmered with extremely gorgeous colors as they were hit by the rays of the sun. In fact, they even refracted rays of dreamlike light. This was an extremely beautiful and dreamy scene, and Lin was transfixed by this scene. In fact, there were even tears rolling down his cheeks. As it turns out, the items give out by the prize wheel are actually this dreamlike. But what do I need this for? And Lin's hand was trembling as he gripped the bubble wand. He raised his hand and jabbed at a bubble. The shimmering bubble instantly popped upon contact. Colorful lights exploded outward like a brilliant firework. This was an especially dreamy sight. These bubbles were extremely beautiful. Even though they were only temporary and fragile, he had ruined his own image and even been ferociously beaten by Xiaolan. Yet, this was all he received in exchange? Regardless of how beautiful the bubbles were ultimately nothing more than just bubbles. And Lin felt like his heart was also about to burst like the bubbles before him. "Trash system, you've destroyed my life." And Lin wore a dejected expression as he continued to blow bubbles. The bubbles were unable to alleviate his feelings of dejection and frustration, regardless of how dreamy and beautiful they were. After working hard for so long, this was all that he had received. Anyone would feel like shit. The only reason that he was still blowing bubbles was to determine whether or not they possessed any other special abilities. Perhaps there were some special hidden functions? However, his numerous experiments proved that this was nothing more than an ordinary bubble wand. It was a useless piece of junk. "So beautiful," a voice suddenly said. At some unknown time, Su Xiaolan had already appeared at the entrance of the courtyard. She was standing there silently with a transfixed expression on her face as she gazed at the bubbles floating around the courtyard. The bubbles seamlessly fused together with the surrounding environment as they freely floated around the air. The ever-changing glimmer that they exhibited made them appear especially beautiful and dreamy. And Lin could see a hint of fondness in Su Xiaolan's eyes. It was as if she were an innocent little girl who could barely contain her excitement and joy upon suddenly seeing something especially beautiful. Xiaolan is also incredibly adorable when she wears this expression. For the first time, and Lin felt like this dreamy bubble wand perhaps wasn't as worthless as he had initially imagined it to be. As he thought this, he silently made a decision in his mind. Perhaps he could use this bubble wand for that matter as well. "And Lin, did you make all this?" Su Xiaolan asked as she gazed at the bubbles. The colorful bubbles were reflected in her bright and charming eyes. This made them appear even more beautiful and dreamy. "That's right, this is my present to you. Do you like it?" And Lin replied with a smile. After saying this, he started to blow more bubbles at Su Xiaolan. A trail of small bubbles started to float toward Su Xiaolan. "Humph. Don't think that I'll forgive you just because of this," Su Xiaolan said as she slapped at the dreamy bubbles before her. However, the faint smile on her face had already betrayed her true emotions. No matter what, she was still a young woman in her prime. Thus, she naturally had a low resistance against beautiful things such as these. Why did some women like dazzling and shiny objects? It was because they were beautiful. In fact, there was absolutely no need for practical or expensive items. They would suffice as long as they were beautiful and romantic. The corners of Su Xiaolan's lips curled up into a smile, and she couldn't contain her delight as she started to twirl her sleeves and dance. She was like a blooming lotus as countless colorful bubbles started to dance beside her, their refraction colorful and dazzling. This scene was like a stunningly beautiful painting, and Lin was entranced by what he saw. This was the most beautiful and dreamy sight in the world. He hurriedly started to blow more bubbles, and Su Xiaolan also continued to cooperate with him by dancing. Her movements were elegant, and her stunningly slender figure was like a dancing butterfly as it gracefully moved between the bubbles. Meanwhile, the countless bubbles were like beautiful fairies as they harmoniously hovered around her. And Lin felt like this scene would be engraved in his mind forever. A thumbs up to the system. He had wrongfully blamed the system. This bubble wand was indeed a hidden divine tool. Indeed, the dreamy bubble wand was a divine flirting tool. An intoxicated smile spread across Lin's face as this thought flashed through his mind. Outside Yutong City, in the Purple River City. This was the transit hub for goods for the Central Front battlefield. Most of the resources for battle were transported from this city to Yutong City through a spatial door. Thus, the people in this city were all extremely busy. They were all diligent and hard-working laborers. At this moment, a woman in a black robe was silently standing in the center of this city. She had initially wanted to do something, yet she had suddenly received an astounding piece of news. Her entire body trembled as she stared at the newspaper in her hands. There was a large headline on the newspaper. Shocking news! Why did the Divine Phoenix Maiden bash Lin? Nuwa was actually the mistress? Read on for the astonishing plot twist. The woman could barely contain her urge to charge over and rip Lin to shreds upon reading this headline. After all, she was none other than Nuwa. Since when had she ever been intimate with Lin? The more she read on, the angrier she became. No one had ever dared to speak of her like this before. Hugging? Kissing? Did Lin and Su Xiaolan want to die? Even though they had eventually admitted that this was a performance and that everything mentioned was false, she still couldn't help but feel furious. From childhood until now, no one had ever dared to slander her like this before. Humph! Who would have thought? I didn't go to provoke you, yet you've managed to provoke me first. Nuwa gritted her teeth in anger as a cold glint flashed across her normally gentle and soft eyes. So be it. Your actions have allowed me to become more resolute in my decision. Nuwa looked up at the gigantic spatial door in the sky where countless resources were being endlessly transported. A cold smile spread across her face. The days slowly passed. After the intense battle, the two armies had both entered a phase of standing off. The migration of the western front of the heavenly human tribe was already no secret. Following the migration of their enemies, the powerful beings of the West Sea Alliance also migrated along with them, joining the ranks of the central front of the heaven-crushing United Army. They were now under the direct command of Lin. Lan Xiaoni was ecstatic upon finally seeing Big Boss Lin again, and she wore an expression of joy every single day. Moreover, she would occasionally bring Big Boss Lin some rare and delicious seafood. However, she was extremely nervous whenever she was around Su Xiaolan. Although she held a lofty rank as the leader of the West Sea Alliance, and although she was a powerful heavenly goddess, she was still inexplicably nervous and flustered whenever she came across Su Xiaolan. Underling Lan, it's extremely inconvenient for your West Sea Alliance to battle on dry land, Lin said. Here, I'll give you this sea-creating divine tool. It'll allow you to transform large swathes of dry land into the sea. This will make it much easier for your army to unleash their full combat capability. Big Boss Lin is the best, Lan Xiaoni said with a smile. In fact, she was already well prepared to battle on dry land. She also possessed the ability to transform large swathes of dry land into the sea. However, she didn't reveal this because she wanted to heap some praise on Big Boss Lin. Oh, that's right. Demon Lord Linggu has been babbling about following me this entire time. He also said that he already possesses the combat capability to rival heavenly gods. Is this true? Lin asked. Yes, it's true, Lan Xiaoni replied. She recalled the image of him pummeling the heavenly gods. Lin nodded upon hearing this. Then I'll allow him to join the god-slaying team. You don't have any objections, do you? Of course not. Lan Xiaoni naturally wouldn't refute Lin's requests. Oh, that's right. Big Boss Lin, why don't you recruit me into the god-slaying team as well? There was a pleading look in Lan Xiaoni's large blue eyes as she looked at Lin. No, the West Sea Alliance can't be without their alliance leader. Lin rejected her request without hesitation. The god-slaying team was the secret team that he had formed, and it was just about to carry out the most dangerous assassination mission. As the pillar of the West Sea Alliance, Lan Xiaoni definitely couldn't risk her life by joining such a team. Lan Xiaoni wasn't willing to give up, and she said, "But doesn't the Divine Phoenix Maiden also need to guard Yutong City? So why is she able to join the god-slaying team?" This? And Lin blinked upon hearing this question. Lan Xiaoni had a point. After a brief hesitation, Lin still couldn't find any reason to refuse her request. Thus, he had no option but to grudgingly give in, saying, "Fine. But even though you've joined the team, your current task is still to lead the West Sea Alliance to guard Yutong City." Haha. Rest assured, Big Boss Lin, leave it to me. Lan Xiaoni patted her voluptuous chest with a triumphant expression. Although she couldn't carry out the mission with them, joining the team still gave her a sense of belonging. Moreover, it also allowed her to feel closer to Big Boss Lin. This was the reason why she was so happy. Lin was the leader of the god-slaying team, while Su Xiaolan was the second in command. The remaining members included Yun Menjing, the Battling Buddha, Michael, Demon Emperor Siyu, Demon Lord Linggu, and Lan Xiaoni. The reason for forming this team was to launch a surprise attack and directly assassinate a supreme heavenly god. Right now, the two sides were locked in a standoff. Neither side was launching an assault. However, in terms of power alone, both sides were already essentially equal. After a string of crushing victories, the heaven-crushing United Army had already transformed their initially overwhelming disadvantage into a neutral situation. This was definitely something of a miracle. However, even though they had overcome such a disadvantage, and even though they possessed such incredible morale and soaring battle intent, the heaven-crushing United Army still didn't dare to act recklessly and rashly launch an attack. This was because, in such a high-level battle, a single mistake might cause the tables to turn again and perhaps even lead to a crushing defeat. The supreme heavenly gods also knew that the heaven-crushing United Army wouldn't dare to launch an attack. After all, they could only unleash their full power with the help of the heaven-vanquishing formation in Yutong City. However, it was under such conditions, where even the heavenly gods believed that they wouldn't attack, that they decided to carry out this assassination mission. Of course, there was an even more important reason. The heavenly sea god, who they hadn't contacted for a long time, had secretly called Lin and leaked some information to him. The heavenly light goddess would be at her weakest while undergoing her transformation. As such, this would be the best chance to attack her. Moreover, she wouldn't be able to activate her true form of Tao during her transformations, as doing so would lead to a backlash that would immediately kill her. In other words, attacking the heavenly light goddess now would come with the highest chance of success. Lin felt that this made sense, so he immediately formed the god-slaying team. He had decided to assassinate the heavenly life goddess. Yes, Lin had decided to kill the heavenly life goddess. This was the heavenly goddess who had forced him to sacrifice 1/5 of his life before. Of course, he hadn't decided to target her for the sake of revenge. Instead, there were other reasons behind his decision. Night fell. The sky was covered in dark clouds, and there was no moon or stars to be seen. The land was shrouded in darkness, and only Yutong City remained ablaze with lights, like a dazzling pearl on a dark land. This was a bustling and flourishing city. Several figures hid under the cover of darkness as they started to slowly creep toward the white nectar sea. Sect leader Lin, is it really okay for us to charge over just like this? Michael asked anxiously. The battling Buddha chuckled in a mocking tone and said, "Heh! As the most powerful being of the Light Wing clan, do you not feel ashamed of your cowardice? We'll definitely be safe if we follow Brother Lin's orders. In any case, do you think he'll screw us over?" Of the members of the team, Sun Wukong definitely held the most trust in Enlin. This was a trait of his personality. He would unconditionally trust those that he acknowledged. There are some things that I can't explain to everyone right now. I'm afraid that the heavenly Tao might detect something if I explain now. After all, the heavenly Tao is everywhere, and the more people that know, the more clearly it can detect something. Believe me, I can definitely lead everyone to glorious victory again. If it were someone else who had said this, the others would have definitely sniggered in disdain. However, these words had been spoken by Enlin, so they all chose to believe him unconditionally. Even though they were all the most powerful beings of their tribes or territories, they believed that Enlin could truly lead them to another miraculous victory. In fact, Demon Lord Lingu had already started to daydream about how many eggs he could eat after Enlin led them to victory. Enlin, Su Xiaolan, Yun Menjing, Michael, Demon Lord Lingu, Demon Emperor Siyu, the Battling Buddha, and Lan Xiaoni. These were the members of the God-slaying team. They were about to perform another miracle. An expanse of a pure white sea started to appear before them. Within this sea, there stood a colossal tree that towered into the sky. And Lin knew that this wasn't the world tree. Instead, it was merely a replacement that the heavenly life goddess had created for the world tree. It didn't possess the trait of eternity, nor did it possess the ability to nurture life or miracles. This was nothing more than a symbol of the heavenly human tribe's main encampment. Hundreds of millions of members of the heavenly human tribe united army resided on this divine tree. At this moment, there were hundreds of thousands of heavenly human tribe soldiers soaring through the sky as they patrolled the space within a radius of several thousand kilometers of the divine tree. Moreover, each patrol team was personally led by a Heaven Pioneer Stage Great General. However, none of them detected the approach of Enlin and the others. Continue channeling the Void Body mantra. Don't let your guards down. As he said this, Enlin enveloped everyone in a thin layer of darkness. This was their second layer of concealment. Even supreme heavenly gods wouldn't be able to detect their presence unless they used their surveillance techniques. Enlin and the others slowly neared the divine tree. After a moment, Enlin's eyes suddenly became bright and clear as a peculiar wave spread throughout heaven and earth and observed everything in the surroundings. Divine Simulation Technique. This was the spell technique that would allow Enlin to best observe the situation of the surrounding heaven and earth. In fact, this technique was nothing more than a branch technique of the heavenly darkness power. Enlin had only learned of this secret after obtaining the complete divine Tao of darkness. Similarly, his divine might technique was simply the unleashing of his unique might as a supreme heavenly god. Meanwhile, his divine inspection technique involved using the all-knowing nature of the heavenly Tao to perceive and judge an item. The divine plunder technique utilized the engulfing ability of the divine Tao of darkness. As for the enhancement technique, the origin energy of the netherworld, this had involved using a wisp of his power of darkness in advance to do battle. The dark immortal transformation was an enhancement technique that channeled the divine Tao of darkness to its limits. Of course, the divine Tao of darkness used by this high-rank mystic technique was extremely profound and even possessed an indistinct sense of otherworldliness. Even looking back at it now, Enlin still found this mystic technique to be extremely profound and astounding. As for the lightning manipulation technique or whatnot, the reason that he had been able to control divine lightning in apparent defiance of the natural order was ultimately still because of his heavenly darkness power. In essence, he had been using his heavenly darkness power to forcefully manipulate the heavenly Tao. In other words, the function of the system was seemingly to awaken the heavenly darkness power in his body earlier. Indeed, what he had initially viewed as impressive and heaven-defying techniques gifted to him by the system were actually all part of his own innate power. The true function of the system was most likely to activate his power and perhaps screw him over at the same time. The more I think about it, the more sinister I find it to be. And Lin shook his head to rid himself of these complicated thoughts. Right now, he was already fully aware of his surroundings thanks to the divine simulation technique. As expected, there are only two supreme heavenly gods on the divine tree. A look of delight gradually spread across Enlin's face. Enlin was still slightly unsure before, but he was completely certain now. There were only 2 auras on the divine tree that were of any threat to him. This signified that a supreme heavenly god had left for some reason. Moreover, this reason was most likely one that was related to him. The 3 supreme heavenly gods aren't going to deal with the other supreme heavenly gods first, but are worrying about how to kill me first. How interesting. And Lin chuckled coldly before continuing. However, they've forgotten that day and night are completely different for me. The day was the arena for the heavenly light goddess, while the night was the arena for the heavenly darkness god. And Lin was sneaking through the darkness, and the cover of the night sky would enable him to become invincible. Not to mention, the only sense of belonging that the heavenly light goddess possessed during the night, the light from the moon and stars, had also been blanketed by the dark clouds tonight. The conditions and timing were all extremely favorable for Lin, and it could be said that he was at his peak condition at this moment. He wouldn't be afraid even if he came across the heavenly light goddess. The heavenly sea god had wanted Lin to target none other than the weakened heavenly light goddess. However, Lin naturally had to do the reverse of what Brother C wanted him to do. The 3 heavenly gods all knew that the heavenly light goddess would become more powerful after her transformation. At the same time, they also knew that it would be best to target her during her transformation. Yet, neither the heavenly life goddess nor the heavenly heaven god had decided to target her at this moment. Why was this? It was evident that they wanted to pit Lin against their enemies and have their 2 enemies fight against each other. Moreover, it was also clear that they were confident in dealing with the heavenly light goddess, even after her combat capability rose explosively. That being the case, it became obvious that the alliance of the 3 supreme heavenly gods was actually the most terrifying force. Thus, Lin decided to deal with this greatest threat first. The most important point was how to deal with them. After all, they couldn't brainlessly charge into the enemy encampment and assassinate their leader, could they? If things were truly that easy, there would be no need for the current standoff. There were God knows how many terrifying traps awaiting them on the divine tree. As such, brainlessly charging over would merely be sprinting to their deaths. There would be 0 chance of success. So what could Lin do? Lin glanced at the towering divine tree before diving into the sea. The members of the god-slaying team also dived into the sea alongside him. They were like several silent and dark figures as they quickly disappeared into the dark depths of the sea. Lin followed the trunk of the divine tree as he continued to dive deeper. After reaching a depth of several hundred kilometers, he finally saw a glowing green door at the roots of the divine tree. During the night, I possess a secret ability that even the other heavenly gods aren't aware of. That is, I'm able to detect the presence of all enemies whenever night falls. However, I'm unable to detect the presence of the 3rd supreme heavenly god. In other words, it's extremely likely that this supreme heavenly god already isn't in this world. Lin's eyes were dark and profound as he gazed at the glowing green door, and he continued. If they want to leave this world, the best place to construct a passageway is in the main encampment of the heavenly human tribe, where they can obstruct the detection of the external world. Moreover, I'm indeed unable to detect the presence of this 2-realm passageway. However, I'm already able to see it. Brother C needs to communicate with me, and the heavenly heaven god is responsible for observing the situation and analyzing the battleground. Sure enough, the supreme heavenly god who has disappeared this time is the heavenly life goddess. A smile spread across Lin's face. Everything was within his grasp. The target of the god-slaying team was none other than the heavenly life goddess. The battling Buddha, Yun Menjing, and the others were all ecstatic upon seeing the glowing green door. In fact, they could barely stop themselves from cheering for the incredible abilities of Lin. None of them had known that there existed a secret door here. Moreover, this secret door was actually a 2-realm passageway that led to another world. What did this signify? They were all well aware of the importance. Beating their enemies behind closed doors was their favorite thing to do. The battling Buddha raised his staff and was just about to walk over. However, he was immediately stopped by Lin. Hold your horses. There's still a hidden heavenly god guarding this place. The heavenly life goddess is fairly careful. Even though this place is so well hidden, She still left a heavenly god behind to guard the door. And Lin gazed at the empty expanse of the sea before him as he said this. The others all faltered upon hearing this. They couldn't see any heavenly god at all. In fact, they couldn't even detect any signs of life. It'll be extremely troublesome if there's truly a heavenly god here, Demon Emperor Siyu said with a sigh. Even he was unable to detect the presence of the heavenly god. However, he didn't doubt Enlin's words at all. After all, Enlin had no reason to lie to them. Michael also frowned and said, Indeed, heavenly gods possess powerful life forces, and even God of Creation stage divine beings are unable to kill them quickly. They have more than enough time to report any incidents to the supreme heavenly gods. What are you guys talking about? I can deal with him in an instant, Enlin said. Michael opened his mouth to speak, yet he suddenly felt like he couldn't say anything anymore. Everyone. Then what are you waiting for? We're ready to watch your performance. Is there anything we can help with? Yun Menjing seemed to especially enjoy Enlin's aura, and she leaned onto him as she spoke. Her dark wings quivered slightly, and there was a glimmer in her beautiful eyes. No need, Enlin replied with a shake of his head. He's only an ordinary heavenly god. You guys simply need to follow me. Everyone's heart shuddered upon hearing this. So domineering. What a powerful man. Brother Enlin, do you know what heavenly god they are? Why can't I see them with my golden eyes? The battling Buddha wore a puzzled expression as he scratched his head. It's only natural that you can't see him. This heavenly god is extremely peculiar, and I'm only able to see him because of the heavenly god power that I possess. Enlin replied with a smile. His name is Void, and he's the heavenly void god. He can transform all matter into void and nothingness. At the same time, he exists in a state of voidness. Michael was astonished. There's such a heavenly god? You said that he's in a state of voidness, so how can he still exist? Yun Menjing didn't fully understand this heavenly god. Voidness and existence are the unions of conflict. In fact, it's not that difficult to understand. Voidness is the characteristic of his power and life form, while existence is the characteristic of his heavenly Tao. These two characteristics can be seamlessly fused together. This heavenly god isn't powerful, and he can't actively launch an attack. He can only exist in some place in the form of a trap. Moreover, he can transform all enemies who pass by into void and nothingness. However, this is indeed an extremely useful power. Others can't see him, yet he can detect them when they approach and pass him. As such, he can then engulf them and render them void. And Lin's ink-black eyes remained fixed on the lifeless and empty expanse of the sea before him. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips. The other members of the team involuntarily shuddered. This kind of ability was far more than just useful. It was absolutely terrifying. This heavenly god could be regarded as a top-notch trap. If it weren't for Enlin, all of them would have walked headfirst into the trap. Since that heavenly god exists in a form of voidness that can't be seen or touched, how are you going to destroy him? Yun Menjing asked quietly as she looked at Enlin with an expression of reverence. His mistake is to come across me, Enlin replied. A dark and chaotic black hole appeared behind him, and its darkness gradually spread outward like black ink that was even darker and more profound than the deep sea. This darkness was even more primitive than the void, and at this moment, it quickly surged toward the glowing green door. Why can I deal with him in an instant? That's because I'm his superior. And Lin had killed more heavenly gods than the fingers could count. However, he had only been able to absorb a mere 7 heavenly god powers. The system hadn't helped him absorb the remaining heavenly god powers, and Enlin couldn't help but feel that this was a pity. Only later did he realize that the system not only hadn't helped him absorb those heavenly god powers, but it had even filtered them away for him. In other words, the system had caused trouble for him instead of helping him. Of course, the system had actually done this for good reason. The system had prevented Enlin from absorbing too many heavenly god powers because doing so would result in a backlash. Now, however, Enlin was already in full control of the heavenly darkness power, so it was a completely different matter altogether. After all, he could already absorb heavenly god powers without any side effects. In any case, this was the only path he could take to become stronger. At this moment, it was of utmost importance to figure out how to avoid the filtering ability of the system. Little Xia had once told him that she could block the filtering ability of the system, thereby helping him absorb the heavenly god powers of the heavenly gods that he killed. This would in turn allow him to become more powerful. And Lin hadn't believed this at first. After all, the system was so powerful, so how could little Xia hope to block its interference? Now, however, he finally realized that he was wrong. Little Xia hadn't been boasting. She was truly this impressive, and Lin could sense that the heavenly void power had already fused into his body. Moreover, his heavenly darkness power had also become more powerful as a result. Indeed, he had become more powerful. This was all thanks to Little Xia's hard work. Little Xia, you can vanquish the heavens and slay all evil. Ultimate Tao by yourself? You still have the face to ask? I only expended my own origin sword power to help you after seeing that you still didn't activate the ultimate Tao after killing the heavenly god. Little Xia's aloof yet childish voice was filled with dissatisfaction as it traveled out from the sword. And Lin realized his mistake, and he scratched his head as he chuckled apologetically. He had made a deal with Little Xia before. He would test killing a heavenly god using the vanquish the heavens and slay all evil, ultimate Tao. However, Lin had been completely focused on flexing just then, and he had completely forgotten about this deal. This was something that he needed to reflect on. And Lin was extremely delighted right now. Little Xia was truly able to help him absorb the heavenly god powers. That being the case, he could carry out many of the plans that he had envisaged. He had to admit that Little Xia had always been extremely helpful. Moreover, she was also an incredibly adorable loli. It was no wonder that he had taken her to become his weapon in his previous life. He truly had a good vision. The black net that the evil-slaying sword had unleashed started to return to its blade. It then started to dissolve and disappear. The sword blade then quivered slightly before transforming into a burst of black light and returning to Lin's back with a whoosh. It was as if nothing had ever happened. And Lin stroked the sword as he unleashed a few bursts of divine weapon origin energy into its blade. Little Xia couldn't help but moan in satisfaction as Lin finally managed to calm her temper. The battle finally drew to a conclusion. And Lin led his team toward the glowing green door. Yun Menjing and the others were completely won over by Lin as they followed behind him. And Lin's series of heaven-defying actions gave them an extremely strong sense of safety. How could they not achieve great feats if they followed someone as powerful as him? Void projection of darkness. A colorless divine halo suddenly materialized above Lin's head and made a faint nodding motion toward the glowing green door. A dark shadow started to appear before gradually transforming into nothingness. This is a shadow clone that I created to simulate the heavenly void god's aura. And Lin explained. It's identical to the heavenly void god, and it can perfectly avoid the detection of the two supreme heavenly gods on the divine tree. He had already obtained the heavenly void power, so he could easily use his heavenly darkness power to create an almost identical copy of the heavenly void god. This was as easy as could be. The biggest advantage of the heavenly void god was that he was silent and covert. Moreover, he would remain silent even if a supreme heavenly god appeared before him. Thus, during normal times, most of the supreme heavenly gods couldn't be bothered trying to communicate with the heavenly void god either. These factors all allowed Lin's replica heavenly void god to better disguise as the real heavenly void god. The replica merely needed to silently remain beside the glowing green door. At the same time, it could also act as Lin's scout and survey the situation of the outside world for him. Meanwhile, inside a lush green world, a beautiful and dreamlike woman who had tangerine-colored eyes and her blue-black hair tied in a bun was currently gazing at a gigantic flower before her. This flower was radiating with an aura of boundless vitality. This was an extremely strange flower. When gazing at it, it was as if it would adopt a new shape and form at every new instant. The only thing that remained unchanging was its astonishing and perhaps even intoxicating beauty. One flower, one world. One instant, one eon. Boundless life can create a boundless future. Once I refine this boundless flower, I'll be able to form the three forms boundless fruit. This will act as the core for the three forms reincarnation true heaven formation. This woman who was so beautiful that she could steal the luster from all matter was none other than the heavenly life goddess. She had come here to prepare the ultimate trump card that the three supreme heavenly gods would use. Once she succeeded in creating this trump card, they would no longer need to fear anyone in this heaven and earth. The wantonly arrogant heavenly darkness god would be crushed into the ground like a helpless ant, and even the transformed heavenly light goddess would be absolutely no match for them. She spread her hands as the radiance from the green divine halo above her head enveloped almost the entire heaven and earth. The soft green glow contained a nomological law of paramount power as it fused into the boundless flower, causing the aura of the boundless flower to rise explosively. At the same time, the boundless flower also started to grow rapidly. Flower goddess, bizarre god, I'll hand my safety to you too, the heavenly life goddess said faintly. As you command, Gugugu. A spirit whose body was formed from all kinds of flowers and vines swayed her slender body as she obediently nodded in understanding. She stood beside the heavenly life goddess to act as her guardian. Hee hee. A monster who had lightning in his left hand, fire in his right hand, blade-like legs, the head of a demon god, and a most profound and chaotic monster as his stomach replied with a silvery bell-like giggle. These two were the guardians of the heavenly life goddess, and they represented the paramount level of the heavenly Tao of life. They didn't possess any heavenly god power, yet they were more powerful than any of the ordinary heavenly gods. To say nothing else, these two could resist for a while even if they were attacked by a supreme heavenly god. In any case, this world was flourishing with all kinds of strange flowers and peculiar plants that were rare in the outside world. At the same time, all kinds of strange and bizarre life forms roamed over the land. Some were incredibly adorable, while some exhibited a great terror that would be barely imaginable to people of the outside world. These were all life forms that had been created by the heavenly life goddess. This was her world, and every being in this world was one of her small pets. Theoretically speaking, no one would be able to sneak into this world. However, the heavenly life goddess had still brought her most powerful guardians along with her. The heavenly life goddess had initially thought that everything would be smooth sailing. However, she had barely started refining the boundless flower when her expression suddenly changed drastically. Intruders had entered her world, and Lin and his god-slaying team smoothly passed through the two-realm passageways. They finally arrived in an all-new world. What appeared before them was a clear blue sky and an endless expanse of green grasslands and lush forests. Spiritual energy was abundant, and the concentration of vital energy was also as rich and dense as mist. Countless rays of iridescent light formed into colorful clouds in the sky. A herd of wild horses that had elephant legs galloped across the plains, the sound of their hooves striking the ground sounding like the deafening rumbles of thunder. However, the earth suddenly rose up as a giant purple flower bloomed across the plains and swallowed the galloping horses. It wasn't afraid of the thunder-like hooves of the horses, and it gobbled them up just like that. Inside the forest, numerous miniature humans with butterfly wings were flying around and playing. Each of them could unleash strange and peculiar spells. In the sky, there were countless dragons with snake bodies wandering around. However, they would occasionally need to dodge the attacks of gigantic six-winged rocks that had whale-like mouths. All kinds of peculiar life forms appeared before Lin and the others. These were all species that they had never seen before. The only similarity between these life forms was that they were all extremely powerful. There was no doubt that this world was a holy land for cultivation. At the same time, it was also a world that was filled with vitality and mysteries. Just as Lin was releasing his divine sense to survey this world, a giant monkey with a demonic head suddenly charged over from the forest in the distance. It was like a streak of black lightning as it flashed over, and when it approached Lin, it suddenly turned around and attempted to sit on his head with its bright red bum. At this moment, it was as if Mount Tai were crushing down on Lin's head. The might of the monkey's attack was astonishing. Moreover, As the monkey's bright red bum descended upon Enlin, it suddenly spread apart to reveal the dense rows of profound black teeth inside. This demonic monkey shockingly used its bum to eat people. After surveying for a moment, Enlin finally understood the vast and boundless nature of this world. This world was no smaller than a great world. However, he quickly came to his senses and looked up at the gigantic mouth that was bearing down on him. Actually, no, it was a bright red bum. He frowned slightly but didn't move to avoid the attack. A burst of golden energy instantly soared into the sky and crashed into the demonic monkey's body. The demonic monkey shrieked in pain as it was suddenly brought to a halt. Its body then disintegrated into ashes. "What a repulsive life form," Enlin said with a shake of his head. He then gazed at someplace in the distance and continued, "I've already sensed her location. Let's go." As he said this, he transformed into a black shadow that couldn't be seen by the naked eye and sprinted toward the distance. Michael, Demon Lord Lingu, and the others could barely keep up with Enlin even after unleashing their full powers. The god-slaying team was like a void-cutting divine sword as they soared through this world. Their terrifying speed tore the void around them into shreds. A six-winged whale-mouthed rock that had been hunting dragons was suddenly ripped into two halves for some reason, and its flesh and blood started to rain down on the land. It had suffered an extremely wretched death. The dragons who had still been fleeing for their lives a moment ago were stupefied. However, after their momentary daze, a fervent expression appeared in their eyes as they gazed at the broken body that was falling from the sky. Without any hesitation at all, they opened their bloody maws and charged toward the body. They had now gone from prey to predator, and Lin rapidly sped toward some location. He could already sense his target's presence. Meanwhile, his target had definitely sensed his presence as well. This was because he could sense that his target was actually escaping. "Heh, this is truly good news for me," Enlin murmured. A smile tugged at his lips. This signified that the heavenly life goddess was afraid of him. Moreover, she was also in the midst of an important task, as it was clear that her attention wasn't wholly focused on escaping. Her speed was less than half of that of the heavenly earth god. "You want to escape from me with such pathetic speed?" Enlin said with a chuckle. His speed rose explosively by another notch. At this point, the battling Buddha and the others were genuinely unable to keep up with Enlin any longer. They could only look on as they were left further and further behind by him. Struggles between predator and prey were endlessly playing out in this world. However, what the peculiar lifeforms in this world didn't know was, the goddess who had created them was also playing a game of predator and prey at this moment. It was just that she was playing the role of hunted prey, and Lin could sense that the distance between them was growing smaller and smaller. After some time, he was finally able to see the heavenly life goddess figure. He discovered that she was still refining a strange and large flower as she was escaping. "Oh, beautiful heavenly life goddess, we meet again." A smile spread across Enlin's face as he mulled over how to destroy the strange flower before the heavenly life goddess. "Enlin, how come it's you? How did you know I was here?" The heavenly life goddess was stunned upon seeing Enlin. Others might not be aware, but she was fully aware of Enlin's true power. He was a terrifying being that even the heavenly earth god couldn't defeat after activating his true form of Tao. Yet she had come across this formidable enemy during the most critical stage of refining the boundless flower. Could she be any more unfortunate? Why was this Enlin always lingering around her like a ghost? "How did I know you were here?" "I didn't know. While strolling across the seabed, I just so happened to come across a door, so I felt like wandering in to have a glance. So it turns out that this is your home. What, you're not going to welcome this guest of yours?" And Lin wore a wide grin as he blinked innocently. The heavenly life goddess shook in fury upon hearing this. And Lin had clearly barged in without invitation, yet he was shamelessly asking her to welcome him now? Had he gone insane? Thinking back to the past, their first meeting had been in the breeding grounds of the heavenly human tribe. At that time, she had been overwhelmingly powerful, and she had easily enjoyed the dominant position. Meanwhile, Enlin had been as obedient as a little white rabbit. Now, however, the little white rabbit of the past had grown to become a large gray wolf. Not only that, but it even wanted to hunt and kill her. "Don't run away, heavenly life goddess. Aren't you going to offer me a drink or two? Are you busy extracting nectar from that flower? Do you want me to lend a hand?" And Lin continued to shout at the heavenly life goddess. Looking at the rapidly approaching Lin, the heavenly life goddess finally couldn't help but issue a command to her two guardians. "Flower goddess, bizarre god, help me entertain the heavenly darkness god." "As you command, goddess," a crisp and silvery voice replied. A slender female whose body was formed from countless peculiar flowers and vines instantly dashed before Lin at an unfathomable speed. At the same time, the vines on her arm coiled into a spear, its vicious red tip mercilessly thrusting at Lin's chest. Brilliance of 1,000 flowers. Ultimate withering spear. This was an unimaginable origin power of withering. Following this attack, all life within a radius of several hundred kilometers started to wither and die. It was as if they had been stripped of all their vitality, and Lin felt an unimaginable pain in his chest. In fact, his indestructible physique as a supreme heavenly god was actually being decomposed at a rate that was visible to the naked eye where the spear had struck. The spear then started to pierce into him. This flower goddess was no pushover, and Lin immediately threw a punch at the flower goddess' face. This punch looked quick and hasty, yet if it landed, even heavenly gods would suffer severe wounds. "Gugugu, a flower but not a flower, mist but not mist. You can't hit me." The flower goddess giggled softly as her body suddenly transformed into countless petals, and Lin's fist directly punched through her body, causing the countless petals to dance in the air. And Lin genuinely hadn't imagined that she would be able to dodge his punch. At this moment, the monster that had lightning in his left hand, fire in his right hand, and the head of a demon god had already charged up behind Lin. He punched with both hands, and lightning and fire exploded into the surroundings, forming a ginormous sun of lightning in the sky. Boom! And Lin was sent flying by this attack. The energy contained within the instantaneous release of their powers caused Lin to recall the tremendous and profound might of the heavenly earth god. And Lin had only just managed to stabilize his body when a crisp voice suddenly sounded from beside him. "Gugugu, the heavenly darkness god is only Esoso." The flower goddess giggled in a crisp voice as she transformed into hundreds of millions of petals that enveloped Lin. Each of these petals contained a top-notch divine ability. When these petals landed on Lin's body, it was more so as if hundreds of millions of divine abilities had mercilessly struck him. His body was instantly drowned in a sea of divine abilities. "Did it succeed?" the flower goddess asked as she gazed at the countless petals constricting toward Lin and relentlessly unleashing their incredibly powerful divine abilities. This was an explosive scene that was both magnificent and brutal. The flower goddess felt that even supreme heavenly gods would be severely wounded by her attack if they were caught off guard. "Heh! Who told you to underestimate me? Now you're suffering the painful consequences." The petals gathered to form into a human again, and she continued to gaze at the man who was being mercilessly attacked by the divine abilities. An ice-cold and cruel smile spread across her face. However, a voice suddenly sounded in her mind at this moment. "Is this the hospitality of the heavenly life goddess?" The welcoming ceremony of petals was indeed fairly spectacular. This voice was calm and profound, yet it caused an unimaginably cold shiver to travel down the flower goddess' spine. "A flower but not a flower, mist but not mist." The flower goddess immediately transformed into hundreds of millions of petals again as she frantically attempted to distance herself from Lin. However, in the next instant, a profound darkness engulfed all of the divine abilities that were being unleashed toward it. It then started to expand explosively, engulfing all divine abilities, all space, and all petals within its vicinity. It engulfed everything in its path and transformed them into void and nothingness. No! Because she hadn't been able to escape in time. More than half of the flower goddess' hundreds of millions of petals were also engulfed by the profound darkness, And Lin walked out from the darkness, a mocking expression on his face as he looked at the escaping flower goddess. At this moment, the bizarre god had already charged up behind Lin. It raised its two silver and sword-like legs and viciously slashed down at Lin's neck. Die! As his legs slashed down, even the void was neatly sliced into two halves. Two Dao Jades suddenly appeared in Lin's palm. Brother, let me borrow some flames. And Lin snapped his fingers. The lightning on the bizarre god's left hand and the flames on his right suddenly exploded at the same time. Boom! The bizarre god's left and right arms exploded at the same time. Following a wretched wail, the bizarre god's body was engulfed by destructive lightning and flames before he had even finished unleashing his attack. Looking down from the sky, it was as if the land were drowned out by a sea of lightning and fire. The might unleashed by this sea of lightning and fire was even more devastating than what the bizarre god could unleash through his attacks. And Lin was using the lightning and flames of the bizarre god to kill the bizarre god. Wow! Such beautiful fireworks. Is this also part of the heavenly life goddess welcoming ceremony? If so, then I'll gladly accept your welcome. I especially enjoy your hospitality. And Lin smiled before continuing to chase after the heavenly life goddess. The heavenly life goddess was stunned upon discovering that her two guardians had only managed to obstruct Lin for such a short time. At the same time, she was also extremely displeased with their performance. A rain of petals? Fireworks? Enjoyable hospitality? This was blatant mockery and provocation. Don't forget, this is my world. If I weren't refining the boundless flower, would I flee and shirk from a battle like this? If it were any other time, I would definitely make sure that you stay here forever. The heavenly life goddess was furious at Lin. Yet she had no choice but to flee from him. What she needed now was time. Looking at the nearing Lin, a resolute expression finally flashed across the heavenly life goddess' face. No, I can't hesitate any longer. Lin, you forced me to do this. Authority of the god of creation, transfer. Flower goddess. Bizarre god. Hold him back for me. Following the heavenly life goddess command, her aura suddenly became even weaker. At the same time, a paramount power suddenly descended from the sky like a beam of holy light. This power landed on the scorched black bizarre god and the flower goddess who was being eroded by darkness. Their wounds instantly started to recover at a rate that was visible to the naked eye. An aura that was transcendent above that of this heaven and earth suddenly started to radiate from the two guardian gods. And Lin's expression changed slightly. He could sense that two god of creation stage divine beings had suddenly appeared behind him. This placed him under immense pressure. A chaotic black shadow ripped through the void and caught up to him in the blink of an eye. There was a furious expression in the bizarre god's eyes as he swung his lightning and flame fists at Lin. He had to exact revenge for the humiliation of being forced to blow himself up. And Lin tried to use the heavenly lightning power and heavenly fire power to force the bizarre god to self-detonate again like last time. Yet he discovered that his heavenly god powers were ineffective at this moment. This was because the power of this entire world was supporting the bizarre god in his battle. At the same time, the power of this world was also suppressing his heavenly god powers. This world was expressing its supreme power and authority. The bizarre god was the highest level divine being of this world. And Lin finally understood the heavenly life goddess words at this moment. The heavenly life goddess had allowed her guardians to become the paramount gods of this world. They had become the divine beings who were capable of controlling all matter. God of creation stage divine beings all had a unique ability. That was, they would be invincible in the world that they had created. Everything in their world would be controlled by them. Unless one possessed the ability to obliterate their world with a single strike, it would be essentially impossible to defeat them. However, Lin was still feeling extremely confused. Wasn't the heavenly life goddess a representative of the heavenly Tao? Why did she possess the ability to create a world? Wasn't this an ability that was unique to the gods of creation? One had to realize that creating new worlds represented the pinnacle form of intelligent lifeforms. In other words, it was clearly something that only cultivators could achieve. So, was the heavenly life goddess a life form or a representative of the heavenly Tao? No one could answer Enlin's question. At this moment, the bizarre god's fists had already ferociously struck down. The explosive powers of lightning and fire instantly caused the void within a radius of several dozen kilometers to explode into ashes. This time, Enlin could clearly feel the heart-wrenching pain exploding through his chest. His body caved in under the tremendous force of the bizarre god's punch. The bizarre god possessed the power of a god of creation stage divine being, and he was more in control of this entire world at this moment. Thus, the power that he could wield was unimaginably devastating. Right at this moment, countless wilted petals suddenly rained down from the sky. A colossal gray tombstone that was radiating with an incredibly dense aura of death crashed down from the sky, directly smashing into Enlin's head. This tombstone contained the vast power of this entire world as it attempted to suppress Enlin. Enlin didn't hesitate as he unleashed his divine Tao of darkness, attempting to engulf the colossal gray tombstone. However, the tombstone was imbued with a power of immortality, and this allowed it to resist the power of Enlin's darkness. Not good. Boom! Enlin was pushed down and crushed into the earth, causing the vast expanse of land beneath him to cave in and collapse. The colossal gray tombstone crushed Enlin into the earth just like that. At the same time, countless divine patterns descended from the sky and landed on the tombstone before spreading out onto the nearby earth. These were all divine patterns of suppression from heaven and earth. The flower goddess gracefully descended from the sky. Countless desolate petals spilled over the earth. Flowers blossom before your grave. Oh, this is a beauty that you did so desire. She giggled softly as a black and white image of Enlin appeared on the colossal gray tombstone. She gracefully waved her arm that was formed from wilted vines and 100 flowers, and countless yellow and white flower wreaths instantly materialized on the tombstone. The flower goddess was feeling extremely satisfied as she gazed at the tombstone before her. In the blink of an eye, the earth was already filled with blooming flowers and the crisp chirps of birds. Immortal vermilion birds soared through the sky, and this place appeared much like something of an immortal realm. What a beautiful location! She had even gifted him a free tombstone and a free immortal realm as an eternal resting place. This was most likely a suitable resting place for the powerful and domineering heavenly darkness god. The flower goddess was extremely proud and confident of her performance. The entire heaven and earth were helping her suppress Enlin, so how could Enlin hope to escape? Moreover, there was a black and white image of Enlin on the tombstone, and the tombstone was also decorated with flower wreaths. This signified a confirmation of Enlin's death. This confirmation would then manipulate the profound power of karma and erase Enlin's existence from this world. It would transform Enlin's death into reality. The heavenly life goddess finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Enlin being suppressed. The detestable Enlin had finally been suppressed. However, she wasn't as naive as the flower goddess, and she didn't believe that Enlin would be so easily killed by such an attack. However, she would be happy as long as it could restrict Enlin's movements and buy her time to finish refining the boundless flower. The heavenly life goddess pondered for a moment before saying in warning, "Flower goddess? Bizarre god, don't let your guards down. Enlin isn't that easy to deal with. Rest assured, goddess. His only fate will be death if he comes across us again." Right now, the flower goddess felt as if she could rule over all matter in this world. The beings in this world were nothing more than ants in her eyes. Nothing more, nothing less. "It's a pity that he died so easily," the bizarre god said in extreme disappointment. "I wasn't able to have him savor the taste of terror and despair." Heavenly life goddess. The two guardians that she had created were good at everything, but they were just a bit too narrow-minded and ignorant. It was easy for them to become conceited when they possessed too much power. "Oh? More people have come to seek death?" the bizarre god said as he licked his fong-filled lips in eagerness. There was a bright gleam in his eyes as he gazed at the sky in the distance. Several powerful auras were streaking over from the distance, and they were none other than the battling Buddha and the others who had been left behind by Enlin. "So be it. Let this place become their exclusive cemetery, the flower goddess said with a smile. There was a bright sparkle in her clear and limpid eyes. At the same time, the battling Buddha and the others naturally saw the colossal gray tombstone as they arrived at where Enlin had been battling before. They naturally saw the black and white image of Enlin as well, along with the white and yellow flower wreaths. They were stunned by what they saw. This is Enlin? Don't tell me that he died? No, that's impossible. Brother Enlin is so powerful. So how could he have died just like that? Although he said this, the eyes of the battling Buddha had already become red. It was clear that he believed Enlin had died. After all, anything could happen in a battle between supreme heavenly gods. Moreover, looking at the black and white image on the tombstone, just how tortured had Enlin been in his death. I'm definitely going to exact revenge for Brother Enlin. The battling Buddha raised his golden banded staff in rage as he instantly transformed into a monkey of 10,000 feet tall. Hang on. Something's a little off, Demon Emperor Siyu suddenly said. There was a puzzled look on his face, and he continued, Enlin is clearly their enemy. So why did they erect a tombstone for him? The battling Buddha faltered upon hearing this. Indeed, this was quite strange. Why did the enemy erect a tombstone for Enlin after killing him? Perhaps he was a respectable opponent? Impossible. This was definitely a trap. Right at this moment, however, the bizarre god had already charged before them. His fists transformed into explosive flames and lightning as they smashed down at the god-slaying team. You're so pathetically weak. Yet you still dare to set foot in the heavenly life goddess world. Die! Boom! 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 The terrifying fists of the bizarre god came crashing down. The battling Buddha used his staff to block a punch of the bizarre god. Yet the overwhelming power of the punch instantly traveled through his staff and crashed into his 10,000 feet tall body, causing it to almost shatter into pieces. Demon Emperor Siyu also blocked a punch of the bizarre god. Yet he was sent flying hundreds of kilometers into the distance. He was so terrified that he hurriedly retrieved the calabash from behind him to take a few large swigs of alcohol to suppress his shock. At this moment, the bizarre god had already turned his attention to the other members of the god-slaying team. Regardless of whether it was the heavenly disciple candidate Michael, Yun Menjing who could suppress heavenly gods, or Demon Lord Linggu who could pummel heavenly gods, none of them could rival the formidable power of the bizarre god. If they weren't sent flying by a single punch, they would be sent flying after 2 or 3 punches. Moreover, they were all severely wounded. Right now, the bizarre god didn't simply possess the combat capability of a god of creation stage divine being. He could also control this entire world. That's the limit of your powers? It's not even enough to give me a warm-up. There was a smirk of disdain on his face as he gazed at the cultivators who he had smashed into the distance. Don't waste any more time. Kill them straight away, the flower goddess said calmly. It was clear that she also thought lowly of these powerful beings. The flower goddess was just about to walk over to join the bizarre god in killing these enemies. However, sudden change suddenly struck at this moment. Thump! The sound of a heartbeat suddenly appeared in the surroundings, and it was as if this heartbeat were resonating with the great Tao of heaven and earth. When the flower goddess and bizarre god heard this heartbeat, a feeling of unexplained apprehension suddenly rose in their minds. It was as if they were about to be dragged into a boundless and profound darkness where they couldn't see any hope. The flower goddess' expression changed drastically. What's this sound? As if sensing something, she suddenly turned around to look at the tombstone. At this moment, the divine patterns of suppression on the tombstone and the surrounding land suddenly became as pitch black as ink. This was a pitch black that could raise one's hair in terror. This darkness then started to spread outward and engulf the surrounding land, flowers, tombstone, and all matter that it came across. Heavenly darkness god? The flower goddess yelped in astonishment. She shuddered slightly, before saying in disbelief, Not only have you not died, but you're even trying to escape the suppression? This is impossible. I've gathered the power of this entire world to suppress you. How can you possibly escape? Crack. Boom. The tombstone collapsed and crashed into the ground. and Lin slowly walked out from beneath the tombstone. He glanced at the black and white image on the tombstone before grinning and saying, "Holy fuck! What on earth is this? You even held a funeral for me? Say, could you make me look less tormented in this black and white image?" However, would the flower goddess be in the mood to reply after seeing Lin break free from her suppression? She immediately launched an attack at him. Countless vines transformed into azure dragons as they roared and lunged toward Lin. "This is the first time that I've been treated to a funeral. I've got to say that you've successfully infuriated me." And Lin sighed as he unsheathed the evil-slaying sword from his back. Darkness surged onto the blade of the sword as he made a slashing motion at the flower goddess. Heaven and earth suddenly fell dark. The flower goddess suddenly felt as if everything before her had become pitch black. It was clearly she who was the god of creation, and it was clearly she who had control over this entire world. However, before this darkness, she still felt a sense of utter despair and helplessness. This was because this was a darkness that could engulf this entire world. Whoosh! Darkness swept past, and the azure dragons silently disappeared from the world. The body of the flower goddess was then ruthlessly slashed into two. There was no resistance at all, and slashing her into two had been as easy as bringing a hot knife through butter. One slash. Just one slash. The flower goddess couldn't even block a single slash before she was completely engulfed by the darkness. Flower goddess! The bizarre god roared in fury upon seeing the flower goddess being engulfed. He turned around and lunged at Lin. Meanwhile, the remaining members of the god-slaying team all heaved a sigh of relief. Lin! Its sect leader Lin. Brother Lin, I thought that you had died. It's great to see that you're still alive. So powerful. He killed one of the divine beings with a single slash. They were all extremely delighted upon seeing Lin. They had still been locked in an intense and losing battle just then. Yet upon seeing Lin, they all felt a mysterious sense of safety. Yun Menjing was the first to come to her senses. A blush appeared on her cheeks, and she pressed her hands to her heart as she said, "Is this the feeling of reliance? Who knew that I, the great empress of the Dark Knight Spirit Fairy tribe, would also develop such kinds of feelings toward a man?" Michael tried his best to maintain his holy and pure appearance as he slowly said, "Don't make it sound so illicit. If you speak like this, you'll make me feel extremely troubled. That damned feeling of security and reliance." He also had this feeling. At this moment, the bizarre god had already charged before Lin. His expression was wild and contorted, and the face of chaos on his stomach suddenly opened its large mouth. The destructive energy that emanated from within this mouth was powerful enough to crush all matter that it came across into a form of chaos. Lin, I wasn't able to let you savor the taste of despair last time, so let me allow you to savor the taste of true terror. The bizarre god's wild and contorted expression was still frozen on his face. However, countless black threads had already appeared all over his body. These were all traces of incredibly powerful and razor-sharp sword slashes. Lin slowly sheathed his sword before shaking his head and saying, "You speak too much nonsense." The bizarre god shuddered as his body directly collapsed into countless small cubes. The darkness that existed along the cuts then engulfed these small cubes and completely wiped him from the face of this world. One strike. Yet again, it only took one strike. The bizarre god. A being who had put the god-slaying team under immense pressure just then, a being who they could barely rival even after teaming up, had been slashed into nothingness by Lin just like that. At this moment, they finally realized just how powerful Lin's combat capability truly was. They knew that Lin had performed countless miracles before, and they also knew that he possessed the ability to defeat supreme heavenly gods. However, only when they genuinely participated in a battle and experienced the gulf between them and Lin did they truly appreciate the profound nature of Lin's power. Lin could easily rival 10 of them by himself. Their expressions involuntarily became even more reverent as they looked at Lin. They felt extremely safe having such an invincible god of war as their leader. Holy shit! Why am I experiencing this peculiar feeling again? Demon Lord Lingu, Michael, and the others all faltered before awkwardly turning their gazes away from Enlin. They definitely couldn't have this kind of peculiar feeling. It was far too strange. Stop standing there in a daze. Let's go and kill the heavenly life goddess. Enlin suddenly said. The members of the god-slaying team all nodded in agreement. Their battle intent was soaring as they chased after the heavenly life goddess with Enlin. Enlin had initially planned on transforming into a dark shadow to raise his speed. Yet large amounts of terrifying vines suddenly shot out from the void and tightly wrapped around his body. A powerful pressure bore down from heaven and earth, and it was as if the entire world were working together to restrict Enlin's power. At this moment, Enlin couldn't move at all. Enlin was extremely familiar with this power. This was a power that only God of Creation stage divine beings could use if they were in their own world. Sure enough, a woman who was formed from vines and flowers reappeared in this heaven and earth. Her eyes were filled with hatred and venom as she glared at Enlin. You dared to kill me. You actually dared to kill me. The flower goddess was just about to do something. Yet darkness suddenly tore through the countless vines that were wrapped around Enlin's body. This darkness then exploded like a balloon, engulfing the body of the flower goddess in the process. Her expression changed from one of hatred to one of terror as her body was completely wiped from the world. Right at this moment, however, the bizarre god crashed down from the sky like a bolt of lightning. His legs were like the sharpest of swords as they aimed to slice Enlin into two halves. The bizarre god was incredibly quick, and he didn't speak a single word of nonsense. Enlin hurriedly swung his sword to parry. The evil-slaying sword collided with the bizarre god's sword-like legs, yet it was ferociously slashed into the ground by the origin sword intent contained within the bizarre god's strike. The bizarre god had also come back to life, and Lin had yet to recover from this attack when countless vines suddenly materialized in the void and shot toward him again. Each strand of vines was imbued with the willpower of this world and a supremely powerful restrictive ability as they wrapped around his body. Is there no end to this? And Lin roared in fury as the evil-slaying sword soared into the sky. Black light and sword intent surged across the sky as the vines that restricted Enlin were slashed into pieces again. The bizarre god who was still above him was also slashed into two. At this moment, the flower goddess had already reappeared in the distance. She furiously formed divine seals with her hands, and it was clear that she was preparing an immensely powerful spell technique. And Lin finally understood at this moment, God of Creation stage divine beings were genuinely invincible in their own worlds. At the very least, he wouldn't be able to kill them. They were immortal in their own world, and their world would revive them no matter how many times they were killed. After all, the entire world had been created by them. They would only die if both they and their world were destroyed at the same time. Sect leader and Lin, let us help you. Michael, Demon Lord Lingu, and the others all started to charge toward the flower goddess, attempting to obstruct her spell casting. I don't need any help, and Lin hurriedly shouted. The battling Buddha was displeased upon hearing this, and he said, Brother Enlin, don't underestimate our abilities. Although we're not as powerful as you, we're still powerful enough to help you obstruct the enemies. In any case, we can't become bystanders after coming here, can we? Of course not. I'm telling you not to help because there's another extremely important task that I want you guys to complete, and Lin said with a shake of his head. The others were delighted upon hearing this. What do you need help with? Tell us what we need to do. We'll wade through fire and water and fight to the death. The members of the god-slaying team were all extremely enthusiastic. And Lin glanced at the revived bizarre god and said solemnly, Those two are definitely going to obstruct me at all costs. Moreover, the speed of God of Creation stage divine beings is unrivaled in this world. Thus, I won't be able to break free from their attacks. So, I'll hand the important task of killing the heavenly life goddess to you guys. I'll be responsible for keeping these two other gods in check. And Lin finished speaking his request. However, the expressions of the others had already frozen. What? You want us to hunt and kill the heavenly life goddess? Demon Lord Ling Gu asked with a stunned expression. "Are you telling us to seek death?" Michael asked. He wanted to cry, yet no tears were forthcoming. He was already regretting his promise to wade through fire and water and fight to the death. Right after saying that, and Lin had truly tasked them with wading through fire and water and fighting to the death. Although we claim to be strong, we're still not powerful enough to hunt and kill the heavenly life goddess. How arrogant do I have to be to think that I can hunt and kill the heavenly life goddess? The battling Buddha felt like his entire mind was going blank. There was only a single thought running through his mind at this moment. And Lin is telling us to seek death. At this moment, and Lin's power of darkness had already collided with the flower goddess thousand-flower tornado. There was an urgent tone in his voice as he said, "Believe me, the heavenly life goddess is at a critical stage of refining her flower right now. Moreover, she's even transferred away her power as a god of creation. In other words, she's in her weakest state right now, and she's definitely even weaker than the flower goddess and bizarre god. The time has come for you guys to reveal your true power as members of the god-slaying team." The members of the god-slaying team finally rediscovered some of their confidence after hearing Lin's encouragement. However, upon recalling that they were about to hunt a supreme heavenly god, they instantly felt that they were definitely being too arrogant again. If they weren't arrogant, how would they dare to do such a thing? Fine. Then we'll hand the other matters to sect leader Lin. Demon Emperor Cu wore a determined expression as he took charge in agreeing to Lin's plan. After saying this, he didn't forget to take a few large swigs of alcohol from his calabash. Right now, he had already entered the zone. If he took a few more swigs of alcohol, he would dare to chase after even supreme heavenly gods who were in their peak condition. Fine. I'll gamble my reputation as the heaven-crushing great saint. I'll defeat the heavenly life goddess even if it means dying. Sun Wukong was brimming with fighting spirit as he tightly gripped his golden banded staff and loudly announced this. Since that's the case, then we'll hand the other matters to brother Lin. Yun Menjing smiled faintly as countless dark patterns appeared on her semi-transparent wings. She then transformed into a streak of black light as she dashed toward the direction that the heavenly life goddess had fled in. Demon Lord Ling Gu and Michael also followed suit in announcing their desire to fight before charging after the other members of the god-slaying team. They were all prepared to sacrifice their lives in this battle. This was only natural. After all, they were chasing after a supreme heavenly god, and this was a paramount opponent that they had never dared to imagine fighting before. "Don't even think about disturbing the goddess!" The bizarre god roared in fury upon seeing the members of the god-slaying team attempting to navigate around them and chase after the heavenly life goddess. He angrily lunged at the members of the god-slaying team. However, upon crossing some area in the void, an invisible power suddenly started to engulf his body. He screamed in agony and hurriedly halted his advance. Looking down, he saw that half of his body had already been engulfed by the invisible power. His flesh was mangled and bloody, and he looked as miserable and pitiful as could be. "Have you asked for my permission to chase after them?" Lin asked with a faint smile. He had used none other than the heavenly void power just then. This power could easily be laid as a trap while one's enemy was unprepared. Myriad flower heavenly burial. Countless peculiar petals descended from the sky, bringing with them an origin power of wilting and death as they enveloped Lin's entire body. At the same time, numerous chains that were imbued with evil spirits shot out from the void and wrapped around his body. A tombstone then appeared in the sky and crashed down once again. However, this tombstone was decorated with countless blooming flowers, and it appeared even more mighty and powerful than the one from before. Again, Lin sniggered as he gazed at the familiar scene. "Flowers blossom before your grave," the flower goddess hummed. However, before she could even finish singing, she saw a golden fist shoot over from the distance. It tore through and obliterated all of the flowers of death as it took up more and more of her vision. In the end, it filled her entire vision. Lin blocked the gray tombstone with one hand while punching toward her face with his other, like a boundless wave. A devastating heaven-crushing true intent that yearned to obliterate the world engulfed her entire body. The flower goddess was astonished and petrified by this heaven-crushing true intent, even though she was a powerful god of creation stage divine being. Fist of the heavenly Tao. Boom! The flower goddess body was instantly flattened like a pancake. After a short moment, it was then ripped into shreds. This was the first time that Enlin had unleashed the fist of the heavenly Tao after obtaining the complete heavenly Tao of darkness. The might of this attack was even more powerful than he had imagined. The more he understood the heavenly Tao, the more he understood how to crush the heavens. After advancing to the Tao integration stage, Enlin's heaven-crushing techniques had clearly become more powerful. Moreover, these heaven-crushing techniques were surprisingly effective in this kind of world that had been created by God of creation stage divine beings. These techniques could even crush the heavenly Tao of the Taichu continent, so how could they not crush the heavenly Tao of a world created by a God of creation stage divine being? Ah! The flower goddess shrieked in agony as she was completely obliterated by the fist of the heavenly Tao. This was the scene of a God of creation stage divine being's wretched death. Enlin realized that he was still holding onto the tombstone. Thus, he instantly tossed the tombstone toward where the flower goddess had experienced her wretched death. At the same time, he used a spell technique to form a black and white picture of the flower goddess' tormented expression the moment before her death. This was the wheel of fate. It was now the flower goddess' turn to experience this humiliation. Enlin had initially wanted to offer some flower wreaths to the flower goddess. However, knowing that she would revive again anyway, he eventually decided against wasting any flowers. At this moment, the bizarre god had surprisingly transformed into a gust of wind and was secretly trying to sneak past Enlin's detection and dash into the distance. However, Enlin's attack was faster, and a dim green glow appeared on his fingertips as a green arrow that could corrode and dissolve the void streaked into the distance. This arrow struck the center of the current of wind. Following a cry of pain, the bizarre god's body started to reappear in the space. An arrow was lodged in his back, and a toxin instantly spread over his entire body from this wound. This is the most powerful paralysis toxin that I created using the heavenly poison power. It can induce life-threatening paralysis to one's vitality, meridians, vital energy, divine sense, and everything else. Enlin forcefully suppressed his urge to vomit after unleashing this attack. Using the heavenly poison god's heavenly god power had the side effect of causing one to vomit. Enlin was a supreme heavenly god, so he could still forcefully suppress this powerful urge to vomit. However, he was still absolutely disgusted by this power. This was also why Enlin rarely used the heavenly poison power. You think that this mere poison will be able to stop me? The bizarre god roared in anger. The entire world shook with his roar. A boundless green vitality then started to surge into his body from all corners of this world, purifying all of the negative elements inside his body. If one arrow isn't enough, then I'll fire a few more. Enlin pointed his fingertips at the bizarre god as he shot several more arrows of extreme poison at him. These arrows struck his head, heart, torso, and forelimbs. The bizarre god howled in pain again. In fact, even the purifying ability of the world faltered for a moment. This was because the bizarre god's mind had already become a little hazy from all the poison. Just look at you. You're the supreme god of this world, yet you're unable to even heal yourself instantly. How pathetically embarrassing. Enlin shook his head in contempt. He discovered that using spell techniques to restrict these two divine beings was far more pleasing than just outrightly killing them. After all, the power that it consumed was far less than if he were to kill them. At this moment, Enlin suddenly started to miss Tina. As a fellow god of creation stage divine being, Tina's demeanor was far superior to these two divine beings. She could instantly transform heaven and earth. She could bestow invincible buffs upon them. She could instantly revive, and she could instantly teleport to any location in her world. If Enlin were to fight her in the divine mirror world, that would be the true definition of despair. However, as fellow divine beings and owners of a world, how were the flower goddess and bizarre god so much weaker? Was this because their powers were bestowed by the heavenly life goddess, so they still couldn't manipulate their powers seamlessly? Just as Enlin was pondering over this, the revived flower goddess had already charged up from behind him again. God of creation stage divine technique, hell flower of the heavens. She shrieked loudly as she raised her hands above her head. Heaven and earth formed a jet-black human-eating flower that materialized in the sky. The flower bloomed open, revealing a dense array of blood-red and razor-sharp teeth inside of it. There were also all kinds of corpses inside, some of which had been impaled, some of which had been stripped of their tendons and skin, some of which had suffered the torturing of their divine sense, and some of which had been burned. All kinds of hellish scenes were present inside this flower, which possessed an overwhelming origin-intent realm of madness and despair. This was a genuine hell flower. Moreover, it was a hell flower that contained the will and intent of this entire world. It was powerful enough to kill any being that it desired. The hell flower radiated with an aura of paramount horror as it descended toward Enlin and then viciously bit down at him. The heavenly life goddess was still fleeing. If this were in the past, how could she be so panicked and disheveled? In fact, if Enlin had dared to enter just one day earlier, she would have charged over and exchanged 300 strikes with him. There was no way she would have needed to rack her brain to think of ways to flee from him. In any case, the two guardians that she had created didn't disappoint her, and were finally able to obstruct Enlin after receiving her God of Creation authority. This was something for her to be happy about. However, this happiness disappeared 1 minute later. She discovered that there was still someone chasing after her. In fact, there were several DAO integration stage cultivators chasing after her. Even DAO integration stage cultivators dared to chase after a mighty supreme heavenly god such as her now. The heavenly life goddess had never experienced such humiliation before. If it were any other time, she would have been able to kill each of these DAO integration stage cultivators with a single punch. She would be able to conclude the battle in an instant. Since when had she ever been pursued by a bunch of DAO integration stage cultivators? If news of this were to get out, she would bring shame to all of the supreme heavenly gods. You people have gone too far. You people have gone much too far. The heavenly life goddess gritted her teeth in anger, and she could barely contain her urge to turn around and pummel those DAO integration stage cultivators to death. However, she was ultimately able to suppress her urge and control her own emotions. Although the heavenly life goddess wouldn't be afraid of them in battle, she still had far more important things to attend to. That was, she needed to refine the boundless flower. Thus, she would let them chase after her if that was what they so desired to do. In any case, she was quick enough that none of them would be able to catch up to her. Sure enough, the members of the god-slaying team could only trail behind her with great difficulty. Although the gap between them was closing, it was doing so at an incredibly slow pace. If this continued, the heavenly life goddess would complete the refining of the boundless flower long before any of them made it anywhere near her. The heavenly life goddess glanced behind her with her tangerine-colored eyes. At the same time, her slender body that was hidden under a light green and flower-embroidered dress gracefully turned around. She wore a faint smile as she gazed at the cultivators who were chasing after her. Are you people in such a hurry to seek death? Hurry up and piss off from my world, and you'll still have some chance at survival. Otherwise, once I refine the boundless flower. The heavenly life goddess poked her small pink tongue out and lightly licked her lips. This was incredibly seductive, yet a look of killing intent that was capable of freezing the entire heaven and earth flashed across her eyes. Once I refine the boundless flower, you people will only be able to stay in this world for all eternity. You'll become nothing but my playthings. The members of the god-slaying team shuddered upon hearing the heavenly life goddess threat. However, would they be frightened so easily? They continued to pursue the heavenly life goddess without any hesitation. Foolish beings! You don't understand the immensity of heaven and earth. The heavenly life goddess was extremely displeased upon seeing that none of the cultivators were frightened by her supreme might. At this moment, the battling Buddha felt like he had drawn close enough. So he suddenly raised his golden banded staff and made a jabbing motion at the heavenly life goddess. His aura instantly rose to a pinnacle level. Eat my staff! A golden light instantly burst from the golden banded staff. A heaven-crushing true intent that yearned to rip through the sky violently burst forth. At the same time, the golden banded staff started to grow longer at an unimaginable speed. It was like lightning as it thrust through all matter, with even the void giving way to let it pass. This was a speed that could thrust through thousands of kilometers. The battling Buddha had unleashed his full strength because he knew that his opponent was unbelievably powerful. Right now, the speed of the golden banded staff was far quicker than that of the fleeing heavenly life goddess. It caught up to her in no time before ruthlessly thrusting at her beautiful and slender body. The heavenly life goddess hadn't expected that the cultivators chasing after her would possess such long-range spell techniques. One had to realize that there was still a distance of several thousand kilometers between her and the battling Buddha. She didn't have time to think about this, and she turned her body slightly to carefully dodge with the boundless flower. Although this attack was sudden, she was still powerful enough to dodge it without any problems. However, the eyes of the battling Buddha suddenly narrowed at this moment, and he shouted, "Become thicker!" Following the command of the battling Buddha, the tip of the extended golden banded staff suddenly became incredibly thick. It enveloped the figure of the heavenly life goddess once again. As it turned out, the battling Buddha had already predicted that the heavenly life goddess would attempt to dodge his attack. Thus, he had kept a hidden trump card to use at the last moment, so as to give her a pleasant surprise. How could the heavenly life goddess have considered the fact that Sun Wukong's golden banded staff could grow not only longer but also thicker? Right now, she was paying the price for underestimating him. There was nowhere for her to dodge. Thus, she could only raise her slender and jade-like hand and slap at the extremely thick and wall-like golden banded staff. At this moment, it was as if she could see a benevolent and mighty golden Buddha that was capable of supporting heaven and earth, pressing its 5 fingers down toward her. These 5 fingers contained the 5 elements of metal: wood, water, fire, and earth, and they were undying in their endless cycle of existence. This was an attack that enveloped the entire heaven and earth, and this was an attack that she had no hope of dodging. This was the attack that was the most deeply ingrained in the battling Buddha's memory. In the past, he had once been suppressed by this attack for a full 500 years. However, who was he? He was Sun Wukong, a being who would be more capable of performing miracles the direr his situation. Wasn't this technique extremely powerful? Then he would learn it and make it his own. He had comprehended this technique for 500 years. He had then attained enlightenment and become a Buddha after 50,000 years. Right now, he had already mastered this technique and even innovated it further. He had transformed it into his own technique. Heaven-crushing staff, demon-suppressing 5 fingers, rumble. An unimaginably devastating power traveled over from the tip of the golden banded staff, and it was as if all power were going to explode at this instant. Moreover, this power sealed off all the heavenly life goddess paths of retreat. The heavenly life goddess hadn't imagined that such a simple-looking attack would actually contain such an overwhelming power and such a formidable Tao intent. She was unable to react in time, and thus she was ruthlessly pushed back by the golden banded staff. As if the staff possessed a hand, she was then mercilessly smacked into the ground. In fact, the staff even attempted to forcefully crush her into the ground. "You're seeking death." Since when had the heavenly life goddess ever been crushed into the ground by a palm before? This was an act of utter humiliation. A red glint suddenly flashed across her tangerine-colored eyes as a paramount power of death instantly pulverized the golden Buddha Tao realm before her. In fact, even the tip of the golden banded staff started to become contorted and dim as all of the power contained within it was instantly drained. The heavenly life goddess had broken free from Sun Wukong's most powerful restrictive attack, yet she had ultimately wasted some time in doing so. Moreover, just how powerful were the members of the god-slaying team? The battling Buddha had won some time for them, and this was already more than enough to greatly reduce the distance between them and the heavenly life goddess. The severely drunk demon Emperor Siyu was the first to charge before the heavenly life goddess, and his unpredictable drunk demonic fists were like peerlessly powerful crimson meteors as they violently smashed toward her face. The heavenly life goddess was unable to ignore demon Emperor Siyu's attacks. This was because his attacks had surprisingly reached the level of the God of Creation stage already. In other words, they were already powerful enough to threaten her. She quickly dashed around as she dodged the ferocious and relentless attacks of Demon Emperor Siyu. As her pure and jade-like feet tapped the earth, countless vines instantly rose from the ground and accurately targeted the elusive Demon Emperor Siyu. However, before she could even breathe a sigh of relief, Michael had already raised his holy sword and slashed down from behind her. The heavenly life goddess turned around and swung her palm at Michael. However, it was also at this moment that a killing intent suddenly enveloped her body. Dark Knight Secret Assassination, Death Shadow Command. Yun Menjing suddenly appeared before the boundless flower, her hand like an eternally dark shadow that could penetrate all matter as it quickly pierced into the boundless flower. Indeed, her target wasn't the heavenly life goddess, but instead the boundless flower that she was refining. The more her enemy valued an item, the more she would desire to destroy it. No! The heavenly life goddess' tangerine-colored eyes widened in shock. However, by the time she realized what was happening, it was already too late to prevent Yun Menjing's attack. An expression of wild fury finally appeared on her previously calm face. Yun Menjing was the queen of the Dark Knight Spirit Fairy tribe, and her strength ranked first among all of the heavenly disciple candidates. Moreover, her expertise was in the fields of close-quarter combat and assassination. Right now, she had unleashed her full-power attack, and this was an attack that was capable of instantly killing even heavenly gods if they were caught off guard. Thus, one could imagine what happened to the heavenly life goddess Boundless Flower. Yun Menjing's death shadow command tore through the green light of the boundless flower, and the dark shadows of the technique revealed their fangs as they pierced into the core of the boundless flower. The boundless flower possessed boundless layers and boundless forms. However, Yun Menjing's death shadow command represented an eternal death. Regardless of how many layers and how many forms the boundless flower possessed, this technique would comprehensively bring death upon all of them. Layer upon layer of the boundless flower was destroyed. Countless petals that were glowing with divine light started to shrivel and wilt at a rate that was visible to the naked eye. No! The heavenly life goddess frantically turned around, paying no more attention to the attack of the others. She angrily lunged at Yun Menjing, swinging her palm toward her as she did so. Yun Menjing had planned to destroy the boundless flower in an instant, yet she hadn't imagined that the boundless flower would possess such a terrifying life force. She surprisingly found that she wasn't able to destroy it in an instant. At this moment, the heavenly life goddess palm had already arrived before her. Her pale and extremely beautiful jade-like hand made Yun Menjing feel as if she were facing the furious roar of the heavens, and as if the heavens were unleashing a blazing and destructive fury. Yun Menjing knew that she might potentially die if she didn't block this attack. Without any hesitation, she raised her arms before her to block this attack. Boom! There was an explosion of energy as numerous layers of shockwaves blasted into her and sent her flying into the distance. The heavenly life goddess showed seemingly no regard for her own safety as she protected the boundless flower at all costs. At this moment, the attacks of the others had already arrived. The drunk demonic fists of Demon Emperor Siyu smashed into her back, causing a tearing sensation to travel through her entire body. Meanwhile, the holy light slash of Michael ripped through her light green and flower-embroidered dress, leaving a bloody gash in her soft and delicate skin. Demon Lord Linggu went even further, tossing a demonic red orb above the heavenly life goddess head. As this demonic red orb exploded, even the space within a radius of several hundred kilometers was obliterated and transformed into a land of death. Several seconds passed before a woman who was carrying a gigantic flower flew out from the center of the explosion in an extremely disheveled state. There were some burns on her breathtakingly beautiful face, and there were also wounds of varying severity on her body. She appeared to be in extremely dire straits. Upon seeing this, the members of the god-slaying team felt as if they were in a trance. They had wounded the heavenly life goddess just like that? By the looks of it, and Lin had been right. The heavenly life goddess was indeed in a very weak state right now. In fact, she was even significantly weaker than her two guardians. PFFF? The heavenly life goddess suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood as she flew away from their attacks. At the same time, her aura deteriorated even further. It was clear that she had suffered severe internal injuries. These internal injuries hadn't been caused by them, but instead by the boundless flower that the heavenly life goddess had been refining. The boundless flower had almost been destroyed during the refining process, and this, in turn, triggered a severe backlash to hit the heavenly life goddess. Even the essence of the boundless flower has been severely damaged? The heavenly life goddess' eyes widened in shock as she discovered this. She stared at the boundless flower in disbelief as she fled, and it was as if she couldn't bring herself to accept this reality. One had to realize that she couldn't repair this damage in a short amount of time. Thus, this would directly affect the might of the three forms reincarnation true heaven formation that she and the other two supreme heavenly gods worked together to activate. This was a trump card that they had prepared with the utmost care and a trump card that they had placed incredible hope in Indiana. Yet, it had been damaged by a bunch of Tao integration stage cultivators just like that. One could imagine the fury and mental torture that she was experiencing at this moment. Unbelievable. You people are challenging my bottom line. The heavenly life goddess shook in fury, and the flames of anger that burned in her eyes were as if they could incinerate the heavens. And Lin had previously killed her most perfect creation and cut down her favorite plant, and this had already infuriated her to the point of questioning life. And now, he had suddenly charged over to ruin her plans just as she was preparing the ultimate trump card of the three supreme heavenly gods. Moreover, he had actually sent his underlings to chase after her. His relentless provocations and humiliations made her want to erupt on the spot. Evil woman, eat my staff. Sun Wukong charged up behind her again, his staff growing longer and thicker as it smashed down at the fleeing heavenly life goddess. The heavenly life goddess suddenly stopped and turned around, raising her hand as she did so. The power of the staff was so tremendous that even the space around it was contorted. However, its momentum was forcefully brought to a halt by a pale and delicate hand. Boom! There was a violent explosion of energy. The powerful shock of the collision traveled through the golden banded staff and caused the battling Buddha's hands to go numb. What? He wore an expression of utter shock as he discovered that the heavenly life goddess was completely unmoving as she blocked his strike. She then looked at him with an extremely dangerous expression. He possessed a fearless personality, and he wasn't afraid of the Celestial the Arch, Guanyin, or the Shakyamuni Buddha. Right now, however, the glare of this woman caused a cold chill to run down his spine. The heavenly life goddess slowly looked up. Although her appearance was the most beautiful that any of them had ever witnessed, the expression of fury and viciousness that she wore at this moment meant that none of them could bring themselves to admire her beauty. I've decided, she said calmly. She tightened her grip, causing the golden banded staff to tremble violently. At the same time, loud cracks could be heard as countless golden fractures started to appear on the staff. These fractures spread at an incredibly fast rate. Sun Wukong was wide-eyed with shock, and he shouted, "My staff! Your staff!" The heavenly life goddess chuckled coldly and continued, "No, you don't have a staff." The heavenly life goddess tightened her grip even further. A golden light suddenly surged through heaven and earth before there was the loud sound of something exploding. The giant staff was forcefully crushed into countless golden shards. "No, my golden banded staff." Sun Wukong was overwhelmed by an unimaginable feeling of grief. This was the grief and sorrow of an old companion leaving him. The heavenly life goddess seized this opportunity to attack Sun Wukong and press him into the ground. Life restriction. A green celestial sword descended from the sky and stabbed into Sun Wukong's chest. Immediately afterward, it was as if Sun Wukong's life force was frozen in time. His aura vanished, and his movements ceased. He looked like a lifelike statue, with even his expression of grief frozen on his face. At this moment, Demon Lord Ling Gu and Demon Emperor Si Yu's attacks finally arrived. Demon Emperor Si Yu was responsible for attacking the heavenly life goddess, while Demon Lord Ling Gu was responsible for attacking the boundless flower. They had also discovered that the boundless flower was the greatest weak point of the heavenly life goddess. Thus, they had to make the boundless flower the focal point of their attacks. However, in an unexpected turn of events, the heavenly life goddess surprisingly grabbed the boundless flower and had it shrink to the size of her palm. She then opened her mouth and swallowed it whole. The two powerful beings of the true demon tribe couldn't help but loudly curse in their minds upon seeing this. They hadn't imagined that their opponent could do this. If one ate their own weakness, then didn't that mean they wouldn't have any more weaknesses? There was nothing wrong with this solution. The attacks of Demon Lord Ling Gu and Demon Emperor Siyu landed. Yet the heavenly life goddess easily blocked them with her arms. Her body wasn't pushed back a single inch. The heavenly life goddess' eyes were ice cold, and her lips curled up into a smile as she said, "I've decided, since my refinement has been disturbed already, and since I've suffered a backlash already, I might as well go with the flow and delay the refinement. I'll finish dealing with you pesky flies first." Dark clouds blanketed the moon and stars. Darkness was the main theme of the Taichu continent. The heavenly sea god silently stood in the center of the white nectar sea as he monitored everything occurring in the sea. Meanwhile, the heavenly heaven god was among the clouds as he monitored everything occurring in the sky. The true core of the scouting team of the Central Front heavenly human tribe was none other than them two. The sky and sea were both monitored by their absolute power. As such, not even an insect would be able to escape their detection if they were to enter these territories. The heavenly sea god and heavenly heaven god were confident of this. "I wonder when the heavenly life goddess will complete her refinement," the heavenly sea god said with an expression of eager anticipation. "Once she succeeds, we'll be afraid of no one else, aren't I right? Of course, as long as the three of us work together, neither the heavenly darkness god nor the heavenly light goddess nor any of the other god of creation stage divine beings on the Taichu continent will be of any threat to us. They'll all be crushed into the ground by us and never have a chance of rising." The heavenly heaven god was in a fairly good mood, and a friendly smile spread across his pale white and cloudy head as he said, "The three forms reincarnation true heaven formation is an ultimate trump card developed by the heavenly life goddess and me. It seamlessly fuses the will of the heavenly Tao with the miracle of life and the infinite cycles of reincarnation. The existence of these three virtues means that three supreme heavenly gods are required to maintain this formation. Initially, we were worried about where to find the third supreme heavenly god. Yet who knew that Brother C would exhibit such brilliant foresight and understand that joining us is the correct choice?" The heavenly sea god wore an earnest expression as he said, "For the heavenly Tao." The heavenly heaven god nodded slightly and said, "For the world." The two heavenly gods exchanged a knowing smile, and this was much like a scene of two friends who were fighting together toward a common goal. As if thinking of something, the heavenly heaven god suddenly said, "Oh, that's right. Darkness is rife tonight, so be careful of the heavenly darkness god sneaking over." Heh! The heavenly darkness god cherishes his life immensely, so how would he dare to sneak over here? Would he not be afraid of walking into our trap and being surrounded by three supreme heavenly gods? The heavenly sea god wasn't worried at all. He understood Enlin extremely well. Enlin wouldn't commit to a task unless he was confident that he could succeed. In any case, he had even given Enlin a secret hint, telling him that the heavenly light goddess was at her weakest state right now. Thus, it was entirely likely that Enlin was already causing trouble for the heavenly light goddess. That being the case, how could he come here to bring them trouble? The heavenly heaven god mulled over this for a moment and also felt that it was unlikely. They had an impregnable defense set up around their encampment, so if Enlin truly came to challenge them, he was fully confident that he could defeat and kill him. Enlin would only dare to come here if he felt like he didn't want to live anymore. Enlin's enhancement technique was indeed powerful beyond belief, but would he dare to use it? Through a series of deductions, the heavenly heaven god had roughly determined that Enlin could only use his enhancement technique one more time. Moreover, even if they couldn't rival Enlin while his enhancement technique was activated, they would still have the option of escaping. Once the effects of Enlin's enhancement technique wore off, that would be the moment of his death. Thus, Would someone who cherished their life as much as Lin engage in such risky activity? Upon thinking of this, the heavenly heaven god felt even more at ease. Of course, he still continued to monitor the surroundings. That way, even if Lin truly did come, they would still have enough time to react and target him, no? Time slowly crept by. Everything remained peaceful and calm. The sky was thick with dark clouds. However, a thin ray of moonlight suddenly pierced through a gap in the clouds and shone on the divine tree. This ray of moonlight wasn't a bright and clear color, but rather a barely discernible dim red color. A tall and slender figure suddenly materialized in some shadowy place on the divine tree that was thick with branches and leaves, and that even the two supreme heavenly gods couldn't detect. She was wearing a black dress, and her eyes were the sanguinary red color of blood. Even her black dress was unable to fully hide her pale and supple skin, and there was an aloof and apathetic expression on her beautiful and flawless face. It was as if none of the beings in the world were worthy of her attention. I'm still a little unaccustomed to this body. Supreme heavenly gods can all sense the presence of one another, and the characteristic of my heavenly god power more so makes me appear as bright and eye-catching as the sun in the night. If I had come here with my old body, I would have definitely been discovered regardless of how I suppressed my aura. Her dainty mouth curled up into a slight smile, and she continued to murmur to herself, saying, "However, they definitely wouldn't have imagined that I, the heavenly light goddess, would transform into the moonlit night monarch, the goddess of the blood moon." Indeed, she was none other than the heavenly light goddess, the heavenly goddess who everyone thought was hiding in the eastern heavenly gate and silently undergoing a transformation. No one would have imagined that she would actually sneak into the main encampment of her enemy before her transformation had finished and while at her weakest state. Moreover, she had even evaded the detection of all of the other heavenly gods. In reality, was she at her weakest state right now? No, she wasn't. However, she had yet to complete her transformation, so she naturally wasn't at her strongest state either. In terms of combat capability, her condition was, in fact, not much different from before she had started undergoing this transformation. So why had she come here then? This was because she knew that although she was weak, her three enemies were even weaker. In fact, it could be said that they were at their weakest state at this moment. The heavenly sea god had yet to fully recover from his severe wounds. This was something that everyone knew. Through her light particle great divination technique, she had further detected that the heavenly life goddess had left this world to prepare an extremely important spell technique. This also explained why the three supreme heavenly gods hadn't come to disturb her transformation. Not only did they want to pit her against Lin, but they also needed time for their own preparations. This was a great opportunity. The heavenly light goddess had understood at that instant that her chance to turn the tables had come. She had to ruin the plan of the three supreme heavenly gods. Otherwise, her chance of victory in the future would be incredibly minuscule. One could only slay a tiger by entering the tiger's den. She activated her observations of the moon for a moment, and she immediately knew that her divination had been correct. In the sky above the divine tree was the heavenly heaven god. In the sea beneath the divine tree was the heavenly sea god. As for the heavenly life goddess, she was nowhere to be seen. The black-haired woman lightly placed her hand on the greenish-yellow trunk of the tree. A slight glimmer from her red eyes then traveled down the trunk of the tree and disappeared into the depths of the white nectar sea, all the way until it reached the seabed. Is she in the depths of the sea? There's another independent world there? Then is it better for me to force one of the supreme heavenly gods to use their true form of Tao? Or is it better for me to interrupt the heavenly life goddess' secret plan? The woman didn't mention whether or not she could achieve these goals. Instead, she was merely pondering over which of these options she should choose. If I force the supreme heavenly god to use their true form of Tao, I'll have to retreat immediately after they activate it. Moreover, once enough time passes, the heavenly life goddess will most likely finish preparing their trump card. If I want to enter the independent world to interrupt the heavenly life goddess plan, the presence of the heavenly sea god means that it will be extremely hard for me to successfully sneak into the two-realm passageway. My only option would be to forcefully barge in. At that time, even though I'll be able to seize the opportunity to ruin their plan, there'll be a great chance that I'll be attacked by the three supreme heavenly gods and forced to activate my own true form of Tao. As for sneaking into the two-realm passageway without being detected, it was impossible for anyone to achieve such a feat. The heavenly light goddess didn't dare to think about it either. Did they really think that the three supreme heavenly gods were pushovers? Apart from monitoring the surroundings, would they not have any other preparations near the door of the passageway? In any case, the heavenly light goddess didn't believe that they would be so underprepared. Thus, her current dilemma was whether she should attack the two supreme heavenly gods or barge into the world of the heavenly light goddess. Just as she was hesitating over this decision, however, an unexpected change suddenly struck. The white nectar sea suddenly started to churn. The astonished and furious roar of the heavenly sea god suddenly traveled over from the sea. Something's wrong. Something's very wrong. What's wrong? The voice of the heavenly heaven god traveled over from the sky. Do you still remember the heavenly void god's hobby? The heavenly sea god asked in a frantic voice. Of course. He likes to eat fish. The heavenly heaven god replied in a calm voice. He evidently didn't understand why the heavenly sea god was mentioning this. That's right, he likes to eat fish, especially anchovies. The heavenly sea god said. I was bored just then, so I continued to toss anchovies toward the heavenly void god who was standing guard at the two-realm passageway. However, guess what happened? He didn't materialize into a life form to eat the anchovies, but instead, he used his heavenly void power to directly transform the anchovies into nothingness. The heavenly heaven god was speechless. That's all. Isn't that especially abnormal? The heavenly sea god said with emotion. This is completely incompatible with the heavenly void god's habit. Perhaps he's become tired of always eating anchovies? In any case, he still possesses his heavenly void power, so he can at least still act as a line of defense and a warning system. What's there to worry about? The heavenly heaven god found the heavenly sea god to be quite humorous. His analytical abilities were completely out of whack. The heavenly sea god opened his mouth, yet he couldn't find anything to rebut the heavenly heaven god with. However, he still felt that something was amiss, so he asked in persistence, then why isn't he eating anchovies anymore? What does it have to do with you what he likes to eat? The heavenly heaven god replied in irritation. He felt like the heavenly sea god had been bored out of his mind, so much so that he was starting to care about why others didn't want to eat anchovies anymore. Was this something a supreme heavenly god should be worrying about? Why didn't he use this time to monitor the movements of their enemies or to ponder about how he could improve himself? Why did he insist on wasting his time and effort to think about such mundane matters? The heavenly sea god wasn't willing to back down, so he stubbornly tossed another handful of anchovies toward the two-realm passageway. However, these anchovies were engulfed by an invisible void before they could near the two-realm passageway. In order to eat anchovies, the heavenly void god had turned into a human with a large and hilariously wide mouth before. The life of the heavenly void god was extremely empty, so he needed anchovies to bring some fulfillment to his existence. In order to eat anchovies, he had even chosen to sacrifice his demeanor as a mysterious and profound existence. Thus, how could he abandon such an important hobby just like that? The heavenly sea god couldn't understand this. He had a nagging feeling that he was missing something important. Don't overthink it. Concentrate on monitoring the surrounding situation and make sure you don't stuff up during a critical time. We're monitoring the divine tree tonight, so even microorganisms won't be able to sneak into this area without our detection. The heavenly heaven god said calmly. The heavenly sea god naturally knew that he shouldn't stuff up. But what if the two of them had already stuffed up? Although this was only a minor and trivial matter, it was still enough to make him feel uneasy. Few people could give him a sense of unease. In fact, the god of creation stage divine beings of the Taichu continent could only barely manage to make him feel uneasy. Other than them, only Enlin and the heavenly light goddess could make him feel uneasy. However, none of them could sneak onto the divine tree without their detection. No, something's not right. The heavenly sea god suddenly shuddered as if he had realized something. Why is my imagination definitely just my imagination? I can't be restricted by my own understanding and thoughts. The heavenly sea god suddenly understood what he needed to do. He needed to call in Lin to confirm that he was still in this world. Indeed, calling in Lin could also be used as a method of observing his movements. The heavenly sea god immediately used his heart of the ocean to call in Lin. However, he was stunned to discover that the heart of the ocean was unable to initiate contact with Enlin. It simply delivered him a short message: "Sorry. The person you have called is currently outside the region of service." What did outside the region of service mean? His region of service was the entire Tai Chu continent. In other words, being outside the region of service signified that Enlin had already left this world. Why did Enlin suddenly leave the Tai Chu continent tonight? Moreover, where could he go if he had indeed left the Tai Chu continent? The heavenly sea god turned his gaze toward the two-realm passageway as a cold chill suddenly ran down his spine. It can't be. He couldn't have. Is this a coincidence? Or is he truly inside? If Enlin were truly inside, then that would explain his strange feeling of something being amiss. It would also explain the abnormal behavior of the heavenly void god. Although it was an unfathomable thought, it was extremely likely that the heavenly void god before them was a fake. However, how could he inform the heavenly heaven god about this? How would he explain himself if the heavenly heaven god suddenly questioned him about why he could contact Enlin? Thinking about this gave the heavenly sea god a headache. However, he also knew that he couldn't hesitate any longer. Time was of the essence now, and the heavenly life goddess refinement definitely couldn't be interrupted. Heavenly heaven god, I can't help but feel that something is amiss. The words of the sea tell me that there's an aura of sin drifting over from the north. Moreover, this aura is actually resonating with the void surrounding the two-realm passageway. The heavenly sea god couldn't find an excuse, so he could only start to bullshit his way through. An aura of sin from the north? Are you referring to Enlin? The heavenly heaven god wasn't familiar with the heavenly sea god, so he didn't dare to carelessly comment on the heavenly sea god's judgments. It's extremely likely. I only have a very vague feeling that something is wrong. However, Enlin is stronger than we think, so it's extremely likely that he managed to escape our detection. I've got to test this heavenly void god to see whether or not he's still the same heavenly void god as before. The heavenly sea god wore a solemn expression as he said this. The heavenly heaven god was feeling a little hesitant. The heavenly void god was the underling of the heavenly life goddess. So wouldn't targeting him without any evidence be like a slap to the heavenly life goddess face? What if there was nothing wrong with the heavenly void god? What if the heavenly sea god made him become reclusive and go on a strike? The heavenly heaven god didn't express approval or disapproval. However, the heavenly sea god knew that time was of the essence, so he took the heavenly heaven god's lack of reply as a silent approval. He immediately waved his arms at the heavenly void god, causing a boundless pressure to ferociously gather at the depths of the sea surrounding him. The entire power of the white nectar sea was utilized by the heavenly sea god, and the liquid at the core of the sea even started to glow with a profound and eternal gold color. The heavenly void god continued to engulf the seawater. Yet the amount of seawater that was surging toward him was far too terrifying. This was seawater that contained the might of a supreme heavenly god. Thus, the heavenly void god was instantly filled to the brim, especially by the seawater that glowed with a soft golden color. Pwah! The heavenly void god suddenly exploded from overinflation. A cloud of black mist exploded in front of the two-realm passageway before vanishing from the sea. The heavenly sea god and heavenly heaven god had both been observing the situation before the two-realm passageway, and they couldn't help but draw a cold breath upon seeing this. Why was there a black mist? Why didn't the heavenly void god talk to them upon being attacked? At this moment, the two supreme heavenly gods both thought of a deeply astonishing possibility. Enemies had already snuck into the two-realm passageway. It was also at the moment that the two-realm passageway suddenly lit up. A monster that had a giant pink flower as a head and the body of a six-legged demon rushed out from the door before shouting in wild delight, "I finally made it out! I didn't die! Unlike the brothers from before, I wasn't killed by an invisible power right upon exiting the door. I'm finally able to report the news to the supreme heavenly gods. However, compared to this monster's delight, the two supreme heavenly gods had already become deathly silent. They couldn't bring themselves to laugh at all. The heavenly void god who had been standing guard before the two-realm passageway hadn't been the heavenly void god at all. He had been a fake heavenly void god. His task was not only to trick the two supreme heavenly gods but also to kill all of the beings who came from the heavenly life goddess world to report the intruders to them. What an impressive display of killing two birds with one stone. They actually screwed both the heavenly life goddess and us over at the same time. There were relentless rumbles in the sky, and it was clear that the heavenly heaven god was incredibly furious at this moment. Meanwhile, the monster that had run out from the two-realm passageway had already started to shout at the top of its lungs. Tornado Flower, the 108th general of the world of life, has a super urgent matter to report to the supreme heavenly gods. Just as it finished shouting this, a deep blue liquid-formed person had already appeared before it. This person wore a somber expression while saying, "I'm the heavenly sea god. What on earth happened there?" Tornado Flower immediately broke down in tears as it kneeled down and said, "Heavenly sea god, the situation is dire." The heavenly darkness god brought a group of Tao integration stage cultivators with him and barged into the heavenly life goddess world. They want to sabotage the heavenly life goddess refinement plan. The two supreme heavenly gods were stunned upon hearing this. Sure enough, it was Lin. Although they were already mentally prepared for this, they still couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief and absurdity when their suspicion was confirmed. How did Lin know that the heavenly life goddess was going to refine the boundless flower today? Moreover, how had he tricked the heavens and the sea and successfully snuck into the two-realm passageway? Was he that heaven-defyingly capable and unstoppable? Just then, they had still been talking about how even a microorganism wouldn't be able to escape their detection. However, the reality was now mercilessly slapping them across the face. Not only had Lin snuck in, but he had even brought a group of Tao integration stage cultivators along with him. Meanwhile, the heavenly sea god and the heavenly heaven god hadn't detected their presence at all. "Hurry! Let's go and help out." "Oh, that's right, is the heavenly life goddess still doing fine? And Lin wants to sabotage her plan. So did she do anything to obstruct Lin?" The heavenly sea god suddenly asked. "And Lin was stopped by her guardians," Tornado Flower replied honestly. The two supreme heavenly gods breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Fortunately, things hadn't deteriorated to the worst-case scenario yet. However, her refinement of the boundless flower was interrupted by the group of Tao integration stage cultivators. The life essence of the boundless flower was severely wounded, and the heavenly life goddess also suffered a backlash. Tornado Flower continued. "Heavenly heaven god." The heavenly sea god was struck by a rush of dizziness. The two supreme heavenly gods both experienced the roller coaster sensation of falling from the mortal world to hell, rising from hell to heaven, and then falling from heaven back to hell. The heavenly sea god truly wanted to smack Tornado Flower to death. Couldn't it fucking say everything at once? It's too late to say anything else now. We'll immediately enter the heavenly life goddess world. Since Lin dared to ruin our plan, we definitely have to make sure that he rests here for all eternity. The heavenly heaven god's pale white and cloudy head suddenly appeared at the bottom of the sea. An unimaginably powerful aura then erupted from it, causing the powerful Tornado Flower to sprawl onto the seabed and tremble in apprehension. It didn't dare to move or say anything. Who would have imagined that Lin would truly dare to come here? Isn't he afraid of death? We'll enter the two-realm passageway and kill him right away. The heavenly sea god was genuinely angry at this moment. He hadn't imagined that Lin would actually dare to come here. Not only that, but he had escaped their detection so flawlessly. In fact, he had almost succeeded in tricking the two supreme heavenly gods. Most importantly, he had already ruined their plan. Whoosh, whoosh. Two streaks of light that were brimming with a boundless killing intent surged toward the two-realm passageway. They were going to make Lin pay. Right at this moment, however, A blood moon suddenly tore through the cloud layers. The long-absent sight of two moons hanging in the sky appeared once again. A dim red blade projection then suddenly ripped the entire white nectar sea into two. The paramount sharpness of the blade directly slashed the profound sea open and cut into the floor of the sea. If the heavenly heaven god and heavenly sea god had stopped any slower, the strike would have accurately slashed into their bodies. In any case, the heavenly heaven god and heavenly sea god had no option but to dodge this strike. This was because they had detected an extremely dangerous aura from this strike. Boom! The devastating blade projection left a deep and profound cut in the seabed. Who dares to obstruct us? The heavenly heaven god roared in fury. The dim red and sinister energy of the moon had yet to disappear when a dark figure slowly materialized before them. This was a stunningly beautiful woman whose raven black hair reached her naked feet. She walked out from the dim red energy, and the most eye-catching thing about her was the sanguine red and crescent-shaped scythe that hovered behind her. There was a hint of boundless divine light in her clear and limpid eyes as she gazed at the two supreme heavenly gods with a slightly mocking expression. The two supreme heavenly gods were slightly baffled upon seeing this woman. "Who in the world are you?" the heavenly sea god asked solemnly. The woman looked at the heavenly sea god with a mysterious smile and replied, "What? You can't recognize me after I changed my appearance? You're the moonlit night monarch of the Dark Wing tribe?" The heavenly heaven god's expression changed slightly. However, he had studied the top echelon powerful beings of the Taichu continent before, so he asked, "Didn't you already die?" "No, it's definitely not her. Even if the moonlit night monarch didn't die, there's no way she could be so powerful," the heavenly sea god said with a shake of his head. He couldn't help but feel a sense of extreme danger as he gazed at the woman in the black dress before him. No worries. You too will realize who I am very soon," the raven-haired woman said to the heavenly sea god and heavenly heaven god with a meaningful smile. She then continued, "Who would have thought that Lin is actually this powerful? He arrived here even before me and has already ruined your plan. This truly is good news. I was still hesitating about which option to take, yet there's no need for me to make a choice now. All I need to do is take your lives." Right at this moment, an overwhelming pressure suddenly surged toward the woman from her two sides. Two pale white yet incredibly large palms viciously struck toward each other as if they were attempting to flatten a small black mosquito. How arrogant! Great heaven cloud palm! Boom! The two palms collided together. The heavenly heaven power relentlessly surged forth. The seawater within a radius of several thousand kilometers was instantly evaporated, forming a terrifyingly large vacuum. Tornado Flower was severely wounded and sent flying by the shockwaves of this sudden attack. However, when the shockwaves of the attack settled down, it revealed a semi-transparent red moon barrier that was formed from the energy of the true moon protecting a woman inside. She was completely unscathed by the heavenly heaven god's attack. The heavenly heaven god's expression changed drastically. There was a being in this world who could block his attack without suffering a single scratch. At this moment, the heavenly sea god had already summoned hundreds of millions of tons of seawater to crash toward the woman. This seawater contained an origin and paramount power of corrosion, with everything that it came into contact with transforming into dust and sand. The raven-haired woman reached back to retrieve her scythe. A tremendous sharpness then erupted, and it was as if a sanguine red crescent moon had appeared in the bottom of the sea at this instant. It cleanly slashed the onslaught of seawater into two halves. The heavenly sea god's heart shuddered when he saw this. At this moment, the raven-haired woman had already charged before him at an unbelievable speed. Meanwhile, the crescent-shaped scythe in her hands had already thrust behind him, with the razor-sharp inner edge slashing toward his neck. Heavenly Sea Golden Barrier. An indomitable wall of seawater suddenly materialized behind the heavenly sea god. This layer of golden seawater appeared extremely thin, yet it contained the condensed power of an entire sea. It was sturdy enough to engulf and block all attacks. Sure enough, there was an explosion of seawater as the frighteningly powerful scythe collided into the wall of golden seawater. However, it was unable to cut down any further. Yet, Before the heavenly sea god could even breathe a sigh of relief, an unfathomable radiance suddenly erupted from the blade of the scythe. This was a radiance that was powerful enough to penetrate and purify all matter. The heavenly sea golden barrier was ripped into shreds. This was because the raven-haired woman's attack was already powerful enough to rip open an entire sea. The heavenly sea god finally guessed the identity of his opponent. He could barely hide his expression of shock. However, before he could even finish his sentence, his head had already been ruthlessly sliced off by the razor-sharp blade of the scythe. The raven-haired woman had ruthlessly beheaded the heavenly sea god. However, she still wasn't satisfied, and she charged forward in an attempt to deal more damage. Yet, at this moment, a ubiquitous power that was even more vast and boundless than the sea started to appear. This power then smashed into her back and sent her flying hundreds of kilometers into the distance. A colossal pale, white, and cloudy head was glaring at the woman, and his wrathful voice contained a hint of utter shock as he said, "Heavenly light goddess, it's actually you." "Yes, it's me. How is it? Are you astonished? Are you delighted?" The woman wore a faint smile as she turned around and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. The attacks of the heavenly heaven god were essentially always large-scale attacks that couldn't be dodged. Thus, she could only face his attacks head-on. "I'm extremely surprised. You've fallen into depravity, heavenly light goddess." There was a complicated feeling in the heavenly heaven god's voice, and he continued, "You're no longer transcendent and paramount, and you're no longer filled with a sense of pureness and hope for the future. Your current body is riddled with imperfections." The raven-haired woman glanced down at her snow-white and supple skin, which was so beautiful that it almost seemed otherworldly. She smiled faintly and said, "Where is it riddled with imperfections? This body is extremely beautiful and pure. Moreover, as long as my heart is filled with light, then everything will naturally be flawless." A water-formed human condensed in the distance and said, "Heavenly light goddess, who would have thought that you would actually choose to go down this path?" This was none other than the beheaded heavenly sea god. "That's right. I've got to say that your experiment of imbuing heavenly god powers into beings of the Taichu continent is truly of immense benefit to one's combat capability." The heavenly light goddess mouth curled up into a slight smile as she continued, "However, it's a shame that you handed the heavenly god power to a living being. Meanwhile, I've handed a living being to a heavenly god power. This is the difference between us. This is a difference in intelligence." The heavenly sea god shuddered upon hearing this insult. Not only did Lan Xiaoni not listen to his commands, but she had even turned around to obliterate his heavenly gate. This was his deepest scar, and it could be said that he had embarrassed himself to death. The heavenly light goddess was clearly saying this to mock him. The heavenly sea god clenched his fists in fury. The white nectar sea was roaring, and this was the reflection of his dignity and will. It was powerful enough to affect the climate and will of the entire world. He wanted to attack, yet he quickly forced himself to compose his emotions. At the same time, a smile spread across his face. "Heavenly light goddess, I know that you resent me deeply. However, I had no option but to do that. Haven't you come here to ruin our plan? Well, let me tell you now. You've already succeeded. We're completely unable to rival you now. However, Enlin is a different story. Enlin's potential is frightening, and if we don't stop him, he'll definitely grow to become your greatest threat. Why don't we shake hands and come to a truce first? We'll band together to deal with Enlin first. What do you say?" The heavenly light goddess, who had still been wearing an indifferent smile a moment ago, faltered upon hearing this. The heavenly heaven god looked deeply at the heavenly sea god. Their enemy had already come to exact revenge, yet he still had the courage to invite them into an alliance to deal with another enemy. The heavenly sea god was truly shameless beyond belief. More importantly, his reason had actually been so fair and rational. To this, the heavenly heaven god only wanted to say, "Impressive." Sure enough, this was the behavior of someone who was bound for greatness. The heavenly light goddess smiled and replied, "Looking at you now, I can kind of understand why you chose to betray me. So what do you think about my proposal?" the heavenly sea god asked. I refuse, the heavenly light goddess said without hesitation. The heavenly sea god was slightly puzzled upon hearing this, and he asked, why do you refuse? You should know that cooperating with us to eliminate the largest future threat is the best course of action. There's not really any reason. I'm refusing simply because I feel like it would be much more refreshing to pummel you two first. The woman raised her sanguine red and crescent-shaped scythe before continuing. I have absolute confidence that I can defeat both Enlin and you two. Thus, there's absolutely no need for me to cooperate with you two. After saying this, she immediately charged toward the heavenly sea god. Fuck! You're insane! The heavenly sea god's expression changed drastically, and he immediately unleashed the power of the White Nectar Sea to ferociously surge toward the woman. The White Nectar Sea was the center sea of the Taichu continent. Thus it possessed the most fundamental power of the sea. Meanwhile, the heavenly sea god could utilize this power to the greatest degree. As such, the heavenly life goddess was currently facing unimaginable pressure. However, she continued to swing her scythe and slash apart the seas as she relentlessly charged at the heavenly sea god. The red moon true intent on the scythe was only a superficial power. What was more terrifying was the heavenly light power that was contained within it. This power was absolutely petrifying, even to the heavenly sea god. Heavenly heaven god, help me! The heavenly sea god shouted. There was no need for him to say this, as the heavenly heaven god had already opened his mouth to launch a ball of air at the woman in the sea. This wasn't a simple ball of air, but rather a ball of air that was formed from the power of countless fractured dimensions. It possessed the ability of slicing, chaos, destruction, dimension obliteration, and so on. However, what shocked the heavenly heaven god was that the woman easily cut this ball of air into two with a simple slash of her scythe. Not only that, but the power of the fractured dimensions was all transformed into stable light particles under the illumination of the golden light radiating from the blade of the scythe. On the surface, this aloof and gentle-looking woman was a moon goddess who roamed the night and wielded the power of massacre. In reality, however, she was the mighty and righteous heavenly light goddess. These two conflicting characteristics were contained within this woman, yet they had somehow managed to perfectly fuse into one. Even if she were trying to kill someone, she was still treating them well. After all, she was using her heavenly light power to purify them. The power of the heavenly light goddess was supremely domineering as it smashed through the heavenly heaven god's attack and surged toward the heavenly sea god again. She was much like an invincible goddess of war. Divine origin of 10,000 worlds. Golden Sea of Swords. The heavenly sea god took advantage of the short moment that the heavenly heaven god had won for him to form hundreds of millions of formidable golden swords in the depths of the sea. At a glance, it was as if this were a golden sea that was filled with the dazzling glow of swords. These swords then transformed into countless bursts of destructive golden light as they swarmed at the woman in black. Each sword contained the profound and paramount true intent of the sea, and this was an attack that was capable of terrorizing any powerful being. At this moment, the explosion of power that was being unleashed by the golden sea of swords was inconceivable. Only the woman that stood at the bottom of the sea could experience its devastation. Impressive attack, the heavenly light goddess remarked as she slashed down with her crescent-shaped scythe. This time, there were even divine patterns materializing on her forehead. She was unleashing her full power. A sanguine red blade projection surged through thousands of kilometers before colliding into the countless number of golden swords before it. The relentless collisions caused the surrounding seawater to erupt and evaporate. The number of golden swords was limitless, and they continued to relentlessly smash into the blade projection. However, the sanguine red blade projection suddenly couldn't contain its own power anymore, transforming into a soaring radiance that was brilliant enough to illuminate the entire world. Boom! A golden light ripped through the White Nectar Sea. This light then scattered the dense layer of dark clouds in the sky and directly soared toward the heavens. It brought light upon the entire world. The White Nectar Sea churned furiously as formidable tsunamis started to crash through. All of the heavenly gods and heavenly human tribe soldiers on the central front were stupefied. They were transfixed with deep astonishment as they gazed at the scene before them, and there was only a single thought running through their minds. Is the heavenly light goddess going to blow up the entire White Nectar Sea? The battle at the bottom of the White Nectar Sea caused a tremendous commotion. Indeed, the heavenly gods and heavenly humans on the divine tree could all feel the tumultuous power swirling at the bottom of the sea. Moreover, just how large was the White Nectar Sea? It was many times larger than the landmass of small worlds. At this moment, the entire White Nectar Sea was churning with unrest. Tsunami waves that measured over 10,000 feet in height crashed forward one after another. As a golden light erupted through the bottom of the sea, it was as if a sun were blazing in the depths of the White Nectar Sea. This is the heavenly light power. What's happening? Don't tell me that the heavenly light goddess has already completed her transformation and has come to challenge our supreme heavenly gods. Gasp! Just how powerful is she to dare to do this? Should we go and help the heavenly gods? Do you want to seek death? Are you unaware of your own limitations? Is their battle one that we can interfere with? A Heaven Pioneer stage great general couldn't help but scold some of the more naive soldiers. The remaining heavenly humans all nodded in deep approval. Their attacks couldn't breach a supreme heavenly god's defenses, yet a casual shockwave from a supreme heavenly god's attacks could easily wipe out an entire legion of them. This was a pinnacle-level battle that they had no ability to interfere in. At this moment, the heavenly slaughter god had already issued a loud command to all of the heavenly human tribe united army soldiers, saying, "Activate the defenses of the divine tree to prevent it from being damaged by the shockwaves of the supreme heavenly god's battle." He was the most battle-thirsty heavenly god, yet he was actually commanding the army to prepare their defenses now. It was evident that there was genuinely no one who could help the supreme heavenly gods in this battle. The rest of them could only silently watch on from the sidelines. The heavenly humans started to channel their energy into some formation, and an aquamarine-colored light barrier soared into the sky, fully enveloping and protecting the colossal divine tree. At this moment, overwhelming waves of 10,000 feet tall had already surged before the divine tree. The speed of these waves was incredible, and the power that they possessed was as if they could obliterate heaven and earth. However, these ginormous waves were all blocked by the barrier that shrouded the divine tree. The divine tree was completely unscathed. Upon seeing this, the previously nervous heavenly humans finally discovered a sense of safety. Rip! However, a sanguine red and crescent-shaped blade projection suddenly cut through the sea and coincidentally slashed into the aquamarine-colored light barrier. Boom! There was a violent explosion of energy. The heavenly humans felt a rush of intense tremoring before they saw the light barrier fracture at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. A blue liquid-formed person was panting heavily as he was pushed up against the light barrier. He was none other than the heavenly sea god, who had been slammed into the light barrier by the heavenly life goddess blade projection. Heavenly sea god! Heavenly sea god! Are you okay? The heavenly humans hadn't imagined that the near-invincible heavenly sea god would actually appear before them in such a sorry state. This was something that they could barely begin to fathom. The heavenly sea god didn't have time to acknowledge these soldiers. He was just about to pick himself up. Yet at this moment, several more bursts of sanguine red and devastating blade projections tore through the sea and slashed toward him. "Heavenly light goddess!" he roared in fury as he violently struck at the sanguine red blade projections. His colossal seawater hand blotted out heaven and earth, and it possessed the might of the limitless sea as it smashed down at the blade projections. Boom! 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 There were several deafening explosions. The heavenly sea god obliterated the outer layer of the blade projections, revealing the vast and boundless heavenly light power that was contained within them. This heavenly light power was capable of penetrating through and purifying all matter, and it looked like a bright crescent-shaped moon that represented paramount purity as it ruthlessly shattered the colossal seawater hand and continued to slash toward the heavenly sea god. No. There was a look of utter despair on the heavenly sea god's face as his body was cut into several pieces by the heavenly light goddess attack. The blade projections didn't stop here, however, and to the absolute horror of the heavenly humans, They directly shattered the already fractured aquamarine-colored light barrier. They then sliced through the divine tree, cutting it into several pieces as if it were soft butter. Rumble, the colossal divine tree collapsed once again. The heavenly humans fled in disarray. They were truly terrified at this moment. The heavenly sea god and the divine tree had been cut into several pieces before them, so how could they not be terrified? They would naturally flee as far away as they could. At this moment, a beautiful red-eyed woman who was wielding a scythe split open the seas and slowly walked toward the heavenly sea god. The heavenly humans were all dumbfounded upon seeing the heavenly light goddess' true appearance. This was the heavenly light goddess? Why was her appearance completely different from their expectations? Shouldn't she have appeared radiant, mighty, and pure? Why was her style like that of a dark god? However, they knew that she was the true heavenly light goddess. This was because of her unbelievably pure heavenly light power. There was no way this could be faked. Boom! There was an explosion of water. Another pale white and cloudy head materialized. And there was even a mirror-like divine halo that could reflect the image of heaven and earth above this head. Heavenly light goddess, you can't defeat us. Dragging this battle on will only be wasting time. Once the heavenly life goddess leaves her world, you'll no longer be able to escape. The voice of the heavenly heaven god was mighty and ethereal, and it was as if he were speaking from beyond the heavens. Really? I don't feel like I'm wasting time. The heavenly light goddess replied as she gazed at the heavenly sea god who was recovering nearby. Her lips curled up into a smile as she looked at his quivering divine halo, and she continued, "Heavenly sea god, how much longer can you hold on for?" The heavenly sea god felt a strong urge to hit someone upon hearing this. Heavenly light goddess, who knew that you would also do something as depraved as taking advantage of one's dire situation. The heavenly sea god sneered through gritted teeth. The heavenly light goddess expression remained unchanged as she said calmly, "That's still better than being a traitor. Heavenly sea god. Heavenly light goddess, you've changed. You've changed into someone who enjoys insulting others. You no longer possess your demeanor of transcendent dignity and radiance." The current heavenly light goddess possessed the life of a being of the Taichu continent, and as a result, she was far more powerful than before. At the same time, however, she would also adopt a more mortal demeanor. It was anyone's guess whether this was good or bad. In any case, this was definitely bad for the heavenly sea god. Women liked to hold grudges, even though they often claimed otherwise. The heavenly light goddess exhibited this quality to the extreme as she relentlessly attacked the heavenly sea god. Would she dare to say that she didn't hold grudges? At this moment, the heavenly light goddess had already raised her scythe and charged at him again. If this continued, the heavenly sea god would truly be forced to activate his true form of Tao. Heavenly heaven god, use our trump card to kill her, the heavenly sea god shouted in panic. As he said this, a brilliant glow erupted from the divine halo above his head, sweeping outward like the waves of the sea. The entire sky was transformed into a blue and wavy sea. Heavenly god technique, foreign sea of the mysterious realm, rumble, following the deafening sound of crashing waves. The sea in the sky suddenly started to transform. The undulating blue seawater suddenly turned into a sinister purple color as an even more eerie colossal smiling face appeared in its center. This smiling face didn't possess any aura. To be more precise, the sea was its aura. The heavenly light goddess finally felt a sense of danger. It was also at this moment that the space around her suddenly transformed into countless chaotic dimensions. Looking in from the outside, it was as if the heavenly light goddess had been contorted into numerous different forms. Some parts of her had become two-dimensional, while some parts of her had become unidimensional. In fact, some parts of her had even become extra-dimensional. Heavenly God Technique, Attack of Dimensions. The two supreme heavenly gods finally unleashed their trump card upon the heavenly light goddess. The sinister purple sea slowly bore down toward the woman. The sounds of laughter and sobbing were seemingly reverberating through the sky. The heavenly light goddess looked up at the eerie smiling face in the sea in the sky and also replied with a smile. At this moment, The contorted dimensions around her had already started to descend upon her. Without any hesitation, the heavenly light goddess slashed her scythe at the section of contorted dimensions before her. Her sanguine red and crescent-shaped scythe was profoundly powerful as it sliced through heaven and earth, yet it erupted into countless specks of light as it crashed into the contorted dimensions. These were dimensions that could contort and even decompose her heavenly light power. The heavenly light goddess yearned to attack again. Yet at this moment, her arms and legs were suddenly severed by an invisible dimension attack. Her left arm had become an infinitely inflated ball, while her right arm had become a sheet of paper. As for her legs, they had become strings of thread as they detached from her body. Blood sprayed through the air. Yet, upon reaching some point in the void, even this blood started to transform into all kinds of different shapes and forms. This was a scene of chaos and contortion, and this was a scene that appeared especially eerie and harrowing. This was the first time that the heavenly light goddess had been wounded after adopting her new body. Apart from enraging her, this sensation of heart-wrenching pain also caused her to feel particularly real and genuine. There was a peculiar glimmer in her eyes, and it was as if she had comprehended something. So, this is the feeling of being alive? At this moment, the eerie smiling face in the sky suddenly unleashed a wave-like fluctuation. Upon being hit by this fluctuation, the heavenly life goddess felt as if she had been tossed into a vast and boundless sea. She felt as if she were floating aimlessly, and she felt as if she couldn't exert any control over her own body. Her movements were frozen for an instant. During this instant, a waterfall that was much like a purple dragon swooping down from the sky had already descended from the sinister purple sea and engulfed her entire body. It then disintegrated her into nothingness. Peace and calm were restored to the world. However, the heavenly heaven god and the heavenly sea god didn't dare to let their guards down. They continued to maintain their supreme heavenly god techniques. This was because they knew that the heavenly light goddess wouldn't be killed so easily. Sure enough, a speck of golden light materialized in the void, eventually growing larger and larger and brighter, like a radiant beacon. This light seemed to contain a boundless sense of hope for the future. In just an instant, it had already become more dazzling than the sun. Its radiance so intense that even the colossal smiling face in the sinister purple sea couldn't help but squint its eyes. "Continue to attack!" the heavenly sea god roared. The heavenly heaven god was wild with fury as he unleashed his paramount heavenly heaven power. Countless dimension attacks surged forth to contort and engulf the radiance. However, the radiance was powerful beyond belief, and it was actually able to penetrate the dimensions and rip through their barriers. It was as if this radiance wanted to pierce through tens of thousands of realms. At this moment, an unfathomably colossal column of water that measured 10 million feet in diameter descended from the sky. It contained the boundless power of heaven and earth, and the powerful might of the supreme heavenly god powers even caused the surrounding space to tremor and transform into a pure sea. Purple became the main theme of heaven and earth, and it painted over and concealed the brilliance of the heavenly light goddess radiance. However, regardless of how the two supreme heavenly gods resisted, there always remained a speck of dazzling golden light in the world. Light is eternal and singular, and it is the proof of the existence of heaven and earth and all matter in between. All matter requires me, so how are you going to obstruct my power? An aloof and apathetic voice echoed around the space. Golden lights started to tear apart all dimensions and decompose all sea. Not good. Hurry! Retreat! The heavenly heaven god's expression changed drastically as he frantically dashed back in retreat. The heavenly sea god also started to frantically retreat. Like an explosion, a golden light instantly delivered the heavenly light power to the surroundings at the speed of light. No matter could resist the penetration of light, and no matter could resist the erosion of light. All matter with or without form was purified into light particles by the brilliant golden radiance. The two supreme heavenly gods couldn't dodge in time, so they were both severely wounded by the radiant golden light. An enormous figure started to appear from within the light. She was especially tall, measuring a whopping 10 million feet in height. Her head reached the sky, and her feet reached the earth. Meanwhile, her appearance was also breathtakingly beautiful. She was dressed in a golden dress of light, and this made her appear especially holy and sacred. However, her eyes were a sanguine red, and it was as if they contained a boundless sense of massacre and destruction. These were conflicting characteristics, yet the heavenly humans couldn't help but feel dazed and entranced upon laying eyes on the heavenly life goddess. It was as if they had witnessed some paramount work of art. However, as if they had seen a ghost, the expressions of the two supreme heavenly gods changed drastically. This is the full power state of the heavenly light goddess myriad form Buddha. We have to fight her with our full power. The two supreme heavenly gods wore extremely grave expressions. If Enlin were present, he would definitely recognize this form of the heavenly light goddess. When assaulting the land of eternal light, the heavenly light goddess had also activated this technique when fighting against Chun Chun. Moreover, she had even managed to wound him. Right now, the heavenly light goddess had activated this technique again. However, it was slightly different from what Enlin had witnessed before. In the past, the figure had been formed from extremely pure particles of light. This time, however, the figure was that of an unbelievably giant beauty. This figure felt like a genuine life form. Her eyes were sanguine red, and there was even a scythe of several thousand kilometers long hovering behind her back. This scythe shone with a razor-sharp radiance that was capable of splitting heaven and earth. The appearance of her technique had changed, yet the feeling of extreme terror and the overwhelming pressure that it exuded was every bit the same as before. The eerie, smiling face in the purple sea actively ventured out, an expression of yearning in its eyes as it gazed at the woman. In fact, it directly brought the purple sea with it as it descended toward the woman. It was as if it wanted to thoroughly engulf this flawless work of art. The heavenly light goddess expression was unchanging as she looked at the descending purple sea. In fact, there was even a faint smile tugging at the corners of her lips. Tens of thousands of slender and pale white arms suddenly materialized behind her, each of them possessing an astonishing true form of origin. Roar! A lightning dragon of 500 kilometers long soared into the sky and exploded as it dived into the purple sea. Countless arcs of lightning surged tens of thousands of kilometers into the surroundings, causing the aura of the entire sea to shudder. However, the purple sea continued to descend. Even the true form of origin of the heavenly light goddess was unable to stop the descending sea. However, this was only the might of a single of her forms. Indeed, the heavenly light goddess still possessed tens of thousands of other forms. 100 of the arms behind her started to move around. A vine snake transformed into a poison emperor as it soared into the sky to poison the sea. The king of the fire realm unleashed boundless bursts of holy flames to burn the sea. Razor-sharp divine swords slashed into the sky to split the sea into two. Countless bloody spikes that were intertwined with karma rained toward the sea, continuously piercing at its weak point. A star of death unleashed hundreds of millions of ghosts to tear and bite at the colossal smiling face in the center of the purple sea. 100 different kinds of astonishing true form of Tao blasted into the sea in unison. The smiling face in the center of the sea started to wail in agony as it smiled. However, it still continued to descend toward the heavenly life goddess. It was in pain, yet it could still endure. Interesting. It's experienced 1/100th of the power of my myriad radiance, yet it still has the courage to face my power head-on. The heavenly light goddess wore an expression of slight surprise as she looked up at the purple sea. In the end, however, she merely waved her arm, causing thousands of arms behind her to start to move. At this moment, the heavenly heaven god had already unleashed another dimension attack at the heavenly light goddess. However, the countless arms behind the heavenly light goddess simply made a pushing motion, directly obliterating the heavenly heaven god's dimension attack. Eat my attack! 1,000 forms of light. 1,000 different true forms of origin surged toward the sea in the sky. This was a spectacular scene, and it was as if there were countless gods descending into the world. There were countless explosions of energy, and a myriad of mysterious and peculiar phenomena flooded through the sky. The colossal and eerie smiling face was comprehensively obliterated by the magnificent and boundless true forms of Tao. At the same time, the boundless purple sea that was hovering in the sky was more so smashed into countless droplets of water by the unimaginable power of the true forms of Tao. These droplets of water were then purified by the radiance into countless particles of light. Pwa! The spell technique of the heavenly sea god was obliterated, and the backlash that resulted caused him to spit blood and suffer severe wounds. The myriad form Buddha was a technique that comprised 10,000 forms, all composed of light. Right now, the heavenly light goddess had obliterated the heavenly sea god's heavenly god technique with merely 1,000 of these forms. Thus, it was evident just how devastating her myriad form Buddha technique truly was. Using 2,000 of her arms to hold back the surrounding void, the heavenly light goddess could also completely block the dimension attack of the heavenly heaven god. In other words, now that she had unleashed her full combat capability, she could easily rival the combined attacks of two other supreme heavenly gods. This was indicative of just how formidable her combat capability truly was. Just how immensely powerful would she become after she completed her transformation. The heavenly sea god didn't dare to imagine this, nor did the heavenly heaven god. Right now, there was only a single thought running through their minds: we have to kill the heavenly light goddess. However, how could they defeat such a powerful foe? At this moment, the heavenly sea god could already see the thousands of true forms of origin that were surging toward him. They blotted out heaven and earth, and it was as if thousands of apocalyptic divine might were hurtling toward him. He had absolutely nowhere to hide. Infinite sea! The heavenly sea god roared in fury. The blue divine halo above his head started to spin at a speed exceeding its limit as he unleashed the full might of his heavenly sea power. In fact, small cracks were already starting to form in his divine halo. At the same time, his heavenly sea power carried an absolute authority as it caused the white nectar sea to churn and rapidly rise into the sky. The sea rose to become a shield, and its aim was none other than to block the boundless attacks from the heavenly life goddess true forms of Tao. Looking over from afar, hundreds of millions of beings could all see that the entirety of the vast sea had risen into the air to collide with the countless bursts of terrifying power. The explosions resulting from their collisions illuminated the entire continent. The heavenly human tribe united army fled in fear and astonishment. Some who failed to escape the white nectar sea in time were carried by the tumultuous sea to smash into the true forms of Tao in the center. Their wretched wails reverberated around the surroundings. The tens of millions of soldiers stationed at Yutong City naturally witnessed this earth-shattering battle as well. Although Yutong City was extremely far away from the white nectar sea, how could they fail to see the myriad form Buddha that measured a whopping 10 million feet in height? How could they fail to see the astonishing sight of the white nectar sea rising into the sky? Even mere mortals could clearly see the devastating scenes in the distance. The roar of the sea was deafening, and the boundless penetration and illumination of the light were blinding. If one possessed a powerful cultivation base, they could clearly see this scene even from the southern Heavenly Wing Nation or the Buddhist Kingdom of the West. The level and scale of this battle were far too great, and so, it was destined to stun the entire Taichu continent. Yutong City had already entered a state of battle preparedness. However, the soldiers couldn't help but feel apprehension as they gazed at the collisions in the distance. The heavenly sea god had elevated the entire white nectar sea to block the attacks of the heavenly light goddess. This wasn't just a section of the sea, but the entire inland sea that lay in the center of Taichu continent. What kind of power did one need to instantly elevate the entire white nectar sea? Even supermighty beings at the Tao integration stage couldn't fathom this amount of power. They could only stand in the distance and gasp in astonishment. Is this the power of supreme heavenly gods? Every time I witness this, I can't help but think about how minuscule I am. No wonder sect leader Enlin issued a command for us to refrain from launching an assault regardless of what happened today. As it turns out, it's because there's a battle between supreme heavenly gods. Why did the heavenly light goddess and heavenly sea god start fighting? Also, where has Godin gone? He's definitely gone to do something incredible. It's just that, What should we do if the supreme heavenly gods take advantage of his absence to launch a sudden attack on Yutong City? Some people couldn't help but feel insecure due to the absence of Enlin. However, when they saw the woman in jade standing atop the city walls, their feelings of insecurity and apprehension were gradually eased. They still had a trump card. The divine phoenix maiden Su Xiaolin, someone who possessed a god of creation stage combat capability, was still standing guard here. She could resist for a while even if a supreme heavenly god were to attack, right? Right now, Su Xiaolin's hands were resting on the hilt of the dragon sparrow sword that stood before her. She was gazing at the battle in the distance with her pure golden eyes, and she was also ready to launch into battle at any second. Initially, she had planned to join the battle if Enlin were surrounded and attacked by the three supreme heavenly gods. Unexpectedly, however, the heavenly light goddess had come to disturb the situation. In some sense, the heavenly light goddess had even become her temporary ally. One had to admit that the world was truly mysterious. Anything could happen. At this moment, those who didn't possess a high enough cultivation base could only see the sea colliding with the light. However, Su Xiaolin knew that this was actually an intense battle between three supreme heavenly gods. It was just that the heavenly heaven god's power was extremely difficult to discern. Moreover, the heavenly light goddess was even more powerful than most people had imagined. My current power is roughly equivalent to the severely wounded heavenly sea god. This amount of power is still insufficient, still too weak. Su Xiaolin involuntarily tightened her grip on her sword as she gazed at the relentless battle between the three supreme heavenly gods. At the same time, a peculiar battle intent surged into her mind. She wanted to battle. She wanted to examine her Tao through the process of battle. That day, she had rejected the option to sever her past and transcend. She had rejected the optimal opportunity to transcend above the three realms. However, she refused to believe that transcending was the only way to become more powerful. She could still become more powerful through other means. I can seek opportunities from the battle before me. In fact, even observing it from afar can provide me with some enlightenment. Within the White Nectar Sea, the heavenly light goddess still couldn't breach the defenses of the White Nectar Sea even after unleashing thousands of true forms of origin. After all, the heavenly sea god had unleashed the power of the entire inland sea of the Taichu continent. In fact, this power was so formidable that even the great Tao of heaven and earth silently supported his will. The heavenly light goddess was pushed back by the pure white sea. In fact, it was as if she were about to be engulfed by the vast and boundless White Nectar Sea. Even though her body measured 10 million feet in height, it still seemed incredibly small and insignificant before the fury of the sea. 5,000 forms! The heavenly light goddess suddenly roared. 5,000 of the pale and slender arms behind her surged toward the sea, each of them carrying an earth-shattering true form of origin. After reaching a certain number, it was inevitable that a qualitative change would occur. An indescribable ray of light soared into the sky, shaking heaven and earth. At the same time, a supreme power and Tao realm that was unfathomably great surged into the surroundings, shattering the heavens and penetrating the sea. Boom! 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 For the first time, the heavenly sea god also realized that his sea could feel so minuscule and insignificant before the heavenly light goddess power. It was clearly he who had unleashed his full power and exhausted his abilities, and the sea was clearly where he possessed the greatest advantage. Rumble! The vast sea was smashed into countless giant balls of water. The heavenly light goddess pierced through the elevated sea and charged before the heavenly sea god. Just like that, a sanguine red scythe slashed at the heavenly sea god, its astonishingly sharp blade so powerful that he had nowhere to hide. Rip! The heavenly sea god's body was sliced into two halves. Not only this, but his heavenly sea power was also sliced into two halves. The heavenly sea god could feel death. After battling for so long, this was the first time that he had felt death. Not only was his body cut into two, but even his supreme heavenly god power was severed by the heavenly light goddess strike. If his supreme heavenly god power hadn't been powerful enough, he would have already been ascending to the sky and returning to the heavenly Tao at this moment. he would have lost his self-awareness forever. Heavenly Sea God, this is the consequence of betraying me, the heavenly light goddess said as she peered down at the body that she had cut into two. Her pure heavenly light power was still decomposing the severed body. In fact, it even wanted to purify the heavenly sea power into light particles for this world. This wasn't a wishful attempt, but rather something that she could genuinely achieve. Indeed, her purification process was already halfway complete. The heavenly heaven god attacked the heavenly light goddess from the side in an attempt to buy time for the heavenly sea god. However, the heavenly light goddess immediately unleashed 3,000 true forms of origin and blasted him into the distance. The heavenly heaven god was severely wounded, and even his pale white and cloudy head was smashed into smithereens. Damn it! She's far too powerful. This heavenly light goddess is truly far too powerful. The heavenly light goddess once again turned her dangerous gaze to the heavenly sea god. The heavenly sea god wanted to repair his body, yet his severed body was being continuously eroded by heavenly light power, preventing him from recovering. If this continued, his only fate would be death. Die, the heavenly light goddess said calmly. It was as if she were declaring the fate of the heavenly sea god. She raised her sanguine red scythe. She didn't hold back anymore, and an unfathomable radiance burst forth from the scythe in her hand. This was a holy and mighty scythe of divine judgment, and it no longer possessed an aura of violence and massacre. This attack clearly aimed to release the heavenly sea god's soul from purgatory. The sanguine red scythe slashed down. Gazing at the boundless radiance that was about to engulf him, the heavenly sea god couldn't help but sigh softly. So be it. Who would have thought that things would come to this? If I die, then everything will be lost. If I live, however, then there's still a sliver of hope regardless of how weak I become. The radiance from the sanguine red scythe engulfed the body of the heavenly sea god. The holy light then purified the body that contained the supreme heavenly sea power into countless particles of light. Even though this was a supreme heavenly god power, it still couldn't resist the tide of absolute purification. The heavenly light power was mighty and domineering. However, a particle of liquid, the last particle of liquid of the heavenly sea god's body, surprisingly glowed with a peculiar divine light as it resisted the purification of the heavenly light power. It looked minuscule, yet it was incredibly sturdy. In fact, it was so sturdy that even the heavenly light goddess' heavenly light power failed to penetrate through it. This was a pure and transparent particle of liquid. However, it was able to reflect the image of the entire heaven and earth. Not only this, but its internal world was also vast and boundless, so much so that one wouldn't be able to fathom it even if they magnified the particle countless times. The particle of liquid started to split, transforming from 1 to 2, then 2 to 4, 4 to 16, 16 to 256. The particles of liquid multiplied at an incredible speed. The heavenly light goddess also detected this unexpected change, so she immediately activated her true forms of origin to attack these particles of liquid. However, the particles of liquid couldn't be purified or destroyed, and they continued to multiply and grow at an exponential rate. With time, such exponential growth would eventually lead to an astronomical number. It wasn't long before the particles of liquid grew to form a river. Before long, this river started to converge into a sea. In the end, a vast and sparkling new sea appeared before the heavenly light goddess. This sea was extremely pure. Indeed, it was formed from the purest particles of liquid. These were particles of liquid that were even purer and more mysterious than water. In fact, they were so pure that one would feel as if their entire existence had been cleansed if they laid eyes upon it. This sea was pure, yet it wasn't one that lacked nutrients or the ability to host life. It was quite the contrary, in fact, with the sea containing all kinds of pure and legitimate nutrients as well as energy. This was a sea that could host all kinds of life, making it appear like a perfect habitat for all kinds of miscellaneous beings. This variety wasn't jarring, but rather so pure and beautiful that it could leave one enchanted. A figure that measured 1 million feet in height and with a trident in its hand slowly rose from the center of the sea. This was none other than the heavenly sea god who had grown countless times in size. His body was a profound blue, and it was as if it could engulf all matter. At the same time, however, it appeared unbelievably pure and clean. Most importantly, there were all kinds of peculiar symbols of the great Tao on his body. Each of them was intrinsically linked to the origin of Tao, and their all-encompassing aura was as if they could birth all kinds of matter. Heavenly Light Goddess, you forced me to do this, the Heavenly Sea God said in a deep and profound voice. Heavenly Sea God, I finally forced you into activating your true form of Tao. The Heavenly Light Goddess took a deep breath as light started to erupt from her body. It was as if she wanted to comprehensively eliminate the feeling of boundless pressure that was enveloping her. Are you happy that you forced me to waste my most powerful trump card? The Heavenly Sea God asked emotionlessly. As he asked this, the sea beneath him continued to frenziedly expand. Gazing into the distance, one already couldn't see the bounds of this sea. This was clearly a colorless sea, yet the mysterious particles of liquid that it was composed of gave the Heavenly Light Goddess a feeling of indescribable pressure. This was a pressure that was formed when the paramount might of a heavenly god power was fully unleashed. Right now, this heavenly god power was far too powerful, so much so that it was able to affect the existence of the other heavenly god powers. If other weaker heavenly gods were present, perhaps they might even be forced to immediately kneel and honor the Heavenly Sea God as the single supreme heavenly god. I'm indeed happy that I forced you to waste your trump card, the Heavenly Light Goddess said with a smile. Her body rapidly shrunk as she spoke, quickly returning to the size of a normal human. She had already unleashed one of her trump cards, the myriad form Buddha technique, and she wouldn't be able to use it a second time anytime soon. However, this was already enough. She had already achieved her objective. Brother C. You actually, the Heavenly Heaven God was incredibly emotional at this moment. This was a feeling of utmost grief and fury. He turned his wrathful gaze toward the woman in black. Divine slash of light. The Heavenly Light Goddess swung her scythe, sending a golden slash that possessed the paramount power of light, which stretched from sea to heaven, toward the Heavenly Sea God. The Heavenly Sea God silently stood in the center of the sea. The divine slash of light cut through the sea, yet its power of light continued to shrink as it advanced, eventually disappearing into nothingness. Looking closely, it was actually a whirlpool in the sea that had absorbed the burst of light that could purify all matter. That's all. The Heavenly Sea God didn't move a finger, and he calmly gazed at the Heavenly Light Goddess just like that. However, what he saw was the Heavenly Light Goddess back. The Heavenly Light Goddess was actually fleeing. A burst of golden light was charging into the distance at an unfathomable speed. If it were the Heavenly Sea God of before, perhaps he would have no option but to watch her flee. After all, her speed was absolutely heaven-defying. Now, however, he simply responded with a thought. Like a profound wall of despair, a gigantic and elevated whirlpool suddenly materialized in the space before the Heavenly Light Goddess, desiring to engulf her golden light. The burst of golden light ground to an abrupt halt. Even the Heavenly Light Goddess didn't dare to charge into this gigantic whirlpool in the sea. Reality proved that once a certain heavenly god power became powerful enough, all other heavenly god powers would have no choice but to feel apprehensive. Right now, the supreme heavenly god power of the Heavenly Sea God was in a state of paramount activation. Moreover, the power that he could unleash was several times more powerful than what the Heavenly Light Goddess had envisioned. However, the Heavenly Light Goddess didn't give up because of this. Instead, she activated her golden light again and attempted to skirt past the giant whirlpool before her. With a thought, the Heavenly Sea God released another giant whirlpool in the path of the Heavenly Light Goddess. The Heavenly Light Goddess made a rapid turn in an attempt to evade the whirlpool, yet the whirlpool grew larger and larger. In the end, she was completely surrounded by the whirlpool. Retract! The Heavenly Sea God made a grabbing motion at the Heavenly Light Goddess. The whirlpool transformed into the shape of a sphere as it furiously closed in on the Heavenly Light Goddess, giving rise to a devastating pressure that was capable of crushing all matter. Heavenly God Technique, Daybreak. the heavenly light goddess forcefully activated her heavenly god power and unleashed an immensely dazzling radiance. This was the light of daybreak that could tear through all darkness and void, as well as all barriers and hopeless situations. This was not only a supremely powerful heavenly light power but also an extremely formidable power of will. Rip. The spherical whirlpool was ripped into shreds by the dazzling light of daybreak. Meanwhile, a burst of light streaked through a gap in the collapsing whirlpool and charged into the distance. The heavenly sea god's expression changed drastically, and he immediately pointed his golden trident at the heavenly light goddess in the distance. Myriad seas, heavenly cage. Numerous different seas started to materialize in the heavenly light goddess surroundings. Some were red seas of flames, while others were blue seas of thunder and lightning. There were also some seas of will that possessed all kinds of peculiar powers and abilities. Each of these seas was rotating, and they were like peculiar galaxies that were radiating with profound and boundless auras. Each of these seas possessed the purest heavenly sea power, with their most unique quality being their profoundness and boundlessness. These seas were independent and supremely powerful by themselves, yet they were also intrinsically connected as a whole and able to comprehensively restrict the movements of a target. All that the heavenly light goddess could see was an expanse of seas. She had absolutely nowhere to escape. Her only option was to unleash her heavenly god power again. She had to use her heavenly light power to forcefully pierce through this cage. It was also at this moment that she finally understood the heavenly sea god's true intentions. He wanted to rely on his boundless power to continuously weaken her, all the way until she became defenseless prey. If they were to compare their reserves of heavenly god powers, the heavenly light goddess was naturally inferior to the heavenly sea god who had already activated his true form of Tao. After all, activating the true form of Tao meant that the heavenly sea god could largely escape the suppression of the heavenly Tao. At this moment, the heavenly heaven god had already closed in on the heavenly light goddess. Opening his mouth to exhale, the dark clouds in the sky transformed into numerous chains that shot toward the heavenly light goddess. These weren't ordinary chains, but rather chains that were formed from space that had been compressed to the extreme. Not only could they restrict the surrounding space, but the chains themselves were also thousands of times stronger and harder than ordinary space. Even God of Creation stage divine beings would find it difficult to escape from these chains. The heavenly light goddess was unable to dodge, so she immediately came to a resolute decision in her mind. Paramount heavenly god technique, two-realm radiance. The heavenly light goddess heart suddenly started to thump against her chest, while the divine halo above her head also started to violently quiver. At the same time, a peculiar purple-golden light enveloped her entire body, gradually transforming her into a streak of purple-golden light. This was a streak of light that possessed the most powerful penetrative ability. This was the most powerful escape technique that the heavenly light goddess could only activate after expending huge amounts of power and accepting severe side effects. If she possessed the coordinates of two realms, she could even rely on this streak of light to ignore the power of space and instantly travel between them. In my eyes, the sea is nothing but a temporary spectacle. Countless spatial chains formed into a giant net that closed in on the heavenly light goddess. However, after transforming into a streak of purple-golden light, the heavenly light goddess speed once again exploded to an unfathomable level. In fact, she could even tread on the coordinates among the air of chaos to perform superlight speed evasion. Even the heavenly heaven god, who controlled the entire space and void, found it difficult to follow her speed with his chains. She could traverse hundreds of kilometers in the blink of an eye, so how could he follow her? The streak of purple-gold light quickly found a weakness in the net of spatial chains. Through this weakness, it then broke through the restriction at a peculiar angle and an incredible speed. However, the heavenly sea god had activated his true form of Tao. After all, so his observation and control of the Tao of heaven and earth had already reached an extreme. Thus, he could still follow the heavenly light goddess movements. The heavenly sea god immediately manipulated the galaxy of seas in the sky to obstruct the escape of the heavenly light goddess. There was an abundance of seas in the sky, and they numbered enough to completely obstruct all possible routes of escape of the heavenly light goddess. There was already a sea of despairing souls before the heavenly light goddess. So which direction was she going to escape in next? The heavenly sea god was pondering over this question. However, to his disbelief, the heavenly light goddess didn't make any attempt to avoid this sea. Instead, she charged headfirst into the sea of despairing souls. Like a sharp blade, the purple gold light furiously pierced into the sea. How is this possible? The heavenly sea god was absolutely stunned. This was a sea that he had summoned after activating his true form of Tao. Yet the heavenly light goddess had charged into it just like that? Was she seeking death? However, in the next instant, the heavenly sea god discovered that the penetrative power of the streak of purple gold light wasn't any ordinary penetrative power. Rather, this was a penetrative power that genuinely possessed the ability to pierce through two realms. In fact, even the sea of despairing souls started to contort and dissolve because of the penetration of this purple gold light. Damn it! If this continued, the heavenly light goddess would soon break through his obstructions. Arg! I'll definitely kill you! The heavenly sea god roared in anger and agitation. The heavenly light goddess had already forced him to unleash his final trump card. If he failed to prevent the heavenly light goddess from escaping even after unleashing his final trump card, then wouldn't that mean he had utterly wasted his true form of Tao? No, he definitely wouldn't allow that to happen. The heavenly sea god commanded the numerous seas to shift before the direction of the heavenly light goddess advance, such that they would form a path of countless barriers. There was an expression of determination and resentment on his face as he said, "You can pierce through one of my seas, but can you pierce through all of my seas?" Just as he finished saying this, the sea of despairing souls collapsed with a deafening boom. The streak of purple gold light had ruthlessly pierced through it already. At this moment, the heavenly heaven god caught up and started to unleash spell techniques to obstruct the heavenly light goddess again. However, the heavenly light goddess nimbly dodged his attacks upon detecting them, and they were unable to touch even a single hair of hers. Upon seeing this, the heavenly heaven god had no choice but to exert absolute control and restrict all of the space around her. However, controlling such a large expanse of space also implied that his power wasn't concentrated. Thus, the heavenly light goddess was able to tear through these spatial restrictions with a simple burst of penetrative power. She then continued to escape, plunging headfirst into another whirlpool that had been unleashed by the heavenly sea god. The heavenly sea god was under a mountain of pressure. Moreover, he felt furious every time he looked at the heavenly heaven god's incompetent display. More importantly, he felt that the heavenly light goddess had already exceeded his ability to control her. Regardless of whether it was her speed or penetrative power, they were all far too formidable. Just as he was thinking this, another sea was pierced through and destroyed by the heavenly light goddess. The heavenly sea god was under immense pressure as he continued to control the devastating seas to obstruct the heavenly light goddess' escape. Finally, after great exertion and concentration, he was able to barely trap the heavenly light goddess in his seas again. However, the heavenly light goddess was unfazed as she continued to ruthlessly pierce through his seas. The heavenly sea god's expression darkened in agitation upon seeing this. He was nowhere near as relaxed as his body language would suggest. Although he could control a vast number of seas, the current situation meant that any slip-up would allow the heavenly light goddess to escape before he could succeed in exhausting her powers. As the heavenly sea god pondered over what to do, the heavenly light goddess had already pierced through another of his seas. The streak of purple gold light advanced at a speed that the heavenly heaven god could barely keep up with as it continued to dash left and right. After dodging one of the numerous seas, it eventually crashed into the second sea that the heavenly sea god had pushed into her path. The heavenly sea god could feel his power shudder upon the collision. He involuntarily went weak at the knees, yet he still persisted in manipulating the seas to obstruct the heavenly light goddess. He would do everything in his abilities to obstruct the heavenly light goddess. No, I can't continue like this. At this moment, the streak of purple gold light pierced through yet another sea. Not only that, but it also transformed into a burst of lightning that continued to dash around the void. The heavenly sea god was at a complete loss as to how to comprehensively obstruct her. Moreover, the heavenly life goddess' actions carried a hint of provocation. The heavenly sea god gritted his teeth in anger. The heavenly light goddess is an absolute freak. Why can she unleash such terrifying speed without needing to activate her true form of Tao? Why? If this continues, perhaps she'll genuinely be able to break free from the obstruction of my seas. No, I can't waste my true form of Tao here. Heavenly heaven god. The heavenly sea god roared in anger as he looked at the flustered and flailing heavenly heaven god. He burned with anger every time he turned to look at the heavenly heaven god's incompetence. And he continued, "You really are far too useless." The heavenly heaven god faltered for a moment before saying in exasperation, "What can I do? Her speed is far too quick after she unleashed the full might of her heavenly light power. I can't keep up with her at all. Moreover, to her two-realm radiance, my large area attack is like nothing but thin paper. Tell me, what can I do?" Anyhow, the heavenly heaven god couldn't think of any solution. The power of the heavenly light goddess was like a bug in this world. Even without activating her true form of Tao, her combat capability was still enough to suppress the remaining supreme heavenly gods. They would be unable to rival her unless they unleashed their trump cards. It was no wonder that the heavenly light goddess dared to come here to challenge the two of them by herself. As it turned out, she had a clear plan in mind. "I have a very good method to make you stronger," the heavenly sea god suddenly said. "What method?" The heavenly heaven god asked in curiosity. "Won't you be powerful enough to help me if you activate your true form of Tao?" The heavenly sea god replied. "Heavenly heaven god." True forms of Tao were the most powerful trump cards of supreme heavenly gods. These were enhancement techniques that they would only unleash if they were forced into a hopeless situation of despair. Moreover, they could only activate their true form of Tao once. Yet the heavenly sea god was casually calling him to activate it now? Had he gone crazy, or had the heavenly sea god gone crazy? "Believe me, we can definitely defeat the heavenly light goddess if we both activate our true form of Tao," the heavenly sea god said with an animated expression. "But I have my own plans. I can't waste my true form of Tao here." The heavenly heaven god gritted his teeth and replied after hesitating for a moment. The heavenly sea god was furious upon hearing this, and he shouted, "What do you mean waste? Forcing the heavenly light goddess to activate her true form of Tao is called making the best use of your true form of Tao. If you're unwilling to activate your true form of Tao, then what happens if the heavenly light goddess manages to escape? Won't that be a waste of my true form of Tao? This is the best opportunity to force the heavenly light goddess to use her final trump card. Heavenly heaven god, I urge you to immediately activate your true form of Tao," the heavenly sea god shouted. The heavenly heaven god felt that the entire world was becoming absurd. True forms of Tao were clearly the ultimate trump cards of supreme heavenly gods. Trump cards that they could use to escape from death. However, his ally was encouraging him to activate it even though he was completely safe at this moment. Most importantly, he couldn't find any reason to retort him. The heavenly sea god's argument was seemingly very logical and reasonable. The combat capability of the heavenly light goddess was far too terrifying. If they allowed her to complete her transformation, just how unfathomably powerful would she become when she activated her true form of Tao at that time? Seizing this opportunity to force her into activating her true form of Tao was indeed a very sound strategy. However, he clearly still had his own plans. Moreover, only by combining their true forms of Tao with the three forms Reincarnation True Heaven Formation could they reach a state of invincibility and gain the power to annihilate heaven and earth. They had already lost the heavenly sea god's true form of Tao, and the formation would only become weaker if they were to lose the heavenly heaven god's true form of Tao as well. In other words, forcing their opponent to use her trump card would also result in the weakening of their own trump card. The heavenly heaven god was caught between a rock and a hard place. This choice was far too difficult. At this moment, the purple-gold two-realm radiance pierced through another of the heavenly sea god's seas and continued to flee into the distance. The heavenly sea god exerted his full power to manipulate the seas to obstruct the heavenly light goddess path. However, the distance between them continued to grow. "Hurry up! I can't hold on for much longer," the heavenly sea god shouted. The heavenly heaven god gazed at the streak of purple gold light that continued to dash left and right. Its speed and nimbleness meant that this streak of light wasn't something that ordinary beings could obstruct. He was clearly the ruler of the skies, yet he still found it difficult to keep up with his opponent's speed. She was far too quick and far too powerful. However, the heavenly sea god was also incredibly powerful. After all, wasn't he still able to keep up with the heavenly light goddess speed? Moreover, he could also effectively obstruct the heavenly light goddess advance. Most importantly, in terms of supreme heavenly god power, there was no way that the heavenly light goddess could rival the heavenly sea god, given that he had already activated his true form of Tao. The heavenly light goddess exhausting her power and the heavenly sea god achieving victory was still a very real possibility. Perhaps they could achieve ultimate victory even if he didn't activate his true form of Tao. Indeed, this was a completely possible outcome. The heavenly heaven god felt that he had grasped onto a key point. Right at this moment, however, a heart-wrenching pain suddenly traveled over from his head. A giant golden trident had suddenly stabbed into his head. A pure and devastating heavenly sea power erupted, and it was as if a boundless tsunami were destroying his very being and existence. This caused him to feel the utter terror of death. "Oh!" The heavenly heaven god started to wail in agony. At this moment, an ice-cold and profound voice traveled over from behind him. "Fucking hell! How indecisive and hesitant can one be? Let me make the decision for you." The giant figure that was formed from the mysterious liquid particles held a golden trident in his hand as he looked at the heavenly heaven god in disappointment. "Heavenly sea god, you actually dared to..." The heavenly heaven god was completely stupefied. His mind was blank, and the only thing that he felt was a boundless fury. He couldn't believe that the first time the heavenly sea god had used his trident was to stab at his head. What kind of ally was this? This behavior was completely mind-numbing. "Don't blame me. I was simply helping you make up your mind," the heavenly sea god said with a pained expression. "You're about to die now, and you'll have no way to survive unless you activate your true form of Tao. Do you know what to do now? For the sake of our magnificent plan, transform." The heavenly sea god wore a sincere and meaningful expression. Boom! The sea exploded apart as the streak of purple gold light pierced through another expanse of sea. However, just as the heavenly light goddess was about to continue fleeing into the distance, she witnessed the heavenly sea god stabbing the heavenly heaven god's head with his giant golden trident. The streak of light involuntarily shuddered. She hadn't been frightened by the heavenly sea god's true form of Tao, but she was absolutely terrified by his action at this moment. The heavenly sea god wasn't chasing after her. Instead, he had turned around to kill his ally? What the fuck was going on? The heavenly light goddess felt flustered and confused for the very first time. At some instant, she had even considered whether the heavenly sea god was actually an ally who had hid in the enemy camp, with his aim to land a fatal blow at the most critical moment. However, she quickly rejected this speculation. The tormented wails of the heavenly heaven god reverberated through the sky. However, his wails suddenly came to a halt. This was because his head had already exploded into clouds and mists and disappeared into the sky. A feeling of apprehension suddenly rushed into the heavenly light goddess mind. The sky within a radius of 500,000 kilometers was undergoing a peculiar transformation. Immediately afterward, a colossal body started to materialize in the sky. This body was humanoid and pure white, and it lay flat as it hovered at the pinnacle of the sky. Its arms and legs were spread apart, and it was as if it were laying flat on the ground. Moreover, just its head alone already measured a whopping several 100,000 kilometers in diameter. It was large enough to blot out the entire sky. It was as if the entire heaven and earth were being laid on by this being. The air was viscous and sticky, and this caused all lives and matter to become still and silent. The atmosphere was so heavy that the beings in the world could barely catch their breath. The heavenly humans who had just escaped from the White Nectar Sea were faced with yet another disaster. They had initially thought that fleeing from the White Nectar Sea would bring them out of the terrifying battleground and finally lead to safety. However, before they could even heave a sigh of relief, they discovered that a colossal human had already materialized and was hovering above their heads. The might that was inadvertently exuded by the heavenly heaven god was already enough to make them shudder in uncontrollable apprehension. This was an innate apprehension and feeling of submission displayed by lower-level lifeforms toward higher-level lifeforms. Heavenly Sea God, this is all your good work. A furious voice exploded through the sky, causing wild winds to surge millions of kilometers into the surroundings. The rage of the heavenly heaven god was mighty enough to cause the entire continent to quiver in apprehension. However, the heavenly sea god replied with a satisfied smile upon seeing the heavenly heaven god's current form. This smile was then replaced by an expression of grief and graveness as he said, "I did this for the sake of victory. I did this to shatter the hesitation in your mind. If you have any resentment, then feel free to unleash them on me after this battle is over. Right now, let's work together to defeat the heavenly light goddess. Okay? Don't waste your true form of Tao." The heavenly heaven god was wild with rage. Yet he also knew that there were more important matters at hand. Thus, he locked his gaze onto the streak of purple gold two-realm radiance. Just this gaze alone was enough to strengthen the void in the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers by 10,000 times. The space was so coagulated that even a god of creation stage divine being would be unable to move if they were stuck there. This is the true form of Tao of the heavenly heaven god? Trapped where she was, the heavenly light goddess raised her head to look at the colossal figure in the sky. She felt like a new world had been opened up to her. This figure was truly colossal. Its body was so large that it was able to blot out the entire sky. Not only was its body colossal, but the aura that it exuded was also incredibly overwhelming. In fact, even its gaze alone was enough to make her feel as if she had nowhere left to escape. This feeling of deep astonishment was not unique to only her. Even the heaven-crushing united army in Yutong City was stunned by the appearance of the colossal figure. How could someone in the world achieve such a state? That unfathomably colossal body had already stretched countless kilometers from the White Nectar Sea all the way to the walls of Yutong City. If this figure kicked its legs, then wouldn't Yutong City be reduced to ashes and rubble? Numerous return to void stage cultivators, who viewed themselves as top-echelon powerful beings, were rendered speechless with shock upon seeing the overwhelming figure in the sky. The more they witnessed and experienced, the more minuscule they felt themselves to be. Before such a high-level battle, perhaps they couldn't even qualify to act as cannon fodder, right? Su Xiaolan's expression also changed again and again. The heavenly heaven god's true form of Tao. What kind of joke is this? Just this one battle has already triggered two supreme heavenly gods to activate their true forms of Tao. If this continues, then is the heavenly light goddess also going to be forced into activating her true form of Tao? If I hadn't known that this is an internal battle between supreme heavenly gods, I would have even thought that this is the final battle, judging by the devastating intensity of their clash. Her body was shuddering slightly as the vermilion bird and true dragon bloodlines within her started to mysteriously churn. It was as if they were thirsting for battle and thirsting to advance. Battling against ordinary heavenly gods was already unable to bring her much enlightenment. However, battling against supreme heavenly gods would definitely be extremely beneficial to her cultivation and Tao. However, she forcefully suppressed her urge to rush into battle. With her current abilities, rushing into battle against supreme heavenly gods who had activated their true forms of Tao was nothing more than seeking death. She still had to wait. She had to wait until the outcome of the battle became clear and evident. The final battle doesn't imply that everyone must participate. If there's an opportunity, then tonight might already be the genuine final battle. Su Xiaolan was deeply aware of what tonight represented. She was also aware of just how critical this opportunity was to the heaven-crushing united army. Sigh. It would be great if Enlin were here. The outside world is already creaking and cracking under the stress of battle, And Lin, how is everything going on your end? Su Xiaolan murmured to herself as she turned her gaze toward the white nectar sea that had already been blasted beyond recognition. Within the world of the heavenly life goddess, the flower goddess unleashed her most powerful spell technique, the gods of creation technique, hell flower of the sky, to bite onto and capture Lin. However, before 10 seconds had even passed, the hell flower of the sky that was imbued with the power of the entire world had already been torn apart and obliterated by numerous flashes of sword projections. Like a flash of black light, Lin dashed out and charged before the flower goddess. He then lightly tapped the flower goddess' forehead. Finger of the heavenly Tao. This was a perfect combination of his divine Tao of darkness and a heaven-crushing technique. As a boundless golden light erupted from his fingertips, a core of darkness that was seemingly powerful enough to engulf and annihilate all matter transformed into a golden energy shockwave that obliterated the flower goddess body. The bizarre god had just pulled the poisonous arrows from his body and was planning to leave Lin to head into battle beside the heavenly life goddess. However, upon witnessing this brutal scene, he couldn't help but shudder. Lin didn't hesitate before unleashing the fist of the heavenly Tao at the bizarre god. The bizarre god was immediately smashed into smithereens. Why wasn't Lin obstructing the bizarre god and flower goddess like before? This was because he had detected that the other members of the god-slaying team were currently facing an extremely grave danger. The heavenly life goddess was no longer weak like before. With the power that she now possessed, the remaining members of the god-slaying team were definitely no match for the heavenly life goddess. If Lin allowed this to continue, the god-slaying team would eventually be annihilated. Lin couldn't skirmish with the guardian gods anymore. Those who block me will perish. He roared in anger as he started to unleash his divine simulation technique. After detecting the heavenly life goddess location, he immediately flew toward her without any hesitation. At this moment, the flower goddess had already been revived thanks to the power of heaven and earth that she could draw on with her god of creation authority. Ha ha ha! I insist on blocking you. What are you going to do? Come and kill me. In any case, I'm not afraid of death. The flower goddess unleashed large amounts of vines as she lunged at Lin. She was indeed unafraid of death. Lin could kill her, but she could revive an infinite number of times. Sure enough, Lin's speed was still inferior to the flower goddess. After all, this was her world and her home ground. Although the world of the heavenly life goddess couldn't directly kill Lin, the flower goddess still had hundreds of methods to target and deal with him. Lin used his sword to cut the vines out of his way. At this moment, however, the flower goddess had already dashed before him. She giggled and said in a mocking voice, "Come! Come and kill me!" Lin took a deep breath as a glimmer of profound darkness suddenly flashed across his eyes. "Fine, I'll fulfill your wish." A complete divine Tao of darkness rapidly surged forth from Lin's heart as well as the chaotic black hole behind him. This was the purest of black, and it was a black that was capable of transforming everything into eternal darkness. A feeling of terror surged into the flower goddess' mind when she saw the profound darkness before her. This was a feeling of terror that originated from the core of her very being. This was a feeling of terror that was completely independent of her subjective thoughts. Indeed, her subjective thoughts would never result in her experiencing terror. This was because she held firm in her belief that she was the symbol of invincibility in this world. Even if Lin killed her 10,000 times, she would still be able to revive and jump forward to endlessly irritate and ridicule him. Lin raised his evil-slaying sword, sending a burst of blinding golden light into the sky. This was a burst of light that possessed a paramount heaven-crushing true intent that desired to obliterate all matter. Do you know what? I've already discovered a phenomenon. That is, the heaven-crushing techniques are extremely easy to use in this world. How easy? It's so easy that I feel like I can comprehensively destroy this entire world each time I use them. Lin gazed at the flower goddess, whose expression gradually became one of astonishment and terror. A pure and paramount darkness formed on the golden light of his sword Tao that rested on the blade of his evil-slaying sword, causing its might to rise explosively. The flower goddess involuntarily shuddered in apprehension. Die! The bizarre god suddenly appeared behind Enlin. His legs were like two extremely sharp divine blades as they slashed at his neck. The space in the surroundings was slashed apart, and even the darkness that protected Enlin had a small gash torn into it. Enlin flicked his sword, sending a wisp of golden sword projection at the bizarre god. It was as if something had slashed across the void as a line of red appeared from the bizarre god's head down to his feet. His body then separated into two halves as he continued to soar through the air. There had been absolutely no resistance and pause as he was slashed into two halves. This had only been a wisp of sword intent from the golden sword projection. What in the world do you want to do?" the flower goddess asked as her expression changed drastically. "What do I want to do? I want to fulfill your death wish." And Lin replied with an apathetic expression as he gazed at the flower goddess coldly. His hands were tightly wrapped around his sword, and it was as if he were gazing at a dead person. "Of course, the death that I speak of might be slightly different from the death in your imagination." Darkness brought silence to all matter, and a golden light caused the entire sky to shudder. Darkness, sword of the heavenly Tao. And Lin suddenly slashed down with his sword. Boom! A golden sword intent erupted throughout the world, its violent power tearing through all matter. Forests, seas, mountains, plains, space, sky, and even the nomological laws of heaven and earth. Everything was rapidly destroyed before the might of the sword, and everything was sent on a path toward destruction. No. The flower goddess' eyes widened in terror as she watched the devastating sword projection annihilate everything in the surroundings. She couldn't help but shudder in apprehension. She knew that this sword strike wasn't targeted at her. Rather, it was targeted at this entire world. Countless living beings were killed by this sword strike. Countless matters were obliterated into nothingness. The nomological laws of heaven and earth started to fracture and disintegrate. There was a rule in the heaven-crushing sect. That was, those who could successfully crush the heavens in a simulated small world could become a heavenly disciple candidate. Thus, each heavenly disciple candidate possessed limitless potential. After all, they were powerful beings who had crushed the heavens before. However, the heavens that they had crushed merely belonged to a small world. To crush the heavens of a great world was a completely different matter. The difficulty of this task was on a completely different level. It could be said that the world created by the heavenly life goddess was only slightly inferior to the Taichu continent, a great world. Thus, even a genuine heavenly disciple would find it extremely difficult to crush the heavens of this world if they weren't fully prepared. Right now, Enlin was transforming this task from the impossible to the possible. In order to fulfill the flower goddess' wish of death, Enlin had also decided to unleash his full power. He would do something that no others would dare to even imagine: crush the heavens. Indeed, he was going to use his absolute power to directly annihilate the heavenly Tao of this world. The flower goddess possessed the god of creation authority of this world, which allowed her to revive infinitely many times. That being the case, Enlin would directly destroy the origin of her power. In other words, he would directly destroy this world. With the origin of her power destroyed, wouldn't that prevent the flower goddess from reviving anymore? This was analogous to a case where one wanted to make an employee of a company lose their income. However, said employee had the support of the company's president, and this president couldn't be toppled no matter what. What could one do? The solution was simple: they could directly bankrupt the company. This was the simplest and most straightforward solution. Moreover, this was a solution that was suitable for extremely talented and decisive people. No, don't. The flower goddess shuddered slightly when she felt a sensation of boundless terror for the very first time. She furiously channeled her god of creation authority in an attempt to prevent Enlin and his power of destruction. However, once a burst of power exceeded a certain limit, even she wouldn't have the ability to suppress its spread. The darkness-imbued sword of the heavenly Tao before her was the flawless combination of Enlin's complete heavenly Tao of darkness and the final technique of the heaven-crushing techniques. It was one of Enlin's most powerful attacks. To say nothing of the flower goddess, The instantaneous might that this attack could unleash was so overwhelming that even supreme heavenly gods who had activated their true forms of Tao would feel startled and apprehensive. It was evident that this attack had already completely exceeded what the flower goddess could control. Looking at the surroundings, the once flourishing world that was filled with vitality and miracles had already become an ink-black expanse of destruction. Darkness was engulfing all matter of this world, regardless of whether it was a tangible matter or an intangible space and energy. Meanwhile, like a paramount golden dragon that was swooping across the roof of this world, a burst of golden light was tearing through the sky. This burst of golden light ripped through and destroyed the numerous nomological laws that were hidden among heaven and earth. The sky was weeping in grief, and all matter was trembling in terror. Several thin black threads appeared and intertwined around the blade of the evil-slaying sword before extending toward the surrounding heaven and earth. Gazing at these thin black threads, one couldn't derive any information. However, if one possessed a high enough cultivation base, they would definitely be stunned upon laying eyes on these thin black threads. This was because each of these thin black threads was a thread that directly led to the origin of Tao. They represented the final destination of one's pursuits. How many of these black threads were emanating from the evil-slaying sword? Innumerable. These thin black threads intertwined to form unique patterns as they extended into the surroundings, and they were like countless black swords as they directly pierced into the intangible void of this world. It was hard to determine where they had landed, but immediately afterward, the entire world started to tremble. The magnitude of this trembling was several times more powerful than before. When Enlin had unleashed his darkness-imbued sword of the heavenly Tao, the flower goddess clearly hadn't been struck by Enlin's attacks, yet she was mysteriously struck by numerous backlashes. She continued to cough blood as the flowers and vines that formed her body started to rapidly wither and wilt. Meanwhile, the arm of the newly revived bizarre god stopped regenerating before it had even fully formed. The two guardian gods were petrified as they gazed at the apocalyptic scenes before them. Their minds were completely blank at this moment. He's not only destroying the visible matter of this world, he's even destroying the great Tao of heaven and earth of this world. The essence of the heavenly Tao has already been severely damaged. The two guardian gods were stunned upon discovering this. The scenes before them were genuinely that of an apocalypse. The world was collapsing, yet they could do absolutely nothing about it. Enlin, I've already captured all of the heavenly Tao of this world. Should I destroy them all? An aloof and childish voice sounded in Enlin's mind. This was none other than little Xie, who had unleashed her unrivaled might just now. Enlin gazed at the shattered world before him and replied, "Destroy them! Everything in this world was created by the heavenly life goddess. Numerous bizarre and terrifying creatures lived here, and these creatures would definitely cause an unimaginable catastrophe if they were to ever enter the Taichu continent. Of course, there were also some incredibly adorable and harmless creatures here. These creatures were assumedly here to satisfy some certain interests and tastes of the heavenly life goddess. However, before the burst of golden light that was tearing through the sky and the boundless expanse of darkness that was obliterating the land and the void, the only fate of these creatures would be destruction and death. The power of destruction had already emanated throughout this entire world. Meanwhile, the heavenly life goddess was still battling against the battling Buddha, Demon Lord Lingu, and the other members of the god-slaying team. In fact, she was absolutely pummeling them. The battling Buddha's golden banded staff had been obliterated, and one of his arms had also been severed. Michael had also been killed 3 times, and his holy light indestructible body was already on the verge of collapse. As for Yun Menjing, her pair of wings had been ruthlessly plucked out. Meanwhile, Demon Lord Lingu had already been beaten into recluse, if it weren't for Demon Emperor Siyu forcefully unleashing an enhancement technique and wildly downing alcohol, enabling him to wield a god of creation stage power. It was extremely likely that these members of the god-slaying team would have been killed already. However, Demon Emperor Siyu was unable to defeat the heavenly life goddess even though he had unleashed an enhancement technique. He was merely able to delay the inevitable outcome of the god-slaying team being destroyed. Boom! A sanguine red blade projection ripped a glaring gash into Demon Emperor Cuyu's chest. His blood was instantly drained, and his vitality was also being rapidly stripped away. The heavenly life goddess wore an apathetic expression as she stood gracefully in the sky with her sanguine red scythe in hand. "Accept your death. You people don't deserve to live." The heavenly life goddess raised her sanguine red scythe. Right at this moment, however, a razor-sharp burst of golden light that contained a paramount sword intent and an absolute will to crush the heavens surged over from the distance. As it soared through the sky behind it shattered and the earth behind it fractured. Darkness engulfed everything in its wake. Life, matter, energy, space, nomological laws, and even the Tao of heaven and earth. At this moment, everything suddenly started to tend toward destruction. This destruction had come so suddenly, and this destruction instilled fear and apprehension into everyone's mind. This world was collapsing. The heavenly life goddess shuddered slightly, and it was as if her body had been frozen in place. She wore an expression of utter disbelief as she gazed at the scenes of destruction around her and murmured, "How is this possible? This was a world that was created by me. How could it disappear just like that? This isn't only a heaven-crushing power, but it also contains the power of darkness. And Lin, it's you again. It's you again. And Lin, ah!" The heavenly life goddess suddenly started to roar in fury. A vast and boundless life force erupted from her body, spreading hundreds, thousands, and then millions of kilometers into the surroundings. It was as if this life force were trying to repair the world. However, it was all too late. Not only was all life and matter destroyed, but even the nomological laws and heavenly Tao of the world were severely damaged and heading toward destruction. The actions and efforts of the heavenly life goddess were to no avail. If she were in possession of the God of creation authority, perhaps she could have detected the destruction right from the very beginning. That being the case, she could have immediately acted to remedy the situation. However, the problem was that she had handed this authority to her two guardian gods. Perhaps she could take back the authority? Not only would this not save the world, but it would even cause her to suffer a backlash due to the rife destruction currently ripping through the world. In other words, only a fool would do such a thing. Thus, at this moment, even the heavenly life goddess, the creator of this world, could only watch on in helplessness as her world descended into oblivion. Why has it come to this? How much blood, sweat, and tears have I poured into creating this world? And Lin, why are you always targeting me? Tears glistened in the heavenly life goddess' tangerine-colored eyes as she gazed at the collapsing world before her. She was overcome by a feeling of torment and helplessness, and this even caused her to question herself and question this reality. Why was everything precious to her always comprehensively destroyed by Enlin? Regardless of whether it was Xianyu, the world tree, the three forms reincarnation true heaven formation, or the world that she had created, nothing could escape from Enlin's destructive grasp. The other members of the god-slaying team were astounded. Their leader was far too badass. They had initially thought that ruining the plan of the three supreme heavenly gods was already a spectacular outcome. To their disbelief, however, even the world created by the heavenly life goddess was about to be destroyed. In fact, the heavenly life goddess had already been bullied to tears by Enlin. How powerful did one need to be to bully a supreme heavenly god to tears? In the past, they wouldn't have dared to even dream of such things. Even though they were personally witnessing it now, they still felt that it was incredible and unreal. Of course, Michael, Demon Lord Lingu, and the others didn't dare to step forward to mock the heavenly life goddess at this moment. Doing so would be akin to sacrificing their life to mock their enemy. It would be asking for death. Brother Enlin is truly impressive. He's perfectly demonstrated to us the true meaning of crushing the heavens. The battling Buddha remarked in admiration. What do you mean, Brother Enlin? You should refer to him as heavenly disciple, Yun Menjing said. Her face was flushed red, and she used her hands to cup her cheeks as she gazed at the darkness in the distance. A heavenly disciple like this is so enchanting. He's completely irresistible. I feel like my act of crushing a small world in the past was like playing house compared to this. Michael sighed with emotion. This is far too impressive and far too incredible. Such a high-level world was actually destroyed with the heaven-crushing techniques. After today, my comprehension of the heaven-crushing techniques will definitely rise to a new height. The heavenly disciple candidates of the heaven-crushing sect were all extremely proud and powerful beings. However, before Enlin, all they could do was express admiration and reverence from the bottom of their hearts. This was a mightily impressive being. They had no option but to feel respect and admiration toward him. At this moment, Demon Emperor Cu seized the opportunity of the Heavenly Life Goddess Days to transmit a message to the other members of the God-slaying team. We should immediately activate the Void Body Mantra and escape from this world. The collapse of this world is imminent. The Void Body Mantra could help them avoid being detected by heavenly gods to the greatest degree. Playing cat and mouse with the Heavenly Life Goddess was naturally unrealistic. However, the attention of the Heavenly Life Goddess was completely captured by the collapsing world at this moment. Thus, it was a different matter altogether. After activating the Void Body Mantra to largely erase their presence, they started to flee toward the exit of the collapsing world. They knew that they had completed their most important task already, so staying in this world would merely be acting as baggage for Enlin. Thus, it was better for them to leave now. They fled into the distance. Sure enough, the Heavenly Life Goddess didn't give chase. At this moment, at the center of the destruction, this place had already transformed into an expanse of darkness. This was the most primal and most fundamental darkness. Nothing existed within it, and it was like the origin of all matter and the destiny of eternity. And Lin stood in the center of this darkness. He existed, yet his existence was in perfect harmony with the non-existence surrounding him. It was as if he were the ruler of all matter. This world is done for. The crushing of the heavens is already 99% complete. There's still the final 1%. As he said this, and Lin turned his gaze to the trembling and petrified flower goddess. He cracked a grin and said, "Didn't you ask me to kill you? Well, I'm about to fulfill your death wish now." The flower goddess was petrified upon hearing Enlin's words. Just then, she had still felt that she was invincible in this world. As long as she stayed in this world, she would be invincible and undying. She could mock and provoke Enlin to her heart's content. Now, however, she finally realized just how foolish of a mistake she had committed, and Lin could kill her. He possessed the ability to kill her once and for all. In fact, he had already raised the sword in his hand at this moment. The dread of death overcame her, and she didn't even possess the courage to beg for her life. And no, this is farewell forever, my undying flower goddess. And Lin spoke calmly as he slashed down with his evil-slaying sword. A black line appeared on the flower goddess body, and this black line continued to expand until it eventually engulfed her entire body and presence. Her existence was completely erased from this world. And Lin turned his gaze to the bizarre god. The bizarre god had more of a backbone, and he frenziedly lunged at Enlin in an attempt to battle to the death. However, before he could even get near Enlin, a final burst of power from heaven and earth had already struck his body. This power caused his body to swell and the energy within him to become chaotic. Ah! The bizarre god let loose a hysterical cry of agony. And Lin knew that this burst of power was actually a backlash to the god of creation caused by the destruction of this world. Theoretically speaking, this backlash should have been suffered by the Heavenly Life Goddess. However, because she had transferred her god of creation authority, this backlash was suffered by the bizarre god instead. At this moment, it was as if Enlin had suddenly come to a realization. Perhaps the Heavenly Life Goddess had already been planning for such an outcome when creating the two guardian gods. Or perhaps she was already prepared for such an extreme event to occur. Otherwise, why did the two guardian gods possess such high compatibility with her world? The bizarre god was completely annihilated before he could even near Enlin. The world was collapsing, and the god of creation who had created it was dying. Everything was coming to an end. In fact, and Lin could even hear the sounds of the heavenly Tao cracking and disintegrating. Everything in this world was transforming into nothingness. Wherever Lin looked, everything transformed into darkness and chaos. There was no space, no direction, nothing. Yet it was also this nothingness that possessed the ability to destroy all matter and render all matter into non-matter. Everything was obliterated. Darkness reigned for eternity. This was the most realistic and tangible Tao. And Lin sighed softly, for a reason only known to himself. Little Xie, I used a great world for you to practice crushing the heavens on. Have you comprehended anything? The evil-slaying sword quivered slightly, expressing that it was still digesting and comprehending its experience. It then returned to a state of silence. It was clear that little Xie had learned a lot from crushing this heaven. To use a great world to practice crushing the heavens on. This was something that no powerful being would dare to even imagine. Even God of creation stage divine being wouldn't possess the courage to attempt such a thing. After all, this was a matter of life and death. In reality, if this weren't the heavenly life goddess world, and Lin wouldn't have dared to do such a thing either. This outcome was because the heavenly life goddess had coincidentally been refining the boundless flower, preventing her from unleashing her power as a God of creation stage divine being. This outcome was also because the world had coincidentally been in its weakest state, with only 2 noobs to wield the God of creation authority. If Lin didn't crush the heavens, he would have been disrespecting the combination of these coincidences. However, he still couldn't help but sigh. All of the life forms in this world had been created by the heavenly life goddess, and as such they belonged to the enemy camp. However, as a human, Lin couldn't help but feel guilty when destroying all of them. His power was that of darkness, so theoretically speaking, destroying a world and rendering it void should have brought him great joy and excitement. However, he existed more as a life form of the world than as a supreme heavenly God. By extension, he felt respect and compassion for his fellow living beings. This was a feeling that he couldn't erase. This was a conflicting feeling, yet Lin didn't find it strange in the least. So be it. There's never been a notion of an ideal battle in this world, so I have to learn to make ruthless decisions if I want to achieve victory. Lin shook his head as he started to fly toward the 2-realm passageway. He could sense that the other members of the god-slaying team had already left this world. Thus, it was also time for him to return. Amid the chaos and darkness, there still stood a 2-realm passageway that glowed with a soft and dazzling light. As Lin walked toward this 2-realm passageway, he saw the figure of a woman standing beside the door. This woman wore a light green and flower-embroidered dress, and her figure was especially lithe and graceful. Her beauty was as if she could scatter all fogs and troubles, and her tangerine-colored eyes sparkled with the brilliance and vitality of life. She remained silent as she gazed at Lin just like that. Lin wanted to pretend that he hadn't seen her as he walked toward the 2-realm passageway. However, the woman suddenly stepped forward to block his path. She stared at the man before her and said slowly, "You destroyed my home, yet you want to leave without saying a word? Then what do you want me to do? Perhaps you want to exact revenge? You don't want to live anymore." And Lin was unafraid as he calmly replied to her, "You're unable to kill me. You should have realized this the moment you set foot in my world," the woman said calmly. And Lin gazed at the unbelievably beautiful woman before him. Her eyes were still red, and it was clear that she had just cried. And Lin felt that the heavenly life goddess was fairly pitiful. She could only regain some self-esteem in such a situation where he couldn't kill her. He didn't refute her claim. He nodded and said, "The state of your life force is indeed a little strange. I can't defeat you at this moment. However, you can't trap me here either. I naturally don't want to forcefully trap you here either." The heavenly life goddess smiled before continuing, "It's just that. There's something I want to discuss with you." Meanwhile, the other members of the god-slaying team had already escaped from the world of the heavenly life goddess. They could barely contain their excitement as they walked through the 2-realm passageway. "We successfully completed an earth-shattering feat," Demon Lord Ling Gu said in excitement. "That's right. We successfully sabotaged the plan of the 3 supreme heavenly gods. In fact, we even destroyed the world of the heavenly life goddess. We've eliminated a great threat for the Taichu continent. Yun Menjing was in an extremely good mood at this moment. She felt as if she had finally discovered her self-worth. The monsters in that world were most likely prepared by the heavenly life goddess to clean out the remaining beings of the Taichu continent after they had annihilated the humans. Now that we've destroyed them in advance, we've indeed completed a magnificent feat. Demon Emperor Siyu happily chugged a mouthful of beautiful wine as he said this. However, the battling Buddha was feeling a little anxious as he said, "I wonder how Brother Enlin is doing. After all, he's got to face the wrathful fury of the heavenly life goddess. Let's believe in Enlin. With his formidable combat capability, I'm sure that he'll definitely be safe. Anyhow, this world is far too dangerous, so it's best that we escape as soon as possible," Michael said. Everyone nodded in agreement. Their battle inside was already complete, and there was nothing more they could do to help. Instead of staying and causing Enlin unnecessary worry, it was much better for them to escape and return to the Taichu continent. Doing so would allow Enlin to concentrate on the task at hand. It wasn't long before they reached the other end of the two-realm passageway. They initially thought that they had finally escaped from grave danger. However, what they wouldn't have imagined was that an even more terrifying battle was actually awaiting them at the White Nectar Sea. Even the weakest member of the God-slaying team was at the Tao integration pinnacle stage. However, when they arrived at the White Nectar Sea, a feeling of intense apprehension suddenly surged into their minds. It was as if their entire bodies had been engulfed by an extremely terrifying power. They knew that this power wasn't targeted at them. However, the intangible pressure that it exuded was so powerful that they didn't even dare to breathe too heavily. What kind of scene was this? The entire White Nectar Sea had been blasted beyond recognition by the heavenly light power. The seabed was contorted, and dangerous currents furiously raged and churned. Chaotic currents and nomological laws of destruction wantonly swept through the surroundings. Above the sea, wild winds roared, blinding lightning flashed, and tornadoes of water blotted out heaven and earth. There were also countless peculiar seas hovering in the sky like vast and profound galaxies, exuding the terrifying and paramount might of the heavenly sea god. Elsewhere in the void, a paramount burst of light illuminated heaven and earth, making the night seem as if it were day. Its pure and holy power was as if it could purify all matter. In the heavens, there was a colossal human of unimaginable size who blotted out the entire sky. His arms were spread wide apart, and it was as if he wanted to embrace the entire world. The heavenly light goddess, the heavenly sea god, and the heavenly heaven god, all three supreme heavenly gods were present. Michael's legs started to tremble. The three supreme heavenly gods have all come out? This welcome is far too over the top, no? Michael, who had struggled to battle against even the heavenly temperature god, was extremely nervous at this moment. He felt as if his life were full of despair. He genuinely couldn't withstand such a petrifying scene. Not only him, but the other members of the god-slaying team were also petrified by this sight. Just nearing the three supreme heavenly gods alone was already enough to make them tremble in apprehension. Thus, how could they muster up any courage to actually battle against them? "Calm down, everyone. Their target isn't us," Demon Emperor Siyu said. He was the first to compose himself. At this moment, the others slowly came to their senses. Sure enough, the devastating collision of powers before them wasn't targeted at them. Just then, they had been transfixed with shock upon sensing the overwhelming aura washing over them. Looking closely, however, they discovered that this was actually an internal battle between the three supreme heavenly gods. They were dumbfounded upon discovering this. What the fuck were the three supreme heavenly gods fighting over? The humans hadn't been annihilated yet, but they had already started to battle against each other. They had even smashed each other's brains out. Just how great was the hostility between them? Indeed, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that they had smashed each other's brains out. At this moment, the aura of the heavenly sea god and the heavenly heaven god had already risen to an unimaginable level. It was evident that they had entered some paramount state. and Lin had described this state to them before. This was the true form of Tao of heavenly gods. This was the ultimate trump card of supreme heavenly gods. In the past, they had been worried about what they should do if all of the supreme heavenly gods were to activate their true forms of Tao against them at the same time. Now, however, this worry had become non-existent. The supreme heavenly gods hadn't activated their true forms of Tao against the heaven-crushing united army. Instead, they had activated it against the heavenly light goddess, their fellow supreme heavenly god. They felt like they were in a dream. What in the world was going on? The members of the god-slaying team were dumbfounded yet delighted. It was extremely difficult to describe their complicated feelings at this moment. The current situation was analogous to a game of fighting the landlord. The landlord had a bad hand and was about to lose at any moment. However, two peasants suddenly started to fight against each other and throw bombs at each other. Most importantly, these were bombs that didn't carry multipliers, rendering them an absolute waste of cards. What in the world was their aim? What kind of experience was this? It was truly difficult to describe. However, they knew that they should perhaps express sincere gratitude to the heavenly light goddess. The heavenly light goddess was definitely a prime instigator of this current situation. If they knew that the interference of the heavenly light goddess had coincidentally foiled the two supreme heavenly gods' plan to hunt them, their feelings would only be all the more complicated at this moment. In fact, they might have even cried tears of gratitude as they expressed their thanks. The heavenly light goddess is truly powerful. She's actually forced the two supreme heavenly gods into activating their true forms of Tao. Yun Menjing had extremely strong senses, so she was able to more clearly observe what was happening at this moment. She could clearly detect just how intense the battle was. However, by the looks of it, the heavenly light goddess can't hold on for much longer. It's extremely likely that she'll be forced into activating her true form of Tao as well. The battling Buddha said as he observed the battle with his golden eyes. Haha! Then isn't that even better? Our enemies will lose another powerful trump card. Demon Lord Linggu was extremely happy, and he continued, Fight! Fight to your heart's content. It's best that all three of you perish together. Right at this moment, the colossal human in the sky suddenly swatted his hand at the heavenly light goddess. A vast and boundless heavenly heaven power surged toward her. Her expression changed slightly, and she hurriedly dashed to the side to evade this strike. However, her movements were severely limited by the space that had become tens of thousands of times more viscous and coagulated. As such, she was completely unable to dodge this strike. Boom! There was a deafening boom as the heavenly light goddess was smashed into the sea. The imprint of a giant palm that stretched tens of thousands of kilometers in length appeared in the white nectar sea, pushing all of the seawater aside. In fact, even the seabed fractured and caved in under the formidable power of this strike. Michael and the others were coincidentally standing on the fringes of this attack. When the palm struck down, they had already activated their divine abilities to dodge. However, they were still wounded and sent flying by the remnant power that existed on the fringes of the strike. We can't stay here. Let's hurry up and leave. Demon Emperor Cu shouted frantically. Even being a spectator came with its dangers. If one were unfortunate enough, they might be killed even if they were a powerful being at the Tao integration stage. Even without his warning, the others still understood the severity of the current situation. They didn't speak any more nonsense as they resolutely fled into the distance. However, the situation still took a turn for the worse. The heavenly heaven god had already activated his true form of Tao, and as such, his senses were all extremely powerful at this moment. He immediately discovered the figures that were rapidly moving through the bottom of the sea. I see a few ants. The heavenly heaven god turned his gaze toward the fleeing members of the god-slaying team. At that instant, the members of the god-slaying team felt as if the space around them had suddenly become extremely viscous and heavy. Their speed decreased rapidly, and it was as if a terrifying being above them had caused the space in the surroundings to undergo a qualitative change. The space had now become an obstruction to their advancement. Damn it! We've been discovered. Their hearts plunged into a glacier of despair. They had genuinely been discovered. Moreover, just a glance from the supreme heavenly God was already enough to prevent them from escaping, even though they had already activated their most powerful divine abilities. To be locked onto by a supreme heavenly God who had activated his true form of Tao. What kind of sensation was this? At this moment, the battling Buddha and the others finally experienced the sensation of having their fates be grasped in the hands of their enemies. Their comprehension of the heaven-crushing true intent was clearly profound, and they even personally crushed the heavens of a small world before. However, before this profound and boundlessly mighty being, they still couldn't help but feel a deep sense of helplessness. Why is it only you ants? Where's the heavenly darkness god? Is he still battling inside the world of the heavenly life goddess? How's the heavenly life goddess doing right now? The heavenly heaven god's voice was filled with a sense of paramount might. The members of the god-slaying team were drenched in a cold sweat. How could they answer this question? If they truthfully answered and told him that the world of the heavenly life goddess had already been destroyed by Enlin, perhaps the heavenly heaven god would immediately kill them in anger. Several seconds passed. Very well. You people have a backbone. You'd rather die than reveal this information. The heavenly heaven god was burning with rage. The members of the god-slaying team were on the verge of tears. This was called having a backbone? They genuinely didn't know how to answer his questions. At this moment, the heavenly heaven god had already raised his arm. His colossal hand was so large that it seemed as if it could crush the sky, then ruthlessly smash down at the members of the god-slaying team. The battling Buddha could swear that he had never felt such overwhelming despair before. Watching that colossal hand smash down, he couldn't help but recall the feeling of when he had still been extremely weak and easily suppressed by the Sakyamuni Buddha's palm. This was a despairing feeling of no escape. He had clearly become much more powerful, yet he was overcome by this familiar feeling of despair yet again. Only at this moment did he realize that he still had an extremely long path to travel. He was still far from being powerful enough. Extreme drunkenness. Fist of the heavenly Tao. Demon Emperor Cu unleashed his final attempt to break free. A golden fist projection soared into the sky, and it was as if it wanted to pummel the entire world into oblivion. A dazzling golden light illuminated the sky, and even a portion of radiance from the palm in the sky was stolen by this fist. The fighting spirit of the other members of the god-slaying team was sparked by this fist. Finger of the heavenly Tao. Michael extended a finger toward the sky. The holy light that radiated from his finger flawlessly fused together with the golden light of the heaven-crushing technique as it soared toward the cloudy and colossal palm in the sky. Fist of the heavenly Tao! The battling Buddha roared. He launched a punch toward the colossal palm in the sky. At the same time, he also summoned hundreds of thousands of monkey projections beside him, each of which launched a punch into the sky. It was as if countless fists of the heavenly Tao were soaring toward the colossal palm in the sky. Palm of the heavenly Tao. Demon Lord Ling Gu also launched a strike. Heavenly Tao absolute reincarnation. Yun Menjing's eyes became black and white as she flapped her wings and surprisingly flew toward the heavenly heaven god's attack. At the same time, she launched a yin and yang attack that could sever all reincarnations. This attack continued to grow in size as it surged toward the colossal palm. At this moment, all 5 members of the god-slaying team unleashed their most powerful attacks. There were deafening rumbles as the numerous heaven-crushing techniques collided with the unfathomably large palm in the sky. Apocalyptic shockwaves burst forth from the collisions. Boom! Heaven and earth quaked. The colossal palm in the sky also trembled violently. In fact, countless cracks had already appeared on its surface. The heavenly heaven god's expression changed slightly. He could feel a tearing sensation coming from his palm, and there was also a power that wanted to soar through the entire heaven and earth. This power was composed of 5 starkly different powers, and the combination of them was actually able to prevent the heavenly heaven god's palm from pressing down at this moment. Demon Emperor Cu and the others didn't dare to hesitate as they immediately fled toward Yu Tong City. Interesting. Who knew that ants would also possess a will to defy the heavens? The heavenly heaven god smiled faintly as he unleashed an even more terrifying might from his palm. The colossal palm continued to smash down. His heavenly heaven power furiously surged toward the 5 fleeing figures. After all, he couldn't allow them to escape after they had dared to provoke his might. Enemies who dared to appear before him would suffer no fate but death. Before his palm had even landed, a palm-shaped crater that stretched for thousands of kilometers in length had already been smashed into the sea. Waves roared as the crust of the world erupted. At this instant, the members of the god-slaying team could all sense the indescribably terrifying power of this strike. They had no time to react as they were smashed into the sea. The battling Buddha's undying body was ripped apart by the devastating pressure, causing blood to spray into the surroundings. Meanwhile, Michael was flattened by the heavenly heaven power, and it was almost as if he had become a flat surface. Demon Emperor Siyu had retrieved the calabash from his back to block the strike, and his calabash was now filled with a web of cracks. It looked like it might explode at any moment. Just as they were plunged into despair, a streak of purple-gold light suddenly streaked through the sea toward the distance. As the streak of light flashed through the void, they discovered that it was traveling even faster than the speed of light. "Don't let her escape!" the heavenly sea god roared in fury. "You want to escape? In your dreams!" The attention of the heavenly heaven god was captured by the streak of purple-gold light. He immediately retracted the power that he had unleashed toward the god-slaying team and redirected it toward the streak of purple-gold light. A vast and boundless heavenly heaven power instantly enveloped the streak of light, causing its speed to drop dramatically. The members of the god-slaying team finally regained freedom. They were bloody and severely wounded at this moment, and the all-encompassing strike of the heavenly heaven god had, in fact, almost obliterated their divine senses as well. After having a brush with death, they didn't hesitate for a second before continuing to flee into the distance. The heavenly light goddess wanted to seize the opportunity that they had created for her to escape. At the same time, they also wanted to seize the opportunity that the heavenly light goddess had created for them to escape. However, judging by his reaction, the heavenly heaven god was clearly more interested in obstructing the heavenly light goddess. After seeing the heavenly light goddess attempt to escape again, he immediately abandoned his plans to target them. In fact, he hadn't hesitated for even a second before unleashing his full power at the heavenly light goddess. The heavenly light goddess' plan to escape was bound to fail. The 5 figures were extremely disheveled as they fled from the White Nectar Sea at breakneck speed. When they finally managed to escape from the overwhelming aura of the 2 supreme heavenly gods, they were so relieved that they almost felt like weeping. This was a feeling of rising from hell to heaven. We've succeeded. We've successfully fled from their grasp. To face the true form of Tao of a supreme heavenly god but still manage to escape. I never imagined that we would actually achieve such a feat. This is all thanks to the heavenly light goddess' help. We were also far too unfortunate. We were mysteriously swept into our enemy's highest level battle and almost killed in a casual and theatrical way. Fortunately, luck was on our side in the end. The members of the god-slaying team sighed with emotion as they continued to flee into the distance. "Oh, that's right. It's good that we managed to escape and all. But what about Big Boss and Lin?" In a moment, he'll also exit from the 2-realm passageway. Moreover, he'll definitely have to face the wrath of the 2 supreme heavenly gods. In fact, he might even have to face the wrath of 4 supreme heavenly gods. Demon Lord Ling Gu suddenly said. Everyone drew a sharp breath upon hearing this. That can't be, right? After all, the heavenly sea god and the heavenly heaven god still have to pursue the heavenly light goddess. Do you think they'll let someone who's killed the heavenly earth god, destroyed several heavenly gates, and ruined countless of their plans walk free? With Enlin being so powerful, it's entirely possible that they might even become temporary allies. They all became anxious upon hearing this. This argument was extremely logical and reasonable. They had already felt utter despair upon being targeted by a single supreme heavenly god who had activated his true form of Tao. Yet Enlin was actually going to face 4 supreme heavenly gods. Just thinking about this was enough to make them shudder in fear, while the members of the god-slaying team were feeling anxious for Enlin. Numerous barriers that were like sheets of transparent crystal fused together and transformed into a boundless barrier that restricted the movements of the streak of purple-gold light. At the same time, a peculiar fluctuation traveled over from the peak of the heavens, causing the purple-gold two-realm radiance to revert to its original form. In other words, the woman in the black dress was forced to reveal herself. Rip. Blood sprayed through the air. A golden trident pierced into the woman's body. The heavenly light goddess was wide-eyed with shock as she stared at the golden trident that had pierced into her chest. The golden trident of the sea contained a vast and boundless heavenly sea power, and it was like a condensation of hundreds upon thousands of seas. The level of its power was simply unfathomable. In fact, it was also this golden trident of the sea that had forced the heavenly heaven god to activate his true form of Tao. As such, one could imagine just how devastatingly powerful the trident in the heavenly sea god's hands was. "It's over," the heavenly sea god said as he gripped the golden trident in his hand. He gazed at the wounded heavenly light goddess and said with a smile, "If you don't activate your true form of Tao, it won't be long before you die." The heavenly light goddess had been run through by the golden trident of the sea. She was riddled with wounds, and she finally felt her life draining away for the first time. Light couldn't escape the pursuit of sea and heaven. Like a whirlpool of the sea, the power of the golden trident of the sea yearned to engulf her entire being and drag her down to the bottom of the sea, where she would become one with the sea forever. The heavenly sea god was indeed correct. She was about to die. If she didn't activate her true form of Tao, she would genuinely die. The heavenly light goddess had miscalculated. She had initially planned on fleeing after forcing one of the two supreme heavenly gods to activate their true form of Tao. However, how could she have imagined that the heavenly sea god would turn his trident on the heavenly heaven god with such resoluteness? The situation changed in a flash, and she ended up having to battle against two supreme heavenly gods who had activated their true forms of Tao. This battle was like hell mode for her. Right at this moment, however, the two-realm passageway that was located at the bottom of the sea shuddered slightly. A handsome man in white casually strode out. However, his expression of calm instantly vanished in the very next instant. Holy fuck! What in the world is going on? He was truly dumbfounded. He could actually detect 3 extremely terrifying auras. This man was none other than Enlin. He instantly tensed up and entered a state of combat readiness upon arriving back at the Taichu continent, afraid that the 3 supreme heavenly gods had laid a trap for him. However, he quickly discovered that he was wrong. The heavenly sea god's trident was currently pierced into the chest of an extremely beautiful woman. It didn't look like the heavenly sea god's target was him, no matter how he looked at it. However, Enlin became even more dumbfounded upon seeing the woman. Moonlit Night Monarch. No, it's not her. There's a power that I detest greatly. It's the heavenly light power. She's the heavenly light goddess. In fact, the heavenly sea god and the heavenly heaven god also seem incredibly terrifying at this moment. But it's also a very familiar feeling. Have they fucking activated their true forms of Tao? These are definitely their true forms of Tao, right? And Lin was completely stunned. The 3 supreme heavenly gods were battling against each other, and 2 of them had even been forced into activating their true form of Tao. This was far too absurd and dreamlike. Have I been caught in an illusion or something? And Lin was stunned by the scenes before him. However, before he could even digest this information, the 3 supreme heavenly gods had already turned their attention to his arrival. This was only natural. They had unleashed their full powers at this moment, so they were all extremely sensitive to any changes in the environment around them. This was especially the case for the heavenly sea god and heavenly heaven god, both of whom had already activated their true forms of Tao. In fact, they could have detected Enlin even if he had concealed himself in a barrier of darkness. It's Enlin. Enlin has finally come out, the heavenly sea god shouted. Why is it only you? What happened to the heavenly life goddess? As if realizing something, the heavenly heaven god instantly flared up in rage. The heavenly life goddess was a good person. She passed away very peacefully and serenely, and Lin replied with a smile. Boom! A devastating might instantly surged toward Enlin. A gigantic hole was instantly blasted into the sea where Enlin stood, causing huge waves to surge into the surroundings. This magnificent power caused the seabed within a radius of several thousand kilometers to crack and fracture. Enlin stood in the center of the explosion, yet a black layer of feathers completely shielded him from its power. However, upon sensing the paramount power of the heavenly sea god, his expression finally became serious. "Slandering me behind my back isn't a good habit." A sweet and flowing voice sounded from behind him. "Enlin, you ruined my grand plans and even destroyed my world. Are you ready to compensate me with your life?" This voice was extremely pleasant, yet it was ice-cold and threatening at this moment. A woman with a flawless physique walked out from the two-realm passageway. Without saying another word, she then swung her saber of death at Enlin. Enlin raised his arms to block. The power of death erupted before him, causing the seawater around him to directly vanish. This seawater hadn't been pushed back because of the shockwaves of the collision. Instead, it had been directly decomposed and destroyed due to the corrosion of the power of death. Upon unleashing the power of death, the heavenly life goddess could not only cause life to perish, but she could also forcefully strip matter of their existence and cause them to vanish. "What a crude and violent woman," Enlin said with a grimace. He held the heavenly life goddess saber of death with one hand before raising a foot to kick at her. Boom! There was an explosion of darkness. All of the heavenly life goddess defenses were engulfed by darkness. Even her soft and slender waist was slightly contorted by the power of Enlin's kick. She groaned softly as she was sent flying back. Enlin had unleashed his full power at this moment, so he could completely suppress even fellow supreme heavenly gods. "Enlin, you're seeking death," the heavenly heaven god roared. He instantly became wild with fury upon seeing the pitiful heavenly life goddess being bullied by Enlin. Upon seeing this, the heavenly light goddess instantly shouted in a just and righteous voice, "Heavenly heaven god, heavenly sea god, you two also understand just how formidable Enlin is. He's not only my enemy, but he's also a great enemy of you guys. For every day that passes, the threat that he poses to us will rise by another notch. As such, now is the best opportunity to kill him. If you let this opportunity slip, you might never find a better opportunity in the future. I, the heavenly light goddess, am willing to enter a temporary alliance with you to deal with Enlin. We can settle our differences after we kill Enlin. What do you say?" Enlin couldn't help but draw a sharp mouthful of seawater. The expressions of the heavenly sea god and heavenly heaven god shifted again and again. They were clearly tempted by the heavenly light goddess proposal. The heavenly light goddess was indeed a great threat. However, was the heavenly darkness god not a great threat as well? Moreover, they still wanted to use the heavenly light goddess to deplete the power of the heaven-crushing sect. As such, temporarily teaming up with her to gang up on Enlin was seemingly a very good choice. Enlin felt that the situation was changing against his favor. The heavenly light goddess wanted to redirect her enemies to target him? Did she truly think that Enlin was someone who only drank seawater? He immediately said, "Heavenly heaven god, heavenly sea god, have you forgotten who it was that forced you into activating your true forms of Tao? You're not going to exact revenge and instead you're going to target me? You've been sold by the heavenly light goddess, yet you're still counting the money for her." These words poured salt on the two supreme heavenly gods' wounds. Although they understood that it was perhaps better to target Enlin, they couldn't help but feel that they were being manipulated by the heavenly light goddess if they were to do so. It was truly difficult to swallow this pill. "Enlin, I hereby announce that I'm officially splitting up with you. I'm not going to work with you anymore," the heavenly light goddess suddenly shouted. "Heavenly heaven god, heavenly sea god." Enlin was stunned. "Say what?" The heavenly light goddess wore an aggrieved expression as she turned to the two supreme heavenly gods and said, "Why do you think I appeared here? Why do you think I chose tonight? Was this truly a coincidence? Enlin entered another world to sabotage your plans, yet I coincidentally appeared here to also sabotage your plans. Was this really just a coincidence? The heavenly heaven god narrowed his eyes and said, "Could it be?" "That's right. I confess. I'm a temporary ally of Enlin's, and this was a plan that he proposed to me. Regardless of whether it was destroying the world of the heavenly life goddess or forcing you into activating your true form of Tao. Everything was planned by Enlin. He's the mastermind behind this entire situation." The heavenly light goddess' eyes were filled with resentment as she glared at Enlin and continued. "I had initially wanted to plan an escape for both of us while we feigned battling against each other, yet you actually tried to accuse me of everything that happened here. You tried to force me into a corner. What happened to shouldering the consequences together? Since you're so heartless, don't blame me for also being unkind. I will confess everything." The heavenly sea god glowered at Enlin in anger and shouted, "So that's how it is, you fucking traitor, Enlin?" Enlin was stunned by the heavenly light goddess' confession. She had forcefully made him become her ally. Moreover, he had even become the fucking mastermind behind everything. The heavenly light goddess was supposed to be the most mighty, most brilliant, and most just supreme heavenly god. Right now, Enlin just wanted to ask her, just how shameless could she become? There was a look of deep thought on the heavenly heaven god's face. After a moment, he nodded and said, "This was indeed a suspicious coincidence. If either of them had come alone, their actions would have been fraught with danger. However, if they had indeed planned this together, then it could be said that their plan to sabotage us was flawless. In other words, it's extremely likely that the heavenly light goddess is telling the truth." The heavenly heaven god announced his judgment on the situation. "But if that's the case, then wouldn't escaping together have been the best choice?" The heavenly life goddess still couldn't wrap her mind around this. Unless... The heavenly sea god's eyes were profound as he stared at Enlin. A gush of warmth rushed into Enlin's mind. They finally realized the problem. Huh? This is nothing but bullshit fabricated by the heavenly light goddess. Brother C, it's time for you to shine. Unless... The heavenly light goddess wants to seize this opportunity to dispose of Enlin. Perhaps their temporary alliance concluded the moment that Enlin exited the heavenly life goddess world. And now the heavenly light goddess wants to maximize her own benefits. The heavenly sea god's expression was as if he had seen through everything. If that's the case, then the heavenly light goddess confession is even more likely to be true, the heavenly heaven god said. Sure enough, Enlin is the one who most deserves to die. The heavenly life goddess was also seething in anger as she said, Enlin, you concealed yourself so well. However, this is only natural for the heavenly darkness god. Intricate in planning and terrifying in battle. Enlin was stupefied at this moment. They've gone mad. These supreme heavenly gods have all gone fucking mad. They just want to find a reason to kill me, don't they? Don't be fooled by the heavenly light goddess. Enlin frantically shouted. Her plan has always been to manipulate you three. This is the truth, and it's also her original intention. I have zero relationships with her. The mastermind naturally won't admit that they're the mastermind. Heavenly darkness god, accept your death. The heavenly heaven god roared in fury as a blue divine light descended upon the white nectar sea. As if the entire sky were collapsing, this divine light then transformed into a vast and boundless barrier of space as it crushed down on Enlin. This caused the darkness around him to tremble violently. The heavenly light goddess shot a cold glare at the heavenly sea god as she said, Can you remove your golden trident from my chest now? The heavenly sea god couldn't help but feel awkward as he started to pull his golden trident out. However, he suddenly stopped after pulling the golden trident halfway out. There were few chances to penetrate the heavenly light goddess with his golden trident of the sea, and she was so extremely weak and feeble at this moment. Wouldn't unleashing his heavenly sea power and forcing her to activate her true form of Tao against Enlin be a better approach? Not only would she lose her trump card, but their battle against Enlin would also become easier. The heavenly sea god was extremely tempted. He felt that this would be a perfect result. Upon seeing the heavenly sea god falter, the heavenly light goddess instantly realized what he wanted to do. Heavenly God Technique, Feathers of Light. The Heavenly Light Goddess unleashed another paramount Heavenly God technique that consumed her blood essence. Her body instantly transformed into a cloud of feathers as she forcefully broke free from the Heavenly Sea God's grasp and fled into the distance. Heavenly Sea God. What in the world were you trying to do just then? There were flames of anger in the Heavenly Light Goddess' eyes as she rematerialized as a stunningly beautiful woman with raven hair. Huh? Nothing. Let's hurry up and deal with Enlin. As long as you don't flee, the Heavenly Heaven God and I won't target you. However, if you dare to flee, then the Heavenly Heaven God and I will definitely choose to target you first. We won't give you a second chance. The Heavenly Sea God feigned ignorance as he urged her to battle against Enlin. The Heavenly Light Goddess had never come across such a shameless person before. The Heavenly Sea God sighed in his mind. What a shame. The Heavenly Light Goddess is far too alert, and she actually unleashed a special technique to evade the range of my trident. It'll be extremely difficult to capture her again, so it's best that I target Enlin first. Heavenly God Technique, Boundless World Smash. The colossal body of the Heavenly Heaven God suddenly retracted his widespread arms before ruthlessly making a pushing motion toward Enlin. This was the first time that he had attacked with both arms since activating his true form of Tao. Like a hanging sky, countless layers of blue crystal-like objects blotted out heaven and earth as they smashed down at Enlin. Enlin had only just blocked an attack of the Heavenly Heaven God not long ago, yet the Heavenly Heaven God was already unleashing his second attack at him now. This was a full-range attack that he couldn't dodge at all. Enlin could only unleash a barrier of darkness to block this attack. An overwhelming pressure crashed down onto him. At this moment, Enlin experienced the true might of the boundless world smash. Those blue crystal-like objects weren't crystals at all. They were actually independent worlds that contained the essence of the heavenly Tao. Indeed, the boundless world smash entailed crushing him with boundless worlds. Boom! Boundless worlds crashed down. Billions of tons of seawater were sent soaring hundreds of thousands of kilometers into the air by the seismic impact of the strike. Like a colossal curtain of waves, this seawater then blasted toward the regions surrounding the White Nectar Sea. The darkness conjured by Enlin became twisted and contorted, and his body started to creak and groan under the immense pressure of the attack. It was as if he were going to collapse and fall apart at any moment. If a god of creation stage divine being such as Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo were to face this attack head-on, it was very likely that they would have already been flattened into a pancake of crushed flesh. Indeed, this was a strike that could terrorize and crush god of creation stage divine beings. However, Enlin had blocked it. Right at this moment, however, the Heavenly Sea God had already charged over with his golden trident of the sea. Enlin, eat my trident. Enlin couldn't help but feel furious upon seeing the Heavenly Sea God, and he shouted, "I'll eat your mom!" He launched a kick at the blue supreme Heavenly God before him. There was an explosion of energy as the Heavenly Sea God's trident stabbed at Enlin's leg. To Enlin's disbelief, the golden trident of the Heavenly Sea God actually tore through his barrier of darkness and pierced a hole into the sole of his foot. At the same time, a vast and boundless heavenly sea power surged into every inch of his body through this small wound. Enlin groaned softly as he withstood the power of the golden trident and furiously retreated into the distance. Moreover, as he retreated, he still had to withstand the pressure that was coming from the boundless worlds in the sky. This expended his energy at a rapid rate. It was far too difficult to battle against two supreme heavenly gods who had activated their true forms of Tao. Even as a paramount powerful being, Enlin was still treading a tightrope between life and death. Heavenly God Technique, Illusion Escape. Enlin transformed into a seemingly non-existent illusion as he fled into the distance. It was as if he had directly vanished into nothingness. Right at this moment, however, a burst of light suddenly dashed toward him. Trying to use an escape technique before me? I'll make it so that you have nowhere to escape. The Heavenly Light Goddess smiled faintly at the void beside her as a radiance that was more brilliant than the sun erupted from her body. All matter became visible and clear under this radiance. and Lin's illusion of void had initially been formless and intangible, yet under this radiance, it became a visible and tangible dark orb, and Lin's path of escape became as clear as day. The heavenly heaven god didn't possess such fancy and artful techniques, so he simply unleashed another boundless world smash at Lin, directly smashing him into the bottom of the sea. Since he was surrounded by the four supreme heavenly gods, the idea of escaping had become a luxury that Lin could only dream of, and Lin was suppressed by the heavenly heaven god once again. The heavenly sea god was extremely quick as he thrust his golden trident of the sea at Lin, and Lin was barely able to dodge the strike in his haste. In the end, he still suffered a bloody wound to his waist. Foot of the heavenly Tao, and Lin launched a kick at the heavenly sea god as he dodged his golden trident. Following an explosion of darkness, a golden heaven-crushing foot enveloped the heavenly sea god's entire body. A burst of golden energy that was so vast that it seemed as if it were about to crush the sky, then ruthlessly shattered the barrier of seawater around the heavenly sea god. At the same time, a power of paramount darkness directly kicked a gaping hole into his deep blue liquid body. Boom! There was an agonized cry as the heavenly sea god frantically retreated into the distance. This was the first wound that he had suffered since activating his true form of Tao. This was a wound that he had suffered while he felt that he was invincible and all-powerful. Brother Lin was actually this powerful? At this moment, Lin turned around and resisted the suppression of the heavenly heaven god as he attempted to flee again. Heavenly life goddess, what are you doing? Aren't you going to help? The heavenly sea god shouted. I'm coming! The heavenly life goddess replied as she charged at Lin. Just then, she had still been stuck in a state of shock upon discovering that both of her allies had actually been forced into activating their true forms of Tao. She was also yet to come to her senses after being sent flying by Lin's kick. After all, this battle was looking extremely dire for her allies. How had the heavenly sea god and heavenly heaven god been bullied into such a state by the heavenly light goddess? Of course, she was also fully aware that now was not the time to point fingers. With this in mind, she immediately charged at Lin. The saber of death in her hand grew explosively, reaching a length of several thousand kilometers as it cut apart the seas and furiously slashed at Lin with a Tao intent of destruction. Lin didn't turn around upon seeing her charge over. Instead, he simply replied with a foot of the heavenly Tao. Boom! Ah! There was a wretched wail as the heavenly life goddess was sent flying again. This time, she even spat a mouthful of blood. The heavenly life goddess hadn't activated her true form of Tao, and thus she naturally couldn't rival Lin. She could only be bullied by him. Fortunately, the heavenly sea god and heavenly heaven god hadn't placed high hopes in her either. They merely hoped that she could obstruct Lin for a brief moment. Thousand rays of aurora. The heavenly light goddess aimed at Lin's back and unleashed a burst of golden light that transformed into countless devastating divine swords that tore through everything in their wake. Like a torrent of rain, these countless swords sliced through all void and cut through all darkness as they pierced into Lin's back. The power contained within these divine swords was extremely pure and terrifying. In fact, they could even purify and turn Lin's divine Tao of darkness into the light. A burning sensation spread across Lin's suit of darkness, and this caused him to feel immensely agitated and uneasy. Sure enough, he detested this power of light. However, the heavenly light goddess attack still wasn't powerful enough. More precisely, it wasn't powerful enough to suppress Lin's darkness. As the thousand rays of aurora struck Lin, they were all blocked by the suit of darkness that protected his body. Lin then replied by unleashing an orb of darkness at the heavenly light goddess. At this moment, the heavenly light goddess felt a fearsome terror descending upon her. She didn't hesitate for a second before dashing back in retreat. However, before she had even retreated 50 kilometers, the orb of darkness had already swooped before her and exploded. All matter within a radius of several hundred kilometers was instantly obliterated and engulfed. The sea, space, energy, light, everything was engulfed by the darkness. Looking at the surroundings, The only thing that remained was void and darkness. Tear. A particle of light ripped through the darkness before transforming into an extremely disheveled figure. The heavenly light goddess' pale skin was riddled with black spots. Moreover, these black spots were like tumors that were extremely difficult to remove as they furiously attempted to engulf her. The heavenly light goddess gritted her teeth and said, "This power! Sure enough, I detest it greatly." In fact, there was something else that she had held back from saying. For some reason, apart from a feeling of disgust, she also felt a slight sense of excitement toward this power. It was as if she wanted to do something and prove something. And Lin had only just unleashed his attack when he suddenly felt the space around him contort. Immediately afterward, an invisible blade ripped through his darkness and ruthlessly severed his arm. He didn't have time to feel astonished as he frantically dashed around to avoid the attacks. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Numerous pitch-black gashes instantly appeared on the ground, and it was unclear just how deep into the earth they ran. And Lin sped past these gashes, and each time he dashed past, a new gash would quickly appear where he had just been. He was dodging these invisible attacks. These attacks were devastating. They contained a heavenly heaven power, and each attack was as if a liquid blade that had been formed from the condensed space of a world were slashing down. And Lin's darkness could absorb damage, yet it couldn't block the power of an entire world in an instant. Not only could the heavenly heaven god exert full control over the battle and prevent him from escaping, but he could even unleash such devastating attacks while exerting such control. Sure enough, this heavenly heaven god was no pushover. He was no simple foe. A menacing glint flashed past Lin's eyes as he glanced at the colossal figure in the sky. As powerful as he was, the heavenly heaven god still possessed a fatal weak point. Little Xie. And Lin roared loudly as he continued to dodge the attacks from the sky. There was a flash of black behind him as an eerie black sword appeared in his hands. Without looking up, he then made a slashing motion at the figure in the sky. Vanquish the heavens and slay all evil. Great annihilation. An invisible wave rapidly rippled into the surroundings. Boom! There was a deafening explosion. A giant hole was instantly blasted into the heavenly heaven god's colossal head that almost blotted out the entire sky. The heavenly heaven god instantly started to scream in agony. Ah! Detestable human. Indeed, the heavenly heaven god's biggest weak point was none other than his colossal body. There was no need to aim, and any attack directed at the sky was certain to strike his head. Of course, the prerequisite was that one was powerful enough to hit him with their attack. And Lin clearly possessed this ability. However, he wasn't keen on engaging in any further action. Instead, he seized this opportunity to turn around and start fleeing again. After all, Lin could only find the occasional opportunity to launch a counterattack. He wouldn't be so arrogant as to think that he could genuinely challenge the supreme heavenly gods 1-on-4. He only had one lifeline remaining, so he definitely couldn't waste it. Hurry! Stop him! Don't let him escape! The heavenly sea god shouted. Right now, the heavenly sea god was the most shocked of them all, and Lin had once again displayed to him his formidable might. Given that none of them activated their true form of Tao, there was no doubt that Lin was the most powerful of the 6 supreme heavenly gods. Even after activating their true form of Tao, they would only be on even footing with Lin. Right now was a good example. 2 supreme heavenly gods who had activated their true forms of Tao and 2 supreme heavenly goddesses who hadn't were currently trying to kill Lin. However, they were still being wounded by all kinds of counterattacks from Lin. Could any other supreme being achieve such a feat? Anyhow, the heavenly sea god had never seen such a powerful being before. This caused him to feel a rising killing intent toward Lin. This brother is quite a difficult person. I can't let him live. At this moment, the heavenly light goddess and heavenly life goddess had already blocked Lin's path. Infinite light cage. An intertwined web of golden light transformed into a cage that wrapped around Lin. Clock of life. Meanwhile, the heavenly life goddess tossed an ancient-looking clock of around half a person tall at Lin. The heavenly sea god raised his trident and charged at Lin's back. Heavenly darkness god. There's nowhere for you to flee. And Lin unleashed a burst of darkness to engulf the attacks before him. However, his darkness was ruthlessly sliced into pieces by the infinite light cage surrounding him. The powerful rays of light of this cage possessed a characteristic of boundlessness. Each time the darkness tried to engulf it, it would only be able to engulf a portion of its existence. Couldn't engulf it in its entirety. At this moment, the clock that the heavenly life goddess had tossed over had already started to tick. However, it was ticking backward instead of forward. Immediately afterward, a power of time that was intrinsically linked to the power of life started to spread through Lin's body. The hands on the clock started to tick faster and faster, and Lin could feel his power mysteriously becoming weaker. His darkness also transformed from the purest and most fundamental darkness into a diluted and transparent darkness. And Lin's expression changed drastically. This clock of life actually possessed the ability to revert the state of his existence. It was sending his life back in time? Indeed. And Lin could feel that he was becoming more and more youthful. At the same time, however, his power was also rapidly becoming weaker. After all, he had become very powerful very quickly. Thus, now that he was being reverted to his original state, he was naturally becoming unbelievably weak. Several seconds passed, and Lin suddenly started to feel as if he didn't know how to wield his divine Tao of darkness anymore. At this moment, the heavenly sea god had already arrived behind Lin. He ruthlessly thrust his golden trident of the sea at Lin's back. And Lin wanted to dodge, yet his power had already become far too weak. He had no way of dodging such a fast and precise attack. A heart-wrenching pain instantly shot through his body. Ah! It hurts. The power of the sea surged into his body, and Lin felt as if he had been swept into a whirlpool in the sea, and it was as if he were about to be engulfed by the sea at any moment. He would sink into eternal darkness and silence. This feeling was incredibly comfortable. Indeed, and Lin enjoyed the heavenly sea god's power. There were similarities between the heavenly sea power and heavenly darkness power, and the heavenly sea god had also claimed that they had been good friends in the past. And Lin had trusted 50% of this claim. In fact, this heavenly sea power even allowed Lin to rediscover his divine Tao of darkness. He rediscovered the power that had been stripped by the life-reverting clock of life. Heavenly God technique, eternal darkness. And Lin opened his eyes, which looked like the most profound darkness at this moment. A black hole of chaos materialized behind him again, and the purest burst of darkness instantly erupted from his body. Standing behind Lin, the heavenly sea god persisted in using his trident to suppress Lin's power. At the same time, he used his heavenly sea power to protect his own body. However, the explosion of darkness was like an ever-expanding orb of darkness. It continued to push back until the heavenly sea god's protective barrier became twisted and contorted. Meanwhile, the heavenly life goddess clock of life was ruthlessly engulfed by the darkness. The heavenly life goddess frantically dashed back in retreat. She didn't dare to face Lin's attacks head-on. Lin turned to face the heavenly sea god who was standing behind him before cracking a smile and asking, "Brother Sea, are you that eager to kill me?" The heavenly sea god's expression changed slightly, and the golden trident in his hand ruthlessly released an even more ferocious burst of power. "I don't know what you're talking about. Don't try to act like my brother." A gaping wound was instantly blasted into Lin's chest. Like countless spears, streams of golden liquid then continued to stab into Lin's flesh through this gaping wound. It wasn't long before Lin became a golden hedgehog. Lin took a deep breath before gritting his teeth and murmuring, "Ow! It hurts." He was truly suffering immense pain. However, he didn't try to dodge these attacks. After all, his eternal darkness hadn't concluded yet. The darkness continued to violently push against the heavenly sea god's protective barrier, growing more and more powerful as it did so. The seas attempted to resist, yet the eternal nature of the darkness meant that it would remain steadfast and growing regardless of how the seas crashed against it. The heavenly sea god couldn't maintain his attack anymore. "Lin, don't get ahead of yourself. The heavenly sea god finally shot back in retreat. However, the orb of darkness before Enlin had already condensed into a spear and shot toward his chest at an even quicker speed. What? The heavenly sea god was extremely startled. However, the spear of darkness had already pierced through his barrier and exploded into his chest. Boom! The explosion of darkness blasted another gaping hole into the heavenly sea god's body. Enlin smiled coldly and said, "Thanks for your warning. I haven't gotten ahead of myself yet. Also, same to you. Don't get ahead of yourself." He then turned around and continued to flee into the distance. At this moment, an attack smashed down from the sky again. Boom! Countless blue crystal-like objects that contained the power of an entire world pelted down at Enlin, forcefully suppressing him to the bottom of the sea again. "You still want to escape? Don't you think that you're a bit too naive?" The heavenly heaven god, whose head had already recovered, glared daggers at the suppressed Enlin. Enlin struggled against the suppression, yet it was no easy feat to break free from a charged attack of the heavenly heaven god. Seizing this opportunity, the heavenly sea god, heavenly life goddess, and heavenly light goddess had already lunged before him again, each of them unleashing a formidable heavenly god technique. The battle in the White Nectar Sea transformed into a battle between Enlin and the 4 other supreme heavenly gods. The heaven-crushing united army, who had initially been delighted and feeling schadenfreude at the internal battle between the supreme heavenly gods, suddenly started to feel anxious and uneasy. This was because they saw the supreme heavenly gods suddenly pause and turn to furiously target another being who was radiating with darkness. They were too far away, so they couldn't see Enlin's figure clearly. However, they could clearly see the powerful and earth-shattering darkness that he unleashed. They could also see the devastating powers of the heavenly heaven god, heavenly sea god, heavenly light goddess, and heavenly life goddess. Moreover, these 4 powers were all working together to tear at the darkness. They were clearly aware of what that darkness represented. That was the paramount god of war who led their resistance against the heavenly human tribe. That was the supreme heavenly god who possessed the power of darkness. He was none other than Enlin. The situation started to deteriorate. The heaven-crushing united army became increasingly anxious and uneasy. Everyone knew that Enlin had been backed into a corner. Being targeted by 4 supreme heavenly gods was definitely an unimaginable catastrophe. This represented the most powerful force that the heavenly human tribe could gather. Meanwhile, Enlin was only a single person. How could he rival them? Numerous powerful beings carried a will of death as they actively requested to participate in the battle. They desired nothing but to give Enlin an extra iota of chance to escape. However, these requests were all rejected by Lan Xiaoni. A mighty figure at the Return to Void stage was red-eyed with emotion as he said, "Alliance leader Lan, please let us go. Enlin is facing his greatest danger ever, and we're all willing to live or die alongside him. Enlin actively walked into danger for the sake of the Taichu continent, so why can't we walk into danger for him or the continent?" A supermighty being at the Dao integration stage concurred. Countless powerful beings spoke up in agreement. "You people aren't walking into danger. You're walking into death," Lan Xiaoni replied as she gazed at the explosions in the distance. Her voice was firm, and she continued, "Our duty is to protect you, Tong City." However, the powerful beings continued to protest. They held immense respect for Enlin, and they also loved this continent with a passion. Thus, they were willing to sacrifice their lives at this most critical moment. Yet, Lan Xiaoni was like a giant mountain that stood before all of the powerful beings who wanted to help Enlin. She would block and push back all of those who wanted to leave. In fact, Lan Xiaoni wanted to charge over and join the battle more than anyone else. However, she understood that she couldn't. Su Xiaolan had already handed the responsibility of guarding Yutong City to her. Thus, she had to see this task through to the end. Doing so was in order to protect the heaven-crushing united army that was stationed here, and also to prevent giving Enlin any additional worries. She still wasn't powerful enough, and she still couldn't help Enlin in such a high-level battle. "Sister Xiaolan, you definitely have to succeed. Big Boss Enlin, You definitely have to stay safe and return alive. Underling Lan will wait here for you. I'll wait here forever." The mermaid princess quietly murmured to herself as the dazzling explosions of battle were reflected in her clear blue eyes, and Lin was facing the greatest danger in his life. He was also facing the most powerful enemies that he had ever faced before. He had attempted all kinds of methods to flee from the grasp of these four supreme heavenly gods, yet all of his attempts had wound up in failure. Meanwhile, his energy was being continually and rapidly exhausted. If this continued, he would die of exhaustion even if he wasn't directly killed or killed by his severe wounds. Damn it! How have things come to this? And Lin felt extremely frustrated, and he also felt extremely vexed. One's plan could never keep up with sudden changes. He had initially thought that he would at most be chased by two supreme heavenly gods after completing his task. If that were the case, he could easily flee from their pursuit. However, who could have imagined that he would actually face two supreme heavenly gods who had activated their true forms of Tao? Moreover, who could have imagined that he would also have to face the heavenly light goddess and heavenly life goddess? This was a feeling of overwhelming malice. The heavenly sea god used his golden trident to open another gash in Lin's neck. This brother was always the one who wounded him the most, and Lin's mind ached at the thought of this. He wanted to reveal his cooperation with the heavenly sea god, yet he was certain that none of the other supreme heavenly gods would believe his words. They would merely think that he was trying to baselessly smear the heavenly sea god. After all, the heavenly sea god was trying so hard to kill him at this moment. No matter how one looked at it, it didn't look like he was the brother of the heavenly sea god. In fact, they looked more like old enemies. This was what hurt Lin the most. He felt extremely lonely and helpless. Right at this moment, however, the loud cry of a vermilion bird sounded in the distance. A crimson-red holy flame burst through the sky and illuminated heaven and earth. A powerful aura charged toward Lin at an incredible speed, and it was much like a moth that was desperately flying toward its heart's desire. And Lin's heart shuddered upon seeing that figure. Xiaolan. While feeling at his most lonely and helpless, a woman had resolutely stepped forward to help him. Don't come over." However, after being moved by her actions, Lin immediately shook his head. He wore an expression of worry and pleading as he said, "Hurry up and return. Listen to me. Hurry up and return." It was too early for Su Xiaolan to participate in this kind of battle. "Who dares to use fire to provoke my might?" A majestic voice suddenly traveled over from the heavens. At the same time, a heavenly heaven power that enveloped heaven and earth instantly extinguished the crimson-red flames that were stretched across the sky, revealing the colossal figure that had been temporarily concealed from sight. The heavenly heaven god turned to look at the new arrival. That was a stunningly beautiful woman in a jade dress. "Divine Phoenix Maiden, very well, you've come at just the right moment. We'll dispose of you two together." The heavenly heaven god wasn't infuriated. Instead, he laughed in delight, since he had already activated his true form of Tao. Killing one more powerful enemy would render his ultimate trump card a bit more useful. In fact, it was best that more of his enemies rushed over to their deaths. Su Xiaolan was wielding her dragon sparrow sword, and her gaze eventually settled on the man who was suppressed at the bottom of the white nectar sea. "Death shall befall those who dare to attack Mayan Lin." Her voice was holy and emotional as it soared through the heavens. An astonishing radiance erupted from her dragon sparrow sword. Her transcendent and ethereal aura as the holder of a holy birth surged into the surroundings. Su Xiaolan swung her dragon sparrow sword, and her body also followed through with the strike, transforming her into a giant vermilion bird that was formed from holy vermilion flame. With a loud cry, she directly soared toward the colossal figure hovering in the sky. This was a magnificent and peculiar spectacle. It was as if a supreme flaming bird were swooping at a pure white divine giant. The heavenly heaven god narrowed his gaze, instantly causing layers of space to crash down upon the vermilion bird. At the same time, razor-sharp blades of space ripped through the vermilion bird's flaming feathers, causing it to shriek in agony. Like a rain of blood and like a rain of meteors, Countless bursts of flames poured down from the sky. The vermilion bird was under immense pain, yet it still continued to furiously lunge at the hovering heavenly heaven god. The ferocity of the vermilion bird was such that the heavenly heaven god had no option but to temporarily abandon his attacks on Enlin. He had to forcefully change his target to the vermilion bird. Fracturing skies. A dense array of razor-sharp nets appeared on the heavenly heaven god's pure white hand as he swung his palm at the vermilion bird. It was as if the sky were about to be sliced apart and fractured. The vermilion bird had nowhere to hide, and its body was directly ripped into neat and equal-sized cubes of flames. The heavenly heaven god thought that he had successfully suppressed the divine phoenix maiden. However, to his surprise, the woman in jade was like an azure dragon as she dashed out from amid the cubes of flames. At the same time, her dragon sparrow sword carried an astonishing might as it sliced through the void and mercilessly cut into his face. The roar of a true dragon reverberated through the sky as the sharp blade tore through his face like a bolt of unstoppable lightning. The colossal head that blotted out the sky was sliced into two halves. The heavenly heaven god roared in pain and fury. "You're seeking death!" The heavenly heaven god roared. The void before Su Xiaolan suddenly exploded, triggering the space within a radius of several thousand kilometers to also shatter and disintegrate. The woman in jade finally fell limp as she collapsed toward the ground. Seizing this opportunity that Su Xiaolan had created for him, Enlin successfully broke free from the heavenly sea god's attacks. He then charged over and caught Su Xiaolan in his embrace. This warm and soft sensation was something that he hadn't experienced in a long time. However, the disorderly aura of the woman, as well as her bloody and glaring wounds, caused Enlin to feel an uncontrollable fury. "You shouldn't have come." Enlin flew toward Yu Tong City with the wounded Su Xiaolan in his arms. Su Xiaolan opened her eyes to gaze at Enlin. She then smiled faintly and said, "I'm your only chance of survival." Enlin had indeed seized the opportunity to escape. In the blink of an eye, he had already traversed thousands of kilometers and neared the edge of the White Nectar Sea. As long as he exited the White Nectar Sea, the core inland sea of the Taichu continent, the combat capability of the heavenly sea god would fall by several notches. "Don't even dream of escaping!" The heavenly sea god roared in fury. With a sweep of his golden trident of the sea, he summoned an upright and supremely powerful sea before Enlin and Su Xiaolan. It was as if a boundless and profound wall of seawater that stretched from heaven to earth had suddenly materialized before them. This was a sea that possessed a heavenly sea power so immense that it was as if it could engulf all matter. Su Xiaolan gripped Enlin's hands and said, "Follow me." The small vermilion bird in Enlin's sea of vital energy suddenly shuddered as its power was completely unleashed. This power then started to resonate with Su Xiaolan's power. Bursts of pure and blazing holy flames exploded through the sky. This was accompanied by the crisp cry of a vermilion bird. Enlin and Su Xiaolan surprisingly transformed into a soaring vermilion bird that carved an astonishing trail into the night sky. Beneath the pure and holy flames of the vermilion bird, there were also wisps of dark flames that trailed behind its wings. Everything in its path was incinerated and engulfed. At this moment, the holy vermilion bird unexpectedly fused together with the divine Tao of darkness, unleashing a power that was greater than the sum of its parts. Boom! The holy vermilion bird smashed headfirst into the upright sea. The seawater that contained a profound and boundless heavenly sea power furiously eroded the vermilion bird's power. All that they could see was an expanse of sea and darkness. It was as if they were charging into an endless abyss. However, would Enlin be afraid of this? Su Xiaolan wasn't afraid either as she held onto Enlin's hands. This was the most powerful holy vermilion bird in history, and it didn't hesitate or stop as it continued to charge through the sea. The heavenly sea god's expression changed drastically as he detected the events unfolding within the sea. The penetrative power of this holy vermilion bird was even greater than that of the two-realm radiance of the heavenly light goddess. Several seconds passed, and the center of the upright sea rapidly became a contorted red as it was comprehensively evaporated. A supremely proud and powerful vermilion bird then soared out from its midst, The vermilion bird broke free from the heavenly sea god's obstruction and continued to soar through the sky. The heaven-crushing united army erupted in cheers upon seeing this. At this moment, the radiance of the holy vermilion flames seemed profoundly powerful and beautiful. To the heaven-crushing united army, this was a radiance that was countless times more beautiful than that of the sun. The Tao integration stage vermilion birds who had come from the vermilion bird tribe were more so astonished and intoxicated upon seeing this. In fact, they even forgot to cheer for the longevity of their great empress vermilion bird. They could only gaze at the holy vermilion bird with intoxication and fervent passion. This was the most beautiful and most powerful vermilion bird that they had ever witnessed. The powerful and unique aura of the holy birth was flawlessly fused together with the aura of the heavenly Tao of darkness, causing it to become even more transcendent and holy. Not only that, but even the wisps of black flames that trailed behind the vermilion bird's wings appeared like the elegant black evening gown of a beautiful woman. This was a noble and aloof aura. This was an aura that yearned to ascend to a higher level. The heavenly sea god frantically unleashed his power, summoning another upright sea that brought despair upon tens of billions of beings before the vermilion bird. However, the vermilion bird was unstoppable as it soared through an evaporated barrier after barrier of upright seas. The heavenly sea god couldn't obstruct Enlin and Su Xiaolan at all. Moreover, Enlin and Su Xiaolan continued to hold hands as they fled, and it was as if they were a pair of eloping lovers. The heavenly light goddess and heavenly life goddess also charged over to help, yet the vermilion bird directly charged through or shattered their various attempts at obstruction. They couldn't slow it down at all. Su Xiaolan shot a cold glance at the two breathtakingly beautiful women. "You bitches want to steal Enlin from me? In your dreams." It wasn't long before they arrived near the shore of the White Nectar Sea. Freedom was right before them. Heavenly heaven god, when are you going to wait until? The heavenly sea god roared. "I've already finished preparing." The heavenly heaven god replied. The colossal figure that was hovering in the sky suddenly started to rotate its body. Its legs started to move, and at some point in time, it had surprisingly gone from a horizontal position to an upright position. As it strode above Yutong City, it even whipped up wild winds of destruction and contorted spaces of oblivion. This was a pair of indescribable feet. The speed was simply unfathomable. One of the feet then bent back before violently kicking at the fleeing vermilion bird. The vermilion bird, whose wingspan measured thousands of kilometers in length, could already be considered as a colossal being. However, compared to the foot that measured tens of thousands of kilometers in length, the vermilion bird appeared even smaller and more insignificant than a newborn chick. "We can't dodge this strike. We can only face it head-on." And Lin said, "We can definitely soar through it," Su Xiaolan said with a nod. The two of them fused their powers together as they resolutely soared forward. The sea was roaring, light was flashing, life was announcing the arrival of death, and the sky was crashing down in an apocalyptic style. The entire heaven and earth were targeting them, and the entire heaven and earth yearned for their death. Meanwhile, the two of them were like a bird that was fleeing from the violent pursuit of heaven and earth. They were like a bird that wanted to soar higher and further. They were like a bird that was fearless in its advance. God-destroying divine sea. The heavenly heaven god thrust his golden trident toward the sky. A red sea crashed down from the sky, and countless deceased divine beings started to rise from the bottom of this sea. They were sighing in grief, and tears of blood were flowing from their eyes. At the same time, they turned to unleash countless divine techniques to control the movement of the vermilion bird beneath them. The Red Sea then ruthlessly crashed into the back of the vermilion bird just like that. An overwhelming pressure enveloped Enlin and Su Xiaolan at the same time. However, they ignored this pressure and continued to fly forward. Like a sky-piercing celestial sword, a burst of blinding light energy shot toward the fleeing vermilion bird. This burst of light was so radiant that any being who glanced at it would temporarily lose their sight and thus be unable to see it clearly. Enlin and Su Xiaolan forcefully turned to avoid this strike, yet the burst of light still pierced through one of the vermilion bird's wings, causing it to slow down. The sea also split apart at this moment. allowing countless azure vines that possessed a formidable life force and that weren't afraid of fire to soar into the sky. These vines entangled the slowing vermilion bird and completely restricted its wings and neck. The vermilion bird was slowed down even more. At this moment, the foot of the heavenly heaven god had already arrived before them. It was only natural that one would crumble into despair before the combined and petrifying attacks of four supreme heavenly gods. However, Enlil and Su Xiaolin wore an expression of determination as they continued to charge forward with an unyielding will. We'll break free from their grasp as long as we smash through these attacks. Let's face it together. We'll unleash our full power. Enlil and Su Xiaolin didn't hold back as they instantly unleashed their full power. At this moment, the holy might of the vermilion bird radiated hundreds of thousands of kilometers into the distance. The hundreds of millions of heavenly humans who had fled into the distance were just rejoicing in the fact that the heavenly earth god and divine phoenix maiden were about to die at the hands of the four supreme heavenly gods. However, in the very next moment, they were shaken to the ground by the sudden arrival of this aura that was filled with a boundless battle intent and an unyielding will. The vermilion bird rapidly expanded in size, its body growing from 500 kilometers to 2,000 kilometers. The god-destroying divine sea in the sky started to boil under the immense heat, and the azure vines that were wrapped around the vermilion bird also started to contort and glow in red under the power of the scorching flames. The vermilion bird had a chance to break free. However, there was nowhere near enough time, and the charged attack of the heavenly heaven god had already arrived before them. Its foot ruthlessly collided into the vermilion bird. The entire heaven and earth suddenly dimmed at this moment. Boom! Red and blue energy exploded into the surroundings. This was an earth-shattering collision. The shockwave of this collision was so powerful that even the paramount nomological laws of the Taichu continent started to become chaotic and contorted, like a boundless wave of destruction. This shockwave continued to expand outward, engulfing space, evaporating seas, and cracking open the earth. This collision was utterly terrifying. In fact, even the distant Yutong city was forced to activate the heaven-vanquishing formation due to the powerful eruption of energy. Meanwhile, the heavenly humans who were relatively closer to this collision also suffered a miserable fate. Those who were weaker bled from all orifices as they were knocked unconscious or dead, while those who were more powerful felt like they might be killed by these shockwaves at any moment. If it weren't for the protection offered by the heavenly gods, it was very likely that at least half of these heavenly humans would have perished. They discovered that they wouldn't find safety regardless of how far they fled. However, they still persisted in trying to flee as far away as they could. It could be said that this collision was powerful enough to obliterate a small world. Fortunately, the Taichu continent was sturdy and resilient enough. It was only because of this that the foundations of the world weren't damaged. However, the destructive power of the collision had destroyed almost the entire White Nectar Sea already. The White Nectar Sea still existed, yet it was already devoid of any life. The energy of the collision slowly dissipated. Meanwhile, the powerful beings all looked on with anxiousness. They were extremely nervous as they looked at the center of the collision. There was only a single thought running through their minds. Who won? Did Enlil and Su Xiaolin manage to break free from the four supreme heavenly gods? The heavenly heaven god groaned softly as he slowly retracted his foot. Half of his foot had been obliterated, and there were still the remnants of undying flames and a profound darkness. It was clear that he had suffered heavy wounds. Meanwhile, the giant vermilion bird that had been formed by Enlil and Su Xiaolin had already been kicked into oblivion. Both of them had suffered wounds of varying degrees. Between them, Su Xiaolin had suffered the heavier wounds, with numerous gashes caused by blades of space evident on her jade dress. Her entire body was drenched in blood. Moreover, forming the vermilion bird to flee from the supreme heavenly gods had already consumed exorbitant amounts of her blood essence. At this moment, she was completely spent as she lay in the arms of Enlil. Enlil carried Su Xiaolin with one arm while releasing a boundless heavenly darkness power with his other. He continued to resist the god-destroying divine sea that was still trying to smash down on them. The undying vines of the heavenly life goddess had been blasted into smithereens. Yet the formidable god-destroying divine sea of the heavenly sea gods still remained intact. And Lin gritted his teeth as he continued to resist this attack. However, his entire body was already starting to tremble uncontrollably. It was clear that he had already reached his limits. What should I do? What can I do? Su Xiaolan is severely wounded. While I'm already at my limits, how can we break free from the supreme heavenly gods? Even if Su Xiaolan were still able to battle, it would still be incredibly difficult for them to break free from the attacks of the supreme heavenly gods. After all, the strength of the supreme heavenly gods wasn't merely in the form of their raw power. Their strength was also reflected in the fact that they possessed boundless energy, as well as an undying ability and a freakish recovery ability. The obliterated foot of the heavenly heaven god was already healing at a rate that was visible to the naked eye. Meanwhile, the heavenly light goddess and heavenly life goddess were already preparing a new wave of attacks. The heavenly sea god's god-destroying divine sea possessed an overwhelming might as it continued to suppress Lin, and Lin exerted his full power to resist it, yet how long could he maintain this resistance for? If he couldn't find a way to defeat this or escape, it was without a doubt that both he and Su Xiaolan would be killed here. What could he do? Did he have to sacrifice the final 1/5 of his life? And Lin gazed down at the woman in his arms. Su Xiaolan also looked up to meet his gaze. As if realizing something, Su Xiaolan shook her head with great difficulty and said, "No, don't." She gripped onto Lin's wrists and said, "There's definitely another way." "Yeah, there's definitely another way." And Lin replied with a smile. He naturally wasn't willing to leave Xiaolan forever. There was always a sliver of hope remaining. And Lin activated his divine simulation technique again this time. He discovered something delightful. There was another divine being nearby, and Lin's eyes were as black as ink as he gazed at someplace in the distance. After a while, he finally found the figure amid a stretch of shadows. This was a slender woman in a black robe. The woman seemingly sensed Lin's gaze. She looked up, revealing her delicate and gentle features. However, there was an extremely complicated expression in her eyes as she looked at him, and Lin instantly realized who this was, and he frantically transmitted his voice, saying, "Nuwa, you've come at just the right time. Have you come to save us?" Nuwa's expression became even more complicated upon hearing this. She shook her head and replied, "I've come to save Su Xiaolan. As for you, I'm sorry, but I can't save you." And Lin faltered upon hearing this reply. However, he quickly understood something, and a bitter smile stretched across his face. "You know everything?" Nuwa nodded and replied, "Yes, I know everything." And Lin was the heavenly darkness god, and mending the heavens required the Tao power of none other than the heavenly darkness god. In other words, it needed the heavenly darkness god to sacrifice his life. Right now, this task only required the final 1/5 of his Tao power. Once it was obtained, the heaven-mending sect could complete the most critical step of mending the heavens. Nuwa was well aware of all this. Meanwhile, Lin could also understand Nuwa's decision. Nuwa had always been someone who was willing to sacrifice the individual for the group. This trait could be seen from her willingness to courageously step forward and resist the heavens even though she was clearly a paramount goddess of the demon tribe. She was willing to sacrifice members of her own demon tribe, so she was naturally willing to sacrifice Lin as well. In reality, it was already extremely generous of Nuwa to not raise her weapon and hunt him down alongside the other supreme heavenly gods. In fact, Nuwa had indeed considered this option before. Truth be told, Nuwa had actually come here to ponder over how to kill Lin. However, what she had witnessed was a stunning and magnificent display. She could say without any exaggeration that the intensity and level of this battle ranked within the top 3 out of all the battles she had experienced in her extensive lifetime. She witnessed the formidable power of the supreme heavenly gods, and she also witnessed the unwavering resilience of Lin. When seeing Lin backed into a corner and when seeing him consider sacrificing his life, she should have initially experienced delight and excitement. After all, her plan to mend the heavens could successfully progress without her needing to participate in any battles. However, she couldn't bring herself to feel happy. And Lin was already so formidable, so why did he still place himself in such great danger? Why did he allow himself to be backed into a corner? For what reason was he doing this? He was doing this for the sake of the entire continent. He was doing this for the sake of the billions of beings in the world. Such a mighty hero was going to perish for the sake of the world. So how could Nuwa bring herself to feel happy? Her feelings were extremely mixed at this moment. Extremely mixed. She had clearly made up her mind already, yet upon witnessing this sight, she couldn't help but waver. How many tens of thousands of years had passed since she had last experienced such conflicting feelings? Xiaolan, I'll help you escape. There was a determined expression in Lin's eyes as he held Su Xiaolan in his arms. I believe in you. Su Xiaolan was already severely wounded and exhausted. Yet the clear and radiant sparkle in her eyes hadn't been extinguished. And Lin took a deep breath as countless dark divine patterns materialized behind him. At the same time, a profound darkness started to emanate from his feet, and it was as if a pitch-black halo were spreading into the surroundings. This darkness spread and covered an extremely great distance. In fact, its area even rivaled that of the God-destroying divine sea. This caused the God-destroying divine sea to falter for a moment. Regardless of whether it was the power from the sea or whether it was the anguished wails and attacks from the deceased divine beings within this sea, everything in the God-destroying divine sea faltered at this moment. What replaced it was an external silence and darkness. Just this Tao realm alone was powerful enough to affect the attack of the heavenly sea god. And Lin unleashed a high-level god of war mystic technique at this moment. Dark immortal transformation. And Lin moved, and he was like a dark shadow that no power could obstruct. Not even the sea above him could stop his advance. After perfecting his divine Tao of darkness, the enhancement that the dark immortal transformation could bring was already extremely minimal and insignificant. At this moment, however, any small increase in power was of critical and decisive importance, and Lin yearned to squeeze every iota of power from his body. He yearned to become invincible for this short and temporary instant. His speed was insane, so quick that even the heavenly life goddess Vines, the heavenly light goddess Light, and the heavenly sea god Sea couldn't catch up to him. "Hurry! Stop him!" The heavenly heaven god shouted as he unleashed another large-scale attack. With a simple grabbing motion, the space within a radius of several thousand kilometers before Lin became tens of thousands of times more viscous and coagulated. No one, not even God of creation stage divine beings, could ignore the effects of this large-scale suppression technique. Wherever the sky existed was wherever the heavenly heaven god could unleash his powers. However, just as the heavenly heaven god was brimming with confidence, the dark shadow surprisingly ignored the space before it. In the instant that the heavenly heaven god unleashed this technique, the dark shadow unexpectedly vanished with Su Xiaolan. It then reformed into a shadow and continued to flee thousands of kilometers away in some other expanse of darkness. He can still use such kind of escape technique? The heavenly heaven god was startled upon seeing this. The expressions of the heavenly sea god, heavenly life goddess, and heavenly light goddess also changed slightly. And Lin's escape technique was seemingly even more powerful and impressive than teleportation. After all, teleportation still required one to rely on space. However, the sky and space were all under the control of the heavenly heaven god at this moment, so Lin would definitely be suppressed if he dared to use teleportation. And Lin had used another escape technique instead, and this involved the decomposition and recomposition of an existence. It was as if he had used darkness to eliminate his existence and thus the target of the supreme heavenly gods, before using the same darkness to flawlessly recompose himself in another location. Compared to teleportation, this escape technique was something completely different. In fact, the difficulty of this technique was far greater than that of teleportation. Only the heavenly darkness god could use this technique. Upon seeing Lin break free from the suppression of his sea, the heavenly sea god immediately summoned another upright sea to block Lin's path. However, Lin activated his escape technique again and reappeared 3,000 kilometers in the distance, avoiding the upright sea. Relying on this formidable escape technique, and Lin successfully fled from the range of the White Nectar Sea. However, the four supreme heavenly gods were still unwilling to abandon their pursuit. After him. He definitely can't resist for long after using this kind of escape technique. Heh. Keep fleeing. You can flee for a minute, but can you flee for 2? How many more times can you activate that escape technique? The four supreme heavenly gods continued to pursue Enlin. A feeling of unease rose in Su Xiaolan's mind as she gazed at Enlin. Enlin was exerting far too much energy. He was exerting so much energy that it seemed a little unusual. Just as the supreme heavenly gods had said, this kind of escape was evidently hopeless. He could run for a moment, but he couldn't run forever. Once he exhausted his energy, he would definitely be plunged into an even more hopeless situation. Enlin, what in the world are you doing? Su Xiaolan gazed up at Enlin. Enlin gave a reassuring smile as he looked down at the concerned woman in his arms. Don't worry. We can definitely get out of this alive. Boom! A dark shadow flashed across the sky. At the same time, four formidable auras locked onto that small and seemingly lonely and helpless dark shadow. The hearts of the heaven-crushing united army were in their mouths. Meanwhile, the members of the god-slaying team more so yearned to charge over to buy time for Enlin, even if they could only buy him an extra second. I'm close. I'm very close. There was a piercing glimmer in Enlin's eyes as he unleashed every iota of his power. At this moment, a woman who was similarly hiding in the darkness opened a wooden door. There was a faint golden glow emanating from behind this door. The attack of the heavenly sea god descended again. Enlin and Su Xiaolan's bodies were engulfed and decomposed by darkness again. The heavenly sea god gripped his golden trident and sneered, "Heh! Again? How many more times can you use such a heaven-defying technique? No, hang on." However, the heavenly heaven god suddenly detected an extremely minor spatial fluctuation the moment Nuwa opened the wooden door. His expression changed drastically. "There's another divine being present," the heavenly heaven god exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three other supreme heavenly gods also changed drastically. At this moment, they finally detected the woman in black. "It's Nuwa. Nuwa, do you want to become an enemy of the heavens? Immediately stop what you're doing." The fury of the supreme heavenly gods was nothing to laugh at. The might and pressure that they exuded were so powerful that even God of Creation stage divine beings might tremble at the knees if they weren't powerful enough. However, the woman in black was unfazed as she silently gazed at Enlin with her clear and gentle eyes, awaiting his arrival. There was a swarm of darkness as Enlin materialized before Nuwa. Su Xiaolan was beside herself with delight. She finally understood Enlin's plan. As it turned out, he had already known that Nuwa would be here to help them. They could escape from the supreme heavenly gods by entering the world that Nuwa had created. However, she suddenly felt a burst of power pushing her into the door of light. Moreover, all of her power had been sealed, so she couldn't resist at all. Su Xiaolan turned to look at Enlin, yet what she saw was his reluctant and apologetic gaze. As if understanding something, she started to furiously struggle and shout, "No, no!" Enlin's gaze was gentle, and he said, "Wait for me to return." Su Xiaolan's eyes were glistening with tears as her body was slowly engulfed by the two-realm passageway. Nuwa's lips moved slightly as she looked at Enlin, yet she ultimately didn't speak the thoughts hidden in her mind. Instead, she directly turned around to leave. "Enlin, take care." A voice that was as pleasant and refreshing as spring water flowed into his ears. The wooden door rapidly shrunk before completely vanishing. The four supreme heavenly gods who had almost started to curse in anger upon seeing the interference of Nuwa were dumbfounded upon seeing Enlin only help Su Xiaolan escape. Meanwhile, he remained behind. What the hell is going on? Why didn't he escape? He had clearly been hell-bent on escaping before, so why didn't he escape when the best opportunity presented itself? There can only be one explanation for this. Nuwa didn't want him to escape. After worrying themselves silly, it turned out that Nuwa was actually their fucking ally. This sudden turn of events was extremely dramatic and theatrical. In any case, the four supreme heavenly gods were now feeling wild with delight. However, upon thinking of the theatrical nature of Nuwa's interference, they couldn't help but recall that they had also been forced into activating their true forms of Tao. Wasn't that also extremely theatrical? What right did they have to laugh at others? With this in mind, the heavenly heaven god and heavenly sea god couldn't bring themselves to laugh anymore. Instead, they started to glower at Enlin. In fact, they could accept the outcome of Su Xiaolan's escape. However, if Nuwa had pulled Enlin into her world as well, they might have unleashed their most paramount power to drag Enlin out from her world. In their minds, Enlin was already someone who they definitely had to kill, regardless of the cost. What a touching scene! You ensured that your lover could live on even before death. The heavenly life goddess wore a wide smile as she flew toward Enlin. I was just saying that his escape didn't make any sense. So that's what he was planning to do. The heavenly light goddess glowed with a brilliant radiance as she slowly made her way toward Enlin as well. Enlin, have you completed your final wish? Can I send you on your way now? The heavenly sea god brandished his golden trident as he strode over from the sea. You have nowhere left to escape. Accept your fate, the heavenly heaven god said. His colossal face had already blotted out the sky above Enlin. Nothing could escape from his gaze. However, gazing at the boundless might exuded by the four supreme heavenly gods, Enlin laughed and said, I, Enlin, have performed so many miracles in my life. The notion that I most refuse to believe is accepting one's fate. You people don't have the right to decide my fate. You don't have this right even if you represent the heavens. Boom! An ink-like darkness soared into the sky. If you want to battle, then come at me together. I'm not afraid of you. Enlin unleashed an astonishing sword projection into the sky, and it was as if this sword projection wanted to engulf the entire heaven and earth. At this moment, the pale white power of heaven, the golden power of light, the green power of life, and the deep blue power of the sea all furiously collided with the ink-like darkness. Heaven and earth shook, and the sky cried tears of blood. An apocalyptic battle erupted again. Countless powerful beings were watching this battle, this utterly devastating battle. They were all filled with grief, and some of them were even sobbing in sadness. This was because this represented the final battle of their towering god of war. This god of war was about to leave them forever. They all knew that this was extremely likely to be Enlin's final battle. 15 minutes later, a figure that was riddled with wounds crashed into the ground. Enlin's aura was as frail as could be. His entire body was covered in wounds, and both of his arms had already been broken. One of his legs was also broken and twisted, and there were also numerous bloody and gaping wounds in his chest. He had finally exhausted all of his energy. The four supreme heavenly gods gazed at him. Their expressions were ice-cold and merciless. Ding dong! Detected that the host is facing imminent death. Are you willing to sacrifice a fifth of your life force to obtain an unimaginable power? Note, host will die forever upon accepting this sacrifice. The host will be erased and their existence will return to the heavenly Tao. The voice of the system sounded in his mind. The information that this voice carried was far too heavy. At this moment, the supreme heavenly gods had already unleashed a new wave of attacks from the sky. These attacks rained down from the heavens, causing a feeling of death to envelop Enlin's entire body. Enlin opened his mouth with great difficulty. However, a fissure suddenly appeared in the void beside him. A thin and pale hand reached out and grabbed onto his clothes. Giant Enlin, like a beautiful and heavenly melody, a crisp and pleasant voice sounded in his ears. Am I finally going to die? Have I finally reached this stage? As it turns out, I'll genuinely die after sacrificing the last fifth of my life. My existence will genuinely be erased. The system never lies. However, I'm unwilling to leave. I even told Su Xiaolan to wait for me to return. If I don't return, Su Xiaolan will definitely wait for me forever. She'll wait until the end of time, and she'll be lonely for countless and countless years. So I definitely can't go back on my word. I can't die here. I definitely can't die here. At this moment, it was as if Lin's intense desire to live and intense belief in himself broke through some barrier. A contorted fissure suddenly appeared in the void before him. A small and slender hand then reached out and grabbed onto his collar. Giant and Lin. This was a crisp and pleasant voice, and at this moment it sounded like the most beautiful voice in the world. This voice sounded next to Lin's ear just like that. This was a long-absent but familiar voice. Little Na. And Lin's eyes widened in astonishment. However, before he could even express his emotion, this little hand had already yanked him into that contorted fissure. The four supreme heavenly gods exploded in fury upon seeing this. No! Why is there still another divine being? Hurry! Heavenly heaven god! Hurry up and stop her! We definitely can't let Lin escape. Boom! 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 The formidable attacks of the supreme heavenly gods rained down at this moment. The earth was pummeled by this wave of attacks, yet the contorted fissure in the void had already disappeared without a trace. Along with it, Lin's aura had also completely vanished from this heaven and earth. That's impossible. What the hell happened? The heavenly life goddess wore an expression of confusion and shock, and she continued, "Who was that female god of creation stage divine being?" The heavenly light goddess was also extremely confused, and she looked at the heavenly heaven god as she asked, "Why was she able to near us without our detection?" One had to realize that the heavenly heaven god had already activated his true form of Tao. However, the divine being had still managed to evade his detection. Just how powerful was she? Meanwhile, the heavenly sea god continued to furiously thrust his golden trident at the location wherein Lin had vanished. The void within a radius of hundreds of kilometers was completely obliterated by the heavenly sea god's golden trident. Currents of destruction and chaos whipped into the surroundings, yet this was still unable to extinguish the heavenly sea god's blazing fury. Attack! What are you guys doing? Don't let Lin escape. We're almost there. We're only an inch away from succeeding. Heavenly heaven god. Why didn't you obstruct them from fleeing? The heavenly sea god was almost howling as he said this. The heavenly heaven god wore an extremely dark expression as he said, I couldn't stop them. You at least know the rough coordinates of their great world, right? We can follow this lead and then forcefully shatter the barrier between the two worlds. We can then enter their world and kill Lin, the heavenly light goddess said. But we'll suffer a severe backlash if we do that, the heavenly life goddess said. We can't retreat. You also experienced the formidable power of Lin, didn't you? This is our best opportunity to kill Lin. We'll do what the heavenly light goddess suggested. The heavenly sea god was extremely resolute. Upon deciding this, the three supreme heavenly gods all turned their gaze to the heavenly heaven god. However, the heavenly heaven god still wore a dark expression as he said, I can't detect the coordinates of her world. Not only that, but I can't even detect the fissure that she used as the two-realm passageway. Heavenly sea god. The heavenly light goddess and heavenly life goddess were also stunned. They all stared at the heavenly heaven god in disbelief as if he were a fake heavenly heaven god. He was a supreme heavenly god who ruled over the space and sky, and he had even activated his true form of Tao at this moment. Yet he couldn't even detect the location of a god of creation stage divine being. What an absolute joke. Were they going to allow a mysterious divine being to rescue Lin from under their noses and then casually leave? The heavenly heaven god also felt extremely awkward, so he forcefully tried to rescue the situation, saying, I can detect the location of Nuwa's world. Perhaps we can go and capture the divine phoenix maiden instead. The heavenly sea god chuckled coldly and said, suffer a backlash from the heavenly Tao of a great world of a supreme god of creation stage divine being just to capture the divine phoenix maiden? Have we gone crazy? The supreme heavenly gods suddenly fell silent. They felt a stinging burn on their faces as they stared at the empty space before them. The longer they remained here, the more awkward they felt. They were four supreme heavenly gods, yet they had actually failed to capture their target. If news of this were to spread, they would bring utter shame to the face of the heavens. However, there was no need for them to reveal this news themselves. After all, everyone in the surroundings had already witnessed this battle. News of this battle was destined to spread to every corner of the continent. Standing atop the city walls of Yutong City, Lan Xiaoni felt as if she had taken a roller coaster into hell before rising back up to the heavens. She felt so relieved and overjoyed that she couldn't help but cry, even as she announced this news to the entire city. The divine Phoenix Maiden had been rescued by Nuwa, while sect leader Enlin had been rescued by another mysterious god of creation stage divine being. The four supreme heavenly gods had failed to kill either of them. The entire city erupted with excitement upon hearing this news. Countless powerful beings were red in the face as they shouted in delight. At the same time, countless soldiers hugged those around them to release their stress and express their joy. In fact, some even fell to their knees and burst into loud sobs. Of course, they also smiled in joy and relief as they sobbed. Even they hadn't known that Enlin actually had such an important place in their hearts. The life and death experience of Enlin was actually able to trigger such strong emotions from them. Fortunately, the results were positive. Enlin had finally escaped from the clutches of the four supreme heavenly gods. To them, this was the best piece of news. It was comparable to if they had just won an earth-shattering battle. The heaven-crushing united army was wild with joy. After experiencing great joy for a moment, Lan Xiaoni quickly composed herself. She then ordered the entire city to enter a state of combat readiness again. After all, after losing their target in Enlin, it was very likely that the supreme heavenly gods might unleash their fury upon Yutong City. Thus, they had to prepare for the worst. The soldiers also composed themselves after hearing this command, and they started to prepare the city protection formation. Lan Xiaoni was already a qualified general. Her growth hadn't been easy, and many beings had witnessed her hard work. She had already gone from a crybaby to someone who could take on great responsibilities. She had become a leader who was trusted by countless powerful beings. This was no easy feat now, however. She was faced with another colossal challenge. However, she definitely wouldn't hide or shirk. Big Boss Enlin hadn't given up even when plunged into such a desperate and despairing situation. So as his underling, how could she lose face for her boss? Elsewhere, several other powerful beings were also brimming with excitement. They were none other than the members of the God-slaying team who had carried out the mission with Enlin. None of them had died, and all of them had achieved incredible feats. They couldn't help but brim with confidence and feel a great sense of honor. The battle isn't over. Let's return to Yutong City first. Agreed. We'll guard Yutong City to the death and await Enlin's return. The members of the God-slaying team were all filled with battle intent as they quickly made their way back to Yutong City. At this moment, on the battlefield where the four supreme heavenly gods stood, the four supreme heavenly gods finally overcame the huge shock of Enlin escaping from their clutches. Since we've already activated our true forms of Tao, let's seize this opportunity to annihilate Yutong City, the heavenly heaven god suggested. There was a ball of fury burning in his chest. The heavenly light goddess supported this proposal, saying, "Indeed, the soldiers stationed at Yutong City are the main force of the heaven-crushing united army. If we destroy them, we'll only have Enlin to deal with in the future, should another large-scale battle ensue. That being the case, we can easily deploy the remaining heavenly human tribe united army to destroy their other forces." However, the heavenly sea god turned his meaningful gaze toward the heavenly light goddess at this moment, saying, "I reckon we should force the heavenly light goddess into activating her true form of Tao first. After that, we can then attack Yutong City together, heavenly light goddess?" The heavenly heaven god's eyes lit up. Indeed, after battling side by side for a while, he had almost mistaken the heavenly light goddess for a genuine ally. The heavenly sea god's words had snapped him awake from his dream. At this moment, the heavenly light goddess felt a strong urge to curse the heavenly sea god. Is the only thing in the heavenly sea god's mind how to screw over his allies? At any rate, I was standing alongside you and battling against Enlin just then. Yet you're gonna suddenly turn hostile on me just like that? Where's your demeanor as a supreme heavenly god? The heavenly light goddess had already cursed the heavenly sea god hundreds upon thousands of times in her mind. However, she still heaped a friendly and composed smile on her face as she said, "We have a common enemy. If we engage in an internal battle now, I'm afraid that we'll become a joke in the eyes of our enemy." However, the heavenly sea god was unconvinced by this, and he said, "We'll become a genuine joke if we don't seize this opportunity to force you into activating your true form of Tao, heavenly light goddess." The heavenly heaven god found the heavenly sea god's words to be extremely reasonable. The two of them had already been forced into activating their true forms of Tao, so how could destroying Yutong City be enough to quench their rage? That would be an utter joke. That would turn their sacrifice into an utterly useless one. Moreover, once the heavenly light goddess successfully completed her transformation, it would be useless even if they forced her into activating her true form of Tao. After all, without a true form of Tao themselves, it was very likely that they would end up being killed by her. In other words, now was their best chance to force the heavenly light goddess into using her ultimate trump card. The heavenly life goddess remained silent. However, her choice to secretly accumulate power had already exposed her thoughts. Peculiar fluctuations started to surge through the sky, restricting the space within a radius of several tens of thousands of kilometers. At the same time, numerous vast and profound seas materialized in the surroundings, completely encircling the heavenly light goddess. At this moment, the thoughts of the three supreme heavenly gods were united. The heavenly light goddess sighed upon seeing this sudden change of events. What was destined to come had finally come. She had initially planned on escaping after forcing Enlin to sacrifice the last fifth of his life and having the three other supreme heavenly gods be suppressed by him. However, it was a shame that this plan hadn't come to fruition. What could she do now? Apart from the opening stages, she realized that everything after that had been a complete disaster for her. Just then, she had almost been forced into activating her true form of Tao when battling against the two supreme heavenly gods. It was only the arrival of Enlin that had saved her from doing so. Now, however, there was even an additional heavenly life goddess targeting her. Thus, how could she escape from their grasp? Did she really have to activate her true form of Tao here? No, she definitely couldn't waste it here. An unyielding and hopeful radiance erupted from the heavenly light goddess' eyes. Paramount Heavenly God Technique, Two-Realm Radiance. A burst of purple-gold light illuminated heaven and earth as it fled into the distance with an incredible speed and might. It was also at this moment that the formidable attacks of the three supreme heavenly gods rained down upon her. The collision of energy between supreme heavenly gods stunned the entire continent once again. The heaven-crushing united army that was standing ready for battle in Yutong City was stunned by this sudden change of events. They were already prepared to sacrifice their lives and become martyrs. Yet the supreme heavenly gods had suddenly started to fight among themselves again. Were internal battles that fun and addictive? Was it so fun that they could even ignore an enemy city that lacked the protection of a supreme being and that was in its weakest state? Anyhow, the members of the heaven-crushing united army couldn't wrap their minds around this. However, this didn't take away from their delight. In fact, it was best if the supreme heavenly gods continued with their internal battles. It would be even better if the four supreme heavenly gods ended up killing each other. If that happened, then they wouldn't need to battle anymore. The battle between the supreme heavenly gods continued. Fortunately, the shockwaves of this battle didn't affect Yutong City anymore. This was because the burst of purple gold two-realm radiance was currently fleeing toward the east. Thus, the devastating attacks of the three supreme heavenly gods were also skewed toward the east. The heaven-crushing united army anxiously watched the battle. They didn't know when this battle would draw to a close. However, they knew that the result of this battle would definitely affect the future direction of the entire Taichu continent. Moreover, it was destined to deeply astound every being of the Taichu continent. Inside the divine mirror world, Enlin was enveloped in darkness. He slowly regained consciousness, only to feel a heart-wrenching pain coursing through his body. This was pain from his severe wounds. as well as the after-effects of exhausting his energy. If he wanted to fully recover, it was most likely that he would need to rest and recuperate for a significant amount of time. However, Lin didn't care about this. He opened his eyes with great difficulty. The most important thing right now was to make heads or tails of the current situation. Indeed, he still couldn't rest now. He had to recover as soon as possible and then return. Otherwise, Yutong City would be plunged into great danger. However, when Lin finally opened his eyes, what he saw caused him to falter and become confused. Hot winds swept over him like blades. What entered his vision was a vast expanse of yellow sand. He sat up, only to realize that he was also sitting on burning sand. What lay before him was mound after mound of dazzling yellow sand. The blazing sun in the sky mercilessly beat down on the earth. The air was dry, the winds were violent, the earth was scorching sand, and no plant or life was anywhere to be seen. Everything revealed the extreme harshness of this environment. I've arrived in a desert? Lin was slightly dumbfounded. He recalled that he had been pulled into this world by Tina. As the goddess of creation of this world, it was already strange that Tina hadn't placed him in an immortal realm that was brimming with vital energy. But she hadn't even given him a room? She had directly tossed him into a dry and desolate desert? Little Na, where are you? Lin shouted. His voice reverberated around the desert, yet it was quickly drowned out by the violent howls of the sandstorms. He could have used his abilities to make his voice travel even further. However, doing so would negatively affect his recovery, so he eventually decided against it. Giant Lin, I'm here, a crisp voice said from the distance. An unimaginably beautiful fairy ran over from the distance. Her eyes were bright green and lively. Her delicate nose was jade-like and straight. Her ears were long and pointy. Her lips were pink and dainty, and her wings were thin and glowing with a holy and pure golden light. Everything about her was also familiar. The human form of Tina was far too beautiful. However, why was such a beautiful and refined fairy holding two incredibly ugly, obese, and strange rodents in her hands? Lin's eyes widened in confusion and astonishment as he gazed at Tina. She wore an innocent and adorable smile as she held a strange rodent in each hand. This confused him even more than the fact that Tina hadn't given him a room. The sight of this was far too strange. Oh, you're talking about this? Tina said as she held up the strange rodents in her hands. The strange rodents squeaked violently as a green liquid flowed from their ass-like mouths. Tina smiled and continued, I only caught them after hunting for a long time. They're called furious sand marmots, and their meat is extremely delicious. It's way more delicious than sand snakes, booming poison centipedes, and whatnot. The fairy wore a proud expression as she excitedly praised the deliciousness of these rodents. In fact, she was almost drooling in eagerness. Lin's mouth gaped open, and his mind went completely blank. A goddess of creation is eating rodents? What the fuck is going on? Say, even return to void stage cultivators can survive without eating, right? Yet Tina is going to eat such ugly and strange furious sand marmots? Perhaps these strange rodents really are delicious? Does Tina want me to try some of the local specialties of the divine mirror world? Lin thought that this must be the case as he watched the excited Tina start to roast the rodents. After a while, Tina finally finished cooking. Here, Giant Lin have a taste. Tina handed one of the large and fat rodents to Lin. Lin eagerly took a bite after accepting the ugly rodent. A strangely sour and bitter taste, as well as a mushy and viscous feeling, filled his mouth. Bleh! Pay. What in the world is this taste? Lin spat the meat out in disgust. The furious sand marmots clearly looked fat and supple, yet upon taking a bite, Lin discovered that they tasted sour and bitter. In what way were they delicious? They tasted even worse than the roasted marmots that he had eaten in the United University of Cultivation. Tina wore a pained expression as she looked at the meat that Lin has spit onto the ground. What a waste to spit it out. How can you waste it like that? She muttered quietly. To Lin's shock, She snatched the roasted furious sand marmot from his hand before saying in an upset voice, "If you don't like eating it, then I'll eat it." And Lin was instantly stunned upon seeing Tina open her dainty mouth to bite down on the roasted furious sand marmot. He hurriedly reached over to stop Tina's strange and foolish action. "Stop! Little Na, what on earth has happened to you? Tell me, what happened?" And Lin wore a pained expression as he gazed at the fairy before him. However, Tina was extremely confused as she blinked her bright and clear eyes. "What do you mean, what happened? Giant and Lin, what are you talking about?" And Lin pointed at the ugly furious sand marmots and said emotionally, You didn't have such tastes before. Why do you want to eat this? You're a mighty goddess of creation, so what immortal food can't you eat? In fact, you even used to eat spirit fruits as if they were candy. You've become depraved." Tina cocked her head in confusion and asked, Immortal food? Spirit fruits? What are you talking about?" She then pointed her slender and jade-like finger at herself and said, "You said that I'm a goddess of creation? What's a goddess of creation?" And Lin's mouth gaped open as he stared at Tina in shock. "Little Na, what on earth happened to you?" Tina grinned widely and said, "Giant and Lin, I don't even know my own name. However, I find it extremely pleasant and soothing when you call me Little Na." Boom! Tina's words were like a clap of thunder exploding in Lin's mind. And Lin's eyes were wide with disbelief as countless speculations flashed through his mind. He was extremely stunned as he stared at the woman before him and asked, "Little Na, you even forgot your own name? Do you remember anything?" Tina blinked before nodding and saying, That seems to be the case. The earliest thing that I can remember was being on this expanse of desert and not knowing who I was or where I came from. However, some random memories would still occasionally pop into my mind. For example, memories of spell techniques and memories and language." And Lin shuddered upon hearing this. "You don't know your own name, yet you know my name? And you even came over to save me?" Tina became extremely excited, and she replied, "I suddenly felt a throb in my heart, and I detected that someone very dear to me had come across danger. I then followed the intangible guidance of the connected aura in my bloodline to go to your world and rescue you. As for your name, it just happened to spill out of my mouth. I was able to call your name by instinct." There was curiosity in her beautiful eyes as she grabbed in Lin's hands. "I still wanted to ask you. I can feel that you're very important to me, and there's also a connection between our bloodlines. What's the relationship between us? Are you my dad? And Lin?" And Lin almost spat a mouthful of blood upon hearing this. "Holy shit, even my pet beast wants me to become a father?" And Lin looked at the fairy before him. He looked at her pure and innocent eyes and said earnestly, "You're my friend. A very, very good friend." "Oh, so we're friends." Tina came to a sudden realization. She then smiled widely and said, "That's great. I have another new friend." She grabbed Lin's hand and said with a smile, "Let's go. I'll bring you to visit my other friends." And Lin was astonished. Tina still had other friends? Perhaps he could learn more about the current situation from Tina's friends? Without waiting for a reply, Tina excitedly flew into the sky while dragging Lin behind her. She flew toward someplace using her memory as a guide. Gazing down from the sky, the only thing that Lin could see was an endless expanse of desert. It stretched for as far as the eye could see, and it was impossible to determine just how unfathomably large it was. They continued to soar through the sky, yet there was no other unique scenery to take in. All that existed beneath them was an endless expanse of drab desolation. Moreover, the fine sand that was whipped into the air by the wild winds scraped painfully against his face. And Lin couldn't imagine why Tina would pick such an environment to live in. Giant and Lin were there. Tina landed in an area that was full of fractured walls and ruins. There were numerous fallen and lopsided stone columns, and there were also numerous rooms that had been eroded and destroyed by the endless sandstorms. There were still no signs of life. Oink, oink, oink. Moo! Several rough-appearing and sturdily built pig-like monsters happily ran over. A thick-skinned rhino that was glowing with flames also happily ran over. Cree! A bald eagle whose feathers were like steel knives gave a harsh and grating cry as it circled above Tina's head. Let me introduce them to you. This is the furious sand black pig, this is the fiery demon rhino, and this is the razor steel eagle. They're all my friends. Tina smiled happily as she introduced her friends. Oink, oink, oink. Moo, Cree. Tina's friends happily greeted them. And Lin? He had initially wanted to question Tina's friends and ask them about the current situation. Now, however, he realized just how naive he had been. Tina's friends couldn't even speak, and Lin was on the verge of tears as he stared at the black pig before him. Was he going to question this pig? What an absolute joke. What in the world happened to Tina? In less than a year, Tina had already transformed from a clever and adorable fairy into a retarded and adorable fairy. And Lin was extremely worried. The last time he had seen Tina, he remembered that she had told him that she was going to ascend the Divine Mirror World. The battle in the Divine Mirror World had seen the death of numerous Tao integration stage supermighty beings and heavenly gods. This had largely accelerated the growth of the Divine Mirror World. Thus, theoretically speaking, the Divine Mirror World should have ascended to become a world that could host Tao integration stage supermighty beings. So, why had Tina become like this? Perhaps the ascension of the Divine Mirror World had failed? Giant and Lin, hurry up and come over. Let's ride on this pig and have fun. The extremely beautiful fairy rode over on a large and ugly black pig. Just like that. And Lin sped through the desert with Tina on the back of a large and ugly black pig. They were like mortal friends who lived a relaxed and carefree life. No. And Lin suddenly snapped awake. Why was this scene so strange and peculiar? And Lin, who was riding on the black pig, forgot about all the detrimental effects that using his power would have as he unleashed his divine sense to observe Tina's body. A powerful divine sense enveloped the fairy's body, and Lin was stunned by what he discovered. In fact, he froze to the spot in shock. Tina, you've already reached the God of Creation stage? And Lin exclaimed in astonishment. God of Creation stage? What's that? Tina asked in confusion, and Lin was completely stunned. Theoretically speaking, once a life form of the Divine Mirror World advanced to the Return to Void stage, Tina would gain the ability to instantly advance to the Return to Void Pinnacle stage. Now that a life form of the Divine Mirror World could advance to the Tao Integration stage, Tina should have been able to directly advance to the Tao Integration Pinnacle stage. So why was she at the God of Creation stage? Moreover, upon using his heavenly God power to observe Tina, he discovered that her God of Creation stage already possessed an aura of ancient age. In other words, she had advanced to the God of Creation stage a long time ago. What in the world had happened to Tina? Two large and ugly black pigs sprinted through the desert, leaving a trail of dust and sand behind them. After recovering from his shock, and Lin fell deep into thought. Only a year had passed. So what on earth had happened to Tina? Little Na, have you lived inside those ruins this entire time? And Lin couldn't help but ask. Tina pondered for a moment before replying. I live in those ruins sometimes, and I directly sleep on the sand dunes some other times. And Lin? You don't even live in a house or sleep on a bed? And Lin exclaimed in shock. Why do I need a house or a bed? Tina asked in confusion. She pointed at the endless stretch of desert and said, This entire land can act as my bed. In any case, none of the other small animals dare to near me, so I can just lay down anywhere and sleep. And Lin opened his mouth, yet he couldn't find any words to say. He suddenly understood why Tina had just tossed him into the desert. As it turned out, this fairy viewed this entire desert as her bed. A mighty goddess of creation had fallen to the state of treating the desolate desert as her home. It's just that the wind is very strong sometimes, so I'll be entirely covered in sand when I wake up. This can be a little inconvenient, Tina added, and Lin's heart shuddered upon hearing this. Holy Mother of God, this is called a little inconvenient. Tina's brain has indeed been damaged. And Lin's heart ached as he looked at Tina's crazy actions. However, he was at a loss for what to do. and Lin knew that he couldn't rush things. He had to figure out the root cause of Tina's predicament, and then he had to figure out how to help her recover. The two of them continued to speed through the desert. Tina seemed to greatly enjoy riding pigs, and she would even occasionally stand up on the pig's back to gaze at the brilliant red sunset. This sunset would paint the desert a magnificent shade of red and gold. A goddess of creation was riding a pig, and she even seemed to be enjoying it immensely. She seemed much like the wild children whom he had played with in his childhood. Sigh. Little Na, I still don't understand. Why do you choose to live in a desert and not a place with beautiful mountains and limpid waters? And Lin asked, Beautiful mountains and limpid waters? Tina cocked her head in thought. Are there places with beautiful mountains and limpid waters in this world? And Lin was stunned yet again. How can there not be? The divine mirror world is so huge. There genuinely isn't, Tina answered sincerely. It's all desert. And Lin unleashed his divine sense again. This time, he didn't care about the fine details but only cared about range. His divine sense quickly expanded thousands of kilometers into the surrounding. However, all that he could see was desert, and Lin wasn't willing to give up, so he continued to expand his divine sense, all the way until it reached tens of thousands of kilometers into the distance. However, all that he could detect was still desert. He furiously expanded his divine sense. 50,000 kilometers, 500,000 kilometers, tens of millions of kilometers. In the past, such a huge distance would have already allowed him to observe the entire divine mirror world. Now, however, he still couldn't see any end. This wasn't the most critical thing. The most critical thing was that even though Lin had expanded his divine sense to its limits, he still couldn't see anything apart from the desert. Everything was desert. The largest desert on the Taichu continent wasn't even 1/10 the size of the desert that he had observed at this moment. In other words, it was extremely likely that Tina was telling the truth. Her entire world was desert. How has it become like this? And Lin wore a dazed expression as he tried to comprehend this information. In his memory, the divine mirror world had been a world with tens of thousands of tribes and a world that had been brimming with vitality and all kinds of wonderful sceneries. Where had all those gone? At this moment, the two large and ugly black pigs had carried him and Tina to someplace in the divine mirror world. This was a gigantic city that was covered in sand. And Lin could see all kinds of rooftops and towers. As for the lower half of these buildings and the ground of the city, they had already been buried by an endless amount of sand. Indeed, this was a city that had been buried by sand. And Lin and Tina dismounted from the pigs and walked into the city. This city was gigantic, and it measured a whopping several hundred kilometers in depth. However, its magnificence hadn't prevented it from falling into desolation. Desolate. This place was far too desolate. There was nothing in this city, and all that entered in Lin's vision was an endless expanse of decline. And Lin walked toward a tower that hadn't been buried by the sand. He saw some traces of activity, and he also saw some very peculiar beings. He could still determine from their form that they were members of the Light Wing clan. There were hundreds of members of the Light Wing clan inside this tower, yet it was as if they had all been transformed into stone. Their bodies were hard, and their wings were already fractured and snapped. However, they all wore expressions of despair and confusion as they lifelessly gazed up at the sky. This was the case for every single one of them. They were gathered together, and they were either praying to the heavens or crying while gazing at the sky. However, their bodies had been invaded by some power that had transformed them into stone. This was a feeling of grief and despair. At the same time, however, this seemed like an extremely ancient scene. The sight of this made Lin feel extremely uneasy. Is this the scene of an apocalypse? What on earth did the divine mirror world go through? Why has it changed so much in just a short year? And Lin murmured to himself. Tina's pure and beaming smile also gradually disappeared as she gazed at the scene before her. She was overcome by a mysterious feeling of grief. At the same time, she was slightly confused by Lin's words. What do you mean a short year? It's clearly been a very, very long time already. If the rising and setting of the sun represent one day, Then how many years has little Na been here already? 100 years? 10,000 years? 100,000 years? Or 1 million years? It's been far, far too long. It's been so long that little Na can't even keep track of the time. From the beginning of my memory, everything has always been like this. Tina said this quietly, and it was as if she were recalling something from the distant past. This place has always been the same. The endless desert, the red sun, the wild winds, the sandstorms. I walked from one end of this world to the other, yet I still couldn't find any being who could talk to me. All I could find was some ordinary creatures in the desert. I endured the sandstorms here, and I endured the beating sun here. When I got bored, I went out to hunt and find things to eat. I also made some large and stupid friends. Day after day, year after year. This is an eternal cycle with no end. In fact, I already became numb to this a long time ago. I became numb because of this endlessly repeating cycle. I thought that this was all there was to life. She clasped her heart with her hand before lowering her head and saying, "Giant and Lin, do you know?" I was overjoyed when I suddenly detected the sensation in my bloodline. At that moment, I suddenly realized that I wasn't alone. I realized that there was a person in another world whom I could communicate with. And Lin gazed at the fairy beside him. However, her head was lowered, and it seemed as if she didn't want him to witness her sad and frail expression. A glistening tear fell from her eyes and disappeared into the earth. Even though there were countless questions floating in his mind, and Lin naturally wouldn't ask them now, he simply pulled the fairy into a tight embrace. "Little Na, everything is okay. Haven't I come now? I'll accompany you forever, and you'll never feel lonely again." And Lin's voice was soft and gentle. He could feel the loneliness and unease of the fairy. After all, who could endure living in this kind of environment for all eternity? The suffering that Tina had endured wasn't merely of a physical sense. There was a throbbing pain in Lin's heart. Tina very naturally accepted Lin's embrace. More precisely, she wished that Lin could embrace her for a while longer. This warmth, this familiar feeling, she felt like she had experienced this sensation a long, long time ago. This was a sensation that she dearly missed and yearned for. "Giant and Lin, thank you. Little Na is very happy to have a real friend in the future." A smile finally returned to Tina's face as she rested her head on Lin's shoulder. And Lin tousled her smooth golden hair and said, "I've always been a very, very good friend of yours. Sorry for making you suffer through so much. I'll definitely find a way to help you recover." However, the fairy surprisingly shook her head upon hearing this. She smiled sweetly and said, "It's okay. That's all in the past now. Everything will be fine as long as you treat me well and don't leave me anymore." And Lin was momentarily dazed when he saw her beautiful and heartwarming smile. Little Na was so thoughtful and clever that one couldn't help but be fond of her. Little Na is probably rejecting the offer to recover her memory because of how terrifying this world looks, right? She's afraid that it might bring some misfortune upon me. "No, you're extremely important to me, and you have to listen to me regarding this matter," and Lin said with a determined expression. As he said this, he used his divine sense to observe Tina's body again. Tina was indeed at the God of Creation stage. Moreover, her aura showed that she had reached this stage a very long time ago. It could be said that her aura was profound and unfathomable. However, her power was extremely depleted. In fact, it was entirely exhausted. It was like a dry well that had everything but water. This was very strange, very extremely strange. If it weren't for the linkage between their bloodlines and the familiarity of her appearance and aura, and Lin might have even suspected whether this fairy was truly his little Na. And Lin pondered for a moment before trying to tackle things from another angle. "Little Na, is your authority over the divine mirror world still intact?" "Authority over the divine mirror world? What's that?" Tina blinked in confusion. "You're not even aware of your authority over the divine mirror world? Then how did you traverse to my world to rescue me? And you even escaped from the pursuit of the supreme heavenly gods. I mysteriously detected your location, and then I shattered the barrier between the two worlds with no regard for anything else. I then dragged you into my world without any hesitation and then shut the passageway into my world. I did everything by instinct and was also urged by some sense of danger. Tina's eyes suddenly lit up as she spoke, and she said, "Giant and Lin, you're indeed a very important person to me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have done all that for you." Right now, she was even more certain of this man's importance to her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have felt such a strong urge to meet him and drag him into the divine mirror world. Did it all by instinct? And Lin fell deep into thought before saying, "Your ability to open and close a two-realm passageway proves that you still possess the authority of the divine mirror world. Or perhaps you possess a portion of this authority. It's just that you've forgotten how to use it. Let's go, little Na. Show me around the divine mirror world. I'll see if there's any way to help you recover your memory." And Lin felt that recovering Tina's memory was the most important task right now. All of the mysteries would be solved once Tina recovered her memory. Tina naturally wouldn't reject Lin's request. With a flap of her wings, she carried Lin into the sky of the divine mirror world. They then flew from north to south, then from east to west. The divine mirror world was gigantic. However, all that Lin saw was an endless expanse of desert. Apart from that, there were only the ancient ruins that had almost been entirely buried under the sand. What stunned him the most was the ruins of human civilization. This was a place of culture and tradition. There stood numerous towering and magnificent structures that soared into the sky, and these were man-made structures that he couldn't help but marvel at. In fact, some of the machines that didn't require power were still running at this moment. However, just like the cities of the other tribes, there was absolutely no sign of life in this place. All of the intelligent life forms were completely devoid of life. Like the members of the Light Wing clan that Lin had previously seen, they had all been transformed into some kind of hard and stone-like statue. Despair and desolation were the main themes of this world. It was difficult to imagine that Tina had wandered around this world after losing her memory. All that she could see was despair and desolation. She had been the lone intelligent life form in this world. What kind of experience had that been? Every single intelligent life form had been transformed into a stone statue, regardless of what tribe they belonged to. However, Lin also discovered something strange. That was, there were only very few petrified beings in each city. Among cities that should have housed tens of millions of beings, he could only find a measly several hundred petrified beings. So where had the other beings gone? Had they vanished into thin air? Or had their corpses already been reduced to ashes and dust by the endless sandstorms? Upon closer inspection of this world, Lin discovered that the number of mysteries was only becoming greater. He launched a strike into the surrounding air, only to discover that the air here was almost as dense as that of the Taichu continent. This was an astounding discovery. At the very least, it proved that this world was very close to the level of the Taichu continent. Several days later, Lin arrived at the heart of the divine mirror world. This was also the heart of the boundless desert. However, he discovered a huge sea here. This sea was a profound pitch-black color, and there were all kinds of high-density currents of energy flowing within it. The entire sea was toxic, and no life could exist in this sea. Someplace on the shore of this pitch-black sea, Lin saw the skeleton of a colossal dragon. Just the spine of this dragon measured 1,000 kilometers in length, forming a giant and undulating mountain range. Even after enduring countless years, the skeleton of this dragon still remained strong and unbreakable. Upon using his divine sense to observe it, Lin was stunned to discover that this dragon had actually been at the God of Creation stage during its lifetime. What did this prove? This proved that the cultivation culture of this world had already reached a stage very close to that of the Taichu continent. After all, it had even produced God of Creation stage divine beings before. Of all the great worlds that Lin had visited and heard of, this was the first time that he had seen such a powerful great world. What on earth had the divine mirror world gone through? How was such a powerful world destroyed? No, this wasn't the most critical question. The most critical question was, how had the divine mirror world gone through so much in just a mere year? Theoretically speaking, progressing to such a powerful state should have implied that the flow of time in this world was very similar to that of the Taichu continent. And Lin mulled over this question until his head was almost about to explode, yet he still couldn't find any explanation. Seeing in Lin's frustration, Tina hurriedly comforted him by saying, "It doesn't matter, Giant and Lin. Let's not think about those things anymore. In fact, what's happened in the past isn't important. The important thing is whether little Na is happy now." She extended her smooth and delicate hand to hold onto Lin's hand before smiling and saying, "Little Na thinks that living here is also quite nice. I can talk to Giant and Lin, and I can also taste all of the delicacies of this world. I can discover and hunt delicacies like the furious sand marmots." And Lin almost spat a mouthful of blood upon hearing this. Discover and hunt delicacies like the furious sand marmots? Little Na, what on earth have you experienced in these past years? Looking at Tina's pure and adorable smile, and Lin's heart throbbed so much that he almost wanted to cry. He couldn't bear to tell her the truth. The delicacies that Tina spoke of, roasted spiders and roasted furious sand marmots, to name a few, would definitely be considered as dark cuisines in the Taichu continent. Giant and Lin, there are still many spectacular sights in the Divine Mirror world, and there are also numerous fun things waiting for us to discover. Let's go and wander around. Tina was brimming with excitement as she grabbed onto Lin's hands. And Lin had already traversed so many places, yet he still hadn't seen or found anything that could be regarded as fun. Of course, Tina even regarded riding the large and ugly black pigs as fun, so there were indeed many things in this world that could be considered as fun for her. At the very least, there were many strange and peculiar creatures in this world, and they could all be treated as pets to play with. Giant and Lin, we can climb atop the white jade divine rocks to witness the spectacular scenery of vital energy being compressed into rainbows. We can go to the purple sand basin to watch hundreds of millions of ants engage in legendary battles against the purple crystal sandworms. And we can also go to the Snake Rock Peak territory to witness the peculiar sight of sandstorm cyclones being struck by divine lightning to form magnificent and colorful storms. As if going through a list of treasures, Tina introduced all of the beautiful scenes that she was aware of in this world. In fact, she even described the best locations to witness these scenes, as well as what viewing angle was best when trying to view a certain spectacle. Heaven knows how many times she had watched these events. The more Lin heard, the more guilty and ashamed that he felt. Little Na, there's no need to introduce them anymore. Let's leave this world. Okay? And Lin suddenly said, "Leave? Leave to where?" Tina was baffled as she looked at Lin. "Leave to the world that I came from, the Taichu continent." And Lin replied earnestly. Tina's eyelashes trembled, and she said softly, "The world that Giant and Lin came from? But I've already lived here for so long. This is the world that nurtured me. And there are so many fun things to do and fun places to visit. We can also have a lot of fun here, so we don't necessarily have to go to the Taichu continent." It was as if little Na was trying to resist something as she gazed at the man before her. And Lin understood Tina's feelings at this moment. She had lived here for countless years, so even though the environment was harsh, and even though there were all kinds of shortcomings, it still commanded an extremely important position in her heart. "Little Na, I'm not suggesting that you leave this place forever. I just want to bring you to visit the Taichu continent. Kind of like a holiday, you know?" And Lin's voice was extremely gentle, and he continued, "There are many fun things to do in Taichu continent. There are the iridescent clouds of the heavenly court. There are the strange and peculiar beings of the creation realm. There are the extremely pleasant and comforting hot springs of the spirit lake realm. There are the towering divine trees and immortal trees of the southern heavenly wing nation. And there's also the endless green grasslands of the realm of the fallen phoenix that's so green that it'll soothe your mind." Tina had initially been against this idea, yet upon hearing the list of new and unheard of spectacles, her eyes couldn't help but light up. There was a glimmer of curiosity and yearning in her eyes. And Lin's worry was slightly eased upon seeing little Na's reaction. Regardless of what Tina had experienced, her yearning to experience new things was still unchanged. She was still the little Na who enjoyed witnessing new and different sceneries. "Is it true? Is what you said true?" Does the Taichu continent really have so many fun and interesting things? You're not lying to me, right? Tina was slightly anxious as she asked this, and Lin bent down to look into Tina's bright and limpid eyes. He even poked her soft and delicate cheeks before smiling and saying, "Of course it's true. You're my best friend. So how can I lie to you?" He extended a hand toward Tina. Little Na. The remnant glow of the setting desert sun illuminated their bodies. The colors of dusk dyed in Lin's body an especially warm and gentle color. "Let's go together. I promised that I would take you to visit all of the most beautiful sceneries in the world. This promise is effective forever. Visit all of the most beautiful sceneries in the world." Tina was extremely moved as she gazed at the man before her. At the same time, the memories that were locked deep inside her mind suddenly erupted forth like a tsunami. That phrase was like a key. After soaring through countless numbers of void, that phrase finally overlapped at this moment. "Giant and Lin, I've come." Phew. The air is so fresh. Let me tell you guys, I've already reached the Tao integration pinnacle stage. I can help even if we fight against supreme heavenly gods now. Huh? Dubai, little Tian, little Gu, Sister Xiaohong. What's with your expressions? Where's Giant and Lin? The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Little Tian didn't speak in idioms anymore. Instead, he looked like a recluse as he curled up and remained silent on the ground. Tears were already streaming down Dubai's face. Little Gu lowered her head. Xiaohong gazed up at the sky. Master is already dead. The battle is over. What are you saying? Tina's smile was instantly replaced with a look of shock as she gazed at the companions before her. And Lin was surrounded and attacked by 4 supreme heavenly gods, and he sacrificed the final portion of his life to defeat them. However, his existence was also erased. His heavenly Tao of darkness has returned to the heavenly Tao and become a non-sentient and lifeless matter. Afterward, Nuwa mended the heavens and ended the battle. It's all over. Master has left us forever. These words were like knives as they stabbed into Tina's heart. They were so agonizing that even her vision started to become blurry. Tina continued to shake her head, yet it was as if her bright and lively eyes had lost all of their lusters. No, that's impossible. How can Giant and Lin die? I don't believe this. This is definitely impossible. Little Na, haven't you realized? The beast pet contract between you and Master had already disappeared. Little Gu said through sobs. Tina's face instantly became as white as a sheet. He clearly promised me. He promised that he would take me to visit all of the most beautiful sceneries in the world. He hasn't completed this promise. So how can he abandon me and leave me? Liar. Big fat liar. The fairy wore a floral dress as she sat alone atop the full moon mountain. She gazed at the sun setting and the moon rising, and she gazed at the spring flowers and the winter snow. She silently gazed at the sky, and she silently gazed at the darkness that had fused into the heavenly Tao. She hadn't imagined that things would end like this. She hadn't imagined that her hasty leave, her short and temporary leave, would turn into an eternal goodbye. After the calamity, peace and hope returned to the world. Life started to flourish, and new legends were born. However, and Lin's legend was a legend that no one could surpass. Meanwhile, the 4-9 Immortal sect also remained as the most radiant and most powerful sect of the Taichu continent. In fact, it was the #1 holy land in the minds of the countless prodigies of the Taichu continent. However, the Pavilion Lord of the Realm Pavilion had seemingly become an eternal legend. Only the members of the 4-9 Immortal sect knew that a fairy would sit atop the 4-9 Immortal sect every day and gaze at the sky. She had already remained there for a very long time. Giant and Lin, you've only become the heavenly Tao, am I right? There's definitely a way to rescue you, definitely. I'm also the heavenly Tao, and I'm also a god of creation stage divine being. However, I can exist as a life form, so I'm sure that you can definitely do so too, right? I can't interfere with the heavenly Tao of the Taichu continent now, but that's only because my level isn't high enough. However, what if the divine mirror world becomes even more powerful than the Taichu continent? I can do it. I can definitely do it. Regardless of the cost, and regardless of how long it takes, I'll definitely make you reappear before me. I'll never give up. Giant and Lin, wait for me. Inside the 4-9 Immortal sect, the prodigies from various tribes suddenly started to quietly converse among themselves. Have you heard? Apparently, Pavilion Lord Tina isn't on Full Moon Mountain anymore. Really? What happened? Crap. She won't be like sect leader Su Xiaolan and furiously try to shatter the barrier of the sky and separate the heavenly Tao again. Right? Even our sect leader, who has already reached the God of Creation stage, was suppressed by Pangu. So how can Pavilion Lord Tina succeed? She's still far too weak. There's no way she'll do that. Moreover, hasn't Pavilion Lord Bai already performed divination on this? There's zero chance of success. Sect leader and Lin's existence has already been completely erased. That damned Pangu. One day I'll become powerful enough to pummel him to death. Brother, stop drinking alcohol. Eat some other dishes as well. Within the blood pavilion of the 4-9 Immortal sect, the beautiful and ethereal fairy, who had become as tall as an ordinary human, calmly looked at the members of the blood pavilion standing before her. I can sense Giant and Lin's aura within your blood. This is because we've drunk Master's blood before, so there's still remnants of his aura. What does Pavilion Lord Tina want? I want to drink your blood. Pavilion Lord Tina, although our blood contains traces of Master's aura, our slave contracts with Master have already completely vanished. Drinking our blood will be completely useless. This is the only remaining aura of Giant and Lin in this world. I need it, I need to feel his presence. Only so will I be able to find him again. Please. Tina lowered her head as she pleaded with the members of the blood pavilion. The members of the blood pavilion exchanged glances with each other. Such a long time had already passed, and even sect leader Su Xiaolan had failed and been suppressed. Yet Pavilion Lord Tina still hadn't given up yet. She was clearly a goddess of creation, yet she was still lowering her status to plead with them. All right, I'll help you. Since Pavilion Lord Tina has asked for some blood, how can we refuse to comply? Come, draw as much blood as you want. The more the better, Tina said. No problem. The members of the blood pavilion replied in unison. The next day, a dozen or so members of the blood pavilion were sent to the Purple Star Pavilion emergency room due to excessive blood loss. Tina, the pavilion lord of the Realm Pavilion, announced that she was entering indefinite seclusion. She entered the divine mirror world and started to develop it with her full power. She continued to ascend and perfect the heavenly Tao of the divine mirror world. The fairy goddess stood at the peak of the world and peered down at the countless bustling beings. The red pendant around her neck suddenly started to radiate with a peculiar red glow. Her bright and lively eyes became extremely firm and resolute. Giant and Lin, regardless of whether it's 100 years, 10,000 years, or 1,000,000 years, I'll still find you and bring you back. She stroked the red pendant before slowly fusing it into her heart. At this moment, and Lin's aura fused together with her own, and it was as if they had never been separated to begin with. She still had a bloodline connection with Enlin. If Enlin called for her, she would definitely hear his call. The fairy slowly vanished into the air. The civilizations and cultivation of the divine mirror world continued to rapidly advance. Some years later, a magnificent act of opening the heavens startled the entire Tai Chu continent. The 4-9 Immortal sect welcomed a new God of Creation stage divine being. However, this new God of Creation stage divine being was extremely low-key. After opening the heavens, they vanished just as quickly as they had come, not involving themselves with any mortal matters. Tina still had an unfulfilled wish. This was a wish that she was determined to make come true regardless of how many years passed. This was a wish that she was willing to sacrifice everything for. Time continued to flash by. The legend of Enlin had already become an ancient tale. Countless years had already passed. At some point in time, an unexpected change suddenly appeared in the sky of the Tai Chu continent. A dark brown fissure ripped through the sky and tore the entire heavens into two halves. The great Tao of heaven and earth of the Tai Chu continent started to tremble at this moment. At the same time, it exuded a formidable might as if it were facing an enemy or facing some provocation. Immediately afterward, a crisp and pleasant voice traveled into every corner of the world. In fact, it even traveled into the heavenly Tao through some peculiar means. Giant and Lin, are you there? I've come to bring you back. Little Na has come to bring you back. I beg you, please come back. Little Na has already found a heavenly Tao of darkness to replace you. It won't harm this world, nor will it harm the beings of this world. Little Na can end everything once you separate out. I beg you, please come back. The woman continued to plead as an extremely terrifying heavenly Tao fused into the heavenly Tao of the Tai Chu continent. It was as if she were searching for something and calling for something. However, the only reaction from the heavenly Tao was unbridled fury. Tina had already discovered that the Tai Chu continent was unsurpassable. At most, the heavenly Tao that she commanded could only be asymptotically close to the heavenly Tao of the Tai Chu continent. However, it couldn't surpass it. This was the principle of the universe, and this was the ultimate principle of Tao. Upon first discovering this, Tina had been plunged into despair. However, she still didn't give up. She held firm in the belief that there was definitely a way to bring Lin back. There was definitely some other way. Tina used her heavenly Tao to furiously examine the heavenly Tao of the Tai Chu continent, attempting to find any wisp of life within it. She was confident that she could succeed, and she was confident that she could change everything. Giant and Lin, come back. Little Na has already waited for you for a very long time. The god of creation stage fairy who had stunned the entire world was currently pleading like a helpless little girl. She endured the backlash from the heavenly Tao, and she endured its unimaginable pain. She continued to furiously perform divinations and analyses, and she finally discovered a speck of light amid the vast expanse of despair and confusion. She was gazing at the darkness, yet she discovered that single speck of light within the darkness. Following the trail of that speck of light, she witnessed the power of time. Heavenly time power and heavenly darkness power. Time, heavenly Tao, she murmured to herself, and it was as if something had suddenly exploded in her mind. The possibility was minuscule. It was infinitely close to zero. This was something that no one had successfully performed since the birthing of the world by Pengu. However, this didn't mean that failure was a foregone conclusion. Tina only hesitated for a split second before resolutely charging toward that speck of dim light. Heaven and earth spun as she watched a river appear before her. This was a river that contained all of the extreme evils and depravity of the world. The flow of time here was different. Meanwhile, Tina saw another river contained within this river. This internal river was an extension of Tao, and it was a forbidden land for all matters of the world. This was because it belonged to another dimension. This was a river of time. This was a genuine river of time. If any matter from the dimension that Tina existed in attempted to enter the unique dimension of time, it would only be met with a single fate, destruction. However, was this truly absolute? Tina, who was standing at the pinnacle of Tao, pursed her lips tightly as she looked at the tumultuous river. She reminisced about her every moment with that man. She was extremely lonely at this moment. This was because no other being of the world could stand here with her. However, it was even more likely that she would descend into eternal loneliness if she were to step into that river of time. So long had already passed, yet her memories of Lin were still so clear and fresh in her mind. They were unforgettable. You promised that you would take me to visit all of the most beautiful sceneries in the world. The world is extremely beautiful now. Yet you're not here with me anymore. What joy would there be to visit those beautiful sceneries alone? Tina's expression was resolute as she slowly walked toward that hidden river of time. In my lifetime, I've only fought to the death for you. So, Giant and Lin, either we die together or I reunite with you in this river of time. I'll return to the past, even if that reduces my world to desolation, even if that reduces my cultivation to naught, and even if that means I lose everything else. After experiencing countless years of waiting and searching, I'm sure that we'll definitely reunite again. At that time, I'll change everything. I'll also furiously smack your big fat lying face. The remnant glow of the setting sun illuminated their faces. Tears suddenly streamed down Tina's face. Struck by the soft glow of the setting sun, these tears were like drops of gold and jade as they fell onto the ground. And Lin was startled upon seeing this. Little Na, what's wrong? What happened? Nothing, I'm fine. Nothing happened. Tina shook her head in reply as she wiped the tears from her eyes. Are you really okay? And Lin didn't believe her, and he reached over to help wipe the tears from her face. Slap. And Lin felt a stinging pain as Tina mercilessly slapped him across the face. The imprint of Tina's palm appeared especially red under the soft glow of the setting sun. Why did you slap me? Because I like to. Because you like to? And Lin was dumbfounded. You hit me because you like to? That wantonly. Tina faltered upon hearing this. However, she then spluttered with laughter and said, That's right. Just that wantonly. What, Giant and Lin? Are you going to hit me back? And Lin's heart throbbed as he gazed at the woman who had gone from tears to smiles. He could still see the tear stains on her face, and he said, So be it. Seeing that you're so adorable, I'll just forgive you. Hee hee. You're that nice? Then I want to slap you a few more times. After all, I have to cherish your forgiveness. Tina smiled as she raised her delicate and jade-like hand again. And Lin was flustered, and he instantly said, Oh, adorable and kind-hearted little Na. Please spare me. The adorable power of forgiveness can only be handed out once a day. Oh. Tina didn't persist, and she instead nodded daintily as she clasped her hands behind her back. Little Na, are you really okay? And Lin asked in concern again. I'm really okay. You can use your divine sense to check, Tina replied. Then there's no need. Let's go. Let's think of a way to return. I need to find a way to help you recover your memory and help you regenerate the divine mirror world. Enlin said as he patted his chest. Tina gazed at Enlin with her beautiful eyes as she nodded in reply. That, Giant Enlin, can I make a small request before we return? Sure, it's fine even if you make a big request. Enlin answered generously. Can you give me a hug before we leave the divine mirror world? Tina asked quietly, and Lin faltered slightly. What kind of request was this? However, he naturally wouldn't refuse such a request. He pulled the fairy into his embrace. He could feel her familiar warmth, and he could smell the refreshing fragrance of the woods. This was a peaceful and serene feeling. In a rare display, Tina also extended her arms to tightly embrace the man before her. Giant and Lin, right now I'm feeling super-duper happy. Me too. I feel super-duper delighted. Yeah, me too. Just like that, the two of them embraced in the vast and endless desert. The backdrop of the red sun, iridescent clouds, and golden specks of sand, whipped up by the winds all combined to make this become an eternally beautiful scene. This scene was like a painting that had endured countless years and transcended through space and time itself. Oh, that's right. Little Na, are you able to travel between two realms and return to the Taichu continent now? And Lin asked with a slightly anxious voice. Of course I can. Last time I instinctively traveled between the realms by following your aura. However, I have experience now, and I also know the coordinates of where I need to go. So, I can directly travel between the realms and arrive there. You sound so professional. Do you really not know about the God of Creation authority? I recalled some things, so I have a little understanding. What did you recall? And Lin asked in emotion. I'll tell you later. Let's hurry up and return now, Tina urged. After saying this, Tina immediately dragged her finger through the void, summoning a two-realm passageway before Enlin. The entire process was extremely smooth and flawless. The door to the passageway glowed with a golden light, and the passageway more so pulsated with a boundless and profound aura. This was none other than the aura of the Taichu continent. Tina felt a little melancholy. However, this was eventually replaced by a smile on her face. Let's go, Giant and Lin. Yeah, Let's return home. And Lin entered the two-realm passageway, and Tina followed immediately behind him. They felt a rush of dizziness before the Tai Chu continent slowly appeared before them. They appeared on some expanse of land close to the White Nectar Sea. This was where Tina had dragged him into her world, so it was extremely easy for her to locate it. She could easily bring them back to this location. However, Lin was stunned by what he saw. The earth was fractured, and there was lava surging everywhere. There was not a patch of unscathed land for as far as the eye could see. In fact, even the White Nectar Sea had gone from its initial oval shape to a ragged and star-like shape. Countless streams of milk-white seawater converged into lakes that flowed toward all directions of the continent. The sea level of the White Nectar Sea had fallen dramatically. The battle between the supreme heavenly gods had been so intense that it had even changed the surrounding environment and landform. Meanwhile, the sky was also torn. There were countless fissures and shards of shattered space that had yet to recover. Countless bursts of destructive and chaotic currents flowed out from the fissures. Regardless of what matter it was, anything that came into contact with these currents would be obliterated into nothingness. This place had already become a forbidden land that no one dared to near. Has the battle already concluded? I can't sense any collisions of energy. And Lin turned to look at Yutong City, only to see that it was still unscathed at this moment. He breathed a heavy sigh of relief. It was extremely fortunate that the flames of battle hadn't spread to Yutong City. This was a delightful outcome. He decided to head to Yutong City to learn about the conclusion of the battle. This had been Lin's initial plan. However, he suddenly saw a streak of jade light flying toward him with no regard for anything else. This was an extremely familiar aura. Xiaolan. And Lin happily spread his arms to accept her embrace. Slap. His face was suddenly struck by a formidable force. Boom! The power of this slap sent Lin hurtling dozens of kilometers into the distance. Tina was stunned upon seeing this. Tears glistened in Su Xiaolan's eyes as she gazed at Lin. You did it again. You do this every single time. Why do you always try to face dangers by yourself? Can't you let me stand by your side? I'm not afraid to do so, even if it means death. And Lin was dumbfounded by the sudden slap to the face. He rubbed his slightly red and swollen cheek. What had he done wrong recently? Why was he always being slapped? And Lin wore a sincere expression as he walked toward Su Xiaolan and said, I'm sorry, but I also had no other option. Nuwa was only willing to rescue you, but not willing to rescue me. Having one of us escape was already a win. Su Xiaolan was so angry upon hearing this that she wanted to give Lin another big slap. However, she eventually stopped her hand in midair. She gazed at Lin with tears glistening in her eyes. Don't you understand? I'd rather die together with you than have to leave you when you're in the most danger. How do you not understand? How do you not understand? This ethereal divine maiden who appeared transcendent before others was now sobbing as she expressed her grievances. And Lin felt a complicated emotion as he gazed at the woman before him. How could he not understand Su Xiaolan's thoughts? However, understanding them was one thing, and acting upon them was another thing. He could allow Xiaolan to face dangers with him, but he definitely couldn't allow Xiaolan to die before him. And Lin didn't know how to console the woman before him. In the end, he could only pull her into his embrace and feel the blazing warmth of her body, as well as the emotional beating of her heart. There were slight ripples in Tina's pure and gem-like eyes as she gazed at the hugging couple before her. She was feeling slightly lost and slightly dazed. However, these emotions were eventually replaced by a beautiful smile. At this moment, she had successfully changed the course of this world. She could see a different future. Afterward, she would still need to fight hard for the future that she wanted. She would fight hard to bring this battle to a perfect conclusion. Little Na, I heard from the others that it was you who appeared at the most critical juncture to rescue Lin. I'm extremely grateful. Su Xiaolan's voice was filled with emotion and gratitude as she gazed at the fairy before her. Giant Lin is my master, so it was only right for me to rescue him, Tina said with a smile. She transformed back into her original form of a small fairy and sat on Lin's shoulder. Su Xiaolan felt joy from the bottom of her heart as she looked at the returned Tina. Little Na, has your divine mirror world successfully advanced? What's your cultivation base now? Why can't I sense your cultivation base? Su Xiaolan asked in curiosity. Tina scratched her head and replied, That, I can just barely qualify as a god of creation stage divine being. It's just that my powers are pretty much exhausted. I guess you can call me a fake goddess of creation. Even though she was so knowledgeable and experienced, Su Xiaolan still couldn't help but gasp upon hearing this. Her voice was trembling as she asked, What did you say? You're already a goddess of creation. Only a year had passed, yet Tina had already advanced from the return to void pinnacle stage to the god of creation stage? What kind of joke was this? Little Na's situation is a bit more unique. She experienced a lot of peculiar things in the divine mirror world, and she's also suffering from amnesia now, and Lin explained. Oh, that's right. Little Na, let me introduce her to you. This is my Dao partner, Su Xiaolin. Don't worry, Giant and Lin, my memories are gradually returning. I can remember Sister Xiaolin. Tina smiled as she greeted Su Xiaolin. Su Xiaolin felt like Tina's experiences had completely turned her understanding of cultivation on its head. She was extremely anxious as she asked about Tina's situation, and she even activated her essential powers to check over Tina's body. She was like a caring older sister. However, it was a shame that she couldn't make heads or tails of the situation. In the end, the three of them decided to return to Yutong City first. News of Lin's return quickly spread throughout Yutong City. All of the beings in the city actively came out to welcome him. Meanwhile, all of the soldiers were teary-eyed with emotion. They already knew that Lin had been rescued, yet they were still wild with delight upon seeing him finally return. Welcome back, heavenly disciple. God of War Lin is invincible, and his might shall radiate through the heavens. The powerful beings all shouted in emotion. Hundreds of millions of beings exited the city to welcome him back. This was a spectacular occasion, with soldiers from all kinds of different tribes stretching for as far as the eye could see. They stood in a neat and organized formation as they either bowed in respect or raised their arms to shout in joy. And Lin was already accustomed to such scenes. He started to wave and acknowledge the soldiers who had come out to welcome him back. However, even though he was accustomed to such scenes, it didn't mean that he had become numb to them. Rather, he was feeling immensely moved. Wasn't the enthusiasm and adoration of these soldiers a recognition and affirmation of his actions? Soldiers sacrificed themselves for those who acknowledged and understood them. This phrase was also a fitting description for Lin. These beings had resolutely decided to stay by his side even after it was revealed that he was the heavenly darkness god. They still trusted him, and they still regarded him as their paramount general. At this moment, Lin knew that they were worthy of him fighting to his death. Lin's return brought wild delight to Yutong City. The battling Buddha, Michael, Demon Lord Lingu, and the others all embraced Lin emotionally. Their mission together had been extremely dangerous and deadly. In fact, their mission had almost ended in a tear-jerking tragedy. Fortunately, Tina had performed a miracle and successfully rescued Lin from the clutches of death. It was because of this that Tina's name also traveled throughout the continent. Rescuing Lin from under the noses of the four supreme heavenly gods was nothing short of a heaven-defying feat. In fact, her abilities were also described in extravagant and colorful terms by the supermighty beings. In the end, almost all of them concluded that her power was profound and unfathomable. After Lin's return, the other members of the god-slaying team started to report what had happened after his escape. At this moment, Lin finally figured out how things had ended. The four supreme heavenly gods had been furious at their failure to kill Lin. However, they hadn't unleashed the flames of their fury on Yutong City. Instead, the heavenly heaven god, heavenly sea god, and heavenly life goddess had unleashed their fury on the heavenly light goddess. The heavenly light goddess naturally had to flee. Meanwhile, the three other supreme heavenly gods naturally had to give chase. Just like that, the four supreme heavenly gods started to run around as they battled. Theoretically speaking, the heavenly light goddess shouldn't have been powerful enough to escape from the three supreme heavenly gods. However, the heavenly light goddess had suddenly issued an absolute command and caused almost half of the heavenly human tribe united army to rebel at the most critical juncture. Indeed, the heavenly gods and heavenly humans who had once served the heavenly earth god suddenly turned their weapons on the three supreme heavenly gods. Not only that, but they even self-detonated to buy time for the heavenly light goddess. During ordinary times, even the self-detonation of heavenly gods wouldn't have been enough to buy any time. However, that had been a self-detonation of tens of millions of heavenly humans. This was a humongous number. As such, their united self-detonation was enough to trigger a qualitative change. This hadn't included the three heavenly gods who had also participated in this self-detonation. The heavenly temperature god, the heavenly slaughter god, and heavenly god Xingji had all sacrificed themselves for the heavenly life goddess. At that moment, the entire sky of the Taichu continent had been filled with the surging and tumultuous energy of their self-detonations. That had been an unbelievably spectacular and tragic scene. Even the hearts of the heaven-crushing united army had trembled upon seeing that. They couldn't help but feel admiration. To sacrifice themselves without hesitation for the heavenly light goddess. Those heavenly humans were indeed resolute and worthy of respect. It was precisely because of this sudden rebellion and self-detonation that the pursuit of the three supreme heavenly gods had come across a huge obstruction. The heavenly light goddess had then found a weak point and unleashed her heavenly light power to the extreme to escape from the clutches of the three supreme heavenly gods. The three supreme heavenly gods had failed yet again. They had become flustered and wild with rage, and they wanted to attack Yutong City to quench their fury. However, their true forms of Tao had suddenly started to disappear because they had already activated it for too long. They had transformed back into ordinary supreme heavenly gods again. Initially, even ordinary supreme heavenly gods should have been powerful enough to obliterate Yutong City. However, Nuwa had suddenly teleported Su Xiaolin back to Yutong City. At the same time, Demon Emperor Siyu still possessed the ability to unleash a god of creation stage combat capability for a short while. In fact, even the heavenly lord of Tao and virtue had appeared above the city walls of Yutong City. This sudden change had caused the situation to become precarious again. There was no guarantee that the three supreme heavenly gods could achieve victory. The three supreme heavenly gods had already been dealt a string of defeats, so they had immediately suppressed their urge to battle upon seeing this. They then returned to the White Nectar Sea. More precisely, they had been beaten into a recluse. They didn't want to deal with this situation anymore. Thus, they directly set up a formation to cut themselves off from the outside world. They weren't willing to come out anymore. The central heavenly gate had been destroyed, the world tree had been felled, the three forms reincarnation true heaven formation plan had been sabotaged, the world of the heavenly life goddess had been destroyed, and two of them had even been forced into activating their three forms reincarnation true heaven formation. Their losses had been unimaginable. They had been dealt a soul-crushing blow. The result? They had activated their true forms of Tao. Yet they still failed to capture the heavenly light goddess or kill either Enlin or Su Xiaolin. In the end, they even failed to even destroy Yutong City. They had unleashed their ultimate trump cards, yet they had achieved absolutely naught. If they didn't become recluses, then who would become a recluse? In the center of the White Nectar Sea, and atop the new divine tree that soared into the sky, three supreme heavenly gods wore an expression of melancholy as they stared up at the sky. The heavenly sea god had become a small water person, the heavenly heaven god had become a small white person, and the heavenly life goddess had become a small green woman. They all wore dazed and absent-minded expressions. Enlin has returned to Yutong City, the heavenly heaven god suddenly said. The small water person and the small green person both shuddered upon hearing this. We've lost comprehensively, the heavenly life goddess murmured. Enlin is definitely delighted right now. Without needing to expend a single troop, he managed to force two of us into activating our true forms of Tao, sabotaged our plan, destroyed our world, and even caused hundreds of millions of heavenly humans to self-detonate. With each event that the heavenly sea god mentioned, The two other supreme heavenly gods couldn't help but grimace. It was as if the mention of each event were a stab to their hearts. "Oh, that's right. I have a piece of good news," the heavenly sea god suddenly said. "What good news?" the heavenly heaven god asked. Two heavenly disciples of the heaven-crushing sect seized the opportunity of the heavenly light goddess' absence to shell the eastern heavenly gate. The hidden light formation was damaged, and over 10 million heavenly humans were either killed or wounded. Half of the eastern heavenly gate also crumbled and collapsed. The heavenly sea god said slowly, "Heavenly heaven god." The heavenly life goddess chuckled bitterly and said, "Have we already fallen to the state of using such trivial events to console our own wounded hearts?" The supreme heavenly gods instantly fell silent upon hearing this. They all became reclusive again. The heavenly sea god was the most dejected of them all. He still had a secret plan that the two other supreme heavenly gods weren't aware of. However, he felt like he was drifting further and further away from accomplishing his goal. He had already activated his true form of Tao, so if he wanted to kill the other supreme heavenly gods, he would need to drag them down to the same level as himself. He had successfully used his golden trident to force the heavenly heaven god into activating his true form of Tao. However, his attempt to force the heavenly light goddess into activating her true form of Tao had ended in failure. His attack had been interrupted by Enlin's sudden arrival. However, he suddenly had a flash of brilliance at that moment. He had immediately changed his plan, aiming to take advantage of Enlin's enhancement technique to force the heavenly light goddess and heavenly life goddess into activating their true forms of Tao. Doing so would not only put pressure on Enlin, but it would have also been extremely detrimental to the two supreme heavenly gods. It could be said that he had wanted to kill three birds with one stone. The result? Who could have anticipated the arrival of the divine phoenix maiden? Who could have anticipated the arrival of Nuwa? Who could have guessed that there was another hidden yet extremely powerful god of creation stage fairy? The battle situation had instantly been turned on its head. Enlin had escaped, and the heavenly light goddess had also fled. They had failed. All of their plans had failed. The heavenly sea god had never been so close to success. At the same time, he had never been so far away from success either. Right now, he was already unable to come up with any method to reverse the situation. He felt like he could only lie on the divine tree and wait for death. The heavenly light goddess was so powerful even though she hadn't activated her true form of Tao. Moreover, this was before she had even completed her transformation. Once she completed her transformation, perhaps she would be powerful enough to pummel the three of them by herself? Heavenly Life Goddess, is the three forms reincarnation true heaven formation still of any use? The Heavenly Heaven God asked. The life essence of the boundless flower is severely damaged, so I'm currently doing my best to heal its abilities. However, it won't be as powerful as before regardless of how I heal it. If we activate the formation now, perhaps we'll only be slightly more powerful than the Heavenly Light Goddess of that night. However, we definitely can't rival her once she activates her true form of Tao. The Heavenly Light Goddess said quietly. Can't we also use our enhancement technique? We can imbue our true forms of Tao into the formation. The Heavenly Sea God said hurriedly. The Heavenly Life Goddess turned her bitter and aggrieved gaze toward the two other supreme heavenly gods before saying, Heavenly Sea God, you still have the face to mention true form of Tao? Heavenly Sea God, can't you still activate your true form of Tao? The Heavenly Heaven God said. We can only reach a state of invincibility if we activate the formation and then activate our true forms of Tao together. However, if I'm the only one who activates it, perhaps we can still defeat the true form of Tao of the current Heavenly Light Goddess who hasn't completed her transformation yet. However, once she completes her transformation and activates her true form of Tao, our chance of winning will become infinitesimally close to zero, the Heavenly Light Goddess said. The Heavenly Heaven God and Heavenly Sea God once again collapsed onto the crown of the divine tree upon hearing this. Things were far too difficult. They had clearly been dealt a very good hand, yet they had somehow managed to make a complete mess out of it. The Heavenly Life Goddess sighed and said, We can only go from being proactive to being reactive. Hopefully, and Lin and the heavenly light goddess can severely wound each other, such that we're able to easily pick off both of them. The three supreme heavenly gods continued to sigh and lament as they gazed up at the sky. At this moment, news of Lin's return had already spread throughout the entire Tai Chu continent. Billions of beings started to celebrate, and the continent instantly became lively and bustling as if it were a festival. The spectacular battle between the five supreme heavenly gods had deeply affected the situation of the battle. Of course, this change was definitely extremely positive for the heaven-crushing United Army. They had already endured and pulled through their darkest period. They could already see the hope of ultimate victory. Reality proved that they could defeat even the seemingly undefeatable enemies. The powerful beings of the Tai Chu continent had unleashed their boundless potential during a time of great crises and despair. They had performed the impossible and given birth to a miracle. Some neutral forces started to waver. Some powerful beings of the enemy force started to frantically seek a path of retreat. In fact, some of them even wanted to probe Lin and the others' attitudes to see whether or not they could surrender and be accepted. The most interesting probe came from Emperor Fu Tian and Emperor and Mang of the Blood Tribe. The Blood Tribe clearly held strong hostilities toward Lin, yet they still attempted to contact him to discuss their situation. In fact, they even mentioned the peculiar friendship that the Blood Tribe had with the Blood Pavilion. However, Lin naturally remained silent before these proposals and attempts to express goodwill. He neither agreed nor disagreed. His attitude was abundantly clear. These forces had to do something practical and tangible to express their loyalty. Otherwise, everything that they promised or said would be nothing more than hollow words. After several battles, there was already a huge change in the battle situation. Those who resisted and fought against the heavenly humans no longer felt the grief and despair that they had experienced before. Instead, they were all brimming with confidence and battle intent, as they yearned to engage in a death battle with the heavenly humans. They wanted to end this war once and for all. Meanwhile, those who had performed courageous and spectacular feats in battle had all become the most dazzling and radiant stars in the sky. For example, the true demon tribe's Demon Lord Ling Gu and Demon Emperor Siyu, the Heavenly Court's true Lord Erlang, the Moon Goddess Chang'e, and the 4-9 Immortal Sect's Ice Matriarch Shangguan Yi and Fairy Tina. Even the darkness of night couldn't conceal their bright and brilliant glow. Not to mention the true sun who had resisted and fought against the heavenly human tribe. Indeed, this sun was none other than Lin. He was clearly the heavenly darkness god, yet he was regarded by billions of beings as the sun of the Tai Chu continent. Was this not peculiar and interesting? However, this was indeed what the beings of the Tai Chu continent thought. What they considered wasn't the element of Lin's power, but rather his attitude and his actions. It was Lin who had waded through fire and water to perform a string of miracles. It was Lin who had given them a glimmer of hope and allowed them to see the hope of ultimate victory. Thus, Lin was the sun that they revered and worshipped. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Lin's reputation and fame had already reached a pinnacle point in the Tai Chu continent. No one could compare to him, regardless of whether it was the heavenly light goddess or the other supreme heavenly gods, the other heavenly disciples of the heaven-crushing sect, or Nuwa of the heaven-mending sect. He was the most dazzling and eye-catching being of the Tai Chu continent. The Tai Chu continent's resistance against the heavenly human tribe had already welcomed the dawn of a new age. This was a rising age that was filled with hope and challenges. Aya, why are these reports all praising me? Isn't there anyone who wants to slander or defame me? And Lin looked at the stack of newspapers before him. The headline of each newspaper was about him, and they all lauded and praised him with extremely colorful words. In fact, he had seen so many of these headlines that they couldn't even stir his emotion anymore. You're the #1 god of war of the Tai Chu continent, so who will dare to slander you? Su Xiaolan said as she swayed her long and slender legs while sitting beside him. She smiled and continued, "Whoever dares to slander you will be drowned by the spit of your 80 billion retarded superfans." And Lin was stunned. That many? Sister Xiaolan is already being modest. According to unofficial estimates, Giant and Lin's number of superfans has already exceeded 100 billion. In fact, you have many worshippers even in the enemy camp. Tina couldn't help but click her tongue in wonder as she looked at the statistics that Bai Ling had sent over. That's true. To say nothing of our allies slandering you, even our enemies such as the Dark Marshlands, Creation Realm, and Western Dragon Forest have few newspapers slandering you. At most, they'll just take advantage of the fact that you're the heavenly darkness god to try to cause a rift. However, as long as they're not fools, no one would believe such reports. Su Xiaolan was extremely pleased as she read through the newspaper. Although these opinions couldn't affect the direction of the battle, reading them was still an incredibly satisfying thing to do. She loved it when others praised Enlin. However, Enlin felt increasingly melancholy when he heard these comments. Was this the life that he desired? No, it wasn't. What he needed was for countless people to doubt and oppose him. That being the case, he could then forcefully rise up and furiously smack these people's faces. He could enjoy a life of flexing and showing off before others. What fun was there in being someone who was high and mighty and revered by countless people? And Lin suddenly recalled something and asked in curiosity, "Oh, that's right. Didn't the heavenly lord of Tao and virtue also come over to lend a hand? Where has he gone now?" "I don't know. He left just as suddenly as he came, and he didn't communicate with us at all." The reason for his appearance was simply to force the three supreme heavenly gods to retreat. Su Xiaolan replied with an expression of pity. "Then did his appearance signify that he's going to join our heaven-crushing sect?" And Lin asked, suddenly feeling a little happy. That was a supremely powerful being. "Most likely not." Su Xiaolan hesitated for a moment before continuing. "The heavenly lord of Tao and virtue is a member of the heaven-mending sect. However, ever since you were rescued by Tina, Nuwa and the heavenly lord of Tao and virtue's attitude toward us has become a little more ambiguous. Although they haven't given up on mending the heavens, they might also not be able to hold themselves back from helping us crush the heavens." And Lin suddenly felt a headache forming upon hearing Su Xiaolan's reply. In reality, he didn't dislike the idea of mending the heavens. Moreover, he felt that Nuwa's actions had been reasonable and not worthy of blame. However, her current attitude was such that he couldn't get a good read on her plans anymore. Perhaps she had been moved by his resolute struggle? Or perhaps Nuwa had seen the death and destruction of too many beings, so her heart of a saint willed her to stop this catastrophe? Forget about it. Let's not mull over this stuff. Little Na, Xiaolan and I will accompany you to stroll around Yutong City. This city is extremely beautiful, and there's a lot of places that are worth visiting," Enlin said. "That sounds great. I still haven't had a chance to look around this city yet," Tina said in excitement. "There are heaps of delicacies in this city, and I can take you around to try them all." Su Xiaolan was also brimming with eagerness. She wanted to find sparks of inspiration to hone her skills as a chef. Tina's eyes lit up and she shouted, "Long live Sister Xiaolan. Then I'll also reciprocate this gesture. Since Sister Xiaolan is taking me to eat delicious foods, I'll teach Sister Xiaolan some secrets of the God of Creation stage." "These secrets can be taught?" And Lin asked in astonishment. "Of course. However, it's just some guidance that can help Sister Xiaolan avoid taking the wrong paths. The most important factor is still her own comprehension. This is something that can't be taught." Tina patted her chest as she said this with confidence. "Then I'll leave it to little Na." They were all good friends, so there was naturally no need for Su Xiaolan to reject this offer out of modesty. "Leave it to me." Little Na was brimming with confidence. The secrets that she was teaching Xiaolan were, in fact, secrets that Xiaolan had shown her after reaching the God of Creation stage. Point 1. In other words, strictly speaking, it was actually Xiaolan who was teaching herself. This had little to do with Tina. However, Tina had perfected the secrets according to her own experiences, so this would allow Xiaolan to comprehend them more easily. Moreover, it would prevent her from making mistakes and going down the wrong paths. As for comprehension, there was almost no need to worry about this. After all, Su Xiaolan definitely possessed enough talent. It was only a matter of time before she advanced to the God of Creation stage. Just like that, and Lin, Su Xiaolan, and Tina started their leisurely and carefree life. It was as if the Tai Chu continent had become calm and peaceful again. Upon learning of Tina's return, Dabai, Little Gu, Xiao Hong, and Little Tian all sent messages of congratulations. If it weren't for the ongoing war, they would have definitely traversed half the continent to visit this adorable little fairy. On the street of maple leaves. The maple leaves were red like fire as they flittered and danced in the air. Tina stuffed her little mouth with kernels of crunchy and fresh spirit corn. As she ate, she said, "Sister Xiaolan, if you want to advance to the God of Creation stage, you have to first find an essential power that belongs to you." Essential power? Su Xiaolan asked in thought. Yes, essential power is the most fundamental power of this world. It can be said that it's the essence of all matter and the root of all Tao. This is a very high-level power, and after reaching a certain point, even the heavenly Tao of the Tai Chu continent won't be able to interfere with it. This is also why God of Creation stage divine beings are unafraid of the threat of the heavenly Tao. This is the root of their confidence. It's because they already wield the most fundamental power of this world. In fact, they can even use this essential power to create a new heavenly Tao. Su Xiaolan nodded slightly upon hearing this. She then extended a finger and summoned a wisp of vermilion red holy vermilion flame on her fingertip. It seems like my vermilion bird power contains a wisp of vermilion bird essential power after I fuse the might of my holy birth into it? Tina nodded and said, "This is indeed essential power. However, this isn't an essential power that you comprehended by yourself. Rather, it's an essential power that you inherited. Although you can still rely on this vermilion bird essential power to advance to the God of Creation stage, attempting to use this inherited essential power to create a world will be incredibly difficult." Su Xiaolan raised her eyebrows slightly and asked, "So? I suggest that you comprehend a new essential power," Tina replied. "You can attempt to create an all-new essential power by fusing the divine Tao of the vermilion bird with the divine Tao of the azure dragon. You can create a holy beast essential power that combines the paramount characteristics of the four holy beasts." Su Xiaolan was astounded by Tina's suggestion. She had indeed considered this option before. However, she hadn't imagined that she would also hear it from the mouth of another person. This was an insane and heaven-defying idea. If she succeeded, she would become a supreme being who was superior to the four holy beasts. She would become the paramount leader of the hundreds of millions of beast tribes. "Sister Xiaolan, don't turn down this idea yet. I can explain my thought process to you," Tina said earnestly. And Lin was filled with a sense of indescribable envy as he chomped on a hot dog and looked at the two beautiful women who were engaged in a spirited discussion beside him. He was truly envious of those who could open the heavens and create a new world. Meanwhile, he was a trashy Tao integration stage cultivator who could only look on in confusion. He couldn't interject at all. Su Xiaolan was working hard toward the God of Creation stage. Meanwhile, Lin was investigating how to reasonably crush the heavens. As for Tina, she was quietly pondering over how to heal her divine mirror world. Entering the river of time and then traveling back countless years had almost exhausted all of her vital energy and used up all of the power of her divine mirror world. Even though she was one of the most powerful God of Creation stage divine beings, she was nothing but a shell of her former self now. It was almost impossible for her to engage in any battles. Everyone was working hard toward their own goals. Within a paramount sect located tens of thousands of kilometers from Yutong City, the 4-9 Immortal sect, a sect that had displayed its unrivaled might during this battle, was also thriving at this moment. During this time of peace, everyone was making the most of their time to cultivate. Like a descending silver dragon, a giant waterfall hung behind the full moon mountain. A colossal amount of water carried a force of tens of thousands of tons as it crashed down into the river and stones below it, causing water to spray and mists to form. A shirtless man sat below this waterfall and endured the tremendous force of the crashing water. He meditated for an entire day and night. Time slowly passed, and he eventually couldn't endure this force any longer. His body trembled slightly. However, he still continued to persist as if he were trying to overcome some limitations. Boom! Oh! However, he became adrift for a second, and thus he was instantly sent flying by the overwhelming power of the waterfall. He was extremely disheveled as he fell into the river. Little son. Woof! Dubai hurriedly ran over upon seeing the man being sent flying into the river. He then used his mouth to pick him up. The man who had been cultivating under the waterfall was none other than Sun Yulua, the renowned sword immortal of the Sword Pavilion. He was cultivating under the waterfall in order to comprehend the water ghost sword intent. "Thank you, big brother Bai," Sun Yulua said. However, he suddenly cried in pain as he rubbed his neck. "Are you okay? Did you hurt your neck?" "Woof!" Dabai looked at Sun Yulua's neck, which had been beaten a slight shade of red by the waterfall. Sun Yulua rotated his neck before replying, "Maybe my neck is just a little tired and sore." Dabai stuck his tongue out and said with a chuckle, "That's easy then. I'll teach you a neck care exercise that'll make your neck feel super duper good. Move your head like I'm doing now. Right and down, left and down, left and right, up and down, left and down." Sun Yulua looked at Dabai and murmured, "That's far too complicated." "I can generalize it," Dabai said. "Generalize it? How?" Sun Yulua asked in curiosity. "When your neck is feeling sore, just use your head to write the word, shit one in the sky," Dabai replied. Sun Yulua? Just like that, a handsome man could always be seen using his head to write the word shit in the sky atop the full moon mountain of the 4-9 Immortal sect after becoming tired from cultivation. On a small plaza inside the 4-9 Immortal sect, a gentle woman in colorful clothes was currently cooking something. She possessed an extraordinary status. She was sect leader and Lin's pet beast, Little Goo. She was also known as Little Colorful. Vice Pavilion Lord Little Goo's dishes are done. Those who want to try it, make haste. Those who are passing by, don't let this opportunity slip. Those who are too slow won't get a taste. An extremely pretty and seductive woman started to call out and advertise Little Goo's dishes. However, even without her, the small plaza was already full of disciples who were engaged in spirited discussions. "What incredible dishes did Little Goo make for us this time? Are you sure they're incredible? We ate boy piss pickled cabbage last time, and I vomited for an entire day after eating it." Another disciple called Chun Yonglong said, "Although her dishes sound frightening, their effects are indeed good. Eating her dishes is equivalent to eating a spirit pill." Another female disciple said with eagerness and anticipation, "I heard that senior brother Lu experienced a surge of energy and directly advanced to the spirit-nurturing intermediate stage after eating the boy piss pickled cabbage. Are you sure he didn't advance because of the mental agitation?" Some disciples were extremely nervous. However, they still couldn't help but make their way before Little Goo. Dark cuisines were the specialty of the sinister spirit beast cesspool, and Little Goo was a supreme being from none other than the sinister spirit beast cesspool. Thus, it was only natural that all of the dishes that she made could be considered dark cuisine. However, these dishes were beneficial even if they sounded terrifying. In fact, there were still many disciples who said, "No," as their bodies said, "Yes." In just a short moment, hundreds of core disciples had already gathered on the small plaza. "Listen up, everyone. Today's dish is limited, and only 20 lucky disciples will be able to try it. Those who want to try Vice Pavilion Lord Little Goo's dish can sign up now. We'll then randomly draw the names of the 20 lucky disciples." The fox spirit woman was smiling widely as she explained the process. The disciples looked at the huge wok in front of Little Goo. There were numerous feet of black wild boars floating on the surface, and these were swimming in a thick and viscous red soup. Just looking at it was enough to make one's appetite increase. Was this braised pork feet? The disciples were extremely enthusiastic and excited as they signed up to try this dish. It was truly rare that Vice Pavilion Lord Little Goo had cooked up such a fragrant and appetizing dish. Thus, no one was willing to let this chance slip. The applications eventually concluded. It was now time to draw the lucky winners. The 20 disciples who were chosen all shouted in joy. In fact, Sect Brother Chin Yonglong, the disciple who had eaten the boy piss pickled cabbage last time, was surprisingly also among these lucky disciples. Indeed, he had returned again. He couldn't help himself but return. The disciples were eager with anticipation as they crowded around the huge wok. In fact, they were already drooling as a bright glimmer shone in their eyes. At this moment, Little Goose smiled faintly and said, "Same rules as before. Those who have been chosen must finish everything in the wok. You can't waste any food." The lucky disciples happily agreed to this rule, promising that they wouldn't waste any food. Everyone felt that this dish of braised pork feet looked fairly good. It would definitely be quite appetizing and good with rice. Vice Pavilion Lord Little Goo, dare I ask, the ingredients? Chun Yonglong asked in unease. "Oh, I almost forgot to introduce them," Little Goo said as she came to her senses. She smiled and said, "These black pig feet are from the ruler of pigs, the black wild boars. They're extremely umami and chewy. This red and viscous sauce is the snot of a red snot insect that's cultivated for 1,000 years. It can elevate the smoothness and umami taste of the pig feet, and it also possesses a high energy content that can promote blood circulation and relieve muscle tightness." The disciples still felt all right upon hearing the description of the pig feet. However, they instantly went weak at the knees when they heard the description of the viscous red sauce. The disciples who hadn't been chosen suddenly felt as if they had come back to life again. Meanwhile, those lucky disciples who had been chosen were transfixed with shock, as if they had been struck by lightning. The snot of a red snot insect that's cultivated for 1,000 years? Smooth and umami? Were pig feet braised in this snot truly edible? Just thinking about this caused the lucky disciples to almost vomit. A female disciple was trembling in fear as tears glistened in her eyes. The huge wok of braised pork feet that had initially stimulated their appetites was now like a vicious red demon that was staring into their souls. Chun Yonglong wore an expression of despair as he stammered, "Vice Pavilion Lord Little Goo, Can I not eat this braised pork feet? I'm allergic to pork feet." "Yeah, no problem. You can drink the sauce," Little Goo answered readily. Chun Yonglong was in a state of despair. Drink the fucking sauce. Telling him to drink the snot of a red snot insect was like telling him to die. Upon hearing Little Goo's words, the other disciples couldn't help but look at Chan Yonglong in sympathy. They only needed to eat the pig feet that were braised in the snot. However, Chun Yonglong was one-upping them and directly drinking the snot. What a brave and commendable man! Compared to Chun Yonglong's misfortune, they suddenly felt as if they weren't so unlucky to taste this delicious dish. In fact, they even felt a mysterious sense of comfort. This was analogous to if a person were suddenly forced to drink piss. That would definitely be a nightmare, and they would definitely resist to the death. However, once they saw someone else being forced to eat shit, they might perhaps develop a sense of superiority upon realizing that they were only being forced to drink piss. In some sense, it could be said that Chun Yonglong's misfortune had soothed the mental damage felt by the other disciples. They turned their gazes back to the pig feet on the large wok. Little Goose smiled and said, "The fragrant dish is already done, so everyone can enjoy it now. Remember not to waste anything, and make sure to eat it all." She was clearly a beautiful and gentle woman, yet her smile at this moment appeared especially frightening in the eyes of the disciples. They had already agreed to try the dish, so they couldn't go back on their word. This was the rule. The disciples could only muster their courage and eat what was in front of them. Chun Yonglong felt numb in the head as he stared at the large bowl of soup before him. His vision was blurry, and he muttered, "Why can you guys eat the pig feet, but I can only drink the soup? Because you're allergic to pig feet," a female disciple beside him said with a giggle. Chun Yonglong was rendered speechless. The lucky students started to chow down on the fragrant meal. Staring at the viscous red liquid before him, Chun Yonglong suddenly recalled a famous quote spoken by sect leader Enlin. One couldn't focus on only the surface of matters. A matter might be pink and dreamy on the outside, yet black when cut open to reveal the inside. A matter might appear ugly and repulsive on the outside, yet contain a trove of treasures on the inside. This was a profound notion, one that was summarized from rich life experiences. In fact, it could be used to describe Little Goo's delicacies, right? The black pig feet looked delicious, much more delicious than the viscous red soup. However, perhaps it was this soup that the other disciples avoided like a poison that was the most delicious and nutritious? Yes, that's right, it's definitely like this. This soup is a treasure trove. A bright glimmer erupted from Chen Yonglong's eyes as he looked at the other disciples chowing down on the pig feet with expressions of torment. He knew that he had discovered the truth. He raised the large bowl and immediately started to gulp down the viscous red soup. This taste is truly... Chen Yonglong's hands shuddered, and his eyes bulged as he looked up at the sky. Burp! Senior brother Chen Yonglong. Brother Chen Yonglong. What's wrong? Damn it! He's spewing white foam. Vice Pavilion Lord Little Goo. Save him. Someone. Hurry. Hurry up and take him to the Purple Star Emergency Center. To the east of the Purple Star Pavilion, there was a gigantic palace. Just how gigantic was this palace? It was almost 10,000 times larger than the sect leader palace. One had to realize that the sect leader palace was already the most magnificent and impressive structure of the 4-9 Immortal sect. Thus, what kind of concept was a palace that was 10,000 times larger? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a mini-continent. This was none other than the Spirit Patriarch Palace. Right now, it had already risen to become the top cultivation location of the 4-9 Immortal sect. In fact, it was the #1 holy land for cultivating one's divine sense in the entire Tai Chu continent. Even the supreme beings of the void spirit realm were envious of the unique cultivation methods that specifically targeted one's divine sense inside this palace. However, it was a shame that the 4-9 Immortal sect had already severed all relations with them. The anguished wails of the disciples and elders of the 4-9 Immortal sect frequently reverberated throughout this palace, and it was as if one had entered some ghost house. However, the encounters of the disciples and elders were even direr than if they had actually entered a ghost house. It was not uncommon to see members of the sect drenched in blood and being carried out on a stretcher. Hurry! Take him to the Purple Star Emergency Center. Hurry up! Junior brother Zhao's arms have already been crushed into a pulp. His divine sense has also been severely wounded. He needs to be taken to the intensive care unit. Wounded disciples frequently entered and exited this palace. However, everyone was still keen as always as they rushed here to cultivate. The Spirit Patriarch Palace was far too mysterious. So much so that the disciples would yearn to enter even if they understood the terrifying dangers that lay inside. Moreover, the strength of their divine senses would grow at a rate that was visible to the naked eye each time that they entered to cultivate. It could be said that the divine senses of everyone in the 4-9 Immortal sect had been trained to an impressive state. In addition to this, there was also the flawless after-sales service of the Purple Star Pavilion. Their slogan read, "We can revive you as long as you still have a breath, and there's a large chance that we can help you make a full recovery." Upon seeing this slogan, the disciples who participated in the trials inside the palace would feel much more at ease. Thus, the Spirit Patriarch Palace was extremely busy even though it was terrifying. Spirit Maiden, the once lonely guardian artifact spirit, had finally become happy now. Right now, she was wearing a red qipao that perfectly showed off her slender and shapely figure. She was holding a glass of red wine in her pale and slender hand, and she slowly brought this to her luscious red lips. She continued to enjoy this red wine as she listened to the mesmerizing music of the disciples screaming in torment. She felt that her days were now rich and joyful. Bai Ling gazed at a large screen as she sat beside the Spirit Maiden, and she said calmly, "Among the high-level trials for those at the Soul Formation stage, the Soul Saber formation in the White Tiger trial is far too weak. Several students successfully passed this formation without being brought to tears. This section can be strengthened accordingly." The Spirit Maiden wore a delighted smile as she glanced at Bai Ling, and she said, "What a coincidence! I was also thinking the exact same thing. Sister Bai, you're truly a like-minded friend." The atmosphere was extremely cordial as the two of them exchanged a knowing smile. As the correspondent in this palace, Zhou Yu didn't dare to even breathe too loudly. He was drenched in a cold sweat, and it was as if saying anything would interrupt the secret discussions between the two demonesses. He started to scan through the news of the 4-9 Immortal sect. However, he couldn't help but splutter in laughter when he came across a certain article, and this instantly caught the attention of the two demonic women. "What are you laughing about?" Bai Ling asked in curiosity. "Ha ha ha." Chun Yonglong drank the snot of a 1,000-year-old red snot insect as if it were soup. Yet it was so disgusting that he ended up vomiting white foam. He was eventually taken to the Purple Star Emergency Center. Zhou Yu could barely contain his laughter. Bai Ling covered her mouth and said with a chuckle, "It was Little Gu's dark cuisine again, huh?" Meanwhile, the spirit maiden muttered, "I feel like Little Gu is definitely measured when she makes her dark cuisines. Having someone eat until they need to be sent to the emergency center most likely isn't because of the taste. Perhaps one's senses and awareness will both reflect on the taste of the snot once it becomes disgusting enough, and this will continue to deepen one's sensation and awareness of this taste. This will in turn lead to a secondary shock. Yeah, I think the main reason he needed to be hospitalized was that he suffered a severe mental shock," the spirit maiden muttered. Her eyes became brighter and brighter, and it was as if she had received some sort of inspiration. She was extremely animated as she said, "I've got it." Extreme disgust can lead to a peculiar mental shock that will in turn trigger the potential of one's divine sense. "I've already thought of how to organize the new trial." There was a sparkle in Bai Ling's eyes as she said, "I'll also participate." Zhou Yu wore an expression of terror as he stood beside them. Were these two women demons? He was filled with regret at this moment. Why did he choose to laugh when he read that news just then? He had made himself a sinner of the 4-9 Immortal sect. Night gradually set in. The 4-9 Immortal sect was extremely beautiful during the night. Countless lanterns hovered high in the night sky, and it was as if there were countless wisps of fires hanging in the heavens. Meanwhile, the disciples were either sparring in the Dao plazas or discussing Dao on the mountain peaks. In fact, sleeping wasn't something that they needed to do every day. Some of the more active-minded disciples could even converse about Dao with their fellow disciples for several days on end. The Full Moon Mountain was the most famous mountain of the 4-9 Immortal sect. There was a giant hot spring atop this mountain, and this hot spring was called the Moon Spring. Raising their head, one could see the bright moon and glittering stars in the sky. Lowering their head, one could see the dazzling light in the streets. This was a holy land that the male disciples yearned to but could never reach. Why was it unreachable? The answer was simple. This was because the moon spring was only open to the female disciples of the sect. Countless beautiful women, from legendary beauties such as Lu Qianhuan, Yi Ling, and Bai Yao to the pretty and adorable junior sisters of the sect, would all choose to relax in the moon spring. Here, they could both recuperate and comprehend Tao. To this, the male disciples of the 4-9 Immortal sect could only shake their heads and sigh. There was nothing they could do but stare at the mountain in silence. Of course, there were always those who wanted to peek. However, the grass before their tombstones was already 30 feet tall. As the manager of this spring, the setting moon celestial immortal Su Chenyun's saber didn't show any mercy. At this moment, the moon spring was suddenly experiencing a great commotion. To elicit such strong reactions from women who had experienced so much, this naturally wasn't some small matter. The most famous woman in the eastern regions of the Taichu continent had come to the moon spring. Indeed, the moon goddess Xianxia had come. The moon spring of the full moon mountain had welcomed the true owner of the moon. This was quite an interesting notion. They gazed at the moon every day, and now the true owner of the moon had come to visit them. The female disciples of the sect naturally shrieked in excitement. Being able to intimately communicate with Xianxia was a rare opportunity. This was an opportunity that most could only dream of. To say nothing of the other first-rate sects of the continent, even the immortals in the heavenly court didn't receive such good treatment. This was an issue of relationships. The 4-9 Immortal sect's Su Chenyun had an extremely good relationship with Xianxia, and it was because of this that the other female disciples of the sect were able to personally see and communicate with her. Moreover, Xianxia was indeed a breathtakingly beautiful woman. In fact, she was so beautiful that she appeared a little dreamy. Under the soft glow of the moonlight, even Su Chenyun, the most beautiful woman in the sect, appeared slightly inferior to Xianxia. However, her beauty wasn't so exaggerated that the other beauties in the sect all lost their luster. For example, the liveliness of Lu Qianhuan, the pure and charming nature of Bai Yao, the youthfulness and slenderness of Yi Ling, and the voluptuousness and seductiveness of Xiao Hong were all qualities that she didn't possess. The goddesses of the 4-9 Immortal sect were all extremely beautiful. Inside this moon spring, Xianxia could only be said to be extremely eye-catching. However, her beauty wasn't enough to quash the beauty of the others. At most, she could only make this dreamy hot spring appear even more seductive and attractive. Xianxia slipped out of her clothes and joined the others in the hot spring. This was definitely the most beautiful scenery in the entire Taichu continent. However, it was a pity that only the female disciples of the 4-9 Immortal sect could witness this scene. The celestial maidens were all extremely cheerful as they giggled and played around in the moon spring. Some complimented the flawless physique of Xianxia, while others complimented her soft and delicate skin. Some even said that Xianxia had absorbed the essence of the moon, so hugging her could at least add 100 years to their lifespan. However, only Su Qianyun dared to courageously touch Sister Xianxia. The others were merely saying this for fun. Meanwhile, Xianxia was astonished by their joyfulness and enthusiasm. However, she discovered that she quite liked this kind of feeling, and it was as if she had suddenly gained many sisters. That girl is extremely pretty. That girl's hair is extremely silky. That girl's chest is so large. I really want to touch it. However, I have to maintain my demeanor as a goddess. Xianxia was unsure of what to do, and she didn't know where to place her jade-like hands either. In the end, she could only rest them on Su Qianyun's body. Sister Xianxia? Su Qianyun looked up at her with her beautiful and dreamy blue eyes. Her eyes were hazy, and the steam of the hot spring made her soft and supple skin appear extremely seductive. So relaxing, Xianxia murmured slowly. After being on the moon for so long, I can finally relax in a hot spring and wash away all my impurities. Sister Xianxia is naturally dazzling and flawless. Even if 10,000 years has passed, you'll still be as pure and beautiful as before, Su Qianyun said in a mellow voice. How sweet of you, Xianxia said as she pinched Su Qianyun's dainty nose. Afterward, she even started to reach toward another part of Su Qianyun's body. Su Qianyun smiled as she dodged to the side and used her hands to slap water at Xianxia. Xianxia wasn't willing to back down, so the two of them started having a water fight in the hot spring. Oh, you're trying to bully my Susu? Let me help. Lu Qianhuan joined in on their water fight. Sister Xianxia, I'll help you, Bai Yao said as she ran beside Xianxia. This instantly aroused the mood of the other women, causing them to also start playing around in the hot spring. Their playfulness and silvery giggles were the most enchanting and refreshing music in the hot spring. When they became tired, they started to relax and rest in the hot spring. At this time, Xianxia started to share her secrets for how to take care of their skin and body. She even started to promote the Moon Essence, which was a specialty product of her moon palace. Along with this, she also promoted the Osmanthus brand skin cream and beauty moon pill. How could the female disciples hesitate? They immediately started to buy. These rich women of the 4-9 Immortal sect weren't short of money at all. Xianxia's actions not only gained her a new group of fans, but they even brought her a healthy amount of spirit stones. It could be said that she had gained both reputation and wealth. She was easily the biggest winner of them all. Afterward, it was naturally time for the woman to start gossiping. Buying things, putting on makeup, and gossiping were the natural hobbies of women. Regardless of whether they were innocent and naive young women or experienced and knowledgeable celestial maidens, no woman could escape from these hobbies. Sister Xianxia, I heard that True Lord Erlang challenged you to a duel after the conclusion of the battle on the Eastern Front. However, he was defeated by you after just 3 palm strikes. Is that true? Dongjin asked in curiosity. Some female disciples who had a secret crush on True Lord Erlang instantly perked their ears up. Of course that's not true, Xianxia replied with a faint smile. The female disciples breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, these were all rumors. As the previous god of war of the heavenly court, How could he possibly be so weak? 2 of my strikes were nothing more than casual strikes to block true Lord Erlang. In fact, defeating him only required a single strike. Xianxia continued calmly. Gasp. The female disciples sucked in a sharp breath of hot spring vapor. Meanwhile, those who had just breathed a sigh of relief couldn't help but shudder. In fact, their eyes were glistening with tears, and it was as if they had suffered a great shock. Oh, that's right. I've heard that Xianyuancheng has a Dao partner now. Xianxia asked in curiosity. Numerous female disciples started to sigh and lament at the mention of Xianyuancheng. Yeah, he's been taken. Sister Xu Honglan is truly impressive. She was actually able to win the heart of God Xianyuan. Sigh. They've loved each other for a long time, so becoming Dao partners with each other was merely making things official. It's nothing much. Sigh. Why have the Prince Charmings of our sect all found their soul mates? Some of the female disciples couldn't help but sigh with emotion as they dreamed about their Prince Charmings. Blood Prince Merlin is also very handsome. Moreover, he doesn't have a Dao partner yet. Give me a break. He's always thinking about our sect leader day and night, so how could he have any interest in us? The members of the Blood Pavilion are all like this. I wonder why. Speaking of sect leader and Lin, when is he returning to the sect? I really want to see him flexing on stage again. Me too, me too. Their eyes all lit up at the mention of Lin, and the atmosphere instantly became more lively and enthusiastic. In fact, they would only be so united when they talked about Lin. They were like loyal fangirls who wouldn't allow anyone else to slander their idol, not even by the tiniest bit. Lin? Xianxia murmured as she gazed up at the sky. She wore a faint smile on her stunningly beautiful face, and she continued, I'm also looking forward to meeting him again.